Welcome to Lesson 1.1, Organizational and Professional Ethics. It is such a powerful statement that CISSP chose professional ethics as its very first objective, because integrity is absolutely the hallmark of a cybersecurity professional. When you become a CISSP, you're going to be joining a cadre of dedicated cybersecurity professionals who are passionate about protecting our companies, our communities, and our countries from those who seek to do us harm. And to do our job, we are privy to a lot of very confidential information about organizations, their weaknesses, their vulnerabilities, as well as their strategies, their plans, their hopes, their dreams, information about their customers and their employees. And it's absolutely critical that we are seen as beyond reproach, that we are always seen as being trustworthy. Now, in the larger picture, professional ethics refers to the principles and values that govern the conduct and the behavior of individuals in a specific profession. Now, ethical standards are designed and established to ensure that professionals like you and I act with integrity, with honesty, and responsibility in all of their interactions with clients and colleagues, the public, and other stakeholders. Now, professional organizations like CISSP often establish codes of ethics to guide their members and to promote a shared understanding of the ethical standards within our profession. So all CISSP members are required to commit to the CISSP Code of Ethics, known as the Code, as a condition of your certification. So you must commit to this code. The preamble and the code can be found at the CISSP website, and I definitely suggest that you go out to the site and take a look at the preamble and at the code. Remember, you're going to have to commit to this as a condition of certification. There are 4 mandatory canons in the CISSP Code of Ethics: to protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure; to act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally; to provide diligent and competent service to principals; and to advance and to protect our profession. So what happens if there's a violation of the Code of Ethics? Well, egregious violations can be reported to CISSP. Now, they don't solicit violations, but they will accept a report of a violation. Now, complaints can only be made by an injured party, and complainant standing is by canon. So for canons 1 and 2, any member of the public. For canon 3, those with an employer or in contractor relationship with the CISSP. For Canon 4, certified professionals who also subscribe to the Code of Ethics. Now, violations of professional ethics may result in disciplinary action or, in worst case, decertification. Now, there are a number of other professional organizations in our space, information security or the cybersecurity space, and they too have their own Code of Ethics or an equivalent. And yet they've still also come together to create a unified principles. So the Cybersecurity Credentials Collaborative, known as C3, and its member organizations, CISSP, ISACA, IAAP, GIAC, and CompTIA, have adopted the unified principles of professional ethics in cybersecurity. So what's in these principles? Well, first is integrity, to perform duties in accordance with all existing laws, exercising the highest moral principles. Number 2, objectivity, to perform all duties in a fair manner and without prejudice. Number 3, confidentiality, to respect and safeguard information and exercise due care to prevent improper disclosure. And lastly, professional competence and due care, to perform our services diligently and with professionalism. Now, just like professional organizations, many organizations, commercial, public, private, nonprofit, all have their own organizational code of ethics. An organization's code of ethics clarifies an organization's missions, values, and principles, linking them with standards of conduct. The key components of an organizational code of conduct often include ethical standards and acceptable behavior, respect and fair treatment, conflicts of interest, privacy and confidentiality, compliance with laws and regulations, anti-harassment and microaggression, and confidential reporting and whistleblower protection. So you will be subscribing to the CISSP Code of Ethics, to the larger principles, and then, of course, for whatever organization you are working with, their individual code of conduct. Taken all together, it allows us to really have the highest ethical and moral standards and always be seen as trustworthy. And that brings us to our very first 3-second challenge. Our 3-second challenge is going to be 5 challenge questions, and you're going to get 3 seconds each to shout out that answer. And we're going to do these with every sub-lesson throughout the entire course. All right, so you ready? I'm going to give you a description or a question, and I want you to shout out the answer. I'm going to give you 3 seconds each. Let's do our first one. Principles and values that govern the conduct and behavior of individuals in a specific profession. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead, shout it out. And that's professional ethics. Number 2, agreement that CISSP members must commit and adhere to. 1, 2, 3. Shout it out. And that's the CISSP Code of Ethics, known as the Code. All right, you getting the hang of it? Let's do our third one. Number of mandatory canons in the CISSP Code of Ethics. 1, 2, 3. And that's 4. Number 4, extreme actions that can be taken against an CISSP member for Code of Ethics violations. 1, 2, 3. And that's decertification. And lastly, number 5, group that publishes the United Principles of Professional Ethics in Cybersecurity. 1, 2, 3. And that's the Cybersecurity Credentials Collaborative, known as C3. How'd you do? All right, we're going to be doing these through every sub-lesson, so get in the habit here. All right, let's do our very first security in action together. Now, in a security in action, this is a case study, and I'm going to first read you the situation, I'll highlight some areas, I'll ask you a question. You should put me on pause at that point, think about what your response would be, then you'll come on back and we'll do it together. And this one's about ethics violations. Your CISSP coworker has been bragging that he has access to information that he could sell and access to audit logs to cover his tracks. Now, you've also observed that he sometimes creates situations that require his expertise. Now, you've discussed this with your colleagues, and they confirm that they have heard and observed the same things. So my question to you is, what action should you consider taking? Okay, so as our recap, we've got a CISSP coworker bragging that he has access to information that he could sell and access to audit logs to cover his tracks. And you're noticing that he creates these situations that require him to save the day. And you discuss this with your colleagues, and they confirm that they have heard and observed the same things. So again, the question to you is, what action should you consider taking? So go ahead and put me on pause. Jot down some notes about what action you should take. Come on back, and then we'll do it together when you're ready. Well, the first thing you should do is bring this situation to the attention of management. Not just discussing it among your colleagues, bring it to the attention of management. Now, your coworker is a potential threat to the organization, and it's really up to management to investigate and to determine how to respond. And that determination will be in accordance with the organizational code of conduct and policies. If he is engaging in nefarious activities, an ethics violation complaint can be filed with CISSP by your employer because your employer is the injured party. Having this conversation with management, having management perhaps take next steps, well, that, my friends, is security in action. All right, that takes us to the end of our first lesson, but we have so much more to do. So hop over to the next lesson, and I'll be waiting for you right there. So welcome to Lesson 2.1, Information and Cybersecurity Principles. In this lesson, we're going to really focus on the foundations of information and cybersecurity. So let's start with talking about what's commonly known as the CIA triad. The CIA triad is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, and they are considered the absolute foundational principles of information security that we now refer to as cybersecurity. And we're going to talk about each one of those, but first I want to answer a question. Because the question I get often is, well, which is more important, confidentiality, integrity, or availability? And what do you think I answer? Well, my answer is, it depends. It depends upon the needs and the mission of your organization. For some organizations, confidentiality is paramount. For others, it's integrity. For others, it's availability. For others, they may be equally weighted. So it's so important that you understand the requirements of your organization. And we're going to be talking a lot in this course about the concept of strategic alignment, aligning all of your decisions with the needs of the organization. But let's define confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Confidentiality is assurance that information is not disclosed to unauthorized persons, processes, or devices. Now, confidentiality covers data in storage, in processing, and in transit, in all of its states. And confidentiality really is a principle that most of us learned in kindergarten, right? We learned if somebody told us a secret, we weren't to share that information with anyone else unless we were authorized to do so. Our second fundamental principle is integrity. Integrity is the principle that systems are trustworthy and they work as intended, and that data is complete and accurate. So we have data integrity and system integrity. And lastly, availability. Availability is the principle that information systems, and importantly, the supporting infrastructure, are operating and accessible when needed. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability are our fundamental principles of information security or cybersecurity. Now we have three supporting pillars: authenticity, non-repudiation, and accounting. Authenticity is the property of being genuine and able to be verified and trusted, which leads to confidence in the validity of a transmission, a message, or an originator. Second is non-repudiation. Now, non-repudiation is protection against an individual falsely denying having performed a particular action. And third is accounting. And accounting is the process of tracing actions to their source. So where did I get these definitions from? Well, my go-to place for definitions is going to the NIST glossary. You can find that at csrc.nist.gov/glossary. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technologies, and they have a fabulous glossary. So whenever you need a definition, well, it's my go-to place, and I suggest it should be yours as well. I want to add another triangle to that triad, because I believe that every information security practitioner and professional should really have a deep understanding for and a respect for privacy. So I'm adding on privacy to our triad. Now, I can't just add another triangle and still have it be a triad, so I'm putting it actually underneath, and I'm putting it underneath for a reason. I'm putting it underneath because privacy is really foundational, even before integrity, confidentiality, and availability, because we're going to make decisions about privacy before information is even in our possession. So let's talk about privacy. Privacy is the right of an individual to control the use of their personal information. That's a very succinct definition. I'm going to say it one more time for you. Privacy is the right of an individual, you and I, to control the use of their personal information. Now, consumers expect their privacy to be respected and that their personal information is protected by the organizations with which they do business. Now, data privacy controls, and we're going to be spending a good bit of time on privacy a little bit later on, relate to actions regarding collection. So what data do we even collect? Decisions about usage, how are we going to use it? And those decisions should be made before we collect the data. How are we going to notify the party that we are collecting their data and that we are doing it in a legal manner with their consent? How do we ensure that the data is accurate when we collect it and maintains its accuracy or kept up to date? And then how do we make decisions about who we share it with? And how do we let the owner know who we're sharing it with? Where data security controls relate to protection mechanisms of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, very often people confuse confidentiality and privacy, but as you'll see in later lessons, they're very distinct. Historically, we've used the term information security, but more and more now we're using the term cybersecurity. So the question really is, what's the difference? Well, cybersecurity expands a traditional application of information security, going back to those fundamental concepts of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, by recognizing that we can no longer look at protecting an organization in isolation. We can no longer be myopic and only think about what's inside our physical walls or what's inside our firewall. That we have to now recognize that every single organization is part of a larger digital ecosystem. And in one way or another, we're all connected to each other. So cybersecurity requires that we apply a global framework to those fundamental information security principles of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. All through this course, you're going to hear me talk about strategic alignment and its importance. And I want to stress right from the very beginning here, and we're going to talk about this over and over again, that every security and privacy decision that you make and every action that you take must be strategically aligned with the needs of the organization. Our mission, you and I, as security practitioners and professionals, is to integrate those fundamental principles of confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy into business processes that support the organizational goals and objectives. We never want to adopt a tool or adopt a policy or make a decision just because it seems cool or fun or interesting, or it's being used in some other organization. Again, everything we do, every decision we make, every action we take must be aligned with the needs of the organization. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of this lesson and to our next 3-second challenge. Right, just a reminder, we're going to have 5 challenge questions. I'm going to give you 3 seconds each. Right, you're going to shout out the answer. Go ahead, shout it out. It doesn't matter if there's other people around. Make sure you shout it out. And then after that, we'll do our next security in action case study. So let's get going. First one, the principle that focuses on protection from unintentional, accidental, or inadvertent change. 1, 2, 3. And that's integrity. Good work. All right, number 2, the right of the individual to control the use of their personal information. 1, 2, 3. And that, of course, is privacy. Number 3, the principle that information is not disclosed to unauthorized persons, processes, or devices. 1, 2, 3. Make sure you shout it out. Confidentiality. And number 4, the principle that information, systems, and supporting infrastructure are operating and accessible when needed. 1, 2, 3. It's availability. And the last one, number 5, the property of being genuine and able to be verified and trusted. 1, 2, 3. And that's authenticity. I hope you did well on those. Let's go to our second security in action. And this one's about prioritization. You're leading a discussion about internal security. Now, you launch with defining the fundamental principles of confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy. And as the discussion unfolds, you realize that there is confusion as to how privacy fits in. After all, one participant asks, isn't it the same as confidentiality? So my question to you is, how are you going to respond? And so you've been talking about confidentiality, integrity, availability, and privacy, and there's some confusion, right? Isn't privacy and confidentiality the same thing? What are you going to say? Go ahead and put me on pause. Think about that for a moment. All right, well, let's talk about that response. Privacy and confidentiality are different, yet they're complementary principles. Data privacy relates to actions regarding purpose, lawful collection, accuracy, usage, notification, and sharing of data. These are generally decisions we make, on the most part, before we've even collected the data, and then sharing might be made once we have the data in our possession. where confidentiality focuses on protecting the data that's in our possession from unauthorized access or disclosure. And being able to explain the difference between privacy and confidentiality, that, my friends, is security in action. That wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 3.1, Strategic Alignment. Now, I did warn you that we were going to be talking about strategic alignment all through this course. In this case, we have a full lesson devoted just to talking about, well, what do we really mean by strategic alignment? Now, you've heard this already, but I'm going to say it one more time. Every cybersecurity decision and action must be informed by and in alignment with organizational strategy, goals, and objectives. Now, cybersecurity must be viewed holistically and not siloed. It needs to be viewed through an enterprise risk management lens. But to be successful, it's always important that adequate funding is available. Just wishing for good cybersecurity isn't enough. It also has to be funded. So let's go through some strategic alignment terminology. We're going to define what do we mean by mission, goals, strategy, and objectives. Now, these are fairly generic terms and don't apply just to cybersecurity. These are terms you're going to hear used in the organization in regard to organization direction. So mission. Mission defines the organization's purpose and values. Now, a mission provides a sense of identity and really serves as a guide for decision-making and for strategy development. Goals are these broad aspirations. The strategy itself is a plan, an approach, or a set of actions that an organization is going to employ to achieve its long-term goals. And lastly, objectives. Objectives are specific, measurable, and time-bound targets, have to be done in a specific amount of time, that supports the organization's goals and strategies. So missions, goals, strategy, and objectives. So when we strategically align our decisions, we end up with some really cool outcomes for our organization. And the outcomes we're looking for are risk management, value delivery, resource management, compliance, satisfaction, reputation enhancement, reduced liability, and profitability. Let's define those. Risk management is when we identify and mitigate risk to an acceptable level. Value delivery is when we optimize investments in support of business objectives. Resource management is the efficient and the effective use of resources. Compliance is when we comply with laws, regulations, and contractual obligations. Satisfaction is when we ensure customer and stakeholder satisfaction. Reputation enhancement is when we enhance and maintain the organizational reputation with stakeholders as well as the broader community. Reduced liability is when we reduce the likelihood of successful litigation, fines, and/or penalties by adhering to the principle of due care. And profitability is when we contribute to the overall profitability of the organization. So what are some of the foundational elements of a strategically aligned program itself? Here we're specifically talking about a cybersecurity program. Well, we've got strategy, support, metrics, and communication. Now, the basis of a cybersecurity program is the cybersecurity strategy. Now, strategy must be strategically aligned with the broader or the overall organizational objectives, because the strategy is all about how are we going to achieve the desired state. Now, what do we mean by desired state? Well, in every organization, there are two states, the current state, where we are now, and what's known as the desired or the future state, where do we want to be? And when we're designing a strategy, we're always looking to that future or desired state. Where do we want to be? The second element is support. It's absolutely critical to have visible support from a board of directors or equivalent, management, and key stakeholders, including funding for a cybersecurity program. Now, metrics are going to be how we can measure ourselves and how we can tell people how the program is going. Effective metrics provide data necessary to judge the quantitative and qualitative success of a program, to demonstrate ROI, that's return on investment, and to provide a window into that current state versus desired or future state. And then lastly, communication. Reporting and communication structure inclusive of the board of directors, or again, an equivalent, internal and external stakeholders, and the user community. So let's do a strategic alignment mapping illustration. We're going to look at two broader objectives of strategic alignment: to mitigate risk to an acceptable level and to maintain compliance with the regulatory and contractual obligations, and we're going to map them to what we would do inside our cybersecurity program. So objective 1, mitigate risk to an acceptable level. Here might be the actions we would take. Adopt a risk-based approach to ensure that cybersecurity risks are treated in a consistent and effective manner. 2, to mitigate cybersecurity risk in accordance with the risk appetite statement. 3, implement predictive modeling to identify threats and risks before potential impact. Now, there are some terms we've used here, like a risk appetite statement and predictive modeling, that we haven't yet talked about, but stay with me because we're going to be talking in depth about all of these things throughout the course. Now, the second one is to maintain compliance with regulatory and contractual obligations. So what is our mapping in our cybersecurity program? Well, 1, to identify applicable jurisdictions and contracts. 2, to maintain proper documentation of all cybersecurity compliance requirements. 3, to meet regulatory requirements and contractual obligations. And 4, to monitor and validate regulatory compliance. So we'll have these broader strategic alignment goals, and then we will specifically map them to what we're going to do in our information or cybersecurity program. So how are we going to measure our progress and success? Well, in the broader organization, and specifically in our cybersecurity program, we have 2 key metrics that we're going to use: KGIs and KPIs. KGIs are key goal indicators, and they're metrics that are used to measure progress towards achieving key goals, strategies, or high-level objectives within an organization. KGIs are a measure of outcome. Then we're going to have KPIs. Now, KPIs are key performance indicators, and KPIs are metrics used to evaluate performance. Now, KPIs are more focused and they're more granular than our KGIs, and they provide insights into the effectiveness of a specific process or a specific activity. So KPIs are going to be a measure of execution. So KGIs, a measure of outcome, KPIs, a measure of execution. And we'll use both of these in tandem to really be able to evaluate how are we doing, how's our progress, and how close are we to success, to achieving our future or desired state. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. Are you ready? You know how to do this now. 5 questions, 3 seconds each. You ready? Let's do it. Question 1, an organization's purpose and values. 1, 2, 3. That's your mission. Number 2, broad aspirations. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be goals, like maybe a broad aspiration to lose weight or a broad aspiration that you're going to go to the gym every day, right? Those broad aspirations, those are your goals. Number 3, to identify and mitigate risk to an acceptable level. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be risk management. And we're going to talk a lot about risk management in this course. Number 4, metric used to provide insights into the effectiveness of a specific process or activity. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a KPI, a key performance indicator. And lastly, number 5, specific, measurable, and time-bound targets. 1, 2, 3. And that's an objective. All right, how'd you do? Did you shout it out? I bet you did. All right, let's go on to a security in action. Remember, I'm going to read to you the security in action case study. We'll talk about it a little bit. Then you'll put me on pause. And then you'll think about it, answer the question. And when you're ready, you'll come back and we'll go through it together. All right, strategic alignment. You've been invited to observe the Information Technology Department, or the IT department, strategic planning meeting. And the focus of the meeting is to evaluate new cybersecurity-related products and services in the market. And the participants were really excited about the possibility of introducing these new technologies. But you leave the meeting concerned that the very, very enthusiastic IT team is disconnected from the rest of the organization. So how would you express your observations and recommendations? So you sat in on this meeting and they're really excited. They've seen these new tools, this new technology. They maybe went to, a show and saw some demos and stuff, and like, oh, this is so cool. We need to bring this into our organization. And you're appreciative that they're really excited about the cybersecurity tools and stuff, but you feel like there's a disconnect, right? That they're just not thinking about the rest of the organization. So how are you going to express your observations and recommendations? Go ahead and put me on pause for a moment, think about it, and come on back when you're ready. Here might be your observation, that the core concept of strategic alignment seems to be missing. They're very excited about these new tools and new technologies, but they're not talking about how it supports the organization. So, some recommendations? Well, you may suggest that IT preface all further discussions with the mantra that every cybersecurity decision and action must be informed by and in alignment with organizational strategy, goals, and objectives. So if they start with that sentence, then they can say, and so this new tool or technology will do X, Y, Z. And whenever possible, we want to include a business system and data owners in these discussions so that they can keep interjecting their business needs. And of course, in any conversation that we're bringing in business unit managers or executive management or boards of directors, we always want to be very cognizant of our language and to use business language, not ever, never ever, technical jargon. Being able to do that, well, that, my friends, is security in action. That brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. So welcome to Lesson 3.2, Organizational Roles and Responsibilities. In this lesson, we're going to explore a variety of different organizational roles and responsibilities. We need to start, though, by defining what we mean by enterprise governance. Enterprise governance is a system by which entities are directed, controlled, and held to account. Now, governance is a system and a process. It's not one single activity. And successful implementation requires that we have a systematic approach that incorporates stewardship, which I'll define for you in just a sec, and due care, which I'll also define for you, strategic planning, risk management, and performance management. Now, governance balances the needs of various stakeholders to achieve our enterprise objectives. Now, as applied to information or cybersecurity, governance is the responsibility of leadership to determine and articulate the organization's desired or future state of security. Now, subsequently, they are also responsible for providing the strategic direction, resources, funding, and support to ensure that the desired state of security can be achieved and, really importantly, sustained. They want to codify the organization's commitment in policy. They're also going to be responsible for risk management and for oversight. The governance structures and principles identify various roles and responsibilities. A role is a specific position or a job title that an individual occupies within an organization. Responsibility refers to the specific duties or tasks that that individual is expected to fulfill within a given role. And a very important responsibility is stewardship. Stewardship is the responsible oversight and protection of something entrusted to one's care. Now, roles and responsibilities should be codified, and they should be supported by agreements so everybody knows what's expected of them. Let's take a big picture look at the governance ecosystem. We have our board of directors. They're really responsible for everything that happens, right? They're the outer shell. Our executives, we have organizational roles, and we have functional roles. So let's look at what each of these groups do in relation to information or cybersecurity. The board of directors, or their equivalent, board of trustees, agency leadership, small business ownership, their duties include strategy, due care, being a fiduciary, and oversight. They're responsible for determining the desired or the future state of information or cybersecurity, codifying in strategy and policy, and of course, to provide funding. Without funding, nothing's going to get done. Due care is a legal construct defined as exercising the standard of care that a person would have exercised under the same or similar conditions. So all of their decision-making, all of their actions really has to be viewed through the lens of due care. Now, they are also a fiduciary. A fiduciary is a person or organization who holds a position of trust. Now, being a fiduciary requires both being bound legally and ethically to act in the trustor's, in this case in the organization's, best interest. And lastly, they're responsible for oversight and authorization of organizational activities. Right? They're not micromanagers, but everything has to report up to them. They have to know what's going on. Right? They are responsible for oversight. So strategy, due care, fiduciary, and oversight. Now, executive management duties span across a very wide array of activities. And we talked about some of these already when we were talking about governance. So let's go through each one again. Strategic alignment, decision-making, right, that's informed by organizational goals and strategic objectives. They're responsible for mitigating risk to an acceptable level. They're responsible for optimizing investments in support of business objectives. They're responsible for managing resources efficiently and effectively. They're responsible for constructing and implementing organizational budgets. They're responsible for evaluating performance measures. They're responsible for conducting due diligence, which is research and analysis to assess the risk of a transaction, a decision, or even a relationship, including M&A, mergers and acquisition. And they're responsible for compliance, complying with applicable laws, regulations, contracts, and customs. Now, a subset of executive management will generally serve on what's known as an Information Security Steering Committee or a Cybersecurity Steering Committee. What the steering committee is a group of senior representatives from relevant stakeholder groups. Their authority is decision-making. The objective of bringing these executives or managers together is to achieve consensus on strategy and priority. So in relation to cybersecurity, information security, some of the common topics that they would tackle would be the cybersecurity strategy itself, and then ultimately sponsoring the cybersecurity strategy, setting the cybersecurity budget, authorizing risk decisions per the risk appetite statement, and monitoring the organization's cyber risk position, and then reporting to the board of directors or a board committee. So what's the benefit of having an information security or cybersecurity steering committee? Well, it allows us to appropriately prioritize information security or cybersecurity objectives, and it's an incredibly effective communication channel for ensuring the alignment of the security program and business objectives. Now, heading up all of the cybersecurity, information security responsibilities is going to be a Chief Information Security Officer, or an equivalent role. That role may have different names depending upon the organization. But that role is responsible for interpreting strategic direction and is generally held accountable for the success or failure of the information security program. Now, the CISO should report up as high in the organization as possible to maintain visibility, limit distortion, and minimize conflict of interest. Hopefully they are reporting directly to maybe the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, alternately maybe the Chief Risk Officer. We don't want them reporting to the CIO, the Chief Information Officer, because often there's a conflict of interest there. So what are some of the CISO duties? Well, serving, budgeting, communicating, managing, and champion. So first, advising. Well, reporting to and advising the board of directors. That's an incredibly important part of the role. Then serving on relevant internal and external committees. They also will generally serve as chair of the Information Security or Cybersecurity Steering Committee that we just talked about. They recommend and manage the information security budget. They communicate with business process owners and relevant stakeholders, including data and system owners. They strategically align and manage the information security program, including governance, risk management, and assurance activities. And they champion the whole program. They're a subject matter expert. They function as an advisor, an educator, and really that champion, the one that's out there leading by example. There are some complementary organizational roles: a privacy officer, a compliance officer, a physical security officer, and internal audit. The privacy officer is responsible for developing, implementing, and administering all aspects of an organization's privacy program. The compliance officer is responsible for identifying applicable statutory, regulatory, and contractual requirements, as well as ensuring compliance with those regulations. The physical security officer is responsible for assuring that appropriate physical security procedures have been established and the controls have been implemented. And internal audit, I love internal audit. Internal audit is responsible for providing independent, objective assurance services. And we'll talk a lot more about internal audit later in the course. Let's just look at 3 functional roles in an organization: owners, custodians, and users. Owners, they could be data owners or system owners, so they don't own the company, they just own or are responsible for the data or the systems, are responsible for oversight and decisions related to classification, access control, and protection. I really want to highlight a couple of terms here, that they are responsible for oversight and decisions, again, related to classification, access control, and protection mechanisms. Custodians are the hands-on folks. Custodians are responsible for advising owners in their decision-making, implementing controls, managing controls, and monitoring the data protection controls. And lastly, we have users. Users are responsible for treating data and interacting with information systems in accordance with organizational policy and handling standards. So it's very important that we educate our users on their role and responsibilities. All right, that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. Let's do it. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. The term used to describe the responsibility of leadership to determine, articulate, authorize, and fund the desired state of information security. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be security governance. Number 2, this group has a fiduciary responsibility to the organization and its stakeholders. 1, 2, 3. And that's the board of directors or equivalent. Number 3, group of senior representatives that are tasked with achieving consensus on strategy and priorities. 1, 2, 3. And that's the steering committee. Number 4, specific position or job title that an individual occupies within an organization or group. 1, 2, 3, and that's a role. And lastly, number 5, a group or individual responsible for advising, implementing, managing, and monitoring data protection controls. 1, 2, 3, and that's a custodian. All right, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about perception. You were recently hired to be the first information security officer of a pharmaceutical company. Now, prior to your arrival, the information security initiatives and projects were the responsibility of the IT director. Now, you quickly learned that throughout the company, security is viewed in a really negative light. It's seen as onerous, a productivity inhibitor, and costly. So how are you going to go about addressing the negative perception? And who in the organization should you enlist to support your efforts? Okay, so you're a brand new ISO. Matter of fact, not only are you new at the company, it's the first time they've had an ISO. Before that, the IT director handled everything security related. Oh, but security is not viewed well. It's viewed in a negative light. It's seen as onerous, a productivity inhibitor, and costly. And it's up to you to change that perception. What are you going to do, and who are you going to enlist? Go ahead and put me on pause while you think about that for a sec. Well, you want to begin with evaluating the current situation, specifically what's causing the negative perception. So you've got to find out what's been going on. Then it's all going to be about being transparent and communicating. So you want to enlist the support of the board of directors and executive management. You want to have them behind you. You want to engage security champions throughout the organization. Identify those who really do care about security, who care about protecting the company. And then you should request that a steering committee be formed to ensure strategic alignment and prioritization. And since you're going to be leading that steering committee, you want to make sure that you're leading the committee with grace and positivity. And lastly, be sure that you engage the business process owners throughout the organization in identifying ways that security will enhance their desired outcome. Let's move the needle from being seen as negative to being seen as really positive. Being able to do all that, my friends, that's security in action. Okay, that wraps up this lesson. I'll be waiting for you at the next. So welcome to Lesson 3.3, Security Control Frameworks. In this lesson, we're going to explore a variety of different frameworks and how you can apply them. Now, a framework is a logical structure, and the intent of a framework is to document and to organize processes. A governance framework articulates the various elements of a governance program. It'll clarify governance roles of the board and management, and it will illustrate the appropriate relationship between governance, management, and your organizational culture. An information security framework guides the development and the management of an information security program that supports business objectives. In other words, it's strategically aligned with the needs of the organization. Now, an information security framework generally includes policies, standards, processes, controls, practices, and performance measures. And there are a number of frameworks that have been developed, but they have a little bit of a different focus. We have frameworks that have an international focus, frameworks that are more designed for government agencies, frameworks that are designed for a specific industry, or frameworks that could be used for both audit and/or management. So let's look at these. An international framework or a multinational framework is generally developed by representatives from participating areas. An example would be the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, 27000. A government framework is designed by a government agency for use within the agencies. But generally speaking, they can also be adopted by the private and nonprofit sectors as well as academia. Now, two examples we're going to look at are the NIST Cybersecurity Framework and FedRAMP. Now, in an industry framework, it's usually specific to a particular industry, a technology, or a contractual obligation, and it's developed, promoted, and enforced by industry members or alliances or members of a consortium. We're going to take a look at the PCI, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, and SAPSA. And then we have audit or management frameworks, and these are frameworks that are based on audit standards and often map to generally accepted international government and/or industry frameworks. And we're going to take a look at COBIT. So starting with the International Organization for Standardization, known as ISO. The ISO is an independent, non-governmental international organization that has a membership of 163 national standards bodies. So how does that relate to information or cybersecurity? Well, the ISO has their 27000 framework. Now, that framework provides guidance and requirements for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving an information security management system known as an ISMS. In addition, they have a set of standards. They have the ISO 27001 and 27002, which are the Information Security Management Systems and Information Security Controls. Now, if you'd like to learn more, you can go out to the iso.org/standard/27001 to learn about the management systems. I do want to caution you, however, that these are proprietary and licensed. So if you're going to use them in your organization, you do need to purchase a license. And when you're just doing some general research, you'll be able to get some high-level information, but you won't get access to the entire framework and supporting documents. Now, NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. They're a U.S. government agency, and they have some incredible frameworks and publications available to us. First off is the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. Now, the NIST CSF was created through a collaboration of the private sector and government, so industry and government, also including nonprofits and academia. Now, the CSF consists of standards, guidelines, and practices specifically designed to promote the protection of critical infrastructure, to manage cybersecurity risk, and to foster communication among internal and external stakeholders. And that's a pretty lofty goal, and it works for that. But you know what? It also works for organizations of any size. It's incredibly adaptable, and we'll be talking a little bit more about the CSF in just a moment. NIST also has a whole series of other publications, including their FIPS publications, their special publications, SP 800 computer series, their special publication 1800 series, which is the cybersecurity practice guides, and their information technology library bulletins. If you are not already familiar with the NIST publications, you absolutely have to drop everything and go learn about them. You can get more information at csrc.nist.gov/publications. These should be really your go-to guide whenever you want to learn something. So let's talk about some key attributes of the NIST CSF. The CSF is high-level guidance for aligning a cybersecurity program with enterprise objectives. Now, principles for the current version 2.0 and future versions include that it's written in a common and accessible language, that's adaptable to many technologies, life cycle phases, sectors, and uses. It's risk-based. It's based on international standards. It's a living document, meaning it's constantly being updated. It's dynamic. And the development was guided by so many perspectives, the private sector, academia, and the public sector, and both profit and nonprofit in the private sector. Now, what's really cool is the recognition that the NIST CSF can be adapted really by any organization, pretty much anywhere in the world, and it has been translated and adapted for international use. I really want you to learn more about the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, and the starting place is their Cybersecurity Framework Guide. It's the Framework Guide for 2.0, which just came out in March of 2024, and you can get to it at www.nist.gov Cyber Framework. COVID-19 is an internationally recognized IT management framework developed by ISACA to help businesses develop, organize, and implement their strategies around information management and governance. It is also used as an audit tool. Now, the COVID framework provides a common language for IT professionals, compliance auditors, and business executives. Now, COVID-19 was developed based on two sets of principles: a core requirement of a governance system for enterprise information and technology, and a governance framework that can be used to build a governance system for the enterprise. And to learn more about COVID, you can go out to isaca.org/resources/COVID. There are a few more frameworks that you want to become familiar with, particularly in the risk and privacy arena. SABSA stands for the Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture, and it is a framework and a methodology for aligning security measures with business goals and risk management principles. The NIST RMF, or Risk Management Framework, is a 7-step process that organizations can use to manage information security and privacy risk, and it links to a suite of NIST standards and guidelines. And lastly, NIST, my favorite agency, has a privacy framework. The NIST Privacy Framework is a tool for improving privacy through enterprise risk management. Let's just talk about two kind of quasi-frameworks, PCI DSS and FedRAMP. PCI DSS, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, is a set of requirements rather than a prescriptive framework, and compliance is typically achieved through a combination of technical and procedural controls. Now, PCI DSS will apply to any organization that accepts or processes payment cards, that's credit and debit cards. FedRAMP, which is the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, is a government-wide program that promotes the adoption of secure cloud services across the U.S. federal government by providing a standardized approach to security and risk assessment for cloud technologies and for federal agencies. So they're not quite frameworks, but you can follow them as if they were. All right, that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. A logical structure to document and organize processes. 1, 2, 3, and that's a framework. Number 2, an ISMS framework often used by multinational or global organizations. 1, 2, 3, key here is multinational. That's going to be ISO 27000. A U.S. federal agency framework designed to support and promote the protection of public and private critical infrastructure. 1, 2, 3. I said I love this. This is the NIST cybersecurity framework known as the CSF. Number 4, contractually obligated technical and procedural requirements for merchants that accept credit and debit cards. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard known as PCI DSS. And lastly, the ISACA IT Governance and Management Framework. I said it was also used for audit. 1, 2, 3, and that's COBIT. All right, that brings us to a security in action case study, and this one's about structure. Your Fortune 1000 company has offices and clients worldwide. The current cybersecurity program is kind of ad hoc. It's chock full of policies and best practices from a variety of sources. but doesn't have any structure or organization. Now, you've been tasked with recommending a governance and management framework. And the question is, what are you going to choose and why? So a couple things to really think about. You're a Fortune 1000 company, so you're a big company. You've got offices and clients worldwide. You do have a cybersecurity program, but it's kind of just ad hoc. It's been put together, lots of policies, lots of best practices, not following any particular structure or any particular organization for that matter. And you've been tasked with recommending a governance and management framework, and I want to know, what are you going to choose and why? So go ahead and put me on pause and jot down some recommendations. Come on back when you're ready. Well, here might be your recommendations. Both COVID-19 and ISO 27001-2022 are internationally recognized frameworks, and they would be applicable given the international client base. The key difference is that ISO 27001 focuses on information security management systems, and that's really been your assignment. COVID is for management and governance of IT processes. So ISO 27000 is going to make more sense for what we're doing. Now, you also may want to supplement the ISO 27000 framework with some cybersecurity specific. Now, you may want to supplement the ISO 27000 framework with the cybersecurity specific NIST CSF. Now, the CSF, interestingly enough, includes controls mapping, so a cross-reference. So it includes a reference of CSF to ISO 27000 standards, so you can cross-reference. And so a great way to be able to use both of them. Being able to do all that, know what to recommend, get to work on it, that, my friends, is security in action. That's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 4.1, Regulatory and Compliance Obligations. In this lesson, well, we're going to be talking about regulations and compliance. Let's start with defining compliance. Compliance means acting in accordance with applicable rules, laws, policies, and/or obligations. Now, organizations throughout the world are expected to comply with local, state, federal, and union, and by a union I mean union of countries like the EU or EEA laws, and regulations, as well as international agreements and treaties and contractual obligations. But compliance isn't a world of itself. It really is a business decision, and every organization will make decisions about the costs and the consequence of non-compliance, which could be financial, legal, and reputational risk. Right? And those consequences and cost should be assessed by executive and senior management. Now, there is a system known as GRC, Governance, Risk, and Compliance, and it is a system used by organizations to structure governance, risk management, and regulatory compliance activities. And the concept is to unify and align an organization's approach to both risk management and regulatory compliance. So how do you know what laws or regulations apply to you? Well, it's all about jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is the power or right of a legal or political agency to exercise its authority over a person, over a subject matter, or over a territory. Now, in relation to information security, jurisdiction pertains to the location of data and systems in all its states, where it's processed, where it's transmitted, and where it's stored, the type of data, the residence of the data owners, and the residence of the data subjects. So it's really incumbent upon an organization to document all the applicable jurisdictions. This is a huge undertaking. This is a multi-day whiteboarding exercise, because what we're talking about is the location of our data in all of its states, processing, transmission, and storage. What are all the data sets we have? Do we have legally protected data, right? Do we have financial data? Do we have healthcare data? Do we have data that we collected from children or about children? So we need to know all the various data sets we have. The residence of the data owner, which is where your organization is located, and the residence of the data subjects. So any subject that you have information about, where do they live? Because depending upon their residence, different laws will apply. So here in the U.S., we do not have a national information or cybersecurity regulation. However, in the U.S., there are agency, sector, and state-specific security and privacy regulations. We have government agency information security requirements. We have what's known as PDD, Presidential Decision Directives, which are a form of an executive order that are issued by the President of the United States and apply to executive branch functions. We have sector-specific information security and privacy regulations, sectors being financial, healthcare, education. We also have various other laws related to different types of critical infrastructure. Various states have information security and privacy laws. Every state and territory has data breach notification laws, and there are state and federal data retention requirements. So let's talk about just some of the big ones, some of the ones that you want to be familiar with for the exam. GLBA, HIPAA or high-tech, FERPA, and COPA. GLBA is the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, and it regulates the security and the privacy of consumer financial records. HIPAA, and the next generation called high-tech, but we still all refer to it as HIPAA, is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, and that regulates the security and privacy of medical or healthcare records. FERPA is the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and that regulates the security and privacy of student educational records. COPA, which stands for the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, regulates the security and privacy related to the online data collection of data for minors under the age of 13. Now, in the EU, we have the NIS2 directive, came out in 2023, which provides legal measures to boost the overall level of cybersecurity in the EU, the European Union. Now, a directive is a legislative act that sets out a goal the EU countries must achieve. However, it's up to each of the individual member countries to devise their own laws and how to reach those goals. NIS2 also establishes a basic framework for coordinated vulnerability disclosure and creates an EU vulnerability database for publicly known vulnerabilities to be operated and maintained by the EU Agency for Cybersecurity, or ENISA. Now, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity is charged with providing support to EU member states, businesses, and institutions. So let me next give you an example of a contractual obligation. PCI DSS, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. Now, we talked about that in an earlier lesson, and I referred to PCI DSS as a quasi-framework. In reality, it's a compliance obligation for all entities that store, process, or transmit cardholder data and/or sensitive authentication data and could impact the security of the cardholder data environment. Now, the PCI DSS framework includes stipulations regarding storage, transmission, and processing of payment card data. There are 6 core principles, there are 12 categories of required technical and operational security controls, there are testing requirements, and a validation and certification process. So this would be a contractual obligation that your organization needs to comply with if, in fact, you process or take credit cards of any kind or payment cards. You can learn more about PCI DSS at pcisecuritystandards.org. Not every organization is going to be covered by PCI DSS, but almost every organization will have some type of contractual obligation. Those contractual obligations may be to have appropriate cybersecurity controls, it may be the right to audit, it might be incident response protocols and business continuity requirements, and those will be incorporated into contracts and agreements. You may find those in your business agreements, in your vendor contracts, in your insurance binders, and in your consumer agreements. You want to make sure that you are aware of all of those contractual obligations and that you are appropriately fulfilling those obligations. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. You know how to do this. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. 1. The power or right of a legal or political agency to exercise its authority over a person, a subject matter, or a territory. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be jurisdiction. Number 2, U.S. regulation that requires safeguarding consumer financial data. 1, 2, 3. And that's Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, or GLBA. Number 3, U.S. regulation that requires safeguarding electronic health information. 1, 2, 3. And that's the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA. Number 4, the 2023 EU Cybersecurity Directive. 1, 2, 3. And that's the NIS2 or NIS2 directive. And lastly, number 5, all merchants that accept payment cards are required to comply with this standard. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be PCI DSS, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. So that brings us to a security in action. You know the drill. We're going to read it together. We'll talk about it. I'll ask you a question. You'll put me on pause. You'll think about it. Then you'll come on back. You've just been hired as a CISO for Health for Life. One of the services that Health for Life provides is personalized weight loss and life coaching programs through their web portal. Now, Health for Life serves patients from multiple countries, and they collect health, demographic, statistical, and financial information from its program enrollees, and program payment is by credit card. The Health for Life has been so focused on its mission that it hasn't dedicated resources to compliance. And now that's your responsibility as the new CISO. Where do you start? Okay, so what do they do? Well, they provide personalized weight loss. They have a web portal. They serve patients from multiple countries. They collect health, demographic, statistical, and financial information, and payments by credit card. Ooh, that's a lot there. So now that that's your responsibility, where are you going to start? Put me on pause, think about it, then come on back. Well, here might be your action plan. First thing you need to do is identify specifically what information, in this case, what data sets is collected and why. And we want to identify all locations where the information is stored, processed, and transmitted. And that includes our third parties. And then we want to identify the enrollee jurisdiction, specifically, where do they live? Then we need to identify all of the corresponding legal, regulatory, and contractual obligations. And once you've done all that, and that's a massive amount of work to have done, right, then you can begin the process of cross-referencing compliance requirements with current controls and processes. Once you've cross-referenced, then you'll know what do you have to do next. Being able to do all that, my friends, that for sure is security in action. Okay, that's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. So welcome to lesson 4.2, Intellectual Property and Transborder Data Flow. Now, over 70 countries and various international organizations have adopted data protection laws that regulate data flow and usage. And that includes intellectual property laws, transborder or cross-border data flow laws and regulations, localization requirements, and privacy legislation. So let's start with intellectual property. Intellectual property, IP, law is a branch of law that deals with the protection of intangible creations, for example, commercial, artistic, or literary creations. Now, the goal of IP law is to encourage innovation and creativity by granting exclusive rights to the creators and owners of the IP. Now, the IP, the intellectual property laws, protect use and, importantly, protect compensation. And while there are international agreements and treaties that provide some standardization in IP protection, there are significant differences in how IP is protected and enforced across different jurisdictions. But let's look at some general intellectual property protections, including patents, trademarks, and copyrights. A patent gives its owner the legal right to exclude others from making, using, or selling an invention for a period of time in exchange for publishing a public disclosure of the invention. A trademark, which sometimes you'll see designated with a TM or an SM if it's a service mark or an R in a circle if it's been registered with a government agency, is intended to protect recognizable names, shapes, colors, sounds that are used to represent a particular brand, a product, a service, or a company. If I asked you to close your eyes and I said, tell me what you see when I say Coca-Cola, well, you would tell me about the script it's written in and the color red. Right? Those are trademarked to the Coca-Cola company. And then we have copyrights. Now, copyrights may say copyright on the bottom of the page or top of a page, might be watermarked, or you might see a C in a circle that says it's been registered with a government agency. Copyright protections are intended to allow the creator of certain types of works to benefit from being created and compensated for their work. From a cybersecurity perspective, this is the one that's probably the most challenging to make sure that we're abiding by, because people are just so used to now just copying and pasting things from the web and bringing it down and inserting it in their documents. Now we have this new emerging area of AI-generated intellectual property. And on March 15, 2023, the U.S. Copyright Office announced that works created with the assistance of artificial intelligence may be copyrightable, provided the work involves sufficient human authorship. Now, according to the policy statement, works created by AI without human intervention or involvement still cannot be copyrighted, as they fail to meet the human authorship requirement. Now, this is the U.S. Copyright Office's first ever formal guidance on the issue, and I think we can all be pretty assured that it will not be the last. So it's interesting that patents and trademarks and copyrights are all out in the public. Protected trade secrets are the opposite of that. Protected trade secrets refer to proprietary business and technical information, processes, designs, or practices that are confidential and critical to a business. In other words, things that we need to keep secret. We need to protect them. Now, in general, to qualify as a trade secret, the information must be commercially valuable, known only to a limited number of people, and subject to reasonable steps taken by the owner of the information to keep it secret, including the use of confidentiality agreements for business partners and employees. So where this comes up is if there's a civil case. If there's been a violation of a trade secret and you go to court, one thing that you're going to have to prove is that you took reasonable steps to keep this information, this trade secret, secret. Now, an end-user license agreement, an EULA, is a legally enforceable software use agreement. Remember that software is intellectual property. Now, an EULA outlines the terms and conditions under which a software can be used, specifying the rights and restrictions associated with the software product. The EULAs are presented during the installation process, and users are typically required to agree to the terms of the EULA before they can proceed with installation or use of the software. Now, there are different types of software licensing. We have freeware, shareware, open source, and commercial off-the-shelf. Freeware is copyrighted software that is available at no cost for unlimited usage, but the developer retains all rights to the program and controls distribution. Shareware is copyrighted software that is available at no cost for unlimited usage. Users are encouraged to share the software to promote larger distribution and sales. Open source is when the copyright holder grants users the rights to use, to study, change, and distribute the software to anyone for any purpose. And then commercial off-the-shelf software is software that the company designs and develops to sell or license, and the company retains all rights to the program, and they control the distribution. Now, software privacy is a big issue, defined by the Business Software Alliance as the unauthorized copying and distribution of copyrighted software. Now, piracy is inclusive of copying, downloading, sharing, selling, or installing multiple copies onto personal or work computers. Now, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the DMCA, makes it illegal to create any product that circumvents copyright protections, such as a license key. Now, transborder or cross-border data flow refers to the movement or transfer of information across country borders. Now, that really impacts global trade between commercial entities as well as digital platforms, our cloud applications, social media, mapping, and search engine results. And there really is a very noticeable lack of legal harmonization as well as divergent regulatory requirements. Once again, it's all about jurisdiction. Data localization is the practice and processing of data in the same country that it was collected. The data localization identifies the geographic location of where data can and cannot be stored and processed. Data localization laws typically come bundled with other rules such as transfer criteria for specific data, requirements for data storage, and appropriate safeguards to protect regulated data types or sector-specific data. Now, as you can imagine, data localization is a significant challenge in a cloud-based environment. The import and export controls are regulations that govern the transfer or disclosure of goods, technology, software, services, and funds to persons or entities in foreign countries. Now, the U.S. Export Administration Regulations, known as EAR or EAR, broadly defines technology to include specific information necessary for the development, production, and use of a product. Now, the EAR defines technical data as blueprints, plans, diagrams, models, formulae, tables, engineering designs and specifications, as well as manuals and instructions. And so here's an example of a restriction that hardware and software containing certain encryption algorithms or defense-related items are subject to both import and export controls. There's a great document, you can see it down on the bottom of your screen, about an introduction to export controls. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. A legally enforceable software agreement. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be an end-user license, or an EULA. Number 2. U.S. law that makes it illegal to create products that circumvent copyright protections. 1, 2, 3. That's the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA. We'll be talking more about that act in a later lesson. Number 3, proprietary business and technical information that can be legally protected. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a trade secret. Number 4, this type of software license grants users the right to use, study, change, and distribute the software to anyone for any purpose. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be open source. And lastly, number 5, the flow of data between countries. 1, 2, 3. And that's transborder data flow, also referred to as cross-border. All right, that brings us to a security in action case study. This one's about software piracy. Per the BSA, unlicensed and counterfeit software is a growing problem. Software companies are losing nearly $46 billion a year due to intellectual property theft. Malware from unlicensed software costs companies nearly $359 billion per year. Now, access to illegal software can be found on peer-to-peer, business-to-consumer, and business-to-business sites, social media, and on the dark web. My question to you is there anything you can do about this illegal activity? So we've got, this malware, and we've got, companies losing $46 billion. There's ability to download this unlicensed software from all kinds of different sites. What can each of us as individuals, really, what can we do about this illegal activity? Why don't you think about that for a moment? Put me on pause and then come on back and we'll talk about an action plan. Well, first and foremost, we should deliver the message in our organization that we're not going to violate copyrights. So we want to codify in policy the requirement that all software used within and by our organization must be properly licensed. And then we're going to demonstrate our commitment by conducting an internal audit to make sure that all software your organization is using is legitimate. In other words, we really want to be part of the solution, not the problem. Then we will report any instances that we see of software piracy, and we can report it at reporting.bsa.org. And I would suggest that in your training, your security awareness training, that you include, information about respecting copyrights and never, ever, ever using pirated software. Doing all that, my friends, that for sure is security in action. That's the end of this lesson. Let's go on to the next. Welcome to Lesson 4.3, Privacy Principles. In this lesson, we're going to talk about, well, pretty obvious, privacy. So let's just do a refresher on defining privacy. Privacy is the right of an individual to control the use of their personal information. Now, as we talked about earlier, individuals really expect their privacy to be respected and their personal information to be protected by the organizations with which they do business. Often when I'm talking to my clients, I refer to this as honoring the public trust. The data minimization is an approach that limits data collection to only what's required to fulfill a specific purpose. In other words, if you don't need it, don't collect it. Now, the consequences of privacy breaches include reputational damage, loss of stakeholder trust, fines, and litigation. Now, many organizations have a privacy statement. A privacy statement describes how an organization collects, uses, shares, and protects personal information collected from individuals. Now, best practices, and in some cases both legal and regulatory requirements, dictate that whenever personal information is being collected, there should be a corresponding privacy statement. That statement should also indicate a mechanism for opting out, like I don't want that collected, as well as reporting a real or a perceived breach of privacy. The OECD privacy principles are really the foundation of almost every privacy regulation around the world. In total, there are 8 OECD privacy principles, and I want to talk through them with you. The first one is the collection limitation, and that's that the collection of personal data should be obtained by lawful and fair means and, where appropriate, with the knowledge and consent of the data subject. In other words, the subject knows that you're collecting the data and they're saying they're okay with it. Data quality is that personal data should be relevant for the purpose collected and should be accurate, complete, and kept up to date. Purpose specification is that the purpose for which personal data is collected should be specified not later than at the time of collection. Again, we can't collect information and say, oh, I'm going to collect it because I think I'll have a use for it in the future. Nope, it doesn't work that way. You have to have that purpose defined first, then you can go and collect the data. And that use limitation is that personal data should not be disclosed, made available, or otherwise used for any purposes other than specified, except with the consent of the data subject or by the authority of law. And then the security safeguard principle is one that we're really all familiar with, which is that personal data should be reasonably protected against unauthorized use, disclosure, or alteration. The openness principle is that the general policy concerning collection and use of personal data should be readily available. Individual participation is all about the individual whose data is being collected, and that says any individual should be able to find out if any entity holds any of their personal data, be given a reason for any denials to account for personal data being held, and a process for challenging any denials, but also to be able to challenge the content of personal data being held and have a process for updating their personal data if found to be inaccurate or incomplete. And lastly is accountability. The entity using personal data should be accountable for adhering to the OECD privacy principles. Now, these are really important principles, again, foundational for so many of our regulations. If you want to learn more about them, you can go out to the oecd.org/digital/privacy. Again, you'll see the URL on the bottom of your screen. Now, the right to be forgotten pertains to an individual's right to have their personal information removed or deleted from online platforms, search engine results, or any other publicly accessible source. Now, the right to be forgotten is not an absolute right? And it does need to be balanced against other rights such as freedom of expression, public interest, or legal obligations. Now, the scope and interpretation of the right to be forgotten not just may, it does, vary across jurisdiction and legal frameworks. Let's talk about some privacy-specific regulations. The EU GDPR, or General Data Protection Regulation, objective is to protect people in the European Union and the European economic areas from unlawful data collection or processing, and works to increase consent requirements and provide enhanced user rights. Now, the GDPR is modeled on the OECD privacy principles. And, one of the issues of consent, right, is to always say, if I'm collecting information from you, I have to give permission. And that's why websites, right, all around the world, right, have that cookie consent requirement. Now, in the U.S., we do not have an overarching privacy regulation, just like we didn't have an overarching information or cybersecurity regulation. But we do have some state-specific regulations. And the one I want to call your attention to is the California Consumer Privacy Act, or the CCPA. Now, the objective of the CCPA is to protect California residents. However, California is really a bellwether state here in the U.S., and generally once California has done something, eventually all the other states follow suit. For example, California was the first state in the country to have a data breach notification requirement. But what's so interesting about the California Consumer Privacy Act is how it defines personal information. It draws the scope of personal information really, really broadly to mean any information that, quote, identifies, relates to, describes, is capable of being associated with, or could reasonably be linked directly or indirectly with a particular consumer or household. So really broad definition of what we're talking about in terms of private information. Now, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Japan, among others, all have privacy regulations that are modeled on the OECD privacy principles. I want to talk about a couple others, the China's PIPL and South Africa's POPI Act. The Personal Information Protection Law, or PIPL, adopted on August 20, 2021, regulates personal information, or PI, and sensitive personal information, SPI. The PIPL is applicable to organizations and individuals who process PI in China and outside of China. And there is a link on the bottom of your screen if you want to get more information about this particular privacy-specific regulation. Now, the South Africa POPI Act, or Protection of Personal Information Act, was effective July 1, 2021, and it promotes the protection of PI, establishes minimum requirements for processing PI, endows regulators with certain powers, and regulates the flow of personal information across borders. Again, there's a link there if you want to get more information about the Protection of Personal Information Act. Within an organization, there are some defined privacy roles and responsibilities: data owners, data controllers, and data processors. A data owner is responsible for protecting the data in compliance with all applicable regulations. The data controller determines the purpose for which and the means by which personal data is processed. The data processor actually does the processing. It processes personal data on behalf of the data controller. Now, an organization can actually fill all those roles. They can be an owner, a controller, and a processor. Now, to ensure compliance with privacy regulations, an organization may have a privacy officer and/or what's known as a DPO, a data protection officer. Now, a DPO is a requirement of GDPR. So just looking at the big picture, if you have to manage privacy in an organization, what are the components? We're going to have the privacy program itself, the operation of the program, and incident and breach response if there is a compromise. The privacy program, very much like the information security or cybersecurity program, needs executive sponsorship. It needs tools for data mapping. It needs to identify compliance and contractual requirements. It's responsible for publishing a privacy policy as well as privacy statements. From an operations perspective, we'll need cookie compliance, consent mechanisms, communication mechanisms, compliance mechanisms for collection, use, sales, and sharing, privacy-enhancing technologies, and ways to report and assess the program. And lastly, if there is a privacy breach, we need to have an incident and breach response program that focuses first and foremost on incident prevention, then detection, incident management, notification triggers, and reporting obligations. Privacy is really important to us as individuals, as communities, and as countries, and it's really incumbent on every cybersecurity professional to understand privacy and adhere to good privacy management practices. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. The right of an individual to control the use of their personal information. 1, 2, 3. And that's privacy. Remember to shout these out. Number 2, globally adopted privacy principles. 1, 2, 3. That's the OECD privacy principles. Number 3, EU and EEA privacy protection regulation. 1, 2, 3. And that's the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. Number 4, first U.S. state to have a comprehensive privacy regulation. 1, 2, 3. And that's California. And lastly, number 5, privacy regulation that governs the use of PI and SPI in China. 1, 2, 3. And that's the Personal Information Protection Law, or PIPL. All right, let's do a security in action about collection and processing. Your employer, Space Rockets, has signed a contract with an HR company to manage payroll, benefits, tax filing, and employee drug testing. An outside lab provides the drug test results and is required to keep the results confidential. The employees enter their time into an online portal provided by the HR company. The HR company processes and stores the employer's data. Now, for compliance purposes, you've been asked to identify the data owner, the data controller, and the data processor. So we've got your employer, who's Space Rockets, right? They've signed a contract with an HR company to manage those benefits. We have an outside lab that provides the drug testing results. We have this online portal provided by the HR company, and the HR company processes and stores the employee data. So who's the owner? Who's the controller? Who's the processor? Go ahead and put me on pause for a moment, think about it, then come on back, and we'll go through these privacy roles together. Well, Space Rockets is both the data owner and the data controller. Right? The data owner is responsible for protecting the data in compliance with all applicable regulations. And the data controller determines the purpose for which and the means by which the personal data is being processed. So Space Rockets made the decision to use this outside lab and this HR company. So they are both the owner and the controller. The HR company and the outside lab are both data processors, because the data processors process that personal data on behalf of the controller. So understanding all of these various roles, data owner, data controller, data processor, to be able to distinguish who's who and what their responsibilities are, that, my friends, is security in action. And that brings us to the end of our lesson. I'll see you at the next lesson. Welcome to lesson 4.4. In this lesson, we're going to talk about cybercrime and data breaches. The cybercrime is this really broad term that's given to criminal activity that involves the internet or a computer network or a computer system or on a digital device. As I said, it's a really broad term. Now, examples of criminal activity include data theft, data exfiltration, data modification, denial of service, ransomware, and extortion. Now, unfortunately, cybercrime is relatively low risk, and it's an extremely high reward activity. All in all, cybercrime has turned out to be very profitable, which is extreme motivation. Now, statistics reveal crucial insights into the evolving and really the frightening landscape of cybercrime. So let's take a look at some of these statistics related to cost and frequency of cyber attacks. Worldwide cybercrime costs are estimated to hit $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. 75% of security professionals have observed an increase in cyber attacks in the past year. Extortion was involved in 27% of the attacks, indicating a growing trend in ransom tactics, and we know that ransomware is on the rise. And 45% of experts say cyber incidents are the most feared cause of business interruption, surpassing natural disasters or energy concerns. Now, ransomware is top of mind for everyone right now. right? Whether it's hitting law enforcement or a hospital or a government agency or a school or businesses, it is incredibly impactful, takes an organization offline, and the cost of recovery is enormous. Matter of fact, the average cost of recovering from a ransomware attack in 2023 was $1.82 billion, excluding the ransom payment. And it's really up to every organization to determine, are they going to make the ransom payment or not? And this is a really interesting question that has to be determined by an organization. And I would suggest that when you're doing incident response exercises, particularly on ransomware, you should have members of your board of directors or the highest level in your organization involved, because this isn't just a technology issue. This is about extortion. And the decision to pay ransom really is an executive level or board of directors decision. So what defines a data breach? A data breach is when unauthorized parties gain access to sensitive data or confidential data, including personal data or corporate data, or there is a loss of control of the systems that store, process, or transmit said data. So ransomware, even if data hasn't been exfiltrated, well, you have a loss of control over the systems that store, process, and transmit. So ransomware would be considered a data breach. Now, the term data breach is often used interchangeably with cyber attacks, but not all cyber attacks are data breaches, and not all data breaches are cyber attacks. You can have a non-cyber attack data breach, and that includes the physical theft of hard drives, thumb drives, even paper containing sensitive information. Now, the dark web is part of the internet that is not indexed by search engines and is often known for its anonymity. Now, compromised data often ends up on the dark web after a data breach occurs. Now, the dark web hosts various illicit markets and forums where stolen data is bought, sold, or exchanged. And these marketplaces provide a platform for cyber criminals to profit from the data obtained through data breaches. They may offer databases of compromised information, or they might even sell individual records to interested buyers. As I said, this is a very, very profitable enterprise. So what happens if you have had a data breach, including ransomware, in your organization? Well, you may have to do disclosure, which is the requirement to reveal a situation, and notification, which is the act of informing affected parties. The jurisdictional requirements may necessitate that cyber attack and/or data breach disclosure and notification. Now, the purpose of both disclosure and notification is to inform others of potential risks so that they can make informed decisions and they can take appropriate actions. But before you do any type of disclosure or notification, organizations should always consult with legal counsel, right, prior to taking any action. You want their advice and their guidance. So let me give you some examples of regulatory and compliance requirements in terms of disclosure and notification. We have the U.S. Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act of 2022, and that requires organizations in national security or finance or critical manufacturing, as well as other designated industries, to report cybersecurity incidents affecting either personal data or business operations to the Department of Homeland Security within 72 hours. Here in the U.S., all of our states and all of our territories have enacted data breach notification legislation. Now, what's crazy about that is that they're all a little bit different from each other, and some even conflict. The GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, requires companies doing business with EU citizens to notify authorities of breaches within 72 hours. And PCI DSS, that's a payment card industry data security standard, requires that confirmed or suspected unauthorized access must be reported within 3 calendar days. So if you've been a victim of cybercrime, where do you report it? Well, you can start with local law enforcement, but you may find yourself having to go to larger agencies. We have Europol, and Europol's mission is to support EU member states in preventing and combating all forms of serious international and organized crime, as well as cybercrime and terrorism. Europol also works with many non-EU partner states and international organizations. In the U.S., we have the FBI, that's a Federal Bureau of Investigation, and they have what is known as the Internet Crime Complaint Center, or IC3. they also had these cyber task force field offices. So you can either go to the complaint center or you can go to the field offices. And then we also have a wonderful, relatively new agency here in the U.S. called the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISSA. And they also have a portal where you can report cybercrime at www.cissa.gov/report. Now, if you have been the victim of a cybercrime, it's really nice if you can let others know kind of what happened, what led up to it, how did you discover it, etc. And that's really what information sharing is about. Information sharing describes a means of conveying information or your experience from one trusted party to another. Again, here in the U.S., we have what's known as the Information Sharing and Analysis Centers, or ISACs, which is a U.S. trusted entity that facilitates sector-specific and/or geographic-specific information sharing about vulnerabilities, threats, cyber attacks, and cyber crimes. Now, there are 20-plus ISACs here in the U.S. They range from aviation ISACs to water ISACs. You've got academic ISACs. You've got geographic-specific ISACs. You have to be vetted before you can join one, but you have a way to share information with others that are either in your sector or in your geographic area. And sharing information is really a very, very valuable thing to do. That, my friends, takes us to the end of this lesson and to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You want to make sure you're shouting them out. Let's start. Cybercriminal act that encrypts data to extort funds. 1, 2, 3. And that's ransomware. Number 2. Incident that results in disclosure of data or loss of control. What's that called? 1, 2, 3. And that's a data breach. Number 3. The EU EEA regulation that has very stringent breach disclosure and notification requirements. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. Number 4. A trusted United States sector-specific entity that facilitates information sharing about vulnerabilities, threats, and incidents. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be an ISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And lastly, number 5, an EU crime reporting agency. 1, 2, 3, and that's Europol. Okay, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about a data breach. You just received a call from your very panicked boss. She just got off the phone with an investigative journalist who informed her that there's a cache of your organization's customer information for sale on the dark web. He sends her a snippet as evidence. She's asking you, what should you do? What are your recommendations? Yikes, right? So you get a call, your understandably very panicked boss. She gets off the phone with a journalist who says that there's a cache of your organization's customer information for sale on the dark web. And to prove it, he says, I'm going to send you a snippet of evidence. And she goes to you and says, well, what do we do? Well, what do we do? Put me on pause, think about it for a sec. Come on back and we'll talk about your recommendation. Well, the very first action should be to inform and involve executive management. I don't know how far up the chain your boss is, but we want to get all of executive management, probably the board of directors as well, involved right from the very beginning. Now, executive management should reach out to legal counsel for guidance. And once we've done that, then it's time to activate your incident response plan, including law enforcement, contacting the appropriate law enforcement agencies, and your crisis communication plan. We'll be talking more about incident response plans and crisis communication plans later on in this course. In a best-case scenario, you've prepared for disclosure and notification by understanding applicable jurisdiction and compliance requirements. And lastly, you want to consider sharing your threat intelligence with applicable agencies and organizations. Being able to act calmly, right? Do all these things and put your plan into action. That, my friends, is security in action. That's the end of this lesson. I will see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 5.1, Investigation Objectives and Requirements. In this lesson, we're going to look at different types of investigations. What is an investigation? Well, an investigation is defined as a formal inquiry or systematic study. Now, the objective of an investigation is, well, to determine what happened. Now, types of investigations include administrative, industry-specific, regulatory, civil litigation, and criminal activity. An administrative inquiry is the gathering and analysis of information related to a major unusual incident so that appropriate action can be taken to address any harm or risk of harm and to prevent reoccurrence. Now, the purpose of an administrative inquiry is to gather facts and relevant evidence to provide the basis for management to determine what, if any, action to take. Now, an administrative inquiry is not for the purpose of law enforcement or for criminal prosecution. Then we have industry investigations. Industry investigations are generally aligned with a violation of a contractual or an alliance standard. So, for example, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, or PCI-DSS. Investigations, a PCI-DSS investigation, is generally preceded by an event, meaning there's probably been a disclosure or a compromise of some kind. Investigations may be conducted by authorized internal personnel, third-party personnel, independent investigators, and/or legal representation, and in an industry investigation, investigation fees may be assessed. Then we have regulatory investigations. Now, regulatory law is law that's enacted by government agencies. So investigation and enforcement is going to be conducted by a relevant agency based upon jurisdiction. Now, events leading to an investigation might include a situation. There was a breach or a compromise of some kind. It could be just during a routine audit, a red flag went up. It could be that there was a problem reported by a stakeholder, a whistleblower, another agency, or the press. Now, negative findings can result in a variety of different consequences. It could be clawbacks, it could be fines. So, for example, GDPR can be up to 2% of annual revenue. It could be penalties, it could be suspension of a license or a charter to operate, and/or it could even be criminal charges. And see that little asterisk there, and because I want to point out to you that the SEC here in the U.S., charged SolarWinds and the CISO with fraud and internal control failures when they had their major breach. So really interesting to read about it. I do have the link there for the press release. The civil legal liability is a fundamental concept in our legal system that serves as a mechanism to ensure accountability and fulfillment of legal obligations. In other words, if you have a contract, did you do what you said you were going to do? And there are two very important constructs in civil legal liability, the idea of due care and due diligence. Now, we defined due care earlier, but we're going to do it again, and then we're going to define due diligence. Due care is defined as exercising the minimum standard of care that a prudent person would have exercised under the same or similar conditions. Due diligence is the identification of any potential legal risk or issues associated with an activity in order to make informed decisions. So due care and due diligence, part of our civil legal liability system. Now, if you are involved in a civil investigation, the basis will be either there was a contract violation, a dispute, or some alleged harm. If the civil investigation goes to court, in the Western court system, the intent could be intentional or accidental. The burden of proof is a preponderance of evidence. The litigants will be individuals or companies. So it could be individual versus individual, company versus company, or individual versus company, or company versus individual, any combination thereof. Now, the purpose of the investigation will be to provide evidence of wrongdoing or harm, and the outcome could be injunctions or financial damages, which could be statutory, compensatory, or punitive. Now, criminal law deals with actions or offenses that are harmful to the public or the state, and it involves prosecutions of individuals by the government for acts that are classified as crimes. Now, criminal law varies across jurisdictions and legal systems that have different classifications of crimes and penalties. Criminal law is distinct from civil law, right? Civil law addresses disputes between private parties and seeks remedies rather than punishments. So if you're involved in a criminal investigation, the basis is a law must be broken, intent is required, generally, but not always, but generally. The burden of proof, if you're in a court of law, is beyond a reasonable doubt. The litigants will always be the government. The government has to charge you with a crime. The purpose of an investigation, if you're involved in it, will be to assist law enforcement obtain evidence. And in a later module and lesson, we're going to be talking about what evidence collection is like, how you do it, what are the rules around evidence collection, as well as forensic analysis. And the outcome is going to be either incarceration, so jail, financial penalties, and in worst case, capital punishment. Now, you may be involved in collecting evidence or presenting evidence. Evidence refers to information, materials, or facts that are presented either in a civil or criminal legal proceedings to support or to prove the existence or non-existence of a fact. And there are two types of evidence, direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence provides a fact without requiring any inference. It just is what it is. Circumstantial evidence is indirect, and it requires inference to establish a fact. It involves drawing a conclusion from a set of circumstances. And in a court trial, witnesses may be called to testify by either defense or prosecution. And there are two types of witnesses. We have factual witnesses and expert witnesses. A factual witness is an individual who knows the facts, right? Is knowledgeable about the facts of the case, either through direct participation or observation. Where an expert witness is a person who has knowledge beyond that of an ordinary layperson, enabling him or her to give testimony regarding an issue that requires expertise to understand. Now, experts can give an opinion. So we've got different types of witnesses, we've got different types of evidence, right? A lot to keep straight. We'll be talking more about this when we talk about incident response and working with evidence. But for now, that wraps up this lesson and takes us to a 3-second challenge. Challenge 1. The purpose of this type of inquiry is to gather facts and relevant evidence to provide the basis for management determining what, if any, action to take. So what type of inquiry or investigation is this? 1, 2, 3. That was administrative. Number 2, this type of investigation is conducted by relevant agencies based upon jurisdiction. 1, 2, 3. Agencies, your hint here. That's going to be regulatory. Number 3, the basis of this investigation is a dispute between parties. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be civil. Remember, it could be individual against individual, company against company, company against individual, individual against company. Number 4, the burden of proof for this type of case is beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, 2, 3, and that's criminal. And lastly, number 5, this type of evidence is indirect and requires inference to establish a fact. 1, 2, 3, circumstantial. So let's do a security in action. Your US-based publicly traded organization has a global e-commerce website. The website collects an array of data about every visitor. Management is very excited about the value of this data, both internally and on the open market. The project owner is very nonchalant about privacy regulations. The marketing department has crafted a statement about the significant security and privacy measures in place, when in fact, there are few. As CISO, you're really concerned about their approach. What should you do? Okay, so you're a US-based, publicly traded organization. You collect an array of data, right? We've got management really excited about this data. The project owner says, not going to worry about privacy regulations. The marketing department has crafted this statement about this great security and privacy measures that we have in place. But in fact, we really only have a few. You're the CISO. You don't like this approach. What are you going to do? Go ahead and put me on pause. Think about it for a minute. Come on back. So what's your action plan? Start with briefing executive management and the board of directors if possible on cybersecurity and privacy risks, as well as your regulatory compliance requirements. Share with them case studies of GDPR and SEC regulatory investigations and enforcement actions. So let them see what's really happening out there. Impress upon them that GDPR fines can be up to 2% of annual revenue. And remind them that they, and you, can be held personally, criminally liable for misleading investors. You definitely want to involve legal counsel in these discussions, and for sure, document everything. Document your concerns, document all actions taken. It's really important for your own professional integrity, so be sure to do that as well. Doing all these steps, that, my friends, is security in action. That brings us to the end of this lesson, but coming up next is the first deep dive quiz that we're going to do together. So I'll see you there. So welcome to lesson 6.1, Governance Documents. In this lesson, well, we're going to talk about governance documents. So governance documents are used to communicate direction, expectations, and rules. The governance documents are derived from the cybersecurity strategy. The cybersecurity strategy is derived from the desired or future state. So in every organization, we have our current state and our desired or future state, meaning where do we want to get to? And where we want to get to is codified in our cybersecurity strategy, and then from that strategy, all of our other governance documents are going to be derived. So let's explore all the various governance communications. We have policies. Policies are supported by agreements, plans, and standards. Standards are supported by procedures and guidelines, and there are 4 different types of procedures: simple step, hierarchical, graphic, and flowchart. So we're going to look at these. The objective of a policy is to communicate and codify management's requirements and to provide direction. The cybersecurity and related policies codify high-level requirements for protecting information and information assets, ensuring our fundamental principles of confidentiality, integrity, and availability. The policy should always be approved and authorized by the organization's highest governing body. That could be a board of directors or a board of trustees. In a government agency, it might be agency leadership. In a very small business, it might be the owners of that business. Now, a well-developed policy should remain relatively static over an extended period of time. We want to review it and reauthorize it every year, but the modification should be minor. Now, agreements are used to legally enforce policies and related governance publications. So supporting our policies are going to be standards, baselines, and guidelines. Standards serve as precise specifications of the implementation of a policy, and they dictate mandatory requirements. So they're really the implementation components, they're mandatory, and importantly, standards must be unambiguous. They must be as clear as day. Baselines are the aggregate of standards for a specific category or grouping, such as a platform, a device type, ownership, or location. And guidelines help people understand and conform to a standard. The guidelines are completely optional, but if you're going to use a guideline, they need to be customized to the intended audience. Let's look at the difference between a policy statement and a corresponding standard. Remember, policy statements are really high level. So a high-level statement about authentication might say, multi-factor authentication is required for access to data and systems classified as confidential, with a reference to the classification policy. But you'll notice in that policy statement, we don't say what type of multi-factor authentication. We just say that multi-factor authentication is required to access data and systems classified as confidential. So where is that detail going to be? That mandatory implementation detail is going to be in the corresponding standard, where we say multi-factor authentication requirements for data and systems classified as confidential is factor 1, an 8-digit numeric PIN, no repeating characters, changed every 90 days. And factor 2 is a biometric fingerprint. So those details, those mandatory implementation details belong in the standard. They do not belong in the policy. Now, procedures are instructions for how to carry out an action. Procedures focus on discrete actions or steps with a specific starting and ending point. There are 4 types of procedures you want to recognize: simple step, hierarchical, graphic, and flowchart. Simple step lists sequential actions: step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. There's no decision making. Hierarchical organizes the instructions in a hierarchical structure where each level is nested within the one above it. In a graphic, it's going to just present in a pictorial or symbol form, and a flowchart is used to communicate a process or when decision-making is required. Yes, no, if, then, stop, go. Those would all be appropriate for a flowchart. A plan is a detailed strategy or tactic for doing something or achieving something. Now, the function of a plan is to provide instructions and guidance on how to execute or respond to a situation within a certain time frame, usually with defined stages and designated resources. So, for example, we have incident response plans, disaster recovery plans, business continuity plans, crisis communication plans, right? A detailed strategy or tactic for doing or achieving something. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. High-level governance documents. 1, 2, 3, and that's a policy. Number 2, mandatory implementation requirement related to policies. 1, 2, 3, and that's a standard. Number 3, specific instructions for carrying out a task. 1, 2, 3, that's a procedure. Number 4, a detailed roadmap for doing or achieving something. 1, 2, 3, that's a plan. And lastly, number 5, the information or cybersecurity strategy is derived from this. What is this? What do we have to think about first? 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be our desired or future state. And we always have to determine a desired or future state. Our cybersecurity strategy is derived from that, and then all of our other governance documents from policy on down will be derived from the strategy. Right? That brings us to a security in action case study, and this one is about developing a policy. During a routine software audit, numerous instances of unlicensed operating system and applications were identified. This violation appeared to be unintentional, and it was related to the proliferation of virtual machines. Now, in addition to fixing this issue ASAP, the audit report also recommended developing a policy and supporting governance documents. So you've been assigned this task. What is your plan of action? That's my question to you. So again, we have this unlicensed operating system and applications, so we're copyright violations, appears to be unintentional. Problem is we have a lot of VMs that we've been putting stuff on, right? We're going to fix that. That's the technical part of it. But the audit report said you should develop a policy and supporting governance documents. What are you going to do? Put me on pause, think about it, come up with your action plan. All right, well, here might be your action plan. Remember, a policy is a really high-level document. So you should research what should be in that policy. You should solicit input. Let's try to figure out why we ended up with so many of these instances of unlicensed software and applications. Right? And then you're going to write a policy that is strategically aligned with your organizational objectives, and you're going to gain consensus. A great group to talk about this with is going to be your steering committee. Once you've done that, you're going to submit the policy for authorization. Policies will go to the highest level in your organization, like your board of directors or board of trustees or agency leadership, for authorization. And generally, policies will be reauthorized on an annual basis. A good policy should have minor changes from year to year. And remember that you're not submitting the standards. Standards are determined by management. Those are the implementation details. The authorization is limited to the policy. Again, a very high-level document. Once it has been authorized, you're going to develop your corresponding standards, your guidelines, and your procedures. You also want to conduct a gap analysis. So once you've done these standards, guidelines, and procedures, you need to compare them against currently what are you doing? And, are there any gaps or things that would be conflicting? So create a roadmap for kind of changing anything you might need to change. And then you're going to publish those documents, and you're going to provide training to the applicable user community. What should they do? Needing to know the policy and the standards, your expectations. And lastly, you're going to implement the policy, standards, guidelines, procedures. You're going to monitor, you're going to enforce, and you're going to continue to educate. Being able to do all that, the idea of just a simple policy and really all of these steps that you have to take, definitely security in action. That wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. So welcome to Lesson 7.1, Business Continuity Planning. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the importance of being prepared. So in the simplest form, business continuity is the capability of a business to operate in adverse conditions. In a business context, adverse conditions, also referred to as disasters, are disruptive events that significantly impact an organization's capability to operate. And organizations need to be prepared to respond to these abnormal or adverse conditions. You know, in our pre-pandemic world, I think a lot of organizations didn't take business continuity planning all that seriously. But we've all learned our lesson. And we know that these adverse or abnormal conditions can continue on for days, weeks, months, even years. And if our business is going to be sustained, we need to be prepared. So I've used the term adverse conditions, but what do we really mean by adverse conditions? Well, adverse conditions could be natural, operational, or human. Natural could be physical events such as earthquakes, storms, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes. They could be environmental, such as fire, pollution, or sea rise. Or they could be public health events, well, such as a pandemic. Now, they could be operational. It could be loss of service, such as electricity or HVAC, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. They could be technical issues, such as equipment or communications failure, or they could be a supply chain disruption. And they could be human, right? They could be workplace accidents, they could be a civil disturbance, they could be cyber warfare, they could be war and terrorism. The business continuity, being prepared to continue to operate the business in adverse conditions, is a shared responsibility. The board of directors or equivalent is responsible for the approval of business continuity strategies and related policies and oversight of plan development, testing, and audit. Management, business unit owners, internal business partners are responsible for the development of strategic and tactical plans and procedures, training, testing, audit, contracts, and establishing and maintaining external relationships. Now, who are those external relationships with? Well, those relationships include service providers, supply chain vendors, public relations firms, insurance companies, legal counsel, law enforcement, physical security, and our regulators. The business continuity planning itself is a very proactive approach to prepare for continued operation during the disruption of normal operating conditions, which means we always have to be thinking about two paths. How do we operate in normal operating conditions, and how do we operate in adverse or abnormal conditions? Now, the objective of business continuity planning is to minimize downtime, to protect assets, and to enable the timely resumption of critical business activities. So to support this objective, generally there are three plans that are developed. Disaster recovery plans, which focus on the recovery and restoration of technology, physical plant, and people. Business continuity plans, which focus on the overall strategy for sustaining the business during the disaster and the subsequent recovery period, and a crisis communication plan, which focuses on both internal and external communication. It's also important, again, one of the lessons learned from the pandemic is that business continuity planning also extends to remote work. The business continuity planning for remote or work from home scenarios has become just increasingly important, especially with the rise of telecommuting and the potential for disruptions such as pandemic, natural disasters, and other emergencies. So when we think about remote work or work from home, some of those key considerations need to be a remote work policy, the technology infrastructure that we need, the licenses and the scalability, the equipment and the ergonomics, the security and privacy measures in those remote locations, a good communications plan, and making sure that we are in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations. So let's look at a big picture business continuity planning workflow. We start with a project initiation, and this really does qualify as a project and should have a PM or project manager. Next up is a threat assessment, which means what type of adverse or abnormal conditions are we preparing for? From there, we're going to do a business impact analysis, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But in our BIA, what we're going to be identifying is the most critical business processes that need to be maintained, as well as the supporting infrastructure. Once we've done all that, we can then build the business continuity strategy and plans. We can begin to develop that. Once that plan has been developed, it needs to be approved, right? It should be approved at the board of directors level or the highest level in the organization. And then from there, once it's approved, we will have procedures developed. Once that's all done, and we have the plans and the procedures, now we need to train everybody, right? They all need to know what they're supposed to be doing. So we need to do training. Then we need to be testing. So once we've got the plans in place and we've trained everybody, now we need to test and exercise the plan to make sure that everybody knows what to do. And then, of course, we want to have the whole process audited. We want audit to look at it with their independent eye and say, does this meet the needs of the business? You know, you're not alone in doing business continuity. There's a lot of really excellent business continuity planning resources out there. The ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, has their ISO 22301 2019 Security and Resilience, which is Business Continuity Management System requirements. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has excellent preparedness guides. DHS, the Department for Homeland Security, and ready.gov has some excellent resources for planning. And a couple other really good resources is the Business Continuity Institute, BCI, their management resources, and the Disaster Recovery Institute International, or DRII, has professional practices. So important to plan, but know that you're not alone, and there's a lot of good resources available to you. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. So 5 questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. The group responsible for approval of BCP strategy and related policies. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be the board of directors or equivalent. Number 2, this activity focuses on identification and prioritization of adverse conditions that impact the organization. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a threat assessment. Number 3, this plan describes the overall strategy for sustaining the business in adverse conditions. 1, 2, 3. That's a business continuity plan, or BCP. Number 4, a key component of this business continuity plan component is technology infrastructure, licenses, scalability, and ergonomics. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be remote work or work from home. Number 5, this plan includes strategies and procedures for the recovery of infrastructure, technology, facilities, and personnel. 1, 2, 3. And there you go, a disaster recovery plan, DRP. I hope you've been shouting them out as we go along. It's really important that you do it out loud. All right, let's move to a security in action. This is about pandemic lessons learned. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught organizations worldwide valuable lessons about the importance of effective business continuity planning. As CISO, you want to ensure that these lessons learned are incorporated into your current business continuity plan. You schedule a meeting to discuss plan updates. Who should you invite, and what would you include on the agenda? So this is really interesting. We have all of these really good, valuable lessons that we've learned, right? You're the CISO. You want to make sure that we include those or incorporate those in our current business continuity plan. So you're saying, all right, I'm going to have a meeting. We're going to talk about it. We're going to make this happen. And so the question to you is, who are you going to invite and what's going to be on your agenda? So if you want, put me on pause while you think about it. Come on back and we'll talk about the attendees and the agenda. So BCP is a shared responsibility. So your attendees should include executive management, business unit owners, and internal business partners like IT, HR, marketing, compliance, audit, training, as well as your external business partners and resources, service providers, legal counsel, regulators, financial advisors. So agenda topics to consider, well, remote work preparedness, supply chain resilience, internal-external communications, employee well-being, cross-training, compliance, and a proactive approach to addressing the unexpected. These are all probably lessons that we've learned from the pandemic. There may even be some others. But taking lessons learned, making BCP a shared responsibility, getting everybody involved, getting buy-in, getting commitment, being able to do all that, my friends, is security in action. That takes us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 7.2, Business Impact Analysis. In this lesson, we're going to focus in on how do you do a BIA. Now, the purpose of a Business Impact Analysis, or BIA, is to identify the essential services and business processes and to characterize system components and interdependencies. Now, the outcome of the BIA is going to be this prioritized matrix of services, systems, and infrastructure that's used by management to make decisions about resource prioritization, investment strategies, and ultimately to guide the development of a pantheon of plans, including incident response, disaster recovery, and business continuity. Now, here are the three primary goals of a BIA: to determine criticality and impact, to determine our recovery requirements, and to determine our recovery priority. So the first thing is the identification of critical processes, single points of failure, known as SPOF, and the associated impact of a disruption. Once we've identified that, we have to look at our recovery requirements, and that's an evaluation of the resources needed to resume business processes and related interdependencies. So example, technology, infrastructure, facilities, personnel, and third parties. And then we need to establish the prioritization and the recovery. Then we need to establish the prioritization and sequencing of recovery and resumption activities. We can't do everything all at once, so we have to come up with the priority order. So one of the first things that's determined in a BIA is what's known as a maximum tolerable downtime, or MTD. It's also referred to as a maximum tolerable outage, MTO. Those terms are used interchangeably. The maximum tolerable downtime represents the maximum time that a process or service can be unavailable without causing significant harm or impact to the business. I want to stress this isn't a technology decision, right? This is a business unit decision. This is a business unit saying, without regard to whatever the underlying technology is, this is the maximum amount of time that this particular process or service can be unavailable before it has a significant impact or causes significant harm. Now, the MTD may include the amount of time that the business can support alternate processing modes. So maybe they can go into an offline mode for a while if they need to. Now, usually when we're talking about an MTD, we also try to figure out, well, is there an SDO? Is there a service delivery objective? The service delivery objective is the acceptable level of operations in an alternate processing mode, where the operations may be less than normal, but sufficient enough to sustain the business functions until full recovery. So is there perhaps an offline mode or a manual mode that we can go into for a while, right, until we get full recovery? But we're still offering some of the services. We're just doing it maybe a little bit less than normal. So MTD and SDOs are decided by the business unit. And some of the things that they're going to take into consideration in terms of impact include dependencies, fluctuations, financial impact, a regulatory impact, a reputational impact, and a contractual impact. So dependencies mean what would be the impact of this system failing or this process failing on other functions, processes, or services. I'm also going to look at fluctuations based on date and time. It may be that if you're talking about a payroll system, if it goes down on a Monday or Tuesday, not a big deal. But maybe payroll is processed on Thursday, distributed on Friday. So Thursday and Friday become really, really important dates. So impact can vary based on date and time. Financial is what the monetary loss would be. Regulatory would be if we don't have this system operational, are there going to be any compliance issues? Reputational wouldn't be, at what point do we get a loss of customer trust and or business? And then contractual would be, do we have any contracts that say we have to be providing this service? So all of these things are taken into consideration in determining the MTD, the maximum tolerable downtime. Then we start looking at recovery. And for the BIA, we have four primary recovery metrics: RTO, recovery time objective; RPO, recovery point objective; MTTR, mean time to repair; and MTBF, mean time between failures. Now, the RTO, the recovery time objective, is the amount of time we're going to allocate for system recovery before negatively impacting other systems. Now, if we have a number of RTOs associated with an MTD, the sum of all those RTOs need to be less than the maximum tolerable downtime. In RPO, the recovery point objective is all about data. It's about acceptable data loss. That's really important. This translates to a point in time prior to a disruption that data can be recovered. And honestly, this is where I generally see the biggest gap between reality and what somebody thinks they need. If I say to a business unit, how much data Could you recreate if you needed to? And they say, oh, we could recreate maybe the last half hour. And then I say to IT, how often are you backing up their data? And they say, oh, we replicated every 12 hours. That means we could potentially have 11 and a half hours of data that could never be recovered. And that's a big issue. We either need to make other investments or change a process or change expectations. Now, MTTR is mean time to repair. It's the average time it takes to repair a failed component or device. And MTBF is a mean time between failures, which is a measure of reliability or usage stated in hours. Now, MTTR and MTBF generally come from a manufacturer. So when we're thinking about RTOs and RPOs, looking forward, looking backwards, we have a failure. The recovery point objective is really looking backwards. It's how much data can we recover, looking at weeks, days, hours, or minutes. Where recovery time objective is forward-looking, which is how quickly can we recover, again measured in minutes, hours, days, and weeks. So let's go to a business continuity planning workflow. Let's big picture. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to have to identify the critical services, the essential services, and prioritize them. From there, we'll be determining the impact. We'll be establishing the MTD, the maximum tolerable downtime, and the service delivery, SDO. And then we'll be establishing the RPO, the recovery point objective. Then, the next step will be to identify the infrastructure, determine the recovery time objectives, or the RTO, do an RTO and RPO gap analysis. So we've established our RPO and our RTO. Now we have to compare what we said we needed to what we really have. So what is the difference? We're going to do a gap analysis at that point. And then we'll report that all out to management. And then it'll be up to management to decide what they want to do in terms of investments, allocation of resources, requirements planning. But first we have to get all of this in place. Then we can report it to management, and it will be up to management to make decisions based on this input. Let me just give you a little BIA illustration. This is from a NIST special publication. It's special publication 800-34R1 from page 30. Just a little example of, we've got some business processes, the green on the left, process invoice, prepare a report, create a budget, respond to inquiries. We have what the potential impact is. Business process invoice looks like operations, more than 1,000 staff affected. Prepare the report was reputation. Media outlets announce concerns. Create a budget was reputation, congressional insight. And then respond to inquiries, that's customer service, over 500 customer complaints. So now we're saying, well, what's the maximum tolerable downtime? Right, we don't know what the technology is or anything behind the scenes here. It's just what is the impact of not having that process available. The maximum tolerable downtime you can see for processing the invoices were 72 hours. Prepare a report was 30. Creating a budget was 36. Responding to inquiries was 36. From there, in the second grouping, where the two columns are, the green and the orange, that's where we start looking at the systems, and we're looking at recovery time objectives. Looks like processing an invoice only has one system, right? An application server. And we're saying our recovery time objective is 36 hours. But look at the next one. The next one, prepare reports, which we said 30 hours, involves a web server, involves a database server, and involves our desktop computers. And we have to make sure that all of that together is less than 30 hours. Now, because it's three different systems, they look like they can be worked on concurrently. Again, the creating the budget just had the database server, and responding to inquiries just had those desktop computers. But you can see that we need to match the technology or the infrastructure with the business process. So that's sort of that last step of doing our BIA. All right, my friends, that takes us to a 3-second challenge. Are you ready? 5 questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Maximum time a process or service can be unavailable without causing significant damage to the business. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a maximum tolerable downtime, MTD. But if you said maximum tolerable outage, MTO, well, you'd be right. Number 2, amount of time allocated for system recovery. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be recovery time objective, or RTO. Number 3, acceptable data loss expressed in time. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a recovery point objective, or an RPO. Number 4, acceptable level of operations in an alternate processing mode. 1, 2, 3. And that's a service delivery objective, or an SDO. And lastly, number 5, measure of reliability stated in hours. 1, 2, 3, and that's a mean time between failures, or MTBF. All right, let's do a security in action. This is about a business impact analysis. Any town bank's mission-critical priority is to be able to serve customers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Now, to facilitate this, they have an internet banking platform, and they've determined that their internet banking application can operate in an offline customer transaction mode for 60 minutes with minimal customer impact. Now, if the platform is totally unavailable for 90 minutes or more, complaints are significant. Now, they can manually recreate the last 30 minutes of transactions. So I want you to tell me, what is the SDO, the service delivery objective, the MTD, the maximum tolerable downtime, the RPO, the recovery point objective, and the RTO for this scenario? All right, you're definitely going to want to put me on pause for this and figure out those 4 BIA metrics from the case study we have. All right, let's look at those BIA metrics. The service delivery objective, SDO, is 60 minutes, meaning that they can operate in this offline mode for 60 minutes. Right? That's how long they can operate without a problem, once the system isn't available. The maximum tolerable downtime, or the MTD, is 150 minutes. Right? It's going to be 60 plus 90. So that's going to be 150 minutes. The recovery point objective is going to be 30 minutes. Now, the recovery time objective, RTO, is less than 150 minutes combined for all applicable components and interdependencies. Remember, 150 minutes was our maximum tolerable downtime, which was the 90 minutes, right, that customers would be impacted by, plus the 60 that we can work in our alternate mode, or our service delivery objective mode. Now, preferably, it's actually less than the 60, right? So there isn't any downtime. They've just moved into this alternate processing mode for a while, right? And hopefully that is totally transparent to the end user, so preferably less than 60. Know these metrics. Understand SDO, MTD, RPO, and RTO. Knowing them, being able to apply them to a scenario, being able to conduct a BIA, that for sure is security in action. Right? That's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 8.1, Workforce Lifecycle Security. So who is an organization's workforce? Well, an organization's workforce may include permanent, full-time, and part-time employees, temporary workers, independent contractors, and/or freelancers. Now, permanent employees are individuals in an ongoing employment relationship with an organization. Freelancers and independent contractors are individuals engaged on a project basis, typically without a long-term commitment. Regardless of the status, all are subject to personnel policies and practices. Now, security practices really need to be embedded in each stage of the workforce lifecycle. So let's take a look at the workforce lifecycle. We're going to have our security practices, right? We're going to embed them everywhere. We're going to embed them when we're doing recruiting and hiring, when we're doing onboarding, when we're during the employment stage, and during termination and offboarding. So let's take a look at each one of these stages: recruiting and hiring, onboarding, employment, termination, and offboarding. So even before we brought somebody into our organization, we need to be thinking about good security practices. The entire recruiting process, inclusive of job postings, job descriptions, even the interview process, needs to reflect an organizational culture committed to information or cybersecurity. Now, companies need to protect candidate data, including non-public, personally identifiable information, demographics, work history, accomplishments, education, compensation, previous employer feedback, references, clearance, and certification. So it kind of goes back to the idea of data minimization, right? You need to protect everything you collect, so don't collect what you don't need. And if the candidate is hired, the obligation extends to the workforce. I also really want you to think about what happens during that interview process. In that interview process, we may disclose some details about the organization. And if we're going to disclose those details, we may want to have a non-disclosure agreement. We also really want to be thinking about in the recruiting process where we're bringing people in our organization. It may feel really awesome to bring them into our data center, but if I'm an adversary just using a job posting to learn more about your organization, to do reconnaissance, you probably don't want me in your data center. So really think about what's in those job postings, in those job descriptions, what we're saying in their interview, how we're interacting with potential candidates. For a potential candidate, we're probably going to want to learn more about them. So candidate screening includes doing background checks and social media analysis. Those are very common due diligence activities. Now, how significant, meaning the depth and breadth of a background check, should really be related to job roles, responsibilities, and levels of access. So what do they have access to? How much access do they have? Now, consent should always be requested before you do a background check because the applicant does have a right to privacy. And any data you collect should be, I would say must be, protected. The social media analysis for candidate screening is also subject to several considerations. You don't want to run afoul, particularly of non-discrimination laws. So you need to have consent and, of course, compliance with privacy regulations. Whatever you're doing in social media to learn about the candidate should be relevant, and you want to make sure that there's no discriminatory practices. So very often, this activity will not be done by the manager of the department. It may be done by somebody in HR, human resources, who's very familiar with kind of the do's and don'ts of social media analysis and screening. Once we've hired somebody, we're going to bring them into our organization. And the term we use for bringing them in is onboarding. Onboarding being the process of integrating new personnel into the organizational culture, as well as providing the tools and the information that they need to be successful. So we have user orientation, we have user provisioning, and introduction of user controls. This all happens in the onboarding phase. The user orientation is the initial task of completing all the paperwork, including any agreements, introduction to the organization, and their initial training. Although I'm a big believer that no one ever remembers anything that they learned during the initial training. Now, user provisioning is the process of creating user accounts and credentials, assigning access rights and permissions, and providing assets, and of course, continuing to train. And then user controls are introduced, and as applicable, they are implemented. So let's look at some standard user security controls: job rotation, mandatory vacation, dual control, and separation of duties. Now, job rotation is the control or the process of rotating assignments and duties. Now, why would we do that? Well, one is we're trying to deter any type of malicious activity or fraud. Two, we're promoting cross-training so that we don't have an SPOF. An SPOF is a single point of failure. Next is mandatory vacation. Now, mandatory vacation is requiring employees to use their vacation time. Now, that's obviously really good for everybody's mental and emotional health, but it also has some other benefits. It is a good malicious activity deterrent, and of course, it also promotes cross-training because if you have to take vacation time, somebody else needs to do your job. Now, dual control is requiring more than one subject to complete a specific task. So let me give you an example. Let's say in a bank, we want to open the door to the vault. So I need two people who work at that bank branch to go to the vault, and they each maybe have a key. They each put their key in and turn it, or maybe it's biometric, or maybe they have to put in a code. But they're both doing the same exact activity. But I need both of them to do it in order to complete the task of opening the vault. That would be dual control. And lastly, we have separation of duties. Separation of duties is breaking a task into separate processes so that no one subject is in complete control or has complete decision-making power. So let me give you an example of paying a vendor. Let's say we pay our vendors using a wire transfer. Well, if one person could do it, they could create vendors, they could create payments, they could send the payments out, and no one would be any of the wiser. But what if we broke that into 3 different tasks? We have user A who logs into the wire transfer program, and all they can do is set up a new vendor. They can't set up a payment. They can't authorize a payment. They can only set up a vendor. User B, when they log in, all they can do is set up a payment. They can't set up a new vendor. They can't authorize it. They can just say, we're going to pay this vendor X amount. And user C, when they log into the program, the only thing they can do is authorize a payment that's already in the system, meaning they can't create a vendor, they can't create a payment. All they can do is authorize a payment that already exists. So that would be breaking that task into 3 separate processes so that no one subject is in complete control or has complete decision-making power. That's separation of duties. The termination is at the end of the employment period. It can be planned or unplanned. It can be friendly or unfriendly. Tasks include recovering physical and access control assets, deleting or disabling on-premise, cloud, business partner, and remote access, deleting or disabling user accounts and access permissions, archiving documents and email, and reassigning file and folder permissions. Termination-related tasks should be documented. I mean, there should be a checklist or a documented procedure. Offboarding is the process of managing a departure. Now, offboarding tasks include documenting our separation details, ensuring a knowledge transfer, and conducting an exit interview. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Question 1, the process of integrating a new employee. 1, 2, 3, and that's onboarding. Number 2, reasons for job rotation and mandatory vacations. 1, 2, 3, malicious activity deterrent, and cross-training. Number 3, this process includes creating user accounts and assigning credentials. 1, 2, 3, and that's provisioning. Number 4, requiring more than one user to complete a specific task. 1, 2, 3, and that's dual control. Number 5, termination that has been mutually agreed to. 1, 2, 3. We went by this one really quickly. This is a friendly termination. All right, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about social media recruiting. Your company is growing rapidly and is using every avenue possible to recruit recent and soon-to-be college graduates. Now, a very popular approach is for department managers to use social media platforms such as LinkedIn and Facebook to identify or to eliminate and reach out to potential candidates. Do you have any concerns or considerations about this approach? Okay, so we're growing really fast. We really need to find employees. We're using every avenue possible to recruit recent as well as soon-to-be college graduates. We're using things like LinkedIn and Facebook to identify or to eliminate and reach out to potential candidates. Are you good with this? Any concerns or considerations? What do you think? Put me on pause. Think about it for a second. Jot down some notes and come on back. Well, here might be your concerns and considerations. Use of social media to recruit and examine potential candidates is an emerging area of law. So HR, the human resources, and your legal departments should definitely be involved and consulted. Now, if department managers plan to recruit on social media platforms, they should be sure not to include any information in their posts that could be used for attack reconnaissance, meaning we don't want to expose any details like, we're hiring for our first ever patch manager. We've never had that before. We don't want that kind of information out there. Now, all correspondence with potential applicants should be through official channels so that there is a record of activity. And it's critical to not run afoul of non-discrimination laws. Right? If you're going to eliminate someone, right, the concern is, did you eliminate them because of gender, race, ethnicity, a handicap, right? All of those would run afoul of non-discrimination laws, which is why generally any type of social media outreach really should be handled by the HR department. Knowing all this, following the rules, doing it right, that, my friend, is security in action. All right, that takes us to the end of this lesson. I look forward to seeing you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 8.2, Workforce and Third-Party Policies and Agreements. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at policies and agreements that impact both our workforce and our third parties. Now, workforce and third-party policies and agreements are designed to establish clear expectations as well as, and this is important, the consequences of non-compliance. Now, workforce policies and agreements should establish clear expectations regarding information security or cybersecurity practices, access to data and systems, and confidentiality requirements. Now, our third parties, which includes vendors, consultants, and contractors, our policies and agreements govern the relationship, access to data and systems, and confidentiality requirements. So we've got overlap between our workforce policies and agreements and our third-party policies and agreements. So let's talk about access agreements first. There are two types of access agreements that you want to be familiar with: a non-disclosure agreement, known as an NDA, and an acceptable use agreement. A non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, is used to establish data ownership and the reason that data or information is being provided or shared. Now, it stipulates data use criteria, so what you can do with that data or that information. It protects data disclosure. Who else can you tell about it? In the case of a patent, it would prevent forfeiture of patent rights. And what's important about an NDA is it generally survives a relationship. So once there's no longer a relationship, an NDA can still survive for a period of time. The next agreement is an acceptable use agreement. Now, an acceptable use policy agreement is an acknowledgement that the user understands and agrees to abide by the acceptable use policy, which we'll talk about in just a moment, including sanctions for violations up to and including termination. Now, the agreement should clearly state if and how the user will be monitored and any limitations of privacy. And the agreement should be executed prior to the user being granted access to information and information systems. So what's an acceptable use policy? Well, I wish this policy didn't have the word policy in it, because everything I just told you about policies is going to seem odd when we talk about this. Remember, I said that a policy was a very high-level document, instructional document, and that the implementation details all belonged in standards. And that's true, with an exception of the acceptable use policy. An acceptable use policy is a policy document that is written for the end user community in mind, and it details user obligations pertaining to information and information systems. Now, it's basically a compendium of rules that say how can they act or how shouldn't they act. And it covers things like, your authentication and remote access and mobile devices and use of email and use of internet and use of social media. So it's really a combination of policies and standards that are written specifically for the end user. So it contains the rules that specifically pertain to access, acceptable behavior, required and prohibited activities. So I wish it was just called an acceptable use something, but it does have the word policy, but don't get confused with everything we talked about earlier. Now, the AUP, the acceptable use policy, should be written in language that can be easily and unequivocally understood, because we're going to ask people to sign an associated agreement that says, yes, I understand it and I agree to it. So we want to make sure that the language that we use, right, can easily and unequivocally, again, there's no question, right, understood. Now, your AUP should be periodically refreshed and the agreement re-signed. So next, let's talk about third-party agreements. These are a series of agreements that we might have with a third party. We may have one or two or three of them, all depending on what the relationship is. We have MOAs, ISAs, SLAs, and BPAs. An MOA is a memorandum of agreement, which is a legally enforceable document that establishes a contractual relationship. And very often, it's a precursor to a BPA, a business partner agreement. Now, don't confuse MOAs with MOUs. An MOU is a memorandum of understanding, and that's a non-binding document. It's not a legally binding, it's a non-binding document. An ISA is an interconnection security agreement, and it's used to document technical requirements, ownership, and management of equipment and supporting infrastructure. So say, for example, a third party has a router in your data center. The ISA is going to cover things like who owns the router, who's managing the router, who has admin rights, who is doing vulnerability management, meaning doing upgrades on it, who will replace it if it fails, who determines what perhaps the IP addressing should be. All of that would be in the ISA. Next, we have an SLA. An SLA is a service level agreement. Service level agreement is used to codify service and support requirements, and it may include incentives for doing a great job or it may include penalties for not doing such a great job. And lastly, we have a BPA. A BPA is a business partner agreement, which is really just a fancy way of saying a big contract. It's a comprehensive legal document that outlines the terms and conditions of a relationship between two or more business entities. So make sure you can distinguish between these: MOA, ISA, SLA, and BPA. Now, in your contracts, you may try to insert what's known as a right to audit contract provision. A right to audit contract provision or clause grants the contract holder the right to conduct or oversee an audit of the service provider's facilities and practices. In reality, most people aren't going to allow you to put that in a contract. Now, this provision is often limited to annually unless there's been a security breach or a complaint related to the service provider's privacy and security practices. In reality, most organizations are not going to agree to allow you to come in and do an audit. So what's the alternative? An alternative is requiring the service provider to have independent audits of its own compliance with industry standards, like an SSAE 18 report that's done by the AICPA, that's the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, completed, and then the results provided. And in a later lesson, we'll talk more about what an SSAE 18 actually is. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Document that details user obligations pertaining to information and information systems. 1, 2, 3. And that's an acceptable use policy. Next one, agreement used to establish data ownership and protect data from unauthorized use and/or disclosure. What's that going to be? 1, 2, 3. And that's a confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement, known as an NDA. Number 3, agreement that documents technical requirements. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be an interconnection security agreement, or an ISA. Number 4, agreement that codifies service and support requirements. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, everybody's going to get this one, I know it. That's an SLA, a service level agreement. And lastly, number 5, a comprehensive legal document that outlines the terms and conditions between two or more parties. 1, 2, 3. And that's a business partner agreement, also known as a BPA. All right, that brings us to a security in action about employee behavior. You're concerned that a relatively new employee's behavior may be putting the security of the organization at risk. You express your concern to the Human Resources or HR director. The HR director asks you, well, what do you think we should do? What do you recommend? The question for you is, how are you going to respond? Again, so we've got this relatively new employee, right? I don't know what they're doing, but you're concerned, right, that they're putting the security of the organization at risk. So you go to HR and you say, listen, I have this concern. And the HR director says, you're the security person. What do you think we should do? How are you going to respond? So go ahead and put me on pause, think about this for a minute, then come on back. Well, you may want to suggest first reviewing the AUP, right, the accepted use policy, with the employee and discussing why these practices are important. Right? They may not understand, and their actions may be totally inadvertent. You want to ensure that the employee participates in appropriate training, and if concerns persist, you want to be monitoring user activity to document risky behavior. And then if the behavior doesn't improve, you'll need to follow your termination policies and procedures. It's also important that in your AUP and then the associated agreement, right, we said what happened, right, what is the consequences, right, if you don't follow the procedures that are outlined here in the AUP, which generally will include consequences up to and including termination. Being able to do all this, being able to advise another department like HR, being able to have empathy for a user whose actions may be totally inadvertent, and then teaching them, training them, getting them to do the right thing, that, my friends, is definitely security in action. Right, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 9.1, Risk Basics. Now, we've got 6 lessons about risk, and this one sets the foundation. So if I asked you to tell me in one word how you would define risk, what would you say? Go ahead and shout something out. One word, define risk for me. Well, I bet the answers are things like threats, danger, bad, right? Those are all words that probably came out. But here's how I really want you to define risk. If we had to define risk in one word, the word would be uncertainty. Because risk is broadly defined as uncertainty of outcome. The riskier something is, the less certain we are of how it's going to work out, right? The less risky something is, the more certain we are of how it's going to work out. Now, risk or uncertainty is assessed by evaluating a combination of the likelihood of something happening and the impact if it does happen. Now, the outcome could be positive or negative. Now, in our organizations, generally, we're going to focus on the negative risk, the negative being what if something bad happens. But in general, right, risk could be, the outcome of risk could be positive or negative. So generally, risk is going to be studied from the perspective of a negative outcome or consequence, like what bad could happen. Negative risk is a function of likelihood and impact. The likelihood being the probability or chance that a particular risk event would occur, and the impact is a measure of the magnitude of harm. So likelihood, right? What's the chance this is going to happen? Impact, how much is it going to hurt, right? What's the magnitude of harm? So let's look at likelihood and impact factors, right? How likely it is to happen really involves threats, vulnerabilities, and control strength. A threat is a danger. Our vulnerability is a weakness. Control strength is the work factor required. And so how likely is this danger? How weak or vulnerable are we to it? And how strong are our controls? All that's going to impact likelihood. Impact factors are going to be influenced by volatility, velocity, and cascade. Volatility being the variance of conditions, both internal and external. Velocity is speed of the impact, how quickly is it going to happen, and cascade is a chain reaction of events. So we're going to look at all of these: threats, vulnerabilities, control strength, volatility, velocity, and cascade. A threat is a category of objects, persons, or processes, or events that represent a potential danger to an asset. Now, threats can be adversarial or non-adversarial. An adversary is when we have an actual opponent, right? And a threat actor is going to be an adversary with malicious intent. So what would be non-adversarial? Well, a tree that might fall on our building, right? We don't have an opponent, but that tree had a weakness, it fell over, it damaged our building. That would be a non-adversarial threat. An adversarial threat is when we have an opponent. A vulnerability is a weakness. Now, that weakness can be in a hardware, software, people, or processes. Now, the vulnerability in and of itself doesn't pose an imminent danger, but rather the vulnerability or the weakness, right, is the gateway to an exploit. It's the gateway to us being harmed. Now, controls are going to be tactics, mechanisms, or strategies that proactively minimize risk. And work factor is the estimate of the time, effort, and resources that are needed by an adversary to succeed. Now, the work factor is directly related to the strength and the effectiveness of our control environment. The stronger we are, right, the more more intense the work factor needs to be, right? The more time, effort, and resources the adversary will need to succeed. Now, in later lessons, we're going to talk a lot about different types of controls. Risk volatility describes the extent to which the level of risk is likely to change over time. Low risk volatility means the level of risk is relatively stable and predictable over time, where high risk volatility means the level of risk is likely to fluctuate significantly over time. Risk velocity measures how fast an exposure can impact an organization. So risk velocity is the time that passes between the occurrence of the event and when the organization first feels its effects or its impact. When velocity is low, we've got plenty of time, right? Time to detect and time to respond. But when velocity is very high, right, detection and response become much more challenging because it just happens so fast. Now, cascading risk is a principle that often risks are linked, and failing to address one risk can cause a chain reaction. Now, cascading risk is divided into three categories: parallel risk, serial risk, and mixed risk, where mixed risk really refers to the combination of parallel and serial. Right? So parallel all happening at the same time, serial one after the other, hybrid a combination of parallel and serial. The risk appetite is the level of risk an organization is comfortable engaging in. And the board of directors or equivalent determines the risk appetite on a per category basis. So they don't ever say our risk appetite for our whole organization is high, medium, or low, whatever it is, because there's lots of different risk categories in an organization, right? We might have strategic risk, reputational risk, transactional risk, capital risk, financial risk, cyber risk, ESG risk, entrepreneurial risk, right? You could have 10, 12 or more different categories. And it's up to the board of directors to determine their level of risk in each category. And it's not unusual to have different levels of risk. They might say we're willing to take more risk in strategic risk. We'll have a medium or high level, but when it comes to compliance risk, we never want to be out of compliance, so that we have, very a low risk appetite when it comes to compliance or legal issues. So they're going to determine this, and then they're going to publish a risk appetite statement for use by the organization. Again, multiple categories of business risk: strategic, reputational, operational, financial, compliance, legal, resilience, and plenty more. Now, risk management implies that actions are being taken to either mitigate the impact of an unfavorable outcome and/or enhance the likelihood of a positive outcome. Now, every organization needs to manage risk, right, in alignment with, of course, their strategic objectives, compliance requirements, legal requirements, and in accordance with their risk appetite. I want to make sure that you're not confusing risk tolerance and risk appetite. Risk appetite is our general level of risk acceptable for a category. Risk tolerance, when you see that term, is an acceptable variation in outcome related to a very specific performance measure. Okay, we've covered a lot of topics here. We've got 5 more lessons about risk to go, where we're going to dive deep into all of these. So let's do a 3-second challenge together. Probability that an event will occur. 1, 2, 3. And that's likelihood. Number 2, uncertainty of outcome. 1, 2, 3. And that, my friends, is just risk. Number 3, measure of the magnitude of harm. 1, 2, 3. And that's impact. Number 4, how fast an exposure can impact an organization. 1, 2, 3. And that's velocity. And that's the one you really, really have to pay attention to. And lastly, number 5, the level of risk an organization is comfortable engaging in. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a risk appetite. Remember, it's not just one risk appetite. It's generally going to be on a per category basis determined by the board of directors. All right, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about risk evaluation. Historically, your organization has very myopically evaluated risk at the business unit level, and you're concerned that absent a more holistic view, enterprise risk may be overlooked or misunderstood. You express your discomfort to the Chief Risk Officer, and she asked you to elaborate. What might be your response? So what's happening is that risk is only being evaluated at the business unit level, not the big picture, right? We don't have a holistic view. And so we don't know really what's happening at the enterprise level. And you're worried that enterprise risks might be overlooked or misunderstood. And you tell this to the Chief Risk Officer, and she says, well, tell me more. What do you mean? So put me on pause, think about it for a sec, come on back and share your response. Well, business units are encouraged to evaluate risk, right? That's really important. But it's critical that risk or uncertainty isn't assessed in a vacuum. The business unit evaluations should roll up to an enterprise-level assessment, taking into consideration organizational threats and vulnerabilities, internal and external volatility, velocity, cascading risk, what happens in one area, how is it going to affect another, and alignment with the organization's risk appetite statement. So while it's important to do at the business unit level, we really have to have everything roll up to the enterprise level. Surprisingly, that Chief Risk Officer should have known that. Being able to explain this, right, in a very comprehensive yet concise way, respectful, is for sure security in action. All right, my friends, that's the end of this lesson. Let's head on over to the next one. See you there. Welcome to Lesson 9.2, Risk Assessment. In this lesson, we're going to look at the components of a risk assessment. But let's start with defining what do we mean by risk assessment. A risk assessment is a structured method of understanding risk. Now, there are 4 distinct processes within a risk assessment. There is risk identification, risk analysis, risk evaluation, and risk response. And together, in this lesson, we're going to look at all 4. So risk identification is also referred to as your risk universe, and that's the process of determining and documenting various risk scenarios. And scope and prioritization of assessment are based on this risk identification, right, as well as system criticality and classification. So when we're determining what we're going to be doing our risk assessments on, right, we're really looking at what our risk universe is, and then we're prioritizing them, and also based on system criticality and classification. The second process is risk analysis, and that's a process by which likelihood, impact, and level of risk are determined. And in the next lesson, we'll look at quantitative and qualitative risk analysis. Evaluation is the process of comparing the results of the risk analysis with the organization's risk appetite and risk tolerance. Remember, risk appetite is more that big picture by category. Risk tolerance is specific performance measures. And then response is the process of determining a recommended course of action, and that's also referred to as a risk treatment. So let's talk about risk assessment scoping. Risk assessment scoping is the process of defining the parameters, establishing the focus of the assessment, determining what will be included and not included, identifying the stakeholders, establishing the timeframes, and the reporting guidelines. Now, the goal of scoping is to provide clarity and direction to the entire risk assessment process, assuring that it's relevant, that it's effective, and that it's aligned with the organization's objectives. Now, there are some great risk assessment frameworks available to you to use. And, so you don't have to be reinventing the wheel. So some methodologies that I want to introduce you to is the NIST Risk Management Framework, ISO 31000, Octave, and COBIT 2019. So NIST has this incredibly awesome risk management framework. We're going to talk more about it in just a moment. They also have a special publication. It's Special Publication 800-31, which is a guide to conducting risk assessments. ISO has their 31000 2018 risk management guidelines and the IEC 31010 2019 risk assessment techniques. Octave, which stands for Operationally Critical Threat, Asset, and Vulnerability Assessment. This was a risk assessment framework that was developed at the Carnegie Mellon Institute Software Engineering Institute, or CMSCI. Octave works particularly well in smaller environments. And then we have COBIT 2019, and COBIT can be used to map risk with governance and management objectives, includes relevant information for risk management, a risk profile, a risk register, and risk maturity. So let's talk a little bit more about the NIST Risk Management Framework. The NIST Risk Management Framework is widely adopted in the public and private sectors. And the expectation is that organizations and agencies, federal and state and local agencies, will adapt and customize the methodology based on size, complexity, industry sector, regulatory requirements, and threat vector. That also holds true for the NIST CSF, the cybersecurity framework, as well as the NIST privacy framework. Again, that you can adapt it and customize it. All right, that was a quick lesson. That, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. Scoping and prioritization of identified risks. 1, 2, 3. That is your risk universe. Number 2, the process by which likelihood, impact, and level of residual risks are determined. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be risk analysis. Number 3, the process of comparing the results of a risk analysis with the organization's risk appetite. 1, 2, 3. And that's risk evaluation. Number 4, risk assessment methodology developed at Carnegie Mellon University Software Engineering Institute. 1, 2, 3, and that's Octave. And lastly, number 5, setting the parameters of a risk assessment. 1, 2, 3, and that's risk scoping. Right, that brings us to a security in action. This is about a risk assessment framework. Your U.S.-based employer provides services to both the public and private sector. Now, as part of their vendor due diligence, several of your public sector clients have begun asking about your organization's risk assessment framework. Now, the current approach was developed in-house and works okay, but the director of sales is wondering if this is going to satisfy their requirements. So what's your response? So we are a U.S.-based employer, right? And we have both private and public sector clients. But we've got some of our public sector clients, public sector means government, so our government and clients asking, what do you have for a risk assessment framework? And it turns out you have one, but it was developed in-house, so it doesn't seem to have a name. And the director of sales, who has to respond to these due diligence requests, is saying, what do I tell them? Is this going to satisfy their requirements? I want to know what you think. What's your response? So go ahead and put me on pause. Think about that. Come back and we'll talk about a response. So really it depends upon the robustness of the in-house approach. So one option would be to map or cross-reference the current in-house approach or the current processes to a well-known framework, such as ISO 31000, the ISACA COVID-19, or the NIST risk management framework. So you can say, this is what we have, this is how it cross-references to those frameworks. That's one option. Alternately, the organization could choose to transition from that in-house approach and adopt a risk assessment framework that those public sector clients are familiar and comfortable with. So, for example, the NIST risk management framework. Now, the benefit, and this truly is a benefit of this approach, is standardization and reduced dependence upon an in-house author. Between the two, I think that might be the way I'd go. But being able to decide how to respond to the question, what approach you should adopt, if you're going to continue with your in-house and map them or transition to a new approach, well, being able to do all that and lead your organization, that, my friends, is security in action. That brings us to the end of this lesson. Let's head on over to the next lesson. I'll see you there. Welcome to Lesson 9.3, Risk Analysis. In this lesson, we're going to look at a couple of different approaches to doing a risk analysis. Now, risk analysis is a process by which likelihood, impact, and the level of risk are determined. Now, the outcome will include both inherent and residual risk ratings. What's the difference? Inherent risk is a level of risk before controls or safeguards have been implemented, and residual risk is a level of risk after controls or safeguards have been implemented. So let's do a big picture risk analysis workflow. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to determine what the target is of our risk analysis and the scope. Then we'll determine the methodology we're going to use, and in just a moment we'll look at 3 different methodologies. Then we will identify the inherent threats to that particular target. We'll assess the impact if that threat source was successful. Then we'll identify applicable controls that we have in place and how effective they are. And then we'll determine the likelihood of occurrence, right? The likelihood of that threat source being successful, assuming we have all of these controls that are effective. And that will allow us to determine the level of residual risk. Now, that's a very big picture, kind of broad overview of doing a risk analysis. There are 3 risk analysis methodologies you want to be familiar with: qualitative, semi-qualitative, and quantitative. Qualitative analysis uses narrative to describe likelihood and impact. Now, the outcome is a descriptor. Semi-qualitative uses qualitative categories, assign numeric values to allow for the calculation of numeric results. So the outcome is going to be a numeric indicator and an associated descriptor. And in a quantitative analysis, we're going to assign values to likelihood and impact. And the outcome is going to be expressed in financial terms or monetary. Qualitative risk analysis uses descriptive scales to indicate inherent risk, likelihood, impact, and residual risk. But even though they're using a descriptor or narrative, I don't want you to have the impression they're subjective. They're generally very well defined. Now, qualitative risk analysis relies on the judgment and the experience of the experts and the stakeholders. And the qualitative risk analysis approach is going to be most appropriate in situations where there are non-tangible elements of risk, for example, reputation, that need to be considered, and or when there's a lack of meaningful numeric data. In a semi-qualitative risk analysis, it's going to combine qualitative assessments with some quantitative elements. It introduces numeric values or ranges to express a level of likelihood and impact. Instead of relying solely on descriptive scales, semi-qualitative methods assign numerical scores to different levels of impact and likelihood. Now, these scores might be based on expert judgment or historical data. And this approach really allows for just a bit more nuance, a little more nuanced understanding of the risks. Now, a risk heat map is a visual representation of the risk, and a heat map typically uses colors to indicate level of risk associated with different events or factors. Now, here's an example of a heat map just as a way to visually present the results of the risk assessment. Quantitative risk analysis assigns numeric values to all elements of the analysis. So let's go through the various elements. This is always a test question, so you want to make sure you know these. We have an asset value, which is the value of the resource to the organization. That's whatever the target is of the risk assessment, and that's going to be abbreviated as AV. There's the exposure factor, and that's the percent of asset value that would be lost. In other words, it's the impact, and it's going to be presented as a percentage, either from 0 to 100%. Single loss expectancy, or SLE, is the financial impact of a single event, and there's a formula that you need to know here. And the formula is SLE equals AV times EF, which is single loss expectancy is asset value times exposure factor. So what is the monetary cost if this event happened one time? Then we have an annualized rate of occurrence, which is abbreviated as ARO, and that's how often in a single year is the event expected to occur. If it's going to happen once a year, it'd be once, twice a year, twice, 5 times, 5. But what if it's going to happen every other year? Well, then that would be 0.5. How about every 3 years? 0.33. Every 10? 0.10. And from there, we'll be able to derive an annualized loss expectancy. Now, annualized loss expectancy formula is ALE equals SLE times ARO. Annualized loss expectancy is single loss expectancy times the annualized rate of occurrence. Now, why annualize? Well, because we annualize everything in business, right? We annualize our financial statements. We annualize our tax payments. We annualize our budgets. Everything becomes annualized. So we need to annualize the impact of the risk assessment as well. So let's go through a quantitative risk assessment together, really focusing on the formulas. Our first one is a single loss expectancy. Remember, single loss expectancy is asset value times exposure factor. So what we're looking at here is the revenue from 1 hour of e-commerce. I mean, that means our target was the e-commerce server, and the way we're valuing that asset is by revenue. Now, this is just for the illustration. We could have valued it by margin. We could have valued it by profit. We're just doing it by revenue, and we're doing it for 1 hour. Could have done it by a day, a year, a week, a month, but we're just making it really simple here for us. So we're saying revenue from 1 hour of e-commerce is $20,000. And the threat that we're looking at is a DDoS attack. And we're saying that a DDoS attack could disrupt 85% of online activity. That's the impact. So the exposure factor is 85%. So our formula is going to be 20,000 times 0.85. That means our single loss expectancy is $17,000. And we can expect to lose $17,000 for every hour of e-commerce lost based on a DDoS attack. All right, now let's annualize this. We said the annualized loss expectancy is single loss expectancy times annualized rate of occurrence. So we just said our single loss expectancy for an hour of DDoS disruption was 17,000. So based on the current threat and controls environment, it's expected that there will be 5 hours of DDoS disruption a year. So we're going to take our 17,000, that was our SLE, times 5, that was our ARO, and we're going to learn that we might have a monetary exposure or a financial loss of $85,000 a year. That's our annualized loss expectancy. But look how much this changes when the ARO changes. What if the alternate scenario was 30 minutes of DDoS disruption per year. Well, 30 minutes is half an hour. That'd be 0.5. So now our formula is going to be 17,000 times 0.5, resulting in 8,500 of ALE. And that we might say, all right, we're cool with that. We'll take a chance on 8,500, while for sure we don't like the 85,000 number. So make sure you know these two formulas. SLE is AV times EF, and ALE is SLE times ARO. So what happens if it turns out that the number's too high? Well, that's where we would do a cost-benefit analysis, because we're going to have to make additional investments, right, to mitigate that cost, right? So risk mitigation is always subject to a cost-benefit analysis. Now, a cost-benefit analysis is the process of comparing the estimated cost and benefits to determine whether it makes sense to proceed from a business perspective. Now, if the cost of the control that we want to add, right, is significantly lower than the losses without the control, well, the cost of the control is going to be generally justified, makes sense. If the cost of the control, though, is significantly higher than the loss without the control, well, the cost may not be justified. There still may be times you'll choose to put it in. There may be compliance or regulatory issues. When the cost and benefits are about the same, you want to do a return on investment analysis to determine whether the cost is justified. But let me just show you how a cost-benefit analysis would work. We do a annualized loss expectancy. We'd calculate ALE1, like we did in our example. Then, if we said 85,000, like we did in our example, is too high, we would identify some mitigating controls that could lower that, and we have to be able to document the associated cost of those controls. Then we're going to recalculate the ALE with the new controls, and we'll call that recalculated ALE ALE2. Now, how are we going to determine whether we should put in those controls, whether it's worth it? Well, we're going to compare ALE1 to ALE2 plus the cost of the new controls. And that's going to tell us, does it make sense to put these controls in? So doing that really will guide our next steps. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. The level of risk before controls or safeguards have been implemented. 1, 2, 3, and that's inherent risk. Number 2, risk analysis approach is appropriate when there's a lack of meaningful numeric data. 1, 2, 3, that's qualitative. Number 3, AV times EF equals what? You know this. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be SLE, or single loss expectancy. Number 4, SLE times ARO equals what? It's that other formula. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be our annualized loss expectancy, or our ALE. And lastly, the objective of this process is to determine whether the benefits of a particular action or project outweigh its cost. And that is a cost-benefit analysis, or a CBA. And that brings us to a security in action. And this time we're going to do a quantitative risk analysis together. You're definitely going to need pencil and paper for this one. Your company hosts websites. You have 300 web servers that are geographically segmented. Each server hosts an average of 100 websites, and businesses pay a monthly fee of $75 for money-back guaranteed service, meaning they'll get their monthly fee back if they don't have service during that month. Your organization is concerned about a ransomware attack. The IT team estimates that a ransomware attack could encrypt 60% of the servers before they could mitigate the attack. They suggest that a ransomware attack could occur every 2 years, and it would take 3 days to recover. So what is the SLE and the ALE? So we have 300 web servers. They each host 100 websites. We've got a monthly fee of $75 per website, but it's a money-back guarantee. We're concerned about ransomware. The IT team says, we might have a 60% impact, and that could occur every 2 years. So I want to know, what's the SLE and the ALE? Go ahead and put me on pause while you figure this all out. All right, here are SLE and ALE calculations. The monthly asset value is 300, right? There's the 300 web servers times 100 websites times 75. That's 2.25 million, right? We're valuing this asset on a monthly basis because that's what we know about, the monthly fee. The exposure factor is 60% because we were told that ransomware would impact 60% of the servers. So our single loss expectancy is going to be 2,250,000 times 0.6. That was our exposure factor. That's 1,350,000. With me still? All right, now let's do our annualized loss expectancy. Our annualized rate of occurrence is 0.5 because we said it would happen every 2 years, so every other year, so it's 0.5. So our annualized loss expectancy is going to be our single loss expectancy of 1,350,000 times 0.5, and which would be 675,000, which is pretty significant. And in fact, we may want to get insurance to cover that cost, or we want to be looking at mitigating controls. And if we look at some mitigating controls, we have to recalculate with the ALE, with the mitigating controls, taking into account the cost of those controls to determine if those controls make sense from a fiscal perspective. Being able to do all this, my friends, absolutely security in action. All right, that wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 9.4, risk response and treatment. In this lesson, we're going to talk about, well, what do we do once we know the level of risk? Risk appetite, risk tolerance, cost, compliance requirements, and external considerations are all factors we use in determining the appropriate response and treatment. Now, risk response is the responsibility to determine how to respond to the outcome of a risk analysis, where risk treatment is to select one or more options for addressing an identified risk. Well, who makes the decisions about how we're going to respond? Let's do a really simple risk response authority illustration. So let's start with timing. Now, the initial results of all risk analysis must be presented to executive management and business processes and owners within 7 days of completion. Again, this is not a hard and fast rule. This is just an illustration of how you might manage risk response in an organization. We may then go on to say that low risk can be accepted by a business process owner. Elevated risk must be responded to within 15 days by the business process owner, and treatment is at the discretion of senior management. And severe risk must be responded to within 3 days, where treatment is at the discretion of executive management. Now, these can be our descriptors, or they can be related to monetary values. But this is just an illustration, right? But where are you going to put this? This is going to be in policy and then more documented in our standards if there needs to be implementation details. But this is thinking about once we know levels of risk, what do we do with that information? Who can choose to respond and determine treatments? So what are our risk treatment options? Well, we can avoid the risk by terminating the activity. We can transfer the risk, we can mitigate the risk, or we could accept the risk. Avoid the risk means to eliminate the cause or to terminate the associated activity. Transferring risk is to assign the risk to another party, generally via insurance. The risk is typically transferred when the likelihood is low, but the impact is high. Think about fire insurance for your home. The likelihood that your house is going to catch on fire is very low. Well, hopefully, knock wood, it's very low. But if it did, the impact would be significant. The impact would be high, which is why you have homeowners or fire insurance. It's why we have car insurance, right? That the likelihood is low, but the impact would be very high. Now, we can mitigate risk. Mitigating is to reduce the impact or the likelihood by implementing controls or safeguards or changing our processes. And lastly, we could choose to accept the risk. We could say, okay, we're good with it, or maybe we're not so good with it, but we can't do much about it. So accepting the risk will be to acknowledge it and accept it and then continue to monitor. So let's talk a little bit more about risk transfer. Risk transfer is generally accomplished via insurance, right? Insurance is the transfer of financial impact from one entity to another in exchange for payment. Again, risk is typically transferred when likelihood is low, but impact is high. Now, cyber insurance generally provides protection against a wide range of cyber incident financial losses that businesses may suffer directly or cause to others. Now, another type of insurance that many organizations get is business interruption insurance. Now, business interruption insurance covers loss of income as well as the cost of interruption for defined situations. Risk mitigation is the reduction of risk accomplished by implementing additional controls, countermeasures, and/or process change. So what's a control? A control can be a tactic, a mechanism, or a strategy that accomplishes one or more of the following. Reduces or eliminates a vulnerability, remember that's a weakness, reduces or eliminates the likelihood that a threat agent will be able to exploit the vulnerability, or reduces or eliminates the impact of the exploit. It has to do at least one of those things. It can do more than one, but it has to do at least one. A countermeasure are controls that are implemented to address a specific threat. So controls tend to be proactive and they tend to be broad, where countermeasures tend to be reactive to a specific threat and they're very targeted. Risk acceptance is generally when the risk level is acceptable within a predefined appetite and tolerance criteria, and no further measures need to be considered except for monitoring. Now, our risk appetite is really this strategic construct, right? And it's broadly defined as the level of risk an entity is willing to accept in pursuit of its mission. We've already talked about that. And risk tolerance is tactical and is specific to a target being evaluated. So very specific outcome measures. But sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you don't like the level of risk, but it's not possible to avoid it or transfer it or mitigate it to an acceptable level. So what do? Well, that's when we go through the risk exception and exemption process. A risk exception is a formal acknowledgement that a risk has been identified, but it's not feasible or practical to implement our standard risk treatment or control measures. Now, you may have some workarounds are implemented. So at that point, you would do what's known as exception handling. Exception handling is the process of approving an exception either on a temporary or permanent basis. For example, maybe there's a server in your environment. It's maybe an old training server, an old archive server. For whatever reason, you can't update the operating system. Almost nobody has any access to it, and we're about to retire it. We're going to put a new system up in the next 6 months. So we're not going to do anything with that system, but we still need to have it available. That would be an exception, right? We're saying, okay, we're not going to avoid it by turning it off. We can't transfer it. There's nothing to do to mitigate it. And in 6 months, it's going to be gone anyway. That would be the exception handling, we'd say. We don't like it, but it's an exception, and we would approve it either on temporary or permanent, in this case, maybe on a 6-month basis. A risk exemption is a formal decision to not address a risk at all. So it's generally implemented when the potential impact of a risk is really low and the cost and the effort required to mitigate the risk are disproportionate to the potential impact. So we've got this risk. It's pretty low. It's going to be really crazy high to fix it, right, to mitigate it. So we're just saying, we're just exempting this risk. We're not going to do anything about it. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. Are you ready? 5 questions, 3 seconds each. Remember to shout them out. It's more fun if you do it that way. All right, question 1. Level of risk an organization is willing to accept in pursuit of its mission. 1, 2, 3. That's a risk appetite. Number 2, assigning risk to another party via insurance. What's that called? 1, 2, 3, and that's risk transfer. Number 3, selecting one or more options for addressing an identified risk. What's that process called? 1, 2, 3, and that's a risk treatment. Number 4, reducing risk to an acceptable level. 1, 2, 3, and that's risk mitigation. And lastly, number 5, formal acknowledgement that a risk has been identified, but it's not feasible or practical to address it. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a risk exception. Don't confuse that with a risk exemption. This is a risk exception. All right, that brings us to a security in action about risk response. Your organization has been working with an external consulting firm for many years. The firm recently conducted its annual risk analysis of a core system, and they identified several systemic issues and determined that the level of operational, strategic, and reputational risk to be very high. Since the CISO is new to the organization, the business process owner insists that she should be the one to respond to the analysis. So what course of action would you recommend to the CISO? This is an interesting one. So we've got this organization that has been working for a lot of years with this external consulting firm. Many, many years, turns out. And they did this annual risk analysis of the core system, one that they've probably been doing year over year, but now they identify several systemic issues, and we've got a very high operational, strategic, and reputation risk. And we've got a new CISO, so the business process owner says, oh no, I should be the one to respond, you don't need to get involved. So what do you think? Is that true? Should they not get involved? Is there any concerns here? Put me on pause for a moment and think about this. Come on back and we'll talk about some recommendations. Well, the identified risks really impact the entire enterprise, and risk response should never, ever be siloed within a specific business unit. The CISO should first consult policy to see if there's defined risk response workflow. Remember, we looked at one of those. It said, in what amount of time do we have to get the report, and then who can address low risk, who can address medium, and who can address high. So we should consult policy to see if there's a defined risk response workflow. If not, this level of risk really warrants immediate executive management and perhaps even board of directors attention, right? We're saying that we have very high operational, strategic, and reputational risk. Now, risk treatment options to be evaluated, taking into consideration the risk appetite, include termination, meaning terminating the activity, mitigation, or acceptance. Now, acceptance would require stakeholders to acknowledge any risk exceptions. You know, I also see another issue here, which is I wonder why, after many years, the same consulting firm doing this risk analysis now comes up with all of these issues. So I'm thinking maybe we need to have a discussion also about that external consulting firm. But being able to recommend a course of action and have these insights, that, my friends, is for sure security in action. All right, that takes us to the end of this lesson. Come on over to the next lesson. I'll be waiting for you right there. Welcome to Lesson 9.5, Risk Mitigation Controls. Well, in this lesson, just like it sounds, we're going to be talking about risk mitigation controls. So as a reminder, controls are tactics, mechanisms, or strategies that reduce risk by reducing or eliminating vulnerabilities, threats, and/or impacts. You may have heard people use the term control objective. A control objective is just a statement of desired result or purpose to be achieved by implementing either a single control or a set of controls. Now, defense in depth, also known as layered security, is the design and implementation of multiple overlapping layers of diverse controls, so that if one control fails, hopefully the next control succeeds. Now, it's important that controls not be subject to a cascade effect, meaning that if one fails, boom, 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 like dominoes, they all fail, and that they can maintain independence from each other. Now, controls should be verifiable, meaning they should be trustworthy. And when we're looking at a control, what we tend to look at are three components: its functionality, its effectiveness, and its assurance. Functionality is what a control does. Effectiveness is how well a control works. Now, effectiveness reflects a control's consistent, complete, reliable, and timely operation. And lastly, assurance. Assurance is the measure of confidence that the intended security controls are effective in their application. In other words, they work. Now, we have four primary control categories: technical, also referred to as logical; management, often referred to as administrative; operational; and physical. Technical or logical control mechanisms are implemented using hardware, software, and/or firmware components. Now, they can be native to whatever the device, or they can be add-ons or supplemental. So examples: firewalls, cryptography, authentication systems. Management or administrative controls relate to risk management, governance, oversight, strategic alignment, and decision-making. Examples: doing a risk assessment or project management. Operational controls are aligned with processes that are primarily implemented and executed by people. So examples: change management, training, testing. And lastly, physical controls are designed to address physical interactions, and they're generally related to buildings and equipment. So examples: gates or barricades or locks. So know these 4 control categories: technical, management, operational, and physical. Now, we also have a number of control classifications. Control classifications is, what does this control do? And I want to mention before we even describe them that a control can, and often does, have multiple classifications depending upon context, depending on how that control is being used. So our 4 primary control classifications are deterrent, preventative, detective, and corrective. Deterrent controls discourage a threat agent from acting. Preventative controls stop a threat agent from being successful. Detective controls identify and report a threat agent or an action. And corrective controls minimize the impact of a threat agent, or they modify or fix a situation. And if they fix a situation, it may be referred to as a recovery control. Again, a control can and often does have multiple classifications depending upon context, depending on how it's used. Now, we have another type of control called a compensating control. Now, a compensating control can be any of those categories, but they're controls that are implemented in lieu of a recommended control that provides equivalent or comparable protection. Now, compensating controls can be supplemental in cases where an implemented control doesn't provide sufficient protection. So, for example, in the case of a zero-day vulnerability, we may need to have some additional controls to compensate. Now, compensating controls can be short-term or temporary. So, for example, supporting the development of a new application. But they're controls that we generally put in place of a recommended control, or we add to because the recommended control can't do its job for whatever reason. That, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. Here we go. You know how to do this. Be sure to shout out your answers. Statement of desired results to be achieved by implementing a control. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a control objective. Number 2, term used to describe multiple layers of diverse controls. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be defense in depth or layered security. Number 3, controls that are intended to provide equivalent or comparable protection. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a compensating control. Number 4, type of control that discourages a threat agent from acting. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a deterrent control. And lastly, number 5, term used to describe how well a control works. 1, 2, 3. And that's effectiveness. Okay, that brings us to a security in action about a control objective. You're reviewing the control objective: restrict unauthorized access to a web application. You learned during the risk analysis interviews that your organization has access control policies, server room locks, and 24/7 motion sensor alarms. You also have ingress and egress firewall filtering and logging. You've disabled USB ports. You have automatic malware definition updates, password account lockouts, and an annual web application audit. I want to know, how are you going to classify these controls? So you definitely have to put me on pause. I want to know what kind of controls these are. So how are you going to classify them? So put me on pause, write down each one of those different controls, and determine what the classification is. Come on back when you're ready. All right, let's do our classification. 3 control classifications are representative. We have deterrent controls, preventative controls, and detective controls. Our deterrent controls include access control policies, so we know what the consequences would be, right? And the web application audit. Now, you might be thinking, how is an audit a deterrent control? Well, because if you know your work's going to be audited, right? It may deter you from being sloppy or skipping a step or maybe making a mistake. Preventative controls include firewall filtering, disabled USB ports, updating malware definitions, password lockout, and server room locks. Detective controls include firewall logging, your motion sensors, and the web application audit. So in this case, the audit was both a deterrent control and a detective control, because very often, right, a control will have multiple classifications depending upon context. So being able to classify your controls, that for sure is security in action. All right, my friends, that takes us to the end of this lesson. We have one more lesson to go, talking about risk, and then we'll do a deep dive quiz. So one more to go, and then a quiz. See you there. Welcome to lesson 9.6, risk monitoring, reporting, and maturity. So a critical component of a risk management program is going to be the ongoing monitoring, having good documentation, and reporting, as well as a well-defined reporting structure. Now, risk monitoring is a continuous activity that's used to identify trends, failures, or opportunities and respond in an efficient and an appropriate manner. Risk reporting is the process of communicating real-time risk and performance data to stakeholders. So let's look at some common risk monitoring and reporting tools: risk registers, heat maps, dashboards, and metrics. A risk register is a dynamic central repository for all of our risk-related documentation, tracking, and accountability. And it also includes our acceptance, our exceptions, and our exemptions. Heat maps are a visualization tool to convey the likelihood and impact as well as overall risk level. And a couple lessons back, we looked at a heat map. Dashboards are another visualization tool used to convey a security posture. And then metrics are predefined measures, usually in the form of key risk indicators. Now, we haven't talked about KRIs yet. We did talk about KGIs, key goal indicators, and KPIs, key performance indicators, in earlier lessons. In this lesson, coming right up, we're going to talk about KRIs, or key risk indicators. So key risk indicators are predictors or early warning signs of unfavorable events that can adversely impact an organization. We have both leading indicators and lagging indicators. A leading indicator is derived from real or near-time data. Now, leading KRIs are considered predictive in nature. They're used to forecast a future event or trend. Then we have lagging indicators. The lagging indicators are derived from historical data. Lagging indicators are valuable for evaluating the effectiveness of strategies and assessing the impact of actions that have already taken place. So make sure that you know the difference between a leading indicator and a lagging indicator. Maturity in general is defined as evolution, right, and improvement. And in a business setting, it's improvement of processes, systems, and capabilities within an organization over time. A risk maturity model is a structured framework that helps organizations assess their current risk management capabilities and set near-term goals and long-term aspirations. Now, maturity models identify opportunities for continuous improvement. So let's look at a risk maturity model illustration. And this one has 4 levels: ad hoc, fragmented, integrated, and intelligence. In ad hoc mode, well, it's dependent upon individual actions and capabilities. It has limited institutional support. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. We may have different ways of assessing risk and accepting risk. It's kind of all over the board. Fragmented means that we do have risk definitions, but they're defined at different levels in an organization. So we have limited strategic alignment because we're not doing this holistically. We're not looking at the big picture at the enterprise level. And we have very disparate monitoring and reporting, again, because we're doing this differently at different levels in the organization. Integrated means that we have a defined risk appetite statement. We do enterprise-wide risk assessments, enterprise-wide risk monitoring, enterprise-wide risk measuring, and enterprise-wide risk reporting. And then to get to this highest aspirational level of intelligence, this is where We have risk discussion is embedded in all of our strategic planning, and we're creating this intelligence factor by doing proactive risk modeling and having defined KRIs, key risk indicators. And we have automated our processes and our reporting. So you can see we're moving from one level to the next to the next. Some feel like you could really get there, and others may feel really aspirational. By knowing where we want to go, it will allow us to have continuous improvement within our organization. And that, my friends, takes us to a 3-second challenge. You know how to do it. Continuous activity that's used to identify risk-related trends, failures, or opportunities and respond in an efficient and appropriate manner. What are we going to call that? 1, 2, 3. That's going to be risk monitoring. A visualization tool to convey likelihood and impact as well as overall risk level. 1, 2, 3. And that's a heat map. A central repository for all risk-related documentation. 1, 2, 3. That's a risk register. Number 4, a retrospective indicator. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a lagging indicator. And we're looking back. Okay, and lastly, number 5, model designed to assess strengths and weaknesses of a process, set goals, and plan for improvement. What kind of model is this? 1, 2, 3. And this is a maturity model. All right, that brings us to a security in action about, well, risk maturity. The CEO has asked you to assess the maturity of your organization's risk management program. You dive right into this project, and here's what you find. Each department manages risk independently. Reporting is not uniform. And there are assumptions about the level of risk the organization is comfortable with, but there does not appear to be a formal risk appetite statement. So what's your assessment and your recommendations? Right, you dove right into that project. You said, uh-oh, every department is doing this independently. Our reporting is not uniform, and there doesn't appear to be a formal risk appetite statement. What's your assessment? What's your recommendations? Go ahead and put me on pause for a moment. Think this through, then come on back. Well, based on the findings, the risk maturity is best described as fragmented. Risk is defined at different levels in the organization. You've got limited, if any, strategic alignment, and you have disparate monitoring and reporting. So what might be your recommendation? Well, the first step to maturing a process is to adopt a structured framework that helps the organization assess their current risk management capabilities and then set near-term goals and long-term aspirations. Now, in this case, we're talking about a framework. We're talking about a maturity model. So say, this is where we are. This is where we want to go, right? And we would use that maturity model to help us mature our processes, set our near-term goals, and our long-term aspirations. And we'll talk about maturity models multiple times in this course because they are incredibly useful and versatile. Understanding the situation and being able to make recommendations in terms of risk maturity, for sure, security in action. All right, my friends, that was our 6th lesson on risk. So now it's time to do a deep dive quiz together. So head on over to that deep dive quiz. I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 10.1, Threat Actors and Attributes. This is the lesson where we talk all about our adversaries, those who seek to do us harm. But before we talk about the adversaries, let's just do a threat primer and make sure that we're all using the same definitions for threat, vulnerability, and exploit. A threat is a category of objects, persons, processes, or events that represent a danger to an asset. So the best way to think about a threat is it's a danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. Now, that weakness can be in a system, it can be in a process, it can be in a person, it could be in infrastructure, it could be in a building that can be exploited by a threat. And an exploit is when a threat actor successfully takes advantage of a vulnerability to harm us. So let's continue on with an adversary primer, defining what a threat actor or agent is, what do we mean by a targeted attack, and what's an opportunistic attack. An adversary is an opponent, A threat actor is going to be an adversary with malicious intent. A targeted attack is when that threat actor chooses a target for a specific objective. Now, the choice of the target is going to be influenced by the perceived value of the outcome. They don't know necessarily what the weaknesses are of that target yet. They just know they want to go after that target for something specific. That's very different than an opportunistic attack. An opportunistic attack is when the threat actor takes advantage of a vulnerable target that wasn't previously known to them. They hadn't pre-chosen them. The choice of the target is generally influenced by the work factor, meaning how hard would it be to have a successful attack. Let me give you an example in the physical world. Let's say there was a robber who wanted to rob a store on Main Street in your town. And he or she went to the first store, and there was a big security guard there. And they're like, oh, not going there. And they go to the next store, and they see that it's really well lit up, and it looks like there's a camera and maybe an alarm. Not going there. They get to the next store, and they can see a CCTV, and the lock looks really hard. It's like, not going there. They get to the next store, and there's no security guard. It's not very well lit up. The lock looks pretty easy to pick. Doesn't look like there's an alarm or a camera. Aha, that's the opportunity. That's the store that the thief is going to rob. And because that store provided the opportunity. And it's the same thing when we talk about an opportunistic attack in cyber. It's when the organization appears to be weak that the adversary is going to go after them. So make sure that you understand the difference between a targeted attack and an opportunistic attack. So who are these cyber threat actors? Well, we have an entire pantheon of them. We have a lone skilled or unskilled attacker. We have a hacktivist. We have organized crime. We often refer to as cyber criminals. We have nation states. We have insiders as well as shadow IT. We have competitors. So we're going to talk about their means and motivation, but at first it looks really overwhelming. It's like all of these different types of threat actors are looking to harm us. That's the bad news, right? The good news is that by and large, they all use the same tools and tactics and techniques to varying levels of sophistication. So when we protect ourselves against one, we're really protecting ourselves against all of them. Before we talk about the adversaries individually, I just want to talk about hackers and specifically talk about some change in a language. CISSP, ISACA, CompTIA, SANS, and many other organizations in our industry have gotten together and determined that we really need to change our nomenclature a bit, that we need to make sure that our language is inclusive and, more importantly, that it isn't harmful. And so you're going to see some major changes in language. And specifically, let me give you an example when we talk about hackers. We have three types of hackers that we used to refer to as white hats, black hats, and gray hats. And the white hat always meant the good guy. The black hat was the bad guy. And the gray hat was somewhere in between. And that's pretty harmful language, just like when we talked about blacklists and whitelists, or when we used gender demeaning type of terms. So now instead of the white, black, gray, gender terms or cultural terms, you're going to see new terms. So for example, instead of white hat, we're going to use the term authorized hacker. Instead of a black hat, it would be unauthorized. And instead of a gray hat, it would be semi-authorized. I think this is a fabulous change, and I hope that you embrace it as well. But let's talk about those hackers. An authorized hacker is a security practitioner or even a hobbyist whose motivation is to identify security vulnerabilities and exploits and then responsibly disclose them to a manufacturer or to a client organization. An unauthorized hacker is individuals or organized groups whose motivation is to identify security vulnerabilities and exploits for personal or for financial gain. And a semi-authorized are individuals whose motivation is to identify security vulnerabilities and exploits for reward or recognition. Now, that research is often conducted without permission, and if they don't get a reward, they may in fact publicly disclose the vulnerabilities if they didn't get the reward or if the response wasn't in line with their expectations. Okay, circling back to that whole pantheon of adversaries, script kiddies, hackers, hacktivists, cyber criminals, nation states, insiders, shadow IT, and competitors, let's talk about their means and their motive. Script kiddies are those who bring down scripts or programs from the internet or from the dark web and really often don't even understand kind of what's under the covers or the impact or the consequences of what they're doing. But they're doing it for bragging rights and notoriety. They have a fairly low level of sophistication. Hackers are generally looking for financial gain, notoriety, but depending on where they are, authorized, non-authorized, or gray, but they're generally very talented. Hacktivists are an interesting group. They can be actually an individual or a group, and really what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a political statement. It might be about a war or a conflict somewhere. It might be about climate change. But they're trying to make a statement, draw attention to whatever their cause is. Generally pretty talented. The funding is variable. And the two things they tend to do is, one, defacement, like defacing a website, or two, doing a denial of service, so to bring a system down. Then we get to cyber criminals, and these are the folks that scare me the most. They are out for financial gain, and they're very good at what they do, and they have a very organized ecosystem, extremely, extremely well organized, sophisticated, and well-funded. Next up, we have nation states. Now, nation states may have a variety of motivations, depending on whether they're a semi-friendly adversary or an unfriendly adversary. It may be surveillance. It may be espionage. It may be disruption or to cause fear. It may be all-out war. Generally, nation states are well-organized, they're very sophisticated, they're well-funded, they have the luxury of time, which allows them to be very slow and stealthy. Next up are our insiders. Now, insiders, a whole bunch of different motivations. They could have a grievance, right? They're annoyed at their boss. They didn't get the raise they thought they were going to get. They haven't been treated well. It could be revenge. They're angry about something. It could be a perceived morality. They think the organization is doing something wrong. They bring it to the organization's attention. They didn't get the response they expected, so now they feel like they have to take action. On the other hand, they could be under duress, maybe under some financial pressure, or they could be being blackmailed. So lots of reasons. The other type of insider we could have is someone that has been planted inside. They're an adversary and they have found their way inside our organization in order to perpetuate an attack. Now, there's variable level of sophistication and funding for insiders. Then shadow IT. Now, this one's interesting because this is actually a non-malicious threat actor. This is someone inside an organization who is attempting to accomplish a task. Generally, there's no malice, but they are circumventing controls. So what do we mean by shadow IT? Shadow IT is the use of technology without the involvement of the IT department or other departments that might have some oversight. Let me give you an example. It used to be if the department, let's say the HR department, wanted to have a new program, maybe to do, to do background checks, they had to go to the IT department and say, listen, we found this program, we've done some demos, we like it, we'd like to have it installed. And IT would set up a server and then manage or co-manage with the department that particular application. But IT would have the opportunity to put all the appropriate controls in place. Now with software as a service, well, the HR department might just find that program they like as a SaaS application, right? They completely bypass IT. They just have to go out port 443 probably, which they probably can, maybe just have to pay a monthly fee. And that means that they are bypassing or circumventing the controls that IT would have put in place. And we'll be talking more about ways to mitigate the risk of shadow IT a little bit later on. And then lastly, we have our competitors. Now, our competitors are espionage or IP, intellectual property theft, or service disruption. That's an interesting one, and we see that in the gaming world and in retail. If you can knock your competitor offline, there's maybe a good chance you can take their customers. Also might just doing some reputation damage. Generally, competitors, when they're in this space, are sophisticated and well-funded. So how do they attack us? Well, let's start with talking about attack vectors. An attack vector, which is also known as a threat vector, is a potential pathway or scenario that's used by the adversary or threat actor to access or penetrate the target system or environment. Now, the primary attack vectors are digital infrastructure, people, code, and physical infrastructure. Now, when you hear the term attack surface, what we're really talking about is the sum of all of the attack vectors. So in subsequent lessons, we're going to be talking about attacking digital infrastructure, attacking people, attacking code, and physical infrastructure. But that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do this. The term used to describe when a threat agent successfully takes advantage of a vulnerability. 1, 2, 3. And that's an exploit. Number 2, the primary characteristic of this attack is a threat actor identifying a vulnerable target for exploit. 1, 2, 3. And that is an opportunistic attack. Number 3, IP theft, reputation damage, and disruption are this attacker group's motivation. 1, 2, 3. And that's competitors. Number 4, highly motivated, well-funded adversary whose primary motive is financial gain. 1, 2, 3. And that's cyber criminals or organized crime. And lastly, number 5, the time, effort, and resources required to accomplish a task. 1, 2, 3. And that's the work factor. All right, that brings us to a security in action. You notice that one of your coworkers' habits have changed dramatically. He's coming in earlier than usual and staying later, is intently focused, asking unusual questions, and becoming unusually defensive when questioned about his work. Very uncharacteristically, he canceled his long-planned vacation. Now, your supervisor doesn't seem concerned at all, and to the contrary, has been praising your coworker's initiative and output. Is your concern warranted? And if so, what should you do? So we've got a coworker and their habits have changed dramatically, right? That's our red flag. Coming in earlier than usual, staying later, is asking unusual questions, becomes unusually defensive when questioned about his work, and has canceled this long-planned vacation. What do you think? Concerned warranted? And if it is, what are you going to do? Put me on pause, think about it for a minute, come on back, and we'll talk about your response. Yes, absolutely. Your concern is warranted. Cybersecurity measures are frequently focused on threats outside our organization, right, rather than threats inside our organizations. But truth be told, insiders have caused irreparable harm to their organizations as well as to national security interests. You should document and report your concerns to the HR department. Now, if that's not an option, maybe you don't have an HR department, then you should discuss your concerns with a member of senior management. In either case, you may need to educate them on threat actors, especially on insider threats. And being able to have those conversations, my friend, that is security in action. That's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 10.2, Attack Vectors, Digital Infrastructure. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the attack vectors for, well, what do you think? The digital infrastructure. Now, the objective of a digital infrastructure attack is disruption, manipulation, or compromise of information technology, IT, or operational technology, OT, systems. Now, information technology systems are primarily concerned with managing data and information assets. You might not be as familiar with the term OT, though. Operational technology, OT, is focused on the use of hardware and software systems to monitor and control physical processes in industrial settings. So, for example, a manufacturing plant or a transportation system. Now, here are some cyber attacks I want you to know. 2 of them we've already talked about, targeted and opportunistic, but we'll do a quick review, and then amplification and reflection. In a targeted attack, the attacker chooses a target for a specific objective. Remember, they're generally influenced by the value of the asset and/or the potential outcome. In the opportunistic attack, the attacker takes advantage of a vulnerable target. In an amplification attack, the attacker uses an amplification factor in order to multiply its power. So, for example, the use of botnets to launch a distributed denial of service attack or DDoS attack or spam campaigns. And then reflection. In a reflection attack, the attacker sends numerous requests to a device with the victim's IP address as the source address. Now, that's often used in conjunction with amplification attacks. So make sure you know these terms: targeted, opportunistic, amplification, and reflection. Now, there are 4 primary digital attack categories: spoofing, poisoning, hijacking, and denial of service. Spoofing is impersonating an address, a system, or a person, and that enables the attacker to act as the trusted source and then redirect or manipulate actions. Poisoning is the manipulating of the trusted source of data itself. For example, DNS or a routing table or an ARP table. Now that enables the attacker to control the trusted source of data and or redirect or manipulate actions. Hijacking is intercepting communication between 2 or more systems, which enables the attacker to eavesdrop, to capture, manipulate, and or reuse data packets. And the denial of service is overwhelming system resources, and that enables the attacker to make services unavailable for their intended use. Now we're going to dive just a bit deeper into each one of these: spoofing, poisoning, hijacking, and denial of service. Let's start with a spoofing attack. Remember, spoofing is impersonating an address, a system, or a person. The outcome enables the attacker to act as that trusted source and to redirect or manipulate actions. So some attacks that you want to know: IP address spoofing. That's using a trusted IP address for authentication or response. You can also have MAC, which is the Media Access Control Address spoofing. That could be using a trusted MAC address for access, using a trusted MAC address to circumvent licensing, or using a fake MAC address to mask the identity of a device. Next is poisoning. Poisoning was manipulating or altering the trusted source of data itself. The poisoning outcome enables the attacker to control that trusted source of data and redirect or manipulate actions. So some attacks that you want to know: ARP cache poisoning. Remember, the ARP cache is how we do our MAC address to IP address resolution, or back the other way, IP to MAC. So the ARP cache poisoning is either using a poisoned ARP cache to redirect traffic to a malicious host, or using a poisoned ARP cache to stop traffic. The other attack to be aware of is a DNS cache poisoning. Now, we use DNS for domain or host name to IP address resolution. So in a domain cache poisoning attack, the goal is diverting website traffic to a malicious site or diverting website traffic to a non-existent site. Next is hijacking. Remember, hijacking was intercepting communication between 2 systems. The outcome: the attacker captures and or controls communication between the 2 systems. Now, attacks to know: first one is on-path hijacking. Now, we used to refer to this as man in the middle or man in the browser. Now we just use the generic term on-path. So we can be either exploiting, or the adversaries can be exploiting, real-time processing of transactions, conversations, or data transfer, and we used to refer to that as man in the middle, or manipulating the browser to control a session, including what is displayed, and we used to refer to that as man in the browser. Now they're both referred to as on-path hijacking. And then we have session hijacking, which is stealing session cookies to take over a user's active session. Now, a very specific form of hijacking is web hijacking. Now, web hijacking is the goal is misdirection to a fraudulent website. We also have domain hijacking, and that's when the attacker directs or redirects the victim to a fraudulent site for malicious purposes. Now, some attacks to know: domain hijacking, URL squatting, and typo squatting. Domain hijacking is the unauthorized modification of domain name registration. So, for example, modifying a DNS setting. URL squatting is registering or using an internet domain that actually belongs to somebody else. And typo squatting is taking advantage of common typos to create fraudulent domains. So Google, Google, what did we just put an extra O? Google. Most of us read so fast that we don't even notice things like that. Then we have a denial of service attack. The goal of a denial of service attack is to overwhelm our system resources, right? And that becomes the outcome. Resources become unavailable for their intended use. Now, attacks to know: a denial of service, or DOS attack, or a distributed denial of service known as a DDoS attack. In a denial of service, we're generally transmitting malformed packets or unusual requests to bring down a single server or single device. In a distributed denial of service, we've got a massive volume of service requests coming from multiple sources. A distributed denial of service often uses amplification and reflection techniques. There's a lot there, my friends. And now we have a 3-second challenge. You know how to do this? 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Manipulating a trusted source of data. What's that known as? 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be poisoning. Number 2, impersonating an address, a system, or a purpose. 1, 2, 3. Spoofing. Number 3, attack designed to overwhelm system resources. 1, 2, 3. I'd accept either a DOS, denial of service, or DDoS, distributed denial of service. Number 4, manipulating the browser to control a session, including what's displayed. 1, 2, 3. And that's an on-path attack. And lastly, number 5, use of hardware and software systems to monitor and control physical processes in industrial settings. 1, 2, 3. And that's OT, or operational technology. All right, let's do our security in action case study together. This is about a cyber attack. A hacktivist group initiated a poisoning attack on your regional DNS servers, which resulted in traffic being redirected to a much smaller competitor. The competitor site was unable to handle the traffic and subsequently crashed. Now, post-incident, you're writing up an assessment, and you want to include a preface that includes a brief incident synopsis. But because your audience is not technical, how are you going to explain what happened? So we have this hacktivist group. They initiated a poisoning attack on the regional DNS servers. That resulted in traffic being directed or redirected to a smaller competitor who subsequently crashed. How are you going to explain what happened? Go ahead and put me on pause and jot down some notes, then come back and we'll talk about an explanation. Well, you may start with explaining what's a hacktivist. A hacktivist are cyber adversaries whose motivation is generally political, or really just trying to make a political statement. Again, maybe about a war or a conflict or climate change, or just something that they see and feel deeply is wrong. Poisoning is the manipulation of trusted data. And in this case, the DNS Internet Locator record was changed to point from www.ourcompany.com to www.competitorcompany.com site. Now, the increase in traffic was intended to consume resources and cause a denial of service, meaning that the intended resource wouldn't be able to provide services any longer. And in the end, really both companies were victimized, right? The competitor was victimized because they crashed. We were victimized because our traffic was, directed or redirected away from us. So being able to understand what's going on and then translate this into non-technical terms, into business terms, into ways that others can understand, that's definitely our job. And it's security in action. That, my friends, is the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 10.3, Attack Vectors. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how adversaries attack people. Now, the primary method of exploiting people is social engineering. Social engineering is the action of exploiting human nature to gain access to their mind, to their systems, to their data, even to their building or to the campus they're on. Now, social engineering is often considered the path of least resistance for our adversaries. That's the place they often start. And a significant number of security incidences and data breaches have started with or have included a social engineering component. Now, I don't know the hard number, but if you told me that 95, 96, 97% of all successful attacks started with social engineering, I would 100% believe that. So social engineering is a really critical training topic across your entire organization, not just your end users, but everyone from your board of directors to a temporary worker should all understand what social engineering is. Now, social engineers use psychology to take advantage of basic human instincts and response. And impersonation and pretexting are the two primary social engineering tactics. Impersonation is the act of pretending to be someone else. They can't say, hey, I'm an adversary, I'm a criminal, right? They have to take on another persona. And then pretexts are fabricated scenarios or stories used to conceal the true purpose of an activity. But the thing is that pretexts generally include just enough truth to make them appear plausible. So, for example, here in the United States, our taxes are due on April 15th. Let's say on May 1st, you're in the U.S., you get a text or an email or a phone call. It appears to be from the IRS. It seems to be very friendly conversation or friendly written communication. It just says, hey, your taxes were due on April 15th. It's now May 1st. We haven't seen anything. Can we help you? Do you need anything? Did you forget? Click here to let us know the status. And you're like, okay, well, gosh, I think I did my taxes. And or maybe it also says, if you did your taxes, click here and let us know. And you're like, yeah, no, I did them. So I need to let them know. Instilled a little bit in fear of me, because what if I didn't? What if something went wrong? What if the IRS comes after me? So there was enough just truth in that story, right, to really make me believe maybe that something happened. Or even if I understand that phishing emails happen all the time, oh boy, that fear just might override, what I have learned. Because social engineers are really good at exploiting human cognition functions. And they take on lots of different approaches: authority, trust, responsiveness, fear, urgency, threat, reward, and curiosity. Right? We all have the instinct to respond to authority. So we get a call, hey, this is Mr. Smith from, so-and-so bank. And we're like, uh-oh, they're my banker. Or I'm from the IRS, or I'm from the local police station, or did you know me? I'm your boss's boss. So we have that instinct to respond to authority. We all have the tendency to trust. So if it seems very trustworthy, the conversation's going, feels comfortable, our first default instinct is to trust the person that we're talking to. We all have a desire to be responsive. We all have a fear of doing the wrong thing. We all can be motivated to act quickly, right? That there's an urgency. You've got to do this right now, or something bad will happen, or you have to do this right now because otherwise you won't be able to enter the coolest of all sweepstakes. Oh, we don't like threats, right? The threat to harm to ourselves or to others. We're all tempted by the promise of a reward. We all know the old saying, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. But someone says, invest $10 today, get $100 tomorrow. It's like, oh, it's only $10. Why not? I'll try it. And we're all innately curious, right? We all have the desire to be in the know. Maybe we get an email that says, has an attachment, and the attachment is executive compensation. And you're like, wouldn't it be nice to know what my boss is making? So authority, trust, responsiveness, fear, urgency, threat, reward, and curiosity are all these human cognition functions that social engineers will work hard to exploit. And some of the common tools they'll use: websites, social profiles, phishing toolkits, phone spoofing services, audio recorders, spy cams, programmed USB, and then clothing and collateral. They'll use a website to establish legitimacy. They'll use social profiles to establish trust in relationships. They'll use phishing toolkits, because you can buy a whole prepackaged phishing toolkit to create, send, and track phishing emails, to gather information, to distribute malware. They'll use phone spoofing services to manipulate caller ID, to disguise their voice and their surroundings, make it sound like they're at the beach, make it sound like they're in a call center. Audio recorders to record conversations, spy cams to capture live feed. Now, spy cams can be embedded in your glasses, in a pin, in a pen, in a notebook. They'll use programmed USBs to initiate commands on a device. And then they're really good at you having all kinds of appropriate clothing and collateral to establish legitimacy and to show that they're authorized to do whatever they're asking to do. So let's talk about some actual social engineering techniques, both those that can be done remotely and those that have to be done locally. So 4 primary remote social engineering techniques are phishing, smishing, vishing, and a watering hole. Phishing is pretexting and impersonation using email, and I know everyone here is familiar with phishing. The term phishing actually came from this idea of casting a net. Now, spear phishing, right, using a spear going directly after a target, is targeting a specific group or individual. And whaling is targeting a high-profile individual, generally a CEO or a CFO. The smishing is pretexting and impersonation using text. Now, interestingly enough, this is the one right now that is the most effective. Why? Well, because most of us have gotten pretty good at recognizing phishing emails, and our email systems have been great at filtering them out. And even if one gets through, we're like, yeah, no, that doesn't sound right. But when we get a text, right, we tend to pick up our phone and we look at it because texts still feel personal. We still don't feel like everybody in the world has our phone number and they're texting us. So we tend to respond to a text. Now, that text might have us go to a website or call back, or sometimes it's just the very first step of establishing legitimacy in a relationship. Now, vishing is pretexting and impersonation using voice, so calling us up. And then a watering hole really describes the exploitation of a website or social media application that's frequented by the target. Now, the website or social media application itself isn't exploited. They're not doing anything to that. What they're doing is they're using the services of that website or social media. So maybe we become colleagues on LinkedIn and establish a relationship. We become friends on Facebook and establish a relationship. We begin to follow each other, right, on Instagram. But we do all these things, right, to establish a relationship, to establish trust, and then the adversary will build upon that. And we also have some local social engineering techniques: shoulder surfing, piggybacking, or also called tailgating, dumpster diving, and baiting. Shoulder surfing used to mean literally standing behind someone looking over their shoulder at what they typed or being able to get their password or their PIN. But now we refer to it really as covert observation. You can be nearby, can also be remote, right? We could also have just a little camera perhaps somewhere right around where you are. Piggybacking, also called tailgating, is when an unauthorized person enters a checkpoint close behind or in concert with authorized personnel, bypassing their need to be authorized or to authenticate. So maybe I'm the social engineer, I'm dressed in all brown, looking like I'm UPS, I'm carrying a big, heavy package, I'm a relatively small person, so someone says, oh, let me get the door for you, and in I go. Dumpster diving, which is pretty gross, is the act of rummaging through trash, and recycling, which is better, in search of information. And lastly, we have baiting. Baiting is the use of a gift, for example, a USB drive for infiltration. Maybe you've gone to a trade show and there's a kind of a fake company and they're giving away these USBs, and you take one and go back to your office and you plug it in, and now it's been pre-programmed to do something. Or maybe you get sent a USB. I had done one years ago when I was doing social engineering simulations, where I sent these bracelets, these kind of plasticky bracelets around, but the clasp was actually USB. It had the company name written on it, and it said, want to see our full catalog? Just open up your bracelet and plug it in, and then you can wear the bracelet when you're not doing that. I can't tell you how many hits we got. Again, this was all done with permission. This was a social engineering simulation. But it's just really indicative of how when we get something, we're like, oh, this is cool, and let's go ahead and use it. Now we've got something that's really scary to me, which is synthetic content techniques. And I've been referring to this as sort of social engineering 2.0, because our adversaries have really upped their game from the more traditional techniques that we've talking about and have been around for years, to use of disinformation and synthetic content. Disinformation is false or misleading information that is spread deliberately to deceive. So you get inundated with this disinformation, and now you believe something that's not correct. What's the difference between disinformation and misinformation? Misinformation is also false or misleading information, but you're not spreading it with deliberately to deceive. So if I receive some disinformation and I really believe it and I forward it on to my best friend, well, at that point, my act is an act of misinformation because I actually believe it. But the act of getting me that information that was wrong, that's disinformation. And then we have shallow fakes and deep fakes. Shallow fakes is the alteration of media content using simple video editing techniques. A deep fake, which I know you're all become familiar with recently, a deep fake is the use of machine learning and/or artificial intelligence to manipulate or generate deceptive audio or video content, which means that we can no longer believe our own eyes or our own ears. And the adversaries have begun leveraging this synthetic content in social engineering. Matter of fact, the FBI and CISSP have both put out advisories about this. There's an advisory that the FBI put out headlining that malicious actors almost certainly will leverage synthetic content for cyber and influence operations, and they are. Right? And then CISSP has put out a release about deepfakes and deepfakes in the use of social engineering. Both of the URLs are there. I suggest that you get both of those and take a look at them and see really how sophisticated our social engineering adversaries have become. So together, let's go through the anatomy of a social engineering attack. It starts with the social engineer or the adversary establishing their objective. What are they trying to do? From there, they'll determine their targets, they'll develop the pretext, and they'll prepare the collateral. Those are all the pre-steps. Then they're going to launch the attack. They're going to evaluate how they do. And very often in a social engineering attack, the attackers will start on a small group, they'll see how it goes, and they'll evaluate it, and they'll continue to refine it. So they'll refine and revise, and then ultimately they will be able to achieve their exploit goals. Quite a bit going on. Important to know, really important to share this with your entire user community. All right, that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Tactics and techniques used to manipulate people by deception. 1, 2, 3, and that's social engineering. Number 2, a fabricated scenario. 1, 2, 3, and that's pretexting. Number 3, false or misleading information that is spread deliberately to deceive. 1, 2, 3, and that's disinformation. Number 4, machine learning and/or AI to manipulate or generate deceptive audio or video content. 1, 2, 3, this is the one that's really scary, and that's a deep fake. And lastly, number 5, exploiting a website or a social media application that's frequented by the target. 1, 2, 3, and that's a watering hole attack. All right, let's do our security in action together. A few days ago, a pop-up appeared on your uncle's computer telling him to call the Microsoft helpline immediately as his computer was infected and being used to distribute child pornography. He called the number displayed and reached what sounded like a very legitimate call center. They told him that to clear up the issue, he needed to upgrade his operating system at a minimal cost. He provided his bank account information and followed the remote access instructions. My question to you is, what social engineering psychology did the criminals employ? This is a pretty common scam, and it's a very effective one. So a pop-up appears on your uncle's computer. It says, call Microsoft. Seems like a trusted source. Your computer's infected, and oh my gosh, it's distributing child pornography. He makes a call. Sounds like a very legitimate call center. It's answered well. The person who answers is really polite, appears to be knowledgeable, right? You get good sounds in the background. Sounds like a call center. He's just told you just need to upgrade your operating system. It's a minimal cost. It's the best way to do it. Just give us your bank account number and we'll take it right out. And we're going to connect in. So give us, here's the remote access things to do. All right. So the question for you again is, what social engineering psychology did the criminals employ? Go ahead and put me on pause and think about that, then come on back. Well, this was a human cognition exploit for sure, right? First of all was a tendency to trust, right? They got a pop-up. It was from Microsoft. Microsoft is legitimate. There's a relationship with Microsoft. They've been a good company. They're around for a long time. Oh yeah, okay, Microsoft says I need to do something. I will. The need to act fast, right? The urgency, right? Your computer's infected. Well, that's bad. But worse is it's distributing child pornography. I got to get that off my system right away, your uncle thinks. The instinct to respond to authority, right? They're talking to someone who sounds like, yep, we know the problem, seen this before, know how to fix it, someone that's in authority. The fear of getting into trouble. What if someone knows that I'm doing this? I mean, it's illegal to distribute child pornography, to say nothing of the fact that it's awful and horrible and immoral, right? So I'm going to get into trouble. And the desire to be responsive. I might not feel like this is 100% legitimate, but if my machine really is distributing child pornography, I'm going to follow those instructions. I want to do the right thing. So trust, urgency, authority, fear, and responsiveness. Those were all of the human traits, right? The cognition traits that the social engineer attempted to exploit successfully, in this case, it appears. Knowing how to recognize this and how to explain this to your user community is absolutely, without a doubt, security in action. Well, that takes us to the end of this lesson. Head on over to the next. I'll be waiting for you right there. Welcome to Lesson 10.4, Attack Vectors. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about code attacks, and then we're going to revisit these attacks in Module 8. So a code attack exploits weaknesses in server or client-side code or applications. And the objective of a code attack is to either manipulate the input, what is sent to the processor, or the output. Now, there are 4 common code attack vectors: injection attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, cross-site request forgery attacks, and directory traversal or directory path traversal. An injection attack tricks an application into including unintended commands that are sent to an interpreter. Now, the interpreter is just a fancy way of saying processor. And we find injection flaws or injection vulnerabilities in operating systems, in LDAP, which is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, and in SQL databases. A cross-site scripting attack, often abbreviated as XSS, is an injection of malicious code into a web application or backend that ultimately will execute scripts in a victim's browser. And there are 2 types of cross-site scripting attacks. It can be a reflective attack or a persistent attack. A cross-site request forgery attack tricks a web browser into executing a malicious action on a trusted site for which the user is already currently authenticated. So CSRF exploits the trust that the site has in the user and the user's browser. And lastly, we have a directory traversal attack. Now, a directory traversal attack uses specially crafted input that includes // sequences to traverse a directory and to access files or directories outside of the intended scope. Now, there's a really good article on the OWASP site, owas.org, about directory path traversal. You can see the link right there on the bottom of your screen. So I'm going to quickly go through these different attacks. As I said in the introduction, we're going to go back to these attacks in Module 8 when we're talking very much about code flaws, and we'll kind of dive a little bit deeper. So I just want to give you an understanding of how these attacks work, and then in Module 8 we'll look kind of under the covers and see how they work and why they work. So let me give you just an illustration of a SQL injection attack. Again, in Module 8, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into these attacks to really understand what's happening. But in SQL injection, the application presents a form to the attacker inputs an attack string or a SQL query in that form, instead of maybe putting in where your name would go. The application forwards the input, in this case the SQL query, to the backend database. The database executes the input or the SQL query because the backend database trusts the front end. The database then sends the results back to the application, and the application presents the results to the attacker. Now, you should be thinking, why does this happen? It's all about input and output validation. Again, we're going to talk about that topic in just a moment, a little bit, and then a lot more in Module 8. I want to illustrate the 2 types of cross-site scripting for you, a persistent and a reflective. In a persistent cross-site scripting attack, the attacker identifies a web application that accepts user input. The attacker injects malicious input. The injected input or script is stored on the server side. The victim visits the web page. The script will then execute in the victim's browser, and then the victim's system is compromised. Again, you probably have lots of questions. I promise in Mod 8, we're going to really understand what happens in this attack. Now, the other type of cross-site scripting is reflective. In a reflective cross-site scripting, the attacker identifies a web application that accepts user input, just like before, but the attacker doesn't attempt to input the malicious input in the web app. Instead, the attacker sends a malicious script to the victim. For example, an appended URL. So looks like the URL www.goodplace.com/ and then more. Now, the victim sends that request to the web application. Maybe it's in a phishing email. They click on the link. Away it goes. The web application processes the request or the malicious script. The response, including the malicious script, is sent back or reflected back to the user's browser, and then the script is executed and the victim system is compromised. In a cross-site request forgery, the attacker is going to forge a malicious request and embed a hyperlink. The attacker is going to send the request to a user logged onto a targeted site. The user is going to click on the link, which sends a request to the targeted site. The web application validates the request as coming from the trusted user. The processor executes the malicious request, and then we have whatever the malicious outcome is. So these are all really significant, as well as directory traversal. And we do want to kind of look behind the scenes at what happened. So in Mod 8, when we're talking about code, we're going to talk about kind of what happens, why these actually occur, and what we can do about it. But as a little teaser, let me just introduce you to the concept of validation. Validation is the process of enforcing and verifying a desired level of compliance at all stages. Input validation is the process of properly validating input from the client or the environment. So in the examples I just showed you, right, the adversary should never have been able to put anything into the form or put anything into the website. Output validation is used to control what's returned to the screen. In injection, right, the results of the query should never have been sent back to the attacker or the adversary. So input and output validation can significantly contribute to reducing the impact of cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and other attacks. Now, if you really want to know right away, kind of, oh, what do I do about it? I'd like you to go out to OWASP. It's a great site. OWASP is an organization, nonprofit organization, comprised of developers, coders, programmers who really, really care about ensuring that web applications and mobile applications are secure. And they have a fabulous set of cheat sheets. If you go out to cheatsheetseries.owasp.org/cheat sheets, you can get more information. But get to Module 8, and we'll talk about this in more depth. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. The process of validating the output of a process before it's returned to the recipient. 1, 2, 3. And that's output validation. Attack that uses a ... / sequence. 1, 2, 3. And that's directory traversal. Number 3. Injection of malicious code into a vulnerable web application that will execute in a victim's browser. 1, 2, 3. And that's persistent cross-site scripting. Number 4, tricking an application into including unauthorized commands in the data sent to an interpreter. 1, 2, 3. And that's an injection attack. And lastly, number 5, injection of malicious code into web applications that initiates at the client side and ultimately executes in the victim's browser. 1, 2, 3, and that's reflective cross-site scripting. All right, let's do our security in action. This one's about injection. The results of a security assessment for your organization's pre-production website documents injection flaws. The outsourced website developers are minimizing the finding. It's not such a big deal. The marketing department is pushing hard to publish the site ASAP. The website owner claims that she has no budget to address the problems. Executive management turns to you and is asking you for guidance. What are you going to tell them? So we've done this security assessment. The security assessment says, this is a pre-production website, one that's not out there yet, says there are weaknesses in this site that could result in a successful injection attack, right? There are injection flaws. And the website developer says, not a big deal. The marketing department says, listen, we're under pressure to get this thing out. The website owner says, well, if it's going to take any money to fix it, I don't have any budget to address the problem. Executive management says, what do we do? So what are you going to tell them? Go ahead and put me on pause, think about your response, then come on back. Well, injection is a serious flaw, and it can result in unauthorized access, data exfiltration, and data corruption. And your business impact can be significant. It can be reputational, it can be financial, and compliance damage. It's the responsibility of a website developer to deliver secure code. And hopefully this was specified in the contract. And if not, well, that's definitely a lessons learned for next time. Bottom line, a site should not go live until this easily exploitable and very significant flaw is addressed. So being able to stand up to the developer and the marketing department and the owner and say, no, we're not going to go live. This is significant. This is dangerous. The consequences could be awful. We're not going to do it. Being able to do that, my friends, that is security in action. All right, that brings us to the end of this lesson. Let's head on over to the next. I'll see you there. Welcome to Lesson 10.5, Threat Modeling and Intelligence. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about how you do threat modeling and some of the best intelligence sources out there. Now, threat modeling is a structured process by which potential threats, threat actors, and threat vectors or attack vectors can be identified, enumerated, and prioritized. Now, what makes for a successful attack? Motivation, talent, work factor, patience, evasion capabilities, and sometimes luck all contribute to a successful attack. And as a reminder, work factor is the time, the effort, and the resources necessary for the attacker to successfully achieve their objective. Now, there's an inverse relationship between work factor and success. The greater the work factor, the lower the chance of success. Now, there are three primary threat modeling approaches: asset-centric, architecture-centric, and attacker-centric. And what I find is that most organizations actually do these together pretty intuitively. Asset-centric answers the question, what and why, right? It identifies the valued assets. It says, what assets do I have, and why would someone want to come after them? Architecture-centric is about how. It identifies system design, component strength, and vulnerabilities. It's like, based on my architecture, how might somebody attack me? And then attacker-centric is who, right? It identifies the motivated adversaries. Asset-centric is, what do we have of value that somebody might want, and why might they want it, meaning how motivated would they be? Architecture-centric, how are they going to do it? Attacker-centric, who are they? Now, threat intelligence is evidence-based knowledge about emerging threats that can be used to inform controlled decisions. But threat intelligence isn't just raw data, right? Useful threat intelligence that comes from good sources is aggregated, analyzed, assessed, and is actionable. Aggregated from reliable sources and cross-correlated for accuracy, analyzed by trained specialists, assessed for relevancy, and it's actionable, means it often includes the context, mechanisms, indicators, implications, and response and remediation advice. So what are some good threat intelligence sources? Our technology vendors, our cybersecurity companies, we have journalists, researchers, and thought leaders, and government agencies. For technology vendors, we can get subscription or public feeds provided by vendors such as Microsoft and Cisco and Apple. There are subscriptions or public feeds provided by cybersecurity vendors such as Tyler Detect, Alien Vault, FireEye, RSA, and SecureWorks. There is a whole pantheon of these fabulous journalists, researchers, thought leaders. You can follow most of them on Twitter or X. Some of them have blogs, like Brian Krebs has a great blog called Krebs on Security. But these folks are definitely worth following. Really, really good thought leaders, again, researchers, journalists. And then there's government agencies. There's data provided by agencies such as NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, U.S. CERT, the National Vulnerability Database, that's the NVD, MITRE, and my new all-time favorite, the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, known as CISSA. So CISSA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. It's been entitled here as America's Cyber Defense Agency. This should be a go-to place for you. If you're not familiar with CISSA, you definitely want to become familiar. Very simple, CISSA.gov, www.cissa.gov. There is all kinds of news and resource and tools and information about what's going on in the cyber environment, both in the U.S. and globally. You can also see in the right-hand corner, there's a place to report a cyber attack. Yesterday we talked about reporting, right? Reporting to different government agencies and law enforcement. You can go right there and report a cyber attack or a cyber issue. Just a wealth of information, and I can't encourage you enough to be sure to visit this site in www.cissa.gov. Now, another place for intelligence is through the open source community. Open source intelligence, known as OSINT, is a term used to refer to the data that's collected from publicly available sources to be used in an intelligence context, and very often used with open source software as well. So there is a framework called the OSINT framework, which is a structured collection of OSINT tools. Now, the OSINT framework is organized by topics and goals, and it presents itself in a tree form that allows you to browse different OSINT tools filtered by categories. Again, another place you should become familiar with. If you go out to osintframework.com, you can get right to their site. You'll be able to get to a lot of open source intelligence sites, as well as connected to a number of OSINT or open source intelligence tools. Definitely worth visiting. So now you have 2 assignments. You definitely want to go out to the CISSA site. And if you're interested, you should go out to the OSINT framework site as well. But one of the challenges with threat intelligence is how we use it in our organization. That that different people may choose different things, and it's not organized, and sometimes it's not from good sources. So I just want to walk through a threat intelligence workflow and think about how we can really use threat intelligence in a concise and organized way inside our organizations. The first thing we need to do is plan. We need to plan what threat intelligence we want and from what sources. So I would suggest that you bring together a cross-section of people and talk about what are you currently using? Is it good? Is it bad? Where does it come from? Do you like it? As well as saying, well, what are we missing? What's our gaps here? And then find those sources as well. Then next is the collection. And I would suggest that organizations should have a threat intelligence librarian. Now, this is not a full-time job. It's probably about an hour a day. But this is a person who's responsible for collecting that threat intelligence from all of those different sites that were determined during the planning phase. Now, you might think, well, can we really afford to have someone do that? Well, in effect, you already are. If you have 10 people all spending 10, 15 minutes a day getting these different types of documents and threat intelligence, well, that's a lot more time than centralizing it with one person. That person is responsible for distributing it, and maybe just putting it onto a central device and letting people know that it's there, or a central, maybe a SharePoint, or maybe kind of going through it and saying, okay, this should go over to physical security, this should go to HR, making sure it just gets to the right people. From there, it'll be up to each of those individuals to do an analysis and then to take action. But by planning, what do we have? Are we not duplicating? Do we have any gaps, right? By collecting it and just, putting it, centrally collecting it and then distributing it and having it stored in a central location that everyone has access to, we really make that threat intelligence much more useful. We get rid of redundancies, and worse, we eliminate any types of big gaping holes in our threat intelligence. So planning, collection, distribution, analysis, and action. Right, that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Threat model that focuses on system design. 1, 2, 3. And that's architecture-centric. Number 2, threat model that focuses on who. 1, 2, 3. And that's attacker-centric. Number 3, U.S. government agency charged with working with the government and industry to identify, analyze, prioritize, and manage the most significant cybersecurity strategic risks to the nation's critical infrastructure. I describe this to you as my newest favorite U.S. government agency for cyber. What is it? 1, 2, 3. And that's the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, known as CISSP. And you're going to go out and visit that site. Number 4, evidence-based knowledge about an emerging threat. 1, 2, 3. And that's threat intelligence. And lastly, number 5, data collected from publicly available sources to be used in an intelligence context. 1, 2, 3. And that's open source intelligence, or OSINT. That brings us to our Security in Action case study about threat modeling. You've been asked to guide your department through a threat modeling exercise. Since this is the first time the department has done this, you're recommending a hybrid approach. I want you to describe your approach and your resources. So you're going to be doing this threat modeling exercise. It's the very first time that the department has done this. You're saying we should do it in a hybrid manner. So question for you, what's your approach going to be and what resources are you going to use? Go ahead, put me on pause if you want and jot down some notes. Well, a hybrid approach to threat modeling focuses on assets, architecture, and attacker. And it asks the following questions. What do we have of value? That's our asset-centric. How would we be attacked? That's our architecture-centric. And who are our likely attackers? That's our attacker-centric. So that's going to be our approach, asking those questions. Now, resources could include a variety of open source intelligence, government sources, researchers, journalists, and vendors. So lots of places to pull really good information from. Being able to lead a threat modeling exercise, being able to explain it, and know where you can get threat intelligence sources, that for sure is security in action. All right, my friends, we are done with this lesson. Let's head on over to the next. I'll see you there. So welcome to Lesson 11.1, Supply Chain Relationships and Risks. You know, prior to the pandemic, I think most of us didn't pay a lot of attention to the supply chain. And during the pandemic, we learned just how important the supply chain is. The supply chain is the entire ecosystems of organizations, processes, people, and resources involved in providing a product or a service. In reality, the supply chain represents all the steps it takes to get a product or service from inception to the end user, whether that end user is a consumer or a business. Now, effective supply chain management aims to optimize processes, reduce cost, enhance customer satisfaction, and, most importantly, adapt to changing market conditions. Now, we have 4 primary groups as part of our supply chain: suppliers, manufacturers, distributors, and retailers. Suppliers provide the raw materials, components, or services needed for the production of goods. Manufacturers transform the raw materials into finished products through manufacturing or production processes. The distributors are responsible for the storage, the transportation, and the bulk distribution of products from the manufacturers to the retailers. And the retailers sell products directly to consumers or businesses through physical stores, online platforms, or other channels. Now, there are 2 supply chain configurations, a linear configuration and a global configuration. In a linear supply chain, it's a sequential flow from suppliers to manufacturers to distributors to retailers and finally to consumers. A global supply chain involves multiple global partners and entities in different regions or countries. Now, supply chains are susceptible to a variety of risks that can impact that smooth flow of goods and services and information from point of origin to the end consumer, again, whether that's an individual or a business. So we've got two issues that we really need to think about in terms of the supply chain: supply chain dependency and supply chain disruption. Supply chain dependency is defined as the reliance on a particular source to provide a product or service. And if that source can't provide the product or service, well, then what happens? What's our contingency plan? Supply chain disruption is a disturbance in the normal flow of goods, materials, and services in the supply chain. It's like during the pandemic, right? We saw issues with shipping. We saw containers that piled up sky high at the various ports. So let's survey some of the supply chain risks: interruption, supplier issues, logistics, technology and cybersecurity, product issues, and IP and compliance. We can have interruptions in the supply chain. They could be natural disasters, pandemics like we went through, and public health emergencies, or political instability. Supplier issues: the suppliers themselves could experience financial instability, or they could be sole sourcing, or trade restrictions, or labor shortages. We could have logistical issues, shipping delays, fuel price fluctuations. We could have technology and cybersecurity issues. It could be cyber attacks, technology failures, data breaches, embedded malware. We could have product issues. We could have defects, tampering, counterfeit or knockoffs, which is an imitation or a reproduction of a product with the intent to deceive or defraud. And then we could have intellectual property issues or compliance issues. We could have infringements on patents or copyrights. We could have regulatory non-compliance issues. And another concern is supply chain infiltration. Supply chain infiltration occurs when a system is compromised through a supply chain partner or provider with access to the systems and data. Now, in a software supply chain attack, the attackers may compromise the development environment, inject malicious code into the source code, or tamper with software updates. In a hardware supply chain attack, that involves tampering with the manufacturing process itself, inserting malicious components into the hardware, or alternately, using counterfeit components. So effective supply chain risk management involves identifying, assessing, and mitigating all these risks that we talked about to enhance resilience and to maintain operational continuity. So our strategies include diversifying our suppliers, developing contingency plans. What if we can't get that product or service? Implementing advanced technologies, and we're going to talk about some of those in the next lesson, and then fostering collaboration with key stakeholders all across the supply chain. And supply chain is really, really important to how our businesses function. Right? And we can no longer say, I'm sure it works, because as we've learned in the pandemic, it doesn't always work. All right, my friends, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do this, but make sure you're shouting out the answers. Don't just answer in your head. Are you ready? All right, number 1. Ecosystem of organizations, processes, people, and resources involved in providing a product or service. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a supply chain. Number 2, a sequential flow of goods. 1, 2, 3. And that's a linear supply chain. Number 3, sole source reliance on a vendor to provide a product or a service. 1, 2, 3. And that's supply chain dependency. Number 4, imitation or reproduction of products with intent to deceive or defraud. 1, 2, 3. And that's a counterfeit product. And lastly, number 5, this entity transforms raw material into finished products. 1, 2, 3. And that's a manufacturer. All right, let's do a supply chain disruption security in action case study. A multinational electronics company, XYZ Electronics, relies on a global supply chain to source components for its popular consumer electronic devices. The company faced significant challenges when disruption in the supply chain, triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, threatened to impact production schedules and customer deliveries. So the question to you is, how could they have prepared for this type of disruption? So they're a multinational electronics company, right? They rely on a global supply chain to source components for its popular consumer electronics. Right? They had significant challenges when they had disruptions in that supply chain that were triggered by the public health emergency of the COVID-19 pandemic. And ultimately, that threatened to impact their production schedules and customer deliveries. So the question for you is, what could they have done? How could they have prepared for this type of disruption? Go ahead, put me on pause, jot down some notes about your preparation strategies. While the impact of the pandemic was hard to predict, right, XYZ Electronics could have employed the following strategies. One, diversification of suppliers for critical components. Instead of being sole source, instead of just having one. We apply that to our technology when we say we don't ever want to have a single point of failure, right? A single device that would stop everything in its tracks. We want to do the same thing with our suppliers. And we don't want to have a dependency, if at all possible, on a single source. We also, when we're looking at multiple sources, we want to look at local sourcing options, if possible, to reduce dependence on international suppliers. And then we should do, or they should do, scenario planning exercises and risk assessments to identify what are the potential vulnerabilities and develop proactive strategies. In other words, plan for this type of disruption. Being able to do this, be able to have the conversations, be able to lead these types of scenario planning and risk assessment exercises, that for sure is security in action. All right, let's head on over to the next lesson. We're going to talk a little bit more about the supply chain. I'll see you there. Welcome to Lesson 11.2, Supply Chain Risk Management and Mitigation. In the last lesson, we talked about what the supply chain is and some of the risks. Here, we want to talk about how to manage and mitigate those risks. Now, just as a refresher, the supply chain is the entire ecosystem of organizations, processes, people, and resources involved in providing a product or service. That the supply chain represents the steps it takes to get the product or service from inception to the end user, and our supply chain management aims to optimize processes, reduce cost, enhance customer satisfaction, and, very importantly, to adapt to changing market conditions. Now, supply chain risk management, abbreviated as SCRM, is the implementation of strategies to manage uncertainty, identify vulnerabilities, mitigate risks, and ensure continuity. So SCRM risk mitigation endeavors include strategic alignment with the Enterprise Risk Management Program. Again, we're not having this standalone, right? We're going to align with the needs of the organization generally and specifically with the Enterprise Risk Management Program. Doing supply chain due diligence, meaning that we're investigating as many layers as the supply chain as possible. Dual or multi-sourcing whenever possible, including multi-sourcing with suppliers as well as geographies. Having supply chain mechanisms, for example, a silicon root of trust, physically unclonable function, and software bill of materials, all of which we're going to talk about in just a few minutes. And then having contracts and agreements that clearly define expectations and notification, right, if there is going to be any potential issues. So let's take a look at the supply chain risk management lifecycle. First thing we have to do is define what product we're talking about. From there, we want to make sure we're defining our supply chain requirements. We're identifying any legal, regulatory, or contractual obligations, right, that are attached to that particular product. And then we're going to identify the risks and our risk mitigation strategies. From there, we'll be able to identify our suppliers, conduct due diligence investigations. That's an investigation about the supplier. We want to do it before we initially sign a contract, and then we want to continue to do that throughout the entire relationship. We want to codify the relationship, right, by having good contracts and agreements. And then we want to continually be monitoring the supply chain for any type of issues. So let's talk about some risk mitigation strategies. I introduced these to you right at the beginning of this lesson. A silicon root of trust, a physically unclonable function, a software bill of materials, and visibility monitoring. I'm just going to share with you kind of a high-level introduction to these strategies, but these are all really interesting and definitely worth researching more. A silicon root of trust is a cryptographic hardware security module. Now, the silicon root of trust functions include device integrity, secure boot, attestation, authentication, and lifecycle security. So we have this cryptographic hardware module that becomes part of the manufacturing process itself. A physically unclonable function, or PUF, is a unique, difficult-to-replicate hardware identifier. And so we have this hardware identifier. That way, that device can't be cloned because we have this very difficult-to-replicate identifier. A software bill of materials, or an SBOM, is having a very detailed list of components, libraries, cryptographic signatures, and metadata used in the development of a software application. So if there's any change to that, you're going to know about it. And then visibility and monitoring. Technologies such as sensors, RFID, radio frequency ID, and data analytics can be used for visibility across the supply chain and allows for real-time monitoring. So silicon root of trust, physically unclonable functions, software bill of materials, and then visibility and monitoring for very important risk mitigation strategies. Now, we also want to have good agreements, right? So there are different types of agreements that we might have with our supply chain vendors. A supply agreement, a service level agreement, an IP agreement, a confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement, and a social responsibility agreement. A supply agreement establishes the terms for the provision of raw materials, components, or finished goods. An SLA, or service level agreement, codifies service and support requirements and may include incentives and/or penalties. An IP agreement, IP standing for intellectual property in this case, addresses the use of intellectual property, trademarks, patents, or any proprietary technology in the supply chain. A confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement, often called an NDA, protects data from unauthorized use and disclosure during and post-relationship. And many organizations now have what's known as a social responsibility agreement, and that establishes the ethical and social responsibility standards and expectations. So quite a bit we can do to mitigate the risk of our supply chain. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. A cryptographic hardware security module used for supply chain security. 1, 2, 3. And that is a silicon root of trust, or an SRT. Number 2, a unique and difficult to replicate hardware identifier. 1, 2, 3. That's a physically unclonable function, or a PUF. Number 3, a detailed list of components, libraries, cryptographic signatures, and metadata used in the development of a software application. 1, 2, 3. And that's a software bill of materials, or an SBOM. Number 4, an agreement that protects data from unauthorized use and disclosure during and post-relationship. 1, 2, 3. That's a confidentiality or non-disclosure agreement, commonly referred to as an NDA. And number 5, an agreement that codifies service and support requirements. 1, 2, 3. And that's an SLA, a service level agreement. That brings us to a security in action, and this one's about enhancing supply chain security. ABC Electronics, a leading manufacturer of IoT devices, is worried about the increasing threat to the security of its supply chain. The company's products rely on a complex network of suppliers, manufacturers, and distributors, making it susceptible to potential tampering, counterfeit components, and cybersecurity risks. So they've asked you to recommend a way to enhance the supply chain security so they can be confident in the trustworthiness of their components. What are you going to suggest? Put me on pause, go back to the lesson, come up with some suggestions for this manufacturer. All right, well, here might be your recommendations. Devices that have a silicon root of trust are inherently more secure, protecting them from unauthorized modification, firmware tampering, execution of malicious code, unauthorized modifications, and other cybersecurity threats. Now, ABC Electronics could partner with a trusted semiconductor manufacturer to implement a silicon root of trust at the hardware level of its devices, embedding those cryptographic keys and security features directly into the silicon. being able to do that, make that recommendation, for sure, security in action. All right, that's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 12.1, Set of Principles and Practices. In this lesson, we're going to be talking all about SETA, which is security, education, training, and awareness. Cybersecurity is absolutely a shared responsibility. No one individual, no one business, no one government entity is solely responsible for cybersecurity. Everyone has a role to play. But here's the thing. Most individuals either aren't aware of potential dangers and/or security best practices. They're really busy doing whatever their job is, right? They're being a policeman, or they're being a scientist or an engineer, whatever their particular job is. And so while you and I think about security a lot because it's what we do, most people don't. So ongoing education, training, and awareness programs are absolutely essential. And the program should stress that individual actions matter. And they should always be customized for the target audience, so they're really getting exactly what they need. And programs should be adaptable to changing circumstances. For example, during the pandemic, when all of a sudden we had so many workers working from home, we needed to include remote work from home security as a training topic. So I'd like to introduce you to the NIST SETA model. SETA is Security, Education, Training, and Awareness. Now remember, NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It's a U.S. government agency, and they have publications on a whole host of subjects. And this model is described in detail in their special publication 800-50. Now the NIST SETA model says that there are really three types of programs: education, training, and awareness. Education is all about answering the question, why? Why should we do something? What we're trying to do is get insight and understanding. So when we're trying to get that insight and understanding, the best method is discussion, seminar, and reading. Now, if you were going to measure what someone learned or what they know, right, it would be an essay. And the impact is going to be long-term. So who is education appropriate for? Well, those who are making these long-term impactful decisions. Your board of directors or their equivalent, your executive management, right? Your senior management, and the ones that are making decisions on strategy, on policy, on budget, right? They really need to have that insight and understanding. The T stands for training, and that's all about how do we do something? It's about acquiring knowledge, gaining a skill. It's really what you and I are doing here, right? The best teaching methods are going to be lecture, case study, and hands-on. The best test measure is problem solving, and the impact is intermediate. You'll remember this for quite a while, but if you don't use some of this, you'll have to have a refresher. And then the A stands for awareness. An awareness program is all about what's going on, right? It's a dissemination of information, and the goal is to influence behavior. The best teaching method is either interactive, video, posters, games. The best test measure is true or false or multiple choice, but the impact is really short-term, right? That we'll remember it for a while, but we're going to have to continually be reminded. Why? Because people get distracted or they're busy thinking about other things. So awareness programs need to be ongoing. Now, it's really important when we're designing our set of programs that we think about them in terms of the appropriate roles. For example, an executive, right? Their focus is strategy, policy, and organizational impact, including risk. So we'd be talking about education. A system owner, they're looking at business process and impact, again, education. A data owner, they're thinking about data protection and privacy, education. A custodian who's busy implementing, managing, and monitoring controls, training is really what, that the skill, how to do something, that knowledge. A privileged user, that would be a user that has privileged functions, again, training. And then our entire user community needs to know about relevant threats, best practices, and policy compliance. So the program that's appropriate for them, you got it, it's awareness. So education, training, and awareness. So let's talk a little bit about executive education. So when I educate executives, I never ever use the word executive. I always use the word briefing, right? When I use the word educate, it makes it sound like I have something, that I know something they don't, right? It just sets up a weird dynamic. But briefing is I'm going to provide some information to them that they, just need to have a better understanding of. So the briefing objective is insight and understanding for the long term. And if you're going to brief executives, so board of directors or executive management, know your audience presentation preferences. Some like to have a PowerPoint. Some don't ever want to have anything on the screen. They just want to have a conversation. Some want to have materials that they can be flipping through while you're talking. So know what your audience likes. Provide a discussion framework and pre-reading materials. These are folks who like to, have a sense of what's going on before they walk into the room. You want to be really specific to institutional goals, including regulatory requirements. You don't want to make this generic. You want to make it very specific to the organization. You don't want to use technical language. You want to use business jargon. And you definitely want to recognize that time is limited. Right? So you don't have all the time in the world. You have to be very, very concise, and that technical expertise may be minimal. And you never want to make an executive feel like they don't know what's going on or embarrassed or have to ask you questions like, well, what does that mean? And then you really want to cover a limited number of topics. You may have tons of things you want to tell them, but just try to cover 1, 2, or 3 topics. That's all that's truly going to get absorbed, and stay focused. Do not meander. Do not wander. Now, everyone, all of our workforce should be involved in security awareness programs. The successful security awareness programs incorporate a whole variety of tools: newsletters, posters, games, news feeds, blogs, simulations, and yes, even competitions. So you want to make sure you're diversifying your material to appeal to as many users as possible. Remember, we're including management in our security awareness programs and even the board of directors. You want to have interaction, personalization, and the belief in a shared outcome are absolutely the keys to success. The group competition is a proven motivator, and everyone loves recognition, and everyone loves prizes. So don't forget about recognition and prizes. So let's look at some security awareness techniques: gamification, simulation, security champions programs, and situational awareness. Gamification really leverages the human need for competition, achievement, or status. Simulations, like a social engineering simulation, provide a safe user experience and a relatable outcome. So if they do the simulation and then in a program you share with them the outcome, they're like, oh yeah, I remember when we did that. A security champions program, or influencers, are enthusiastic and knowledgeable employees that can act as advocates for your best practices. And then situational awareness. Don't discount the importance of this one. That's communications that focus on relevant situations. So if there was a deep fake of a celebrity, it was all in the news, make sure that you do some situational awareness about that. Use that as an example. Things that people can relate to in their non-work life often are the ideas, the concepts that stick best in the business setting. In earlier lessons, we talked about maturity models. Well, we have a maturity model for SETA as well. Let's take a look. Well, at the bottom here is just non-existent, right? We don't even have a SETA program, right? Security, Education, Training, and Awareness Program. Then we have ad hoc, right? And ad hoc means that, well, we kind of do it. Maybe some departments do, some don't. Really depends on who's thinking about it these days. So we do some things, but not in an organized fashion. Then we have compliance-driven, and this is a really, really common stage for a lot of organizations. They do training, education, and awareness programs because they're required to. They have compliance requirements, so their need to comply with those requirements, whether they're regulatory or contractual, is what drives their security, education, training, and awareness programs. But we want to do better than that. Integrated means that it's part and parcel of our DNA, right? We're not just doing training, education, and awareness programs because we have to. We're doing them because we want to, and we're doing them across our entire enterprise. We're being very, very deliberate. And then in our most aspirational, our program is not just integrated, but it's measurable and reportable. So we're constantly measuring how well did that training do. We're reporting out on it. We're looking at how effective is our education, training, and awareness programs. So really we're doing continuous monitoring and assessment. Obviously, non-existent is a terrible place to be. We don't like ad hoc either. Compliance-driven, well, that's where most organizations are. How lovely it would be if we could be integrated and, in the best of all worlds, we are going to be measurable and reportable. So let's talk about some ways that we can measure program effectiveness. We can do pre- and post assessments, means conduct before and after assessments to measure the effectiveness of the program. We can solicit participant feedback on program effectiveness and ask them, get their recommendations for improvement. We can assess whether the program has led to any observable changes in behavior and/or attitude. And we can establish KPIs, key performance indicators. Right? We can implement KPIs to track the success of the program, such as the number of reported incidents, reduced security incidents, or an increased awareness score. So assessments, feedback, looking at those behavioral changes, and doing KPIs, great way to measure the effectiveness of your SETA program. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. You know how to do this. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Say it out loud. Ready? Let's go. 1, the attribute is how, the objective is skill. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be training. 2, the time frame impact of an awareness program. 1, 2, 3, and that's short term for sure. Number 3, maturity level where training is provided because it is required. 1, 2, 3, and that's compliance-driven. Number 4, type of communication that focuses on threats and vulnerabilities that are relevant and relatable. 1, 2, 3, and that's situational awareness. And lastly, number 5, who is responsible for information security? Oh, everybody's going to get this. 1, 2, 3. Everyone. I even gave you the answer in my comment. All right, let's move right on to a security in action case study. This one's about training. Your organization had its first social engineering simulation, and the results were not good. The tester was able to obtain legally protected customer information, change customer records, and even have a refund check sent to a new address. You've been asked to design a training session. And the question is, who should attend? Just those who responded in error, specific departments, or all employees? Senior management has recommended that only the relevant departments attend. Do you agree? Okay, so let's look again what happened. Very first social engineering simulation. Ooh, and the results were not good. And look at all the things that the tester was able to do. Obtain legally protected customer information, change customer records, even have a refund check sent to a new address. So you're going to do a program, a training program, right? And the question is, who should come? Just those who answered an error, a specific department, or all employees? And senior management and executives say, I think you only have to have the relevant departments attend. And my question for you is, do you agree? Go ahead and think about it for a moment. Put me on pause if you'd like. Who should participate? Then come on back when you're ready. Well, this is a great opportunity to reach all employees with a very relatable scenario. You should weave the results into the training, but there's a caveat. You never want to embarrass or single out an employee. You should only use names when there is praise to be given. You can utilize recording transcripts to make it real, but I would focus just on the tester, right? Because voices could potentially be recognized. Now, if the social engineer came on site, you want to show pictures of how the social engineer was dressed to make it real. And you always want to be positive, not punitive. It's always, this is what we've learned, and here are our updated procedures. But I can't stress enough what a wonderful opportunity this is to reach all employees, including senior management, and the entire workforce with a very relatable scenario. So being able to design this type of program, invite everybody, get them to buy in, have them understand, have them leave just a little bit smarter than when they came in, that, my friends, is security in action. Okay, that's the end of this lesson. Head on over to the next. I'll see you there. Welcome to Lesson 12.2, Emerging Set of Trends, Techniques, and Topics. In this lesson, we're going to talk about what are the various topics that you should be including in your set of programs. Now, staying abreast of emerging trends and techniques and topics is really critical for an effective set of program. Programs that repeat the same year over year, we call them stale programs, and stale delivery methods, just doing the same thing over and over again, really results in our users losing interest and just going through the motions, just click, 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 if it's a computer-based training, or not even really listening if it's instructor-based training. So ongoing content review is essential. Here are some emerging techniques to enhance your set of programs: artificial intelligence and machine learning, virtual and augmented reality, interactive learning platforms, and automation in training delivery. The AI and ML can enhance set of programs by personalizing content and adapting to evolving threats. Virtual and augmented reality, VR and AR, are immersive technologies that can create realistic simulations, providing employees with hands-on experience. Interactive learning platforms can engage employees and make training more effective and more fun. And then automation in training delivery, that automated training delivery systems can ensure that employees receive timely and relevant security awareness content adapting to their schedules. So what are some of the topics we want to make sure we're definitely covering these days? Well, remote work, cloud, IoT, and for sure, ransomware. As remote work has become more commonplace, this topic focuses on addressing the challenges and the risks associated with working outside of the traditional office environments. And as software as a service becomes ubiquitous, talking about cloud emphasizes the unique security and privacy considerations that are associated specifically with the cloud environment. And with the proliferation of IoT, Internet of Things devices, there is a need to be aware of the security implications of connecting various devices to corporate, remote office, and even their home networks. And then ransomware. We know that ransomware attacks are on the rise, and they have really significant impact and consequences. Everyone should have an awareness of ransomware topics, including threats, attack vectors, regulatory requirements, and the all-important incident reporting. I want to share with you some emerging security awareness topics that you should be thinking about putting in your programs going forward: artificial intelligence, cryptocurrency, blockchain, and manipulation. There are a number of potential risks and vulnerabilities associated with malicious uses of AIs. So sharing tips on recognizing and responding to AI-driven cyber threats was a really useful topic. Now, the use of cryptocurrency, securing cryptocurrency wallets and transactions, and the importance of using reputable exchanges and employing strong authentication methods is definitely going to be of interest to your workforce, some of whom are already using cryptocurrency. Now, blockchain is an interesting topic, and thinking about how it impacts a business setting. So talking about the concept of smart contracts and their applications, and highlighting potential security implications and how users can protect themselves. And lastly, manipulation, which is the use of AI and ML in social engineering tactics, including audio and video, shallow and deep fakes, disinformation, and other synthetic content. I put that in as an emerging topic. I think that should be a topic that's already in everybody's program. And if it's not, get it in there right away. You also want to be reviewing your content on a regular basis. We're reviewing content for accuracy and relevance, clarity, consistency across channels, and inclusion and cultural sensitivity. We want to ensure the content is accurate, up-to-date, and relevant to the target audience. We want to ensure that the content is understandable by the intended audience. We want to avoid jargon or any kind of complex language. We want to ensure consistency in our messaging across channels, whether that's in person, online, or email, to reinforce our key concepts. And we want to ensure that the content is inclusive and sensitive to diverse cultural backgrounds, avoiding unintentional biases. That, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. Are you ready? 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. This topic is appropriate for software as a service or SaaS users. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be cloud security awareness. Number 2, this topic includes deepfakes and synthetic content. 1, 2, 3. And that's manipulation or social engineering. Number 3, this topic focuses on wallets and exchanges. 1, 2, 3. And that's cryptocurrency. Number 4, this immersive technology can create realistic simulations providing employees with hands-on experience. 1, 2, 3. And that's virtual reality or augmented reality. And lastly, number 5, working in tandem, these technologies can enhance set of programs by personalizing content and adapting to evolving threats. 1, 2, 3. And that's artificial intelligence and machine learning. In this case, we're using AI and ML for good. All right, let's do a security in action case study. This one's about room for improvement. Your organization has identified the need to strengthen its security awareness program due to the increasing complexity of cyber threats and the diverse workforce. Management has determined that traditional training methods are insufficient, and they've requested that you recommend a more adaptive and personalized training environment that could effectively engage employees with relevant and real-time content. What are you going to recommend? So we're talking about a security awareness program. We've got a lot going on, a lot of new cyber threats. We've got a pretty diverse workforce. Management says, the old way of doing things, I really think are insufficient. We want something that's more adaptive and personalized. We want to really engage our employees with relevant and real-time content. So what are you going to recommend? Go ahead and put me on pause if you want while you jot down some recommendations, then come on back when you're ready. Well, integrating AI and ML into the security awareness program could create a more intelligent and responsive learning experience. The benefits include AI-powered content personalization, adaptive learning paths, and real-time threat scenarios. Now, it's important to emphasize that this is an emerging training technique. Prior to a full-scale implementation, probably a limited scope pilot program is in order. Right? You can use that to work out bugs and to test the overall effectiveness. But doing so really is a way to enhance, right, the user experience, engage them, and get, all important, the real-time content out to them. Being able to do this, well, you know what it is. It's security in action. So we've come to the end of this lesson. And next up, we have a deep dive quiz for lessons 10, 11, and 12. So I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 13.1, Asset Classification. Now in this lesson, we're going to be looking at how do we classify assets in both the private sector and in the public sector. But let's start with defining what do we mean by an asset. An asset is any data, device, or other component of value to an organization. Now, information security and cybersecurity assets include data, information systems infrastructure, devices, physical infrastructure, and intellectual property. Now, classification is the process of organizing our assets by criticality and by sensitivity, because in reality, all assets aren't equal. Now, sensitivity is based on the impact of exposure. Criticality is based on the impact of unavailability. Now, this same criteria is often used for incident response, disaster recovery, and business continuity planning. So why do we classify? Well, because asset classifications inform our risk management decisions. They absolutely influence our protection strategies because we don't have to protect everything at the same level. Our control decisions, our audit scope, how often we're going to audit something, and regulatory compliance activities. So without classification, we really have to treat every asset the same, which just doesn't make sense. So let's talk about classification benefits: security, compliance, prioritization, and cost efficiency. By categorizing data, organizations can apply appropriate security measures such as encryption, access control, and monitoring. Classifications can also help organizations ensure that regulations are being followed by identifying which data falls under their domain or their regulation, and then applying the necessary controls. Classification can help organize prioritized data for backup, for retention, and for disaster recovery. And classifications help organizations make informed decisions about where to allocate their resources and invest in security measures. So classification is extraordinarily important. Now, classification designs vary by sector. The number of and type of classifications are completely discretionary for the private sector. Now, that doesn't mean that the private sector shouldn't have classifications. It means how many levels they have and what they call them is really up to them. But most organizations have 3 or 4 levels. Now, those classification levels should be defined in policy, remember those high-level statements, and supported by standards. Those are those mandatory implementation details. Now, the number and type of classifications are generally non-discretionary, mandated for government, national security, and military agencies and institutions, meaning that inherent in that organization, they have defined classification levels. The classification labels are assigned by classification officers based on predefined criteria. So let's do an illustration of national security classifications. At a low level, we might have unclassified, that information doesn't need to be protected and may be released to the public. We have a level called controlled unclassified information, information that needs to be protected and requires strict controls over its distribution. Confidential, which disclosure is expected to cause damage to national security. Secret, where disclosure is expected to cause serious damage to national security. And then top secret, where disclosure is expected to cause exceptionally grave danger to national security. Now, this is just an illustration. In different countries, we may classify these a little bit differently, use some different terms, and of course, there are more classifications than the ones that I'm sharing with you here. Security clearance is a determination made by the government that an individual is eligible to access information up to a certain level of classification. Now, the reason we're talking about clearance here is because clearance levels mirror data classification, and we'll talk a lot more about clearance when we talk about access control. Now, clearance is valid for a specific amount of time and then must be renewed. And clearance officers are responsible for the clearance process, which is a very, very significant process, lots of background checks, lots of vetting. But what I really want you to remember for right now is that clearance levels will mirror data classifications. Now, in the private sector, deciding upon criticality and sensitivity classification categories, definitions, and the number of levels is a management function. The classification categories should be codified in policy. Additionally, handling and protection standards should be developed for each classification. The classification categories and the corresponding handling standards should be communicated throughout the whole organization. It should be part of the training. So let me give you an illustration of the private sector, but remember that these are discretionary. Every private sector organization can choose what they want to have, how many levels, what do they want to call them, how do they want to describe them, but they need to get them then documented and codified in policy and standards. So at the lowest level, we might have public information that is for public consumption, for example, a press release. We might have internal use only, information that's widely available within the organization, but not to be shared outside the organization, for example, an org chart or an internal employee directory. Confidential, that's information that is sensitive or proprietary, like a trade secret. and then protected. And that would be information that's governed by regulation or other obligations. So maybe medical information, consumer financial account information, things that there are regulations about that we are told how we have to protect them. So let's take a look at the discretionary classification process. The first thing an organization, again, this is private sector, the first thing they need to do is define their classifications and then codify those in policy. Next, what they're going to do is define handling standards, which means for each classification, how should that system or data be handled? And I'm going to give you some examples of that in the next lesson. After they've done that, and that's all been codified and documented well, then they're going to identify and categorize the assets that they have. And matter of fact, that's the responsibility of an owner, right? Not the business owner, but what we consider the owner of the system or the owner of the data. They're going to identify and categorize their assets. And they'll say, this should be classified as this should be classified as that. It will then be up to the custodians to actually assign those classification labels. And we'll be talking about labels in an upcoming lesson. Once those classification labels have been assigned, we should publish the handling standards, we need to train our users, and we need to enforce those handling standards. But it all starts with classifications. It all starts with defining those classifications. Because once we have that, that will inform all of our other activities and all of our decision-making. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. This type of classification is based on the impact of asset loss. 1, 2, 3. And that's criticality. Number 2, this type of classification is based upon the impact of asset exposure. 1, 2, 3. Sensitivity. Number 3, national security classification applied when disclosure is expected to cause exceptionally grave danger to national security. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be top secret. Number 4, determination made by the government that an individual is eligible to access information up to a certain level of classification. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be clearance. And lastly, number 5, in a non-discretionary environment, this role assigns the classifications. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be our classification officers. And that brings us to a security in action about, classification. You work for a relatively small, privately owned company. The company is expanding both in markets served and geographically, and you are preparing a presentation for management on why classification is integral to growth. What are you going to tell them? So we've got the small, privately owned company, right? But it's growing, right? It's expanding in markets and geographically. And you're like, we really need to get our act together and have some classifications. So you're going to present to management. What are you going to tell them? Go ahead and put me on pause while you jot down some notes of presentation highlights. Well, there's a wide range of benefits from having a comprehensive, well-planned classification program, including it will inform your risk management decisions, your protection strategies, and your control decisions. You'll be able to communicate resource and protection priorities all through the organization. It will support regulatory compliance. And it will add value by allocating resources efficiently. There's no reason to protect all of your information, right? All of your data, all of your systems to the same level. So we are expending our resources unnecessarily. Once we classify, we can allocate our resources very, very efficiently, very effectively, and really have cost savings, and compared to what they're doing now. So being able to make this presentation, have this conversation, well, you know it. It's security in action. That takes us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 14.1, Asset Handling Requirements. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how we handle assets based on classification levels. Now, asset handling policies and standards govern the proper management, protection, and use of organizational as well as third-party assets. Asset handling requirements generally include how we're going to label the asset, documented handling standards, training, incident reporting, audit and monitoring, and enforcement. So labeling is a vehicle for communicating the assigned classification to everyone who's interacting with that data or system. So that includes our custodians and our users, as well as any other application. Now, labels are really important, and they can take many, many forms, right? They could be electronic, right? They could be part of a file name. They could be print. They could be audio. They could be visual, right? They could be a stamp. They could be in a footer, in a header. There are lots of different ways to have a label. But it's important that labels are appropriate for the intended audience and that the intended audience has access to those labels. They can see, how that system or data is being classified. Now, the really important thing about labels is they transcend institutional knowledge, and they provide stability and continuity. You might have some old-timers in your organization who say, yeah, I know what that classification is. But somebody new won't, and things change over time. So by labeling, we're always giving visibility to what the classification is of that system or data. The labeling recommendations are coupled with media category, right? Now, in an electronic form, the classification label could be part of the document name. For example, customer transaction history underscored protected. Let's say protected is one of your classifications. On written or printed documents, the classification label should be clearly watermarked, as well as in either the document header or footer. For physical media, the classification label should be clearly marked on the case using words or symbols. Handling standards are designed to inform custodians and users how to protect the information that they're using and the systems that they are interacting with. The handling standards dictate, by classification level, how information is to be stored, transmitted, communicated, accessed, retained, and destroyed. And that's why labels are so important, right? Because our users and our custodians need to be able to instantly recognize, right, the classification level so that they know how the information should be stored, transmitted, communicated, accessed, retained, and destroyed. Now, handling standards also extend to automated tools such as a DLP, a data loss prevention solution, and may also extend to incident management and breach notification. The handling standards should be clearly documented in an accessible format. Handling standards compliance, meaning the requirements to comply with it, should be referenced in the acceptable use policy document and the agreement. And very often, actually, handling standards are an addendum to that agreement. Now, users should be introduced to handling standards during the onboarding process, so right at orientation. And then, of course, because not everybody remembers what they learned during orientation, you're going to have to reinforce that knowledge. So handling standards should be reinforced throughout the user lifecycle. Let me give you an example. This is just an illustration of handling standards. Let's say we're in the private sector and we have 3-level classification. We have public, so available to the public. We have proprietary, things that really are more internal use. And then we have protected. These are things that are going to be protected by regulation or by contractual obligation. So those are our 3 classification standards. Then down the left-hand side, we have just some examples of how we would handle that data. About could we have that data stored on a mobile device? Can we do an external file transfer? And what happens about disposal or destruction? So again, mobile device, external file transfer, and disposal or destruction. And you can see if we start with data storage on a mobile device, protected? Not allowed. Proprietary? It's allowed, but encryption's required. If it's public, it's allowed in plain text. External file transfer? Well, if it's classified as protected, it must be pre-authorized by an SVP, and it's a senior vice president, and encryption is required. If it's proprietary, also must be pre-authorized by an SVP, encryption is required, but if it's public, right, meaning it's classified as public, it's allowed in plain text. Electronic disposal and destruction, if it's protected, it must be irrevocably destroyed and a destruction certificate required. Proprietary must be irrevocably destroyed. Public, it can just be overwritten. So you can see why it's so important when a user or a custodian interacts with the data or systems that they can see, Really, what is the classification level? Because that gives them the information they need, right, to apply the appropriate handling standard. All right, and that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. These inform users how to protect and interact with data and systems. 1, 2, 3. Of course, those are our handling standards. Number 2, used to communicate classification of a specific asset. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a label. Number 3, initial introduction to handling standards is during this period. 1, 2, 3. I hope you said onboarding right from the very beginning, even if we have to keep reminding them all the way through the life cycle. Number 4, an embedded label in a document or graphic. What's that called? 1, 2, 3. That's a watermark. And number 5, the process of organizing assets by criticality and sensitivity. Think back to the last lesson. 1, 2, 3, and that's classification. All right, let's do a security in action case study about classification. The organization you work for, Anytown Healthcare, collects, processes, and stores patient data that is personal in nature and is legally protected by the U.S. HIPAA privacy and security regulation. You're concerned that the organization is being inadvertently cavalier in how it treats patient data. What can you do to address this issue? Interesting. So we've got this data out there, right? We're collecting it. It is covered under regulation, but you don't think your organization's really taking care of it the way it should. So the question to you is, what can you do to address this issue? Go ahead and put me on pause while you jot down an action plan. Come on back when you're ready. Well, first discuss your concerns with management. Tell them how you're feeling and why. And then, assuming you garner their support, if there isn't already one, develop a classification policy that clearly defines the classification categories. And if there is one, you should review it and update as needed. Now, in either case, whether you update it or you create one, remember it does have to be authorized at the highest levels in your organization. Then you want to identify data in accordance with classification, and you want to label it. Just the fact that you know what the classification level is isn't enough. It's not going to be helpful for everybody else. So you need to identify it and label that data in accordance with classification. Now, it's electronic data, so you may want to put it, put it right in the file name, or you may want to put it in a header and footer. And then you're going to identify and implement the appropriate data classification controls for the classification level. You want to publish those handling standards so users know how to handle it, and you want to train the users to look for that label and then to implement the appropriate handling standard. And then lastly, you want to enforce compliance. This is a regulatory issue for you. You have to take care of that data. So you want to make sure that everyone's serious about it and you enforce compliance with these handling standards. But before the handling standards, you have to have labels, and before the labels, you have to have classification. And doing all that, my friends, is security in action. All right, that takes us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. So welcome to lesson 15.1, Asset Management. In this lesson, we're going to talk about how to interact with various assets. The asset management is the systematic process of identifying, classifying, tracking, and managing the various assets within an organization. The asset management encompasses information, systems, infrastructure, and physical assets. So let's take a kind of a big picture look at asset management. Right? Sort of under the umbrella of asset management, we have asset identification. So what do we have? We have to determine who is responsible for that asset, and then we have to classify and label that asset. At the same time, right, we want to know everything we have. We want kind of the bigger picture, so we need to have an asset inventory management program or process, and then as sub-programs of that, we're going to have asset lifecycle management programs, and if there's any service providers involved, we'll have service provider management. So these are all components of your asset management program, and we're going to talk through these. So asset roles and responsibilities, this is really a reminder. We've talked about owners and custodians before. Let's talk about it again. Owners are responsible for decisions related to classification and access control, as well as oversight of protection mechanisms. And our custodians are responsible for implementing, managing, and monitoring controls. Now, asset inventory management is a set of policies, standards, and procedures that we use to track assets, maintain our optimum inventory levels, and schedule replacements when they're at end of life or close to their end of life. So why have inventory management? Well, inventory management benefits include tracking, so including when somebody leaves, did we get the asset back, or there seems to be one missing, we better figure out what that is. It does also provide context for vulnerability and patch management. We can't protect what we don't know we have. So if we don't know that we have a particular device, well, then it's probably not included in the vulnerability and patch management programs. And it also facilitates recovery as well as replacement. So how do we get an inventory? Well, there's a number of ways to do it. We have mapping tools, we have enumeration tools, and we have software audit tools. Network mapping tools are used to create physical and logical diagrams. Now, popular network mapping tools include SolarWinds Spiceworks, ManageEngine, and Nmap. We also have enumeration tools. Enumeration tools can be used to discover and document devices and enumerate their characteristics, for example, what services are running. Some popular enumeration tools include DumpSec and Nessus. And then we have some software audit tools, where software audit tools are designed to track licensed and unlicensed software. Popular software audit tools include SolarWinds, Zerli, and ManageEngine. And of course, we also have self-reporting, right? People should report what they have for devices, and there's always the walk around and make sure that you know everything that's in your environment. Let's look at just an illustration of what we would have in our inventory database. So for hardware, right, we'd have an identifier, name, model, and serial number. We might have information about their supplier, so the warranty, an SLA if applicable, and a support contract if applicable. Where is that hardware located? Is it on-prem? Is it remote? Is it in the cloud? The assignment, who's the user, who's the custodian, what department is using it, and who's the asset owner. The license, so the number, the type, is it is a subscription, contract, peripheral, and the time period. If there's any code, any activation keys or code, and then all the way down to the firmware level on the manufacturer and version. Software, well, we want to know the name of the software, the publisher, the version, if it's cloud-based, the site URL, an SLA if applicable, and support contract if applicable, whether that software is on-prem, remote, or in the cloud. Again, same assignments, who uses it, who's the custodian, what department, who is the asset owner. The license information, the number of licenses we have, the type, is a subscription, contract, perpetual, and the time period. And then any activation keys or code. So again, this is just an illustration of some of the things that we might have in our inventory management system about hardware and software. Now, asset lifecycle management includes the systematic planning, acquisition, deployment, maintenance, and the eventual disposal of assets within an organization. And the goal of asset lifecycle management is to maximize the value of the asset while minimizing risks. We want to ensure their optimal performance, and of course, we want to align their usage with the organizational goals. So throughout the life cycle, organizations should really have good records, maintain accurate records of asset details, including ownership, location, configurations, and maintenance history. This information is really critical for informed decision-making and for compliance. The service provider, vendor, or third-party management is the oversight and coordination of relationships with external entities that provide services or products to an organization. And the components are going to include vendor selection and due diligence, both initial and ongoing, contract negotiation and management, service level agreements and performance evaluation, monitoring and auditing, and an exit strategy if you don't want to work with that service provider anymore. So why is service provider management in the asset management lesson? Because very often our assets are managed by third parties, and we always need to keep that in mind. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. They're responsible for decisions related to classification and access control, as well as oversight and protection mechanisms. 1, 2, 3, and those are our owners. Number 2, they're responsible for implementing, managing, and monitoring controls. 1, 2, 3, everybody's going to get this. That are our custodians, you bet. Number 3, tools used to create physical and logical diagram. 1, 2, 3, and that is mapping tools. Number 4, tool used to discover and document information such as running services, users, and groups. 1, 2, 3, and that's enumeration tools. And lastly, number 5, tool designed to track licensed and unlicensed software. 1, 2, 3, and that's software audit tools. Excellent. All right, let's do a security in action case study about inventory management. One of the findings of a recent IT audit is that there's no inventory of IT assets or software licenses. When this finding is presented at the audit exit meeting, the IT manager defiantly responds, "We're a small company, and my team is well aware of what the company owns." Yikes. So what's your response? And that's what I want to know from you. So again, we had this recent IT audit. They came back and said, there's no inventory of IT assets or software licenses. And at the exit meeting, the IT manager doesn't take too kindly to this, and they're saying, listen, we're a small company. We know what you got, we don't need to document it. We're good. What do you think? How do you respond? Go ahead and put me on pause, jot down some response notes, and come on back. Well, here might be your response. You can't protect what you don't know you have. Inventory management is the foundation of vulnerability and patch management. And inventory management is critical for tracking equipment and for facilitating recovery of lost or stolen assets, as well as end-of-life replacement. And documentation and record keeping is vital to ensure license compliance. So lots of good reasons. And really, in the end, it will make the IT manager's job better. So being able to have a kind, a comprehensive, and a complete response, convincing that IT manager that not his fault, not a reflection on him, but doing this will really make the organization a better, stronger organization. Doing that, well, you know what it is. It's security in action. That takes us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 16.1. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about data management. Now, data management is the planning and execution of policies and practices that protect data confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? Our fundamental principles, again, confidentiality, integrity, and availability through its life cycle. The data protection decisions are generally going to be related to data classification, our regulatory obligations, and data state, meaning point in time. So let's talk about those 3 data states. Our data states are data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. Data at rest refers to data that is either stored or saved on a storage device such as a hard drive or a solid-state drive or a server or tape or CD, right? This data is not actively being processed or used by a computer at that moment. It's at rest. Data in transit is data that is in the process of being transferred or moved from one location to another, typically over a network. Now, this can include data being transmitted over the internet, through a local network, or between different devices. Data in use is the state of data when it is actively being processed or accessed by a system, a device, or an application. Now, this can involve computations, it can involve analysis, or any operation that requires the data to be actively read, modified, or manipulated. So data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. So let's take a look at the whole big picture of the data management ecosystem. Once again, top of the heap are directors and executive management. Then we have data owners, and data custodians, and our data users. So let's review these roles and responsibilities. I know we've talked about this a couple of times, but it's really important stuff. Our directors and executives are responsible for governance and oversight, and from a legal and regulatory perspective, they are the ones that are responsible for the actions or the inactions of an organization. Our data owners are responsible for oversight and decisions related to classification, access control, and protection. Data custodians are responsible for advising, implementing, managing, and monitoring the data protection controls, and our data users are responsible for treating data and interacting with information systems in accordance with organizational policies and handling standards. But then we have some other data management roles specific to managing data opposed to more enterprise roles. And I want to share with you these three roles: data controller, data processor, and a data protection officer as defined by GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. The data controller determines the purposes for which and how personal data is processed. Now, a joint controller is when one or more organizations jointly determine the why and how personal data should be processed. A data processor processes the personal data on behalf of the data controller, and the data protection officer, or the DPO, ensures that an organization follows privacy regulations as defined in GDPR. That independence is required. So I want to stress that these data management roles are very specific to the issue of privacy and personal information. Now, Article 39 of the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, clearly describes the tasks of the DPO, or the Data Protection Officer. And I would suggest that you take a little bit of time to read that, or follow the link down on the bottom, commission.europa.eu, right, to really understand what a data protection officer does. Now, remember that GDPR applies to any organization, right, that processes or transmits or stores personal information for an EU or EEA resident. Now, a DPO can be an internal employee or can be a third party. Now, the internal DPO's exposure to liability depends upon the jurisdiction in which the company operates, the existence of any indemnification or indemnity agreements, and the language of the DPO's employment contract. External DPOs, who provide advice to organizations, have a much more straightforward risk of liability. If an organization engages a DPO via service contract, so really an outsourced DPO, relies on that DPO's advice, and is subsequently subject to an enforcement action by a supervisory agent, it could seek damage from that external DPO. And there's a link on the bottom if you'd like to learn more about the liability of a DPO. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. They're responsible for advising, implementing, managing, and monitoring data protection controls. 1, 2, 3, and that's a data custodian. Number 2, the 3 states of data. 1, 2, 3. That's literally, I want 1, 2, and 3. Ready? At rest, in use, and in transit. Number 3, they determine the purposes for which and the means by which personal data is processed. 1, 2, 3, and that's a data controller. Number 4, when one or more organizations jointly determines why and how personal data should be processed. 1, 2, 3, and that's joint controllers. And lastly, number 5, GDPR Article 39 role. This is easy, and everybody's going to get it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and that's a data protection officer known as a DPO. All right, let's do a security in action together. This one's on data ownership. You've been asked to explain to data owners their data protection responsibilities and corresponding control selection. Where do you start? So maybe the data owners really no one's ever sat down with them and said, this is what you need to do. That's your job now. What are you going to do? So put me on pause for a moment if you want to write down your explanation, and come on back when you're ready. Well, you may want to begin by explaining that as data owners, they're responsible for oversight and decisions related to classification, access control, and data protection. If the organization collects, processes, or stores information of an EU or EEA resident, they have an additional responsibility relative to GDPR. Now, that applies to other jurisdictions as well. There may be other privacy regulations that would apply. Now, you want to reassure the participants that data custodians will advise, recommend, implement, manage, and monitor the selected controls. Their job is to approach data management from a business perspective. So they have that oversight responsibility, but the custodians will do all of that hands-on work. And a really important job of the custodian is advisory, because very often a data owner may not understand all the controls that are available to them, may not even understand what different classifications mean. And it's really up to the custodian to advise and educate. And then, of course, we'll continue to implement, manage, and monitor and report out on the selected controls. Having this conversation, getting data owners on board, that's definitely security in action. That wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 16.2. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about data collection, data retention, and data archiving. So let's take a big picture look at the information lifecycle. Right, the first thing that happens with information is we either create it, collect it, or purchase it. So one way or another, it comes into our possession. And whatever we create, collect, or purchase needs to be in accordance with organizational policies and requirements. Then we have two parallel tracks. That data is going to be in use, sometimes referred to as in production. And at the same time, we're going to put aside a copy of that data, and we're going to refer to that as retention. Then, as we move on, when we get to the end of useful life of the production, we're going to have to dispose of it. And eventually, right, when we get to the end of useful life of what we've retained, we will also need to dispose of it. Now, along the way, we're going to have an archiving process and may be subject to legal hold. So we're going to talk about retention, archiving, legal hold, and then in the next lesson, we'll be talking about disposing of information or destruction of information. So let's start with retention. Retention is just a set of rules. It's a set of rules that dictate the data sets that must be kept and for how long. The data retention requirement should be formally documented. Now, how do you decide what your data retentions are going to be? Well, data retention strategies really need to be aligned with business and legal requirements. So, for example, here in the U.S., the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, requires certain financial documents to retain for 7 years. The IRS payroll tax records have to be retained for 7 years. There may be other state or local or federal laws that apply to you here in the U.S. or in other countries of how long you must keep certain documentation. So that's really going to guide what you're going to retain. Now, there'll be other data sets like email that there probably isn't going to be any government dictates about, and you're going to have to make a decision. And there's two schools of thought there. Some people say, let's retain everything, we'll have a great record. Other people say, oh, let's not retain too much, we might not want to have that record. That's an organizational management decision. But whatever you're going to do, I would suggest that legal counsel be consulted. So retention was a set of rules. Archiving is the actual process of securely storing original files for long-term preservation. Right? So these are going to be pristine copies that we could go back to at some other time, regardless of what happened to the original document. We're going to have a copy of that original document that will always stay available to us no matter what happens to the first document, whether it's been modified or deleted. The data should be archived in accordance with its retention schedule. So based on retention schedule, we'll do the archiving. It should be securely stored in accordance with its classification. So our archived data, might be confidential or it might be internal use. It might be public. And in the same controls that you have over that data in production or in use, you should have over the archived copies as well. And then you want to make sure that it's properly disposed of at the end of the retention period. And I don't want you to confuse archiving with backup and replication. Backup and replication is a distinctly different process than archiving. Backup and replication is the process of making copies of data that's in use and in production, to ensure recoverability. So if a file has been modified, we back up the modified copy of it. Where archive makes a copy of the original pristine, takes a copy, nothing will ever happen to it. If we have to go back to it, it's like we're going back to the original. Now, archiving automation involves the use of technology and automated processes to systematically organize, move, and manage data, files, or records into an archive. Now, automation for archiving is pretty awesome because it reduces the manual effort required to identify, categorize data sets, and manage what could be overwhelming volumes of data. Now, automated archiving systems can generate and manage the metadata associated with archived data. Now, metadata is simply data about data. Metadata provides really valuable information about the archived items, facilitating really efficient search and retrieval when needed. Now, your organization at some point might be subject to a legal hold. A legal hold, also called a litigation hold, is a process by which an organization is required to preserve and to retain certain documents, data, or information that may be relevant to either a legal case or to an investigation. Now, the objective of a legal hold or litigation hold is to avoid evidence spoliation or deletion. And a legal hold supersedes organizational retention policies. So if you get a legal hold for something that normally you don't archive, well, now you have to archive that. Or maybe it's a type of record you do archive, but you only archive it for 2 years. But the legal hold says you must archive it indefinitely. Well, you have to follow the legal hold, right? Because that's going to have come from a legal entity. So that legal hold will supersede your organizational retention policies. The e-discovery, or electronic discovery, which is a really old term, is the process of identifying, collecting, and analyzing electronically stored information, which is referred to as ESI, for legal purposes. So this goes way back to mainframe days. Now, e-discovery is commonly used in various legal scenarios, including litigation, a regulatory investigation, internal corporate investigations, and compliance audits. It's really a way to discover information. So the process isn't an old process, just the term electronic discovery is kind of an old-fashioned term. Now, e-discovery is governed by a set of rules and guidelines that vary across jurisdiction. But here in the U.S., we have the U.S. Federal Rules of Civil Procedures, known as FRCP, and the U.S. Federal Rules of Evidence, or FRE. On an international level, there's the Hague Convention on the taking of evidence abroad in civil or commercial matters. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. So 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. Rules that dictate the data sets that must be kept and for how long. 1, 2, 3. And that's retention rules. Or we could call it a retention policy if you document it into a policy. Number 2, the process of securely storing original files for long-term preservation. 1, 2, 3. The process is known as archiving, right? The rules is retention. The process is archiving. Notice to preserve all forms of relevant information. 1, 2, 3. And that's known as a legal hold or a legal retention. Number 4, process in which ESI is located and searched for. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be e-discovery. Number 5, data about data. What's that called? 1, 2, 3. Data about data is metadata. That brings us to a security in action. This one's about a legal hold. Your company receives a legal hold notice regarding all current and prior email correspondence with John Doe, including attachments. So the question is, well, because you don't currently archive email, can you ignore this request? Not in your retention schedule, not in your policy, not something you ever do. Can you just say, sorry, we don't do that? What do you think? That's my question to you. So your company got a legal hold. It's all current and prior email correspondence with John Doe, including attachments. Do you have to obey? I don't know. What do you think? Go ahead and jot down your response if you want. All right, let's see. A legal hold absolutely supersedes your internal policy, so you can't ignore the request. Now, going forward, all email correspondence with John Doe, and of course the attachments, must be securely archived. Now, all prior email should be produced within the limitation of your current environment. You can only produce what you still have. So if they say we need it from 5 years ago and you really don't have it from 5 years ago, even on any kind of backup media, well, you don't have it, right? You can't produce it out of thin air. So prior email should be produced within the limitations of your current environment. But no prior related email should be deleted or modified. It's like you can't go back and say, oh, crap, I wish I didn't have that. I'm going to get rid of it. That doesn't work, right? So going forward, you have to retain everything. Anything that you have from previous, you have to also make sure that you're archiving it and putting it away and securely storing it. So you don't get to ignore the request. You have to fulfill it to the best of your ability. And that, my friends, is security in action. All right, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 16.3. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about data deletion and the corresponding media destruction. So just a quick refresher on the information lifecycle. We create, we collect, or we purchase information in accordance with our organizational policies. We have two parallel tracks, right, of information that's in use for production and information that follows our retention schedule. And whatever we're retaining, we're going to archive. In addition to, we may have to have some archiving of legal hold. But then we get to the end of useful life, whether it has been for data that's in use or data that has been retained. We get to the end of its useful life. And at that point, we need to dispose of the data. Now, the question is, do we just dispose of the data or we dispose of the media that the data is on? So let's look at our options. But before we do that, I want to do a data storage primer. All right, so let's do a data storage primer here. Clusters, slack space, unallocated or free space, and an index. A cluster is a fixed length block of disk space, and it's documented in the file allocation table or an equivalent index. And a new file always starts at the beginning of a cluster. Now, clusters can be 4K, they can be 8K, they can be 16K. It really depends upon the data. So I'm going to write 3 little clusters here. I got 3 clusters, and I want you to pretend that all of those are 4K clusters. A new file always starts at the beginning of a cluster. So these were all 4K, and let's say I have a 10K file. It would use up all of that first cluster and all of the second cluster, that's 4K and 4K, and just half of that third cluster. Slack space is a space between the end of a file and the end of a cluster. So that's right here, that area right there, that, sorry, my drawing's not so great, but that is going to be our slack space. Now, what's going to happen when the next file gets written? Well, it's going to get written at the beginning of the next cluster. It's not going to get written in that slack space. So a slack space, again, is the space between the end of the file and the end of the cluster. And that slack space can contain data from RAM or it can contain segments of deleted files. Now, unallocated or free space is clusters that are not allocated to a file yet, and they can also contain some deleted file fragments. And then an index is just a pointer to the data. And when we talk about forensics, we'll kind of come back to these concepts again. Now, conventional data deletion doesn't delete data. Let me say that one more time for everybody. Conventional data deletion does not delete data. So when you hit delete or you empty the recycle bin, you empty the trash, you are not deleting the data. The data stays intact. Because when a file is deleted, the corresponding entry in the file system is marked as clear, and the directory index says, okay, that space, that cluster is ready to be reused. But the original file remains intact until the space is used. And the original file is overwritten, which means that potentially all or part of the deleted file entry can be recovered. Because let's look at this once again, right? So we had our three clusters here. Remember, those were all 4K clusters, right? So I've got a file, right, taking up 4K and 4K. Oops, let's use that all up. Pretty bad drawing, right? I say the file's deleted. Nothing happens. Nothing happens on the media. All that happens, right, is that the directory index says, oh, you can use those clusters. Now I go to write a new file, right? And I write the new file, I can overwrite it. But what if I don't overwrite all of it? That original data remains intact. It remains on the drive. And it's available if we're doing any type of forensic analysis. So potentially all or part of a deleted file entry can be recovered. So data remnants refers to the residual traces of data that remain on a storage medium even after attempts have been made to erase or delete that information. So approaches to counter data remnants include clearing, purging, and physical media destruction. So let's talk about these three approaches: clearing, purging, and destruction. Clearing is the removal of data in such a way that data can't be recovered using any normal system functions. Purging is the removal of data that can't be reconstructed by any known technique. And destruction is the physical act of destroying media in such a way that it can never be reconstructed. So clearing, purging, destruction. So keeping in mind those approaches, clearing, purging, destruction, let's look at some techniques. Wiping overwrites all addressable storage and indexing locations multiple times. Again, the result is clearing and the media is reusable. Degaussing uses an electromagnetic field to destroy all magnetically recorded data. The result is purging. The media hasn't been destroyed, but it is not reusable. And then we have 4 destruction techniques. We have shredding, pulverizing, pulping, and burning. Shredding is physically breaking the media into pieces so small, so fine, they can't be put together. Pulverizing is reducing media to dust. Pulping is chemically altering the media, and burning is incinerating the media. So all of those destroy the actual media. Diving a little deeper into some of these, let's talk first about diswiping, also referred to as dissanitation. Diswiping overwrites all addressable storage and indexed locations multiple times. Now, it was created by the United States Department of Defense. The current standard is 5220.22m. Standard specifies data sanitation methods for secure erasure of sensitive information from storage media. Now, 5520 method requires overwriting all addressable storage and indexing locations on the drive 3 times with zeros, with ones, and with random characters, and then verifies all those writing procedures. Now, I want you to note that solid-state drives may not effectively be sanitized using this standard and may require a manufacturer-specific utility. Degaussing being a permanent purging technique, a degausser purges by generating a powerful magnetic field that permanently removes the magnetic properties from the iron oxide or chromium dioxide hard drive coating, which then erases or randomizes the recorded data pattern. A degaussed drive cannot be reused. Now, a degaussed hard drive can be recycled for precious metals. An exception, again, optical media is not affected by degaussing. And then those 4 media destruction options: shredding, also called shearing; pulverizing, sometimes referred to as crushing; pulping, you might hear a term related of an acid bath; and then burning. For shredding, we have specialized shredders that use these really powerful blades to break the media into tiny, tiny fragments. For pulverizing or crushing, we have industrial grinders that pulverize media into small particles, and then hard drive crushers that apply extreme pressure, damaging those components beyond repair. Pulping uses a corrosive solution to dissolve and destroy the media. It's more commonly used for destroying optical media. And then lastly, burning, which is subjecting media to high temperatures, effectively melting or burning the media. Now, many organizations will use a third-party commercial company to actually destroy media. And if you're going to have a third party do that, you want to get a certificate of destruction. Now, a certificate of destruction is issued by the commercial service upon destruction of the media. And that certificate of destruction, at a minimum, should include the date of destruction, the description of the media, including serial number if that's appropriate, the method of the destruction, burning, shredding, pulping, pulverizing, who witnessed the destruction, and then the company name, address, and contact information. Now, if you want to learn more, you're interested in some immediate destruction guidance, the NSA has some excellent guidance about media destruction. You can see the link on the bottom, NSA Gov, Resources, Media Attack Destruction, TAC Guidance. That brings us to a 3-second challenge. Number 1, Residual representation of data. 1, 2, 3, and that's data remnants. Number 2, a clearing technique that overwrites addressable storage multiple times. 1, 2, 3. That's known as disk wiping or disk sanitization. Number 3, vendor proof of destruction. 1, 2, 3, and that's certificate of destruction. Number 4, fixed length blocks of disk space. 1, 2, 3, and that's a cluster. And lastly, number 5, using a corrosive solution to dissolve and destroy the media. 1, 2, 3, and that's pulping. That brings us to a security in action, and this one's about confidential data. This is such an interesting story. Research published in 2019 by security firm Rapid7 revealed how problematic discarded technology can be. The researcher, Josh France, bought 85 devices for $650 at secondhand stores and found over 366,300 files, including images and documents. Now, after analysis of each device, France found email addresses, dates of birth, social security numbers, credit card numbers, driver's license data, and passport numbers. And so my question to you is, how could this exposure be avoided? I mean, the companies were nice, right? They donated them to these secondhand stores, probably for saying, oh, I bet somebody could use it. But all that data was still there. So what should they have done? You can put me on pause for a few moments when you want to write down your controls and come on back. Now, the owner should have sanitized the drives before disposal, right? They should never have allowed that data to be exposed. Now, alternately, the owners could have used a third-party service to destroy the drives by burning, shredding, pulping, or pulverizing. And if none of the above are feasible, well, the hard drive should have been removed and securely stored prior to donating or selling a device. Lots of options available, but that type of information, email addresses, date of birth, social security, credit card numbers, driver's license numbers, and passport numbers, that's all data that needs to be protected. That's all data that belongs to someone who relied on the company, who trusted the company, right, to protect it. And so it's the company's job to always protect that data throughout its entire life cycle, including its end stage. Doing all that, that's security in action. That, my friends, finishes up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. So welcome to lesson 17.1. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about asset retention and retirement. Now, asset retention, not to be confused with data retention, which we talked about in a previous lesson, is the process of keeping, maintaining, and preserving an asset throughout its life cycle. Now, asset retirement is a process of decommissioning or retiring an asset from active use in an organization. Now, retention and retirement schedules should be clearly defined, documented, and published. And, retirement and replacement requirements can really have a significant budgetary impact. Are we replacing assets annually, every 2 years, every 3 years, every 5 years? Right? Those make a big difference in our budget. So we have to look out into the future and know what those expenses are going to be so they can appropriately be budgeted. Now, preparation for retirement and replacement, if applicable, is a component of enterprise risk management. Now, asset retirement process is the strategic and systematic approach to decommissioning, disposing of, or repurposing assets after they've reached the end of a useful life or are no longer needed within an organization. The components of asset retirement include decommissioning, disposition, financial accounting, and environmental considerations. So let's look towards the end of an asset, like their end dates. Some important dates to understand are the notification date, a last sale date, an end-of-life date, and an end-of-support date. Notification date is when the end-of-sale, end-of-life, and end-of-support milestones for a product, a service, or a subscription is communicated to the public. An end-of-sale date is a date when the product, the service or subscription is no longer for sale. An end-of-life date is when a product or subscription is determined to be obsolete. Now, once it's obsolete, the product or subscription is not sold, it's not improved, and it's not maintained, meaning there's no new features or functionality. And then we get to end of support. An end of support is the last date to receive applicable service and support. And really important to keep in mind is that after that date, updates, meaning security patches in this case, are no longer available. So we don't want to have systems out there that are past end of support. So just a quick review, end of sale, that's when the product is not going to be sold anymore. So it's no longer for sale. End of life, again, the product is considered obsolete, right? So it's not going to be sold, it's not going to be improved, and it's not going to be maintained. So no more features or functionalities. End of support, no more service, no more support, including updates and patches. So one of the things to bear in mind with end of support, right, is that we're not getting any more patches. However, every once in a while, there is an exception. You may find a publisher or a vendor that will allow you to pay for extended support, and you may find a vendor that once in a blue moon will release a patch. And a good example is Microsoft with Microsoft XP. There are still a lot of Microsoft XP systems out there, even though they are way, way past end of support. But every once in a while, there is a vulnerability that is so serious and so egregious that Microsoft might actually release a patch. But you should never count on it. You should always assume that end of support truly means end of support. The vendor lifecycle policies establish these clear and predictable guidelines for product services and servicing timelines. So we should always know what all those dates are. Now, there are two approaches that vendors have: the fixed, which is the traditional lifecycle, and the continuous, which is sometimes referred to as the modern lifecycle. In a fixed or traditional lifecycle, products have defined lifecycle dates: end of sale, end of life, end of support. In continuous or modern lifecycle, products get continuous support and servicing, so we really never hit that end of life or end of support, with the caveat that customers must take the latest update to remain supported. So let's talk about some end of life and end of support risks, because they're really significant. Whenever possible, hardware and software should be refreshed prior to end of life and end of support. Why? Well, because adversaries are going to continue to identify and exploit vulnerabilities. And at end of support, well, you're not going to have patches anymore. And second, almost every regulation requires that organizations take reasonable steps to protect the data and systems under its control. Not doing so can be considered a compliance violation. So if you've let your hardware or software go past EOL or EOS, you could be considered being out of compliance. Now, you might have exposure to litigation for not upholding the standard of due care. Remember, standard of due care is what the reasonable person would do in the situation. You also have a risk of downtime due to lack of support or service resolution, and you may well have incompatibility with newer operating systems, applications, and hardware. So end of life and end of support risks, again, really, really significant. So we want to know what's the end of life date, what's the end of support date. We want to have a retirement schedule and a replacement schedule, and we want to make sure that we've budgeted. We don't want to all of a sudden have to say, oh my gosh, we have to spend $100,000 on something. Okay, all of that should be clearly budgeted for. Okay, and that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. The date when a product, service, or subscription is determined to be obsolete. 1, 2, 3. And that's end of life, or EOL. Vendor lifecycle policy for products with a defined lifecycle date. 1, 2, 3. And that's fixed, also known as traditional. Number 3, after this date, updates are available by exception only. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be end of support, known as EOS. Number 4, the date when a product, service, or subscription is no longer available for purchase. 1, 2, 3. This is an easy one. This is end of sale. And lastly, number 5, the vendor lifecycle policy that provides ongoing support and servicing. 1, 2, 3. And that is continuous, also known as modern. All right, so we have a security in action about end of life and end of support. Your old boss loves her old laptop running Windows version 8.1 and has refused to give it up, even though support for Windows 8.1 ended on January 10th, 2023. So you're preparing for a meeting to explain why upgrading her laptop and the operating system is essential. What key points are you going to make to convince her to upgrade? Okay, so your boss, she absolutely loves her old laptop, and it's running Windows version 8.1. And assumably, right, that laptop is older, you can't run a newer version on it. But she really loves it. She does not want to give it up, even though, right, end of support was January 10th, 2023. So more than a year ago. Now you're going to meet with her, and you have to explain to her why immediately upgrading her laptop and the operating system is essential. But she really loves that laptop. So the question to you is, what key points should you make to convince her to upgrade? So think about those reasons to upgrade. Put me on pause for a minute, jot them down, come on back when you're ready. Well, here are the reasons to upgrade. Microsoft no longer provides security updates or technical support for the Windows 8.1 operating system. Every time she connects to the corporate network, she's putting the organization at operational, compliance, legal, financial, and reputational risk. You know, so often when we interact with our own devices, we think of it as a very personal, solitary experience, when in fact, it's not at all. You know, and so she might not realize that there are vulnerabilities on her system, if exploited, could impact the entire enterprise. Now, every time she connects to her home network, she's putting her family at risk for all the same reasons. You should tell her that her new PC is going to be faster and it'll be a more enjoyable experience. And lastly, remind her, she'll be setting a good example for the rest of the organization. Having these sometimes uncomfortable conversations, but being convincing, having the right knowledge, the right things to say, that, my friends, is security in action. Okay, that wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 18.1. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about control baselines and how to fine-tune them for your organization. Now, as a refresher, let's talk about control objectives. A control objective is a statement of a desired result or a purpose to be achieved by implementing a control or a set of controls and/or countermeasures. Now, controls are proactive tactics, mechanisms, or strategies that proactively minimize risk. Countermeasures are controls that are implemented to address a specific threat. Now, countermeasures are generally reactive, where controls were proactive, and countermeasures may be more effective for that particular threat, but they're less broadly efficient. Now, defense in depth, also known as layered security, is the design and implementation of multiple overlapping layers of diverse controls. We want to make sure, we've talked about this earlier, that controls are not subject to a cascade effect and should maintain independence. When I think about a cascade effect, I always think about dominoes. If you had a whole bunch of dominoes and you stood them all up, you made this kind of cool little shape, but then you went bing on the first one and they all went bum, 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 bum. That's a cascade effect. And so you want to make sure that they're not subject to a cascade effect and they should maintain their independence. And we want to have a diversity of type of controls, and associated vendors should be considered. So let's turn our attention to security control baselines. A security control baseline expresses a minimum standard for a given environment. Now, control baselines serve as a starting point and should be strategically aligned, always, 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 with the needs of the organization. Now, control baselines should be proportionate to the criticality and the sensitivity of classifications of the asset being protected. And that's known as the principle of proportionality, because not all assets have to be protected in the same way. Now, during control selection and implementation, it's really important for organizations to consider the evidence, right? What artifacts or documentation that will be needed to support both your current and future control assessments. meaning when somebody is reviewing those controls. Now, you don't have to start from scratch determining what your security control baseline should be. There's a lot of good information, documentation out there available to you. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, has their SP 853, which is Security and Privacy Controls for Information Systems and Organizations. Of course, we have the NIST frameworks, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, the NIST Privacy Framework, the NIST Risk Management Framework, and the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, has their 27014, 2020, Information Security, Cybersecurity, and Privacy Protections. And there's other control guidance that's available out to you. There's control guidance put for very particular systems. There's control guidance for the cloud. But there's lots of work that's been done out there. So you can look at these various controls and determine which of them are going to be applicable for your organization. Now, generally, when you're looking at these published controls, you'll notice that they are organized by family. And each control family will consist of specific security controls that are designed to address specific aspects of security risk. Now, by implementing controls from the various families, organizations can create comprehensive and layered, or defense-in-depth, security posture. So let me just give you an example from NIST 800-30. These are the control families. This is how the controls are organized in these security baselines. Everything from access control, that's ACID, awareness and training, all the way to the last two, systems and information integrity, and supply chain risk management. If you want to learn more about NIST 800-30, there's a link on the bottom. This is a special publication, or you can just Google NIST SP 800-30, and it's going to come right up for you. So let's say you've decided that you're going to adopt some security baselines from NIST or from ISO or from the Cloud Security Alliance, or really whoever you're going to be doing that from. Wholesale, when you look at it, you're probably not going to want to apply all of it, right, to your organization. It might be fairly generic, and you want to really make sure that whatever control baselines you adopt really, really worked for your organization. And so that's where we need to fine-tune those baselines. And we fine-tune them by initiating the processes of scoping, tailoring, compensating, and supplementing. Scoping is eliminating any unnecessary baseline recommendations that are not applicable to your organization. Remember, we always want to strategically align every decision we're making, every control we implement with the needs of the organization. Tailoring is customizing baseline recommendations to align with your organizational requirements. It's really like if you went to the department store and you bought a suit off the rack and it fit you okay, but it's not perfect. So you go to the tailor and maybe they take in a little, maybe they let out a little, they shorten, they lengthen, they do whatever it is to make it just right for you. And that's what tailoring here is of our controls. It's, again, customizing those baseline recommendations to align with your organizational requirements. Compensating is substituting a recommended baseline control with a similar control. So maybe there's a recommended control, but for whatever reason, technical, financial, whatever the reason is, that control is not going to work in your environment. But you're going to substitute another control that does the same thing. And then lastly, supplementing. Supplementing is augmenting or adding to the baseline recommendations. Maybe it's a great set of recommendations, but it's missing a couple of things. So you say, okay, we can add to it. We're going to supplement it. So scoping, tailoring, compensating, and supplementing. So let's look at the baseline modification and implementation process. We're going to identify what control baseline we want to adopt. Now, we can adopt more than one. We can sort of mesh them together if we need to. We just need to make sure that they are strategically aligned with the needs of the organization. And we're going to accomplish that by scoping, tailoring, compensating if necessary, and supplementing if necessary. And once we've come up with our baseline set of controls, then we are going to publish them so everybody knows about them. We're going to implement them. Now, some of them may have already been implemented, so we might even do a gap analysis to say, what have we already done? What do we need to do? We want to make sure that everyone who's involved in managing and monitoring, implementing, using these various controls are educated. We want to make sure that everybody knows about them, why we have them, and what they do, and what would be the problem if we bypass them. And then lastly, we want to monitor those controls. We want to make sure that they actually work in our organization. And on an ongoing basis, we're going to want to revisit, right? Come right back to this control baseline and say, is it still applicable for our organization? And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. The statement of desired results to be achieved by implementing a control. 1, 2, 3, and that's a control objective. Number 2, term used to describe multiple layers of diverse controls. 1, 2, 3, and that's defense in depth or layered security. Number 3, a set of minimum controls for a given environment. 1, 2, 3, and that's a control baseline. Number 4, the process of eliminating unnecessary baseline recommendations. 1, 2, 3, and that's scoping. And our last one, number 5, augmenting or adding to the baseline recommendations. What's that going to be? 1, 2, 3, and that's supplementing. Right, that brings us to a security in action about adopting a control baseline. External auditors have recommended that your organization adopt the ISO 27014 as a control baseline. And you concur with this recommendation. You think it's a good idea. But management's response is that they worry about the applicability and the cost of implementing such a broad control set. So what do you say to them to alleviate their concerns? So your external auditors, they've sat down with you. They said, you guys really need to adopt a control baseline. And we think the one that works best for you is ISO 27014. And you've looked at it and you've decided, yeah, you agree. That might be a really good baseline for the organization. So you go to management and they say, well, is it applicable to us? And boy, there's a lot here. And what's the cost going to be? We don't know if it's a good idea. So what are you going to say to alleviate their concerns? So go ahead and think about it for a moment if you'd like. Put me on pause. Come on back when you're ready. Well, here might be your response. Begin the conversation by explaining that control baselines serve as a starting point and that the goal is to strategically align the controls with the needs of the organization, that you're not going to implement anything that's not relevant. Now, the adoption process will include scoping, eliminating unnecessary controls, tailoring, right, customizing and fine-tuning, compensating, substituting controls, right, if the control that's being recommended isn't right, doesn't make sense for your organization, maybe it's too expensive, maybe there's already something in place that can do, that same objective, accomplish the same thing, and supplementing, again, adding controls as warranted. And you want to assure them that this isn't like, whoosh, we're going to do everything right now. Right, we want to assure that the baseline can be phased in over time and can be in concert with budget allocations. Having this conversation? Absolutely. That's security in action. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll be waiting for you at the next one. See you there. Welcome to Lesson 18.2, Data Protection Methods. Now, in this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to some data protection methods, really as a preview of a lot of other lessons that will be coming up. Now, data protection is the planning and execution of policies and practices that protect and, when possible, enhance the value of data throughout its life cycle. Now, common data protection controls, and these are ones we're going to be talking about in later lessons, include access management control models, best practices, and solutions, as well as privacy-enhancing technologies. Now, implementing a combination of data protection methods is essential to creating a robust defense in depth or layered security and privacy posture. Access management controls are used to protect information and systems from unauthorized access, modification, and disruption, which is really another way of saying confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, access control models dictate how subjects, we often think of subjects as users, access objects, think of objects as resources, or how objects access objects. Now, access control best practices dictate organizational behavior, things like dual control and separation of duties, both of which we've already discussed. Now, access control solutions such as cryptography, data loss prevention, or DLP, cloud access security brokers, or CISSPs, and digital rights management are designed to enforce access management policies. Again, all topics we're going to be talking about in depth throughout this course. A really important data protection method is cryptography. So I just want to introduce you in this lesson to our cryptographic use cases. We use encryption for confidentiality. We use hashing for integrity. We use digital signatures for both integrity and non-repudiation. And we use digital signatures for authentication. So cryptography, really, really important to data protection. And we're going to be spending multiple lessons talking about encryption, hashing, digital signatures, and digital certificates. The DLP, or data loss prevention solutions, are designed to detect data movement and to prevent data exfiltration, whether it's unauthorized or it's accidental or inadvertent release or removal of data. The DLP technologies locate and catalog sensitive data based on a predetermined set of rules or criteria. DLP tools monitor target data when in use, in motion, and in rest. And once again, in a later lesson, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into DLP. Now, cloud access security brokers, or CISSPs, are security policy points. They could be software or appliances that are placed between the cloud and the enterprise user. The CISSPs are important because they proxy traffic and they use auto-discovery to identify cloud applications. Now, security policies, such as authentication or encryption, are injected as the cloud-based resources are accessed. And the CISSPs provide control over shadow IT applications. We talked about shadow IT when we were talking about our adversaries. Now, the term shadow IT, just as a reminder, is used to describe the use of an IT solution that's managed outside of and without the knowledge of the IT department. The digital rights management, or DRM, the primary goal of digital rights management, or DRM, is to prevent unauthorized copying, distribution, and use of digital content. The DRM technology can be used to control copyrighted material. It can prevent or restrict users from editing or saving, sharing or forwarding, printing, or even taking a screenshot or a screen grab. DRM technology can be used to set content expiration dates. It can limit the number of times content can be accessed. It can limit content to specific devices, specific IP addresses, or locations. And it can watermark documents and images to assert ownership. So let's look at some DRM approaches. Watermarks, metadata, embedded code, and license agreements. The watermarks are just really a graphic file that can be used to track usage, including when the content is copied, manipulated, or transformed into another format. Metadata can be used to capture and monitor copyrights and licensing information to prevent unauthorized use. So, for example, the use of a stock photo. Now, embedded code can be used to control how and when content is published, and that's used to support the strategy of COPE, which is create once, publish everywhere. And license agreements, well, end-user licensing agreements like EULA, can incorporate sharing, download, reuse, and manipulation restrictions. Privacy-enhancing technologies, known as PETs, and approaches permit collection, processing, analysis, and sharing of information while protecting the confidentiality of personal data. The PETs, privacy-enhancing technologies, are a component of privacy by design strategy. Now, PETs help ensure the continuity of privacy and data protection even after the data has been collected and transferred to other entities. The categories of PETs include data obfuscation tools, meaning you can't see the data, encrypted data processing tools, federated and distributed analytics, and data accountability tools. And there was a really good article published by the OECD on emerging privacy-enhancing technologies. It was published in March of 2023, and there's a link on the bottom of the screen where you can get to that article to learn more about these emerging privacy-enhancing technologies. But let's look a little bit closer at data obfuscation tools using synthetic data, tokenization, pseudo-anonymization, and anonymization. Synthetic data is a generation of artificial data with similar statistical properties to the original data source. It means we can hide the original data source and work with the synthetic data. Tokenization is substituting sensitive data with a non-sensitive equivalent in a production environment. Now, those of you who work with credit cards are probably already familiar with tokens and tokenization. In the credit card environment, the way it's used is that the credit card data is actually stored in a secure location. And we know that using the PCI DSS standards, organizations aren't supposed to store the credit card information. So instead, the credit card information is stored at a legitimate location where it's okay to store that data, generally with a credit card processor. A token is created. A token is just a non-sensitive equivalent that's used in the production environment. So for example, let's say there are recurring charges, right? The organization that's doing the recurring charges would just use this token, right? This non-sensitive equivalent. And then the processor would know how to make that connection between the non-sensitive data that's in the token and the sensitive data that they're storing. Now, what's important about all that is if that token was ever captured by an adversary, they wouldn't get anything that was going to be of use to them. Pseudo-anonymization is a method used to substitute identifiable data with a reversible, consistent value. Now, sometimes we'll see that being used in a clinical trial. And then anonymization is the process in which individually identifiable data is altered in such a way that it can no longer be related back to a given individual. So in this lesson, right, we've been able to talk about some obfuscation tools and some other tools that really protect our data. And I gave you kind of a little teaser about things like access control and cryptography, where you got introduced to the tool, but we've got lots of lessons ahead of us to dive much deeper into them. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know what to do. A cryptographic technique used to prove integrity. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be hashing. No worries if you didn't get that one right. We'll talk more about that in a later lesson. Number 2, the process in which individually identifiable data is altered in such a way that it can no longer be related back to a given individual. 1, 2, 3, and that's anonymization. Number 3, solutions that are designed to detect data movement and to prevent data exfiltration. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be data loss prevention. Another topic we'll talk about some more later on. Number 4, this solution proxies traffic and uses auto-discovery to identify our cloud applications. I also said it's our antidote to shadow IT. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a CISSP, or a Cloud Access Security Broker. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we're talking about the cloud. Number 5, the objective of this solution is to prevent unauthorized copying, distribution, and use of digital content. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be digital rights management, or DRM. So let's do a security in action about copyright violations. Your organization creates website content that's published across multiple platforms. This content requires a significant investment in research and development. Now, your legal team tracks unauthorized usage and has reported a significant uptick in copyright violations, which are directly impacting revenue. You've been asked to present options to mitigate this issue. What would you include? Okay, so you create website content, it's published on multiple platforms, cost a lot, right? We've got significant investment in research and development. The legal team's been watching unauthorized usage. they're finding a lot of copyright violations, meaning the data is being used without any compensation, which obviously does impact revenue. And you've been asked to present options to mitigate this issue. So, based on the things we talked about in this lesson, what would you include? Go ahead and put me on pause, go back to the lesson if you need to, and come up with some options. Come on back when you're ready. All right, well, here might be your options. Primary goal of digital rights management, or DRM, is to prevent unauthorized copying, distribution, and use of digital content. The mitigation options include watermarking, metadata, and embedded code. Now, I want to note that DRM solutions can be complex and they can be costly, so you want to really carefully consider, is that the way to go? Additionally, consumers often express a dislike for this approach. So it's important to find a balance point, right? The balance point between how the market's accepting it, what you're doing, how costly it is, and really balance that against the revenue loss. But being able to look through these solutions, decide how they apply to your organization, and then apply them appropriately, that is security in action. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of this lesson and actually this end of the module. And next we're going to do a deep dive quiz for lessons 13 to 18. So get some paper and a pencil, and I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 19.1. In this lesson, we're going to talk about 3 different families of secure design principles. Let's start, however, with talking about what do we mean by secure design and secure design engineering. Well, the goal of secure design engineering is to develop trustworthy and survivable systems. Now, survivability is a system property, and what it means is the system's ability to prevent, mitigate, and recover from cyber events. And there are 3 sets of secure design principles: secure design planning principles, secure design configuration principles, and secure design relationship principles. So we're going to go through all 3 of these. Starting with secure design planning principles. So our principles are threat modeling, keep it simple, default deny, secure defaults, fail secure, and privacy by design. Again, this is all when we're planning. So we use threat modeling to anticipate threats, and we want to focus on the undesirable consequences. Why do we need to do that now? Because then we can determine what the requirements are to either respond or react, prevent, or deter those threats. Then we have keep it simple. I like this one a lot. This is that security mechanisms should be as simple as possible. Right? Simplicity means fewer possibilities exist for error, and when you have to do an assessment, the process is significantly less complex. Then we have default deny. Default deny says that we need to base access decisions on permissions rather than exclusion. This means that by default, access is going to be denied, and the protection scheme identifies the conditions under which access is permitted. Now, the opposite of default deny is default allow. And let me give you an example in terms of a firewall. A firewall that's in a default deny posture will not allow any ingress, incoming, or egress, outgoing traffic until you set up rules that allow it. But a firewall that perhaps out of the box would be in default allow, well, that would allow all traffic, ingress and egress, to be flowing freely until you set policies to deny it. And that's a pretty scary approach. So we want to really always adopt a default deny approach. We want to secure defaults. That means secure settings should be enabled by default. We shouldn't leave it for someone else to have to turn them on. Fail secure is the principle that in an event of failure, access will be denied. So if there's a failure, access is shut down. And lastly, privacy by design says privacy is embedded into the design, right? It is the default posture. Next up is our secure design configuration principles. We have defense in depth, least functionality, appropriate disclosure, and open design. Now, defense in depth, which we've talked about numerous times already, says that we need to utilize multiple layers of diverse controls, including endpoint protection such as a host-based firewall. So defense in depth or layered security, so if one control fails, hopefully the other control will work. Least functionality is the principle that systems and devices should be configured to provide only essential capabilities and specifically prohibit or restrict the use of any unnecessary functions, ports, protocols, or services. So for example, if you have a server that's going to be a DNS server, we want to make sure that that's the only service that's available. It's not trying to do anything else. If we have an Active Directory domain controller, we want it to have all the services turned on to be a domain controller, but we don't want any others, right? So determine what that device needs to do, and then you want to make sure that you are configuring that device to only have the capabilities it needs to do whatever you've assigned it to do, and specifically prohibit or restrict the use of any unnecessary functions, ports, protocols, or services. Appropriate disclosure tells us that error and system messages should not include any unnecessary information that might lead to a compromise of security. And lastly, open design. And this is the idea that the security mechanism should not depend, matter of fact, should never ever depend upon the secrecy of the design or the implementation. And this is our argument against security through obscurity, because ultimately everything will be seen, everything will be found. So we want to make sure that the security mechanisms don't depend upon the secrecy of either the design or the implementation. Our third set of principles are our secure design relationship principles. Zero trust, trust but verify, separation of duties, least privilege, and sanitized data sent to other systems. Zero trust, which we'll talk quite a bit about in our next lesson, is that there's no default trust or privilege, that verification in the form of authentication is always going to be required for access. Trust but verify says that our dependencies are never going to be trusted until they are proven trustworthy. Separation of duties is breaking a task into segments so that no one subject is in complete control or has complete decision-making power. We've talked about that one a few times as well. Least privilege is giving a subject or process only the rights and permissions needed to accomplish a task. Now, I want to make sure that you don't confuse least privilege with least functionality. Right? Least functionality is when we configure a system to only do what we need it to do, and we get rid of or disable or delete any unnecessary services, ports, protocols, applications, or services. That's least functionality. Least privilege applies to the user or the subject, that we give the subject or the process only the rights and permissions needed to complete their assigned tasks. And lastly, sanitized data sent to other systems. We want to sanitize all data that's passed to complex subsystems such as command shells or relationship databases or any commercial off-the-shelf component, right? We want to sanitize that data because we don't know how those other components or other systems are going to handle our data. So we always want to sanitize that data or use de-identified data or dummy data. All right, so a fairly short lesson, but a lot of really important principles. And we'll be talking about quite a few of these as we continue on in the course. So that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. In the event of failure, access is denied. How do we describe that? In the event of failure, access is denied. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be fail secure. Number 2, the opposite of security through obscurity. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be an open design. Not a very common term, so you're forgiven if you didn't remember it. Number 3, no inherent privileges. 1, 2, 3. What are we talking about here? We're talking about zero trust. Number 4, multiple layers of diverse controls. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be defense in depth or layered security. And lastly, number 5, breaking a task into segments so that no one subject is in complete control or has complete decision-making power. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be our separation of duties. Right, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about least principle. In your organization, the terms least privilege and least functionality are used interchangeably. Is that correct? And if not, how are you going to explain the difference? Okay, so just to recap, right, in your organization, the terms least privilege and least functionality just seem to be used interchangeably. And my question to you is, should it be? Is that correct? And if it's not correct, how are you going to explain the difference? Go ahead and put me on pause for a moment if you'd like while you jot down an explanation. Well, here's the explanation. The principles of least privilege and least functionality are similar in objective, but very different in implementation. They both aim to reduce the attack surface. Right? Least privilege applies to subjects, and least functionality applies to objects or resources. Least functionality requires that resources be configured to provide only necessary capabilities and restrict the use of all unnecessary functions, protocols, and services. Where least privilege is giving a subject only the rights and permissions needed to complete an assigned task. Now, I think what's really interesting about that is really they're both trying to accomplish the same thing, right? They're both aimed to reduce the attack surface. But least privilege applies to our subjects, and least functionality applies to our objects or our resources. So you don't want to use them interchangeably. They don't mean the same thing. And you want to really explain to everyone who's been doing that, you want to explain gently and nicely what the differences are. Knowing the differences and being able to explain them, that is security in action. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 19.2. In this lesson, we're going to explore Zero Trust and Secure Access Service Edge. Zero Trust is a security framework that requires all subjects, assets, and workflows to be authenticated, authorized, and continuously validated before being granted or keeping access to applications or data. Now, the goal of Zero Trust is to prevent unauthorized access to data and services, coupled with making the access control enforcement absolutely as granular as possible. Now, Zero Trust is really, really gaining favor in so many enterprises. So let's look at how do we view Zero Trust in a network, and why do we want to have Zero Trust? Well, the four really assumptions we have when we're viewing Zero Trust on a network is that no implicit zone trust, no ownership assumptions, insecure connections, and wanting to have a consistent security policy. So no implicit zone trust means that the entire enterprise private network is not considered an implicit trust zone. Now, that's an unusual step to take because historically we've looked at our internal network as a trusted network. And here we're saying quite the opposite. We're saying the entire enterprise private network is not considered an implicit trust zone, that as such should always act as if an attacker were present on the enterprise network. The second is no ownership assumptions, that devices on the network may or may not be owned or configurable by the enterprise. And not all enterprise resources are on an enterprise-owned infrastructure. The third is insecure connections, that remote subjects should assume that their local network is hostile, and they should also assume that all traffic is being monitored and potentially modified. And lastly, a consistent security policy, that assets and workloads should retain their security posture when moving to or from the enterprise-owned infrastructure. So in other words, we don't trust anybody. We think everything might be under attack. Everything could potentially be hostile. And so we're really moving away from, well, it's ours, we must trust it, to, it's ours, yeah, but the adversaries could be everywhere. So here are the core principles of Zero Trust, and these are as defined in NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, Special Publication 800-207. Continuous verification, access limitation, limit the blast radius, and automate. So continuous verification is that we have to always verify access all the time for all resources. Access limitation is that access to individual enterprise resources should be granted on a per-session basis. So that's really interesting. That's not just that they should have access to it, but on a per-session basis every time they go to access it. limit the blast radius. That means that we want to minimize impact if the internal or the external resources are breached. And we do that via segmentation and implementing the principle of least privilege. And lastly, to automate. We want to automate context collection and response. We're automating credentials, we're automating workloads, we're automating endpoints, we're using SIEMs, and we have threat intelligence, all of which should be automated. So let's take a look at Zero Trust Architecture, known as ZTA. Now we're going to have two planes. We have a control plane and a data plane. And up in the control plane, we have the policy decision point. And there are two components within that policy decision point. We have the policy engine and a policy administrator. And in the lower part of this drawing, we have the data plane. Now, the data plane is where the subject is going to access a system, right? They're going to be untrusted. We'll have a policy enforcement point, which will then ultimately allow them to be trusted and get access to the enterprise resource. So let's talk about what's a control plane, what's a data plane, and more specifically, what does a policy decision point do, a policy engine, a policy administrator, and the policy enforcement point. In networking, a plane is this abstract concept of where certain processes take place. In a zero trust environment, there's a separation of the control plane and of the data plane. Now, the control plane is used by infrastructure components to maintain and configure assets for access control and communication security. In a zero trust environment, requests for access are made through the control plane. Now, a data plane is used for communication or moving data between the software components. So we have the control plane and the data plane. Make sure you know the difference between those two. Now, our zero trust logical components include our policy decision points, our policy engine, our policy administrator, and the policy enforcement point. You saw all of those in the architecture drawing. The PDP, or the policy decision point, functions as a gatekeeper, and it has two logical components, the policy engine and the policy administrator. Now, the policy engine is responsible for the ultimate decision to grant access to a resource for a given subject. The PA, or policy administrator, generates the session-specific authentication token or credentials used to access an enterprise resource. And the policy enforcement point, or the PEP, is responsible for enabling, monitoring, and eventually terminating the connection between the subject and the enterprise resource. Now, a Secure Access Service Edge is a network architecture framework that brings cloud-native security technologies together with traditional wide area network, or WAN, capabilities as a cloud service. Now, the term SASE, or Secure Access Service Edge, was coined by Gartner analysts Neil McDonald and Joe Scorpua and first described in a July 29, 2019 Gartner report. Now, in 2021, Gartner defined a subset of SASE capabilities called Secure Edge Services, or SSE. Now, let's look at some key components of an SASE model: SD-WAN, security services integration, and zero trust network access. That's how we're going to tie these together. Now, SD-WAN is a software-defined approach to converging and managing a traditional WAN and cloud architecture. Security services integration integrates various on-premise and cloud security services, including secure web gateways, firewall as a service, zero trust network access, and DLP, or data loss prevention. Our third component, zero trust network access, well, SASE adopts a zero trust security model, where every user and device, regardless of their location, is treated as untrusted until their identity and their security posture are verified. So make sure that you understand what a zero trust network is, as well as the key components of an SASE model. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. The premise that trust is never granted implicitly, but must be continually evaluated. 1, 2, 3, it's an easy one. That's zero trust, or ZT. Used in ZTA, that's Zero Trust Architecture, by infrastructure components to maintain and configure assets, access control, and communication security. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be the control plane. Number 3, network architecture framework that brings cloud-native security technologies together with traditional WAN or wide area network capabilities as a cloud service. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be Secure Access Service Edge, or SASE. Number 4, the ZTA logical component responsible for the ultimate decision to grant access to a resource for a given subject. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be the policy engine, abbreviated as PE. And lastly, number 5, the ZTA, again, Zero Trust Architecture, logical component responsible for enabling, monitoring, and eventually terminating the connections between a subject and an enterprise resource. 1, 2, 3, and that's the policy enforcement point, or PEP. Right, that brings us to a security in action about zero trust. Now, your organization contracts with several third parties for building environmental control monitoring and maintenance. For example, smart lighting and HVAC, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, across your enterprise. Now, to provide service, contractors need network connectivity to their devices and to the internet. So your boss wants to know if it makes sense to implement zero trust in this scenario. So what would you say? Okay, so we've got several third parties, right, that are involved with your building environmental control, monitoring, and maintenance, maybe smart lighting, HVAC, perhaps your generator, right, across your network. And to provide the service, the contractors need access to the network connectivity to their devices, and to the internet. And that's a little worrisome that we've got all these people on our network. So your boss wants to know if it makes sense to implement zero trust in this scenario. So my question to you is, well, what would you say? What would your response be? Well, put me on pause if you want to think it through and jot down some response notes. Well, absolutely it makes sense, right? Zero trust could allow the service providers time-sensitive access to their systems and access to the internet while obscuring enterprise resources. Now, in a ZT environment, each user, device, and application can have its own perimeter security. And access permissions are controlled with individuals having just enough and just-in-time access. Just enough, meaning they only have the rights and permissions they need, and just in time, they only have it for that limited time for a particular session. So yeah, this is a great application of zero trust. You know, zero trust, really an emerging area. So if you're not familiar with it, if you're not using it in your environment now, definitely dive into this one, because I think you're going to see it in more and more organizations as time goes on. Being able to do that, now that's definitely security in action. All right, that takes us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 20.1. In this lesson, we're going to explore a variety of information security models. The information security models focus on interactions, and they provide structure and rules to be followed to accomplish a specific objective, like confidentiality. You know, building models for really anything that we're about to do is a pretty standard approach, and we do that with information security as well. Now we have foundational, also known as lower-level models, which include state machine, non-interference, and information flow. Then we have relationship models that are referred to as higher-level models, and they include Bell-LaPadula, Biba, Clark-Wilson, Graham-Denning, and Brewer and Nash models. Now, if any of the foundational models prove to be false, so it's the lower-level models, then the security of the system cannot be relied upon regardless of the implementation of the higher-level or relationship models. So let's talk through the three foundational models. We have state machine, non-interference, and information flow. State machine is just a conceptual model that ensures no matter what activity is taking place within a system, it is always trustworthy. Now, non-interference and information flow models really apply to a system that has multiple levels of classified data on it. The non-interference model dictates that whatever happens at one security level or one classification level does not directly or indirectly affect the security of other levels. Now, the non-interference model can be used to protect against damage caused by malicious programs. The information flow model focuses on controlling the flow of information, ensuring that it doesn't violate the security policy of the system. Now, an information flow model allows authorized information to flow and prevents unauthorized information flows. Next, we're going to talk about relationship models, but we have to really clearly define what do we mean by a subject and what do we mean by an object, because relationship models address the interaction between subjects and objects. Subjects are active entities that cause information to flow among objects or changes the system state. Now, a security label applied to a subject is going to be based upon clearance. Objects are passive entities that contain or receive information or instructions, and the security label applied to an object is going to be based upon classification. Now, there are also two properties that describe what a subject can do to an object, the star property and the simple property. The simple property just means read. I don't know why when they designed these models they used the words simple and star, but they did. So whenever you see simple, it just means read. That's all it means. Star, or an asterisk, just means write. So in the models, when you see simple, it means read, star means write. You just have to memorize that. So let's talk about relationship models, starting with Bella Padula and BIBA. Now, Bella Padula, its objective is confidentiality. And BIBA, the objective is integrity. And here's how I remember that. BIBA is spelled B-I-B-A, and I is the first letter in integrity. And that's how I always remember that BIBA is integrity. So by default, I know that Bella Padula is confidentiality. So let's start with Bella Padula. Bella Padula is kind of the grandparent, if you will, of all of these models. It was designed for the military, for the Department of Defense. It has a simple rule and a star rule. Remember, simple means read, star means write. Its simple rule is that subjects cannot read data that has a higher classification than their clearance level. Okay, so let's say we have 3 levels. We have top secret, we have secret, and we have sensitive but unclassified. And let's say that the subject has a clearance of secret. That means that they can't read anything above secret. They can't read top secret. That makes sense, right? Then they have a star rule. Remember, that's about writing. And the star rule is that subjects can't write to an object at a lower classification than their clearance. So if our subject has secret, they can't write down to sensitive but unclassified. Why not? Well, because they might know something. And by mistake even, they might write something to that lower level, that lower classification level, that really doesn't belong there. So no read up, can't read above your level, and no write down, right? That you can't write to a lower level because you may impact the confidentiality of that information. So Bella Padula, no read up, no write down. BIBA, complete opposite. It's all about integrity. And its star rule says subjects can't write to an object at a higher classification than their clearance level. And their simple rule is that subjects can't read data that has a lower classification than their clearance. Okay, so let's think through that, because that sounds a little confusing. Remember, this is about integrity. Subjects can't write to an object at a higher classification than their clearance. So if you have secret clearance, you can't write to top secret. Why? Because what you know might not be complete and accurate, and if you write it to a higher level, you would contaminate that data. Why can't you read data at a lower classification than a clearance level? Because the data in that lower level may not be true, may not be accurate, may not be complete. And so what you would be doing is contaminating what you know. So again, this is all about integrity, no read down, no write up for BIBA. So make sure that you remember this. No read up, no write down, no read down, no write up. Now you could just memorize it, but if you keep in mind that Bella Padula is about confidentiality and BIBA is about integrity, it'll make a lot of sense. So just keep that in mind, what the objectives are. Then we have some additional integrity models. We have Clark-Wilson, where the objective is integrity, that a well-formed transactions ensure that a user cannot alter data arbitrarily. Instead, the data has to be altered in a specified way in order to preserve its internal consistency. And that's referred to as an access triple. And our goal is to prevent unauthorized users from making modifications, to prevent authorized users from making improper modifications, and to maintain internal and external consistency. Then we have the Sutherland model. Again, the object is integrity, and it focuses on preventing interference, and it's really used to prevent a covert channel from being used to exploit a process or an activity. Then we have a conflict of interest model known as an ethical wall, and that's the Brewer and Nash model. And the objective of Brewer and Nash is to defend against conflicts of interest. Now, conflicts of interest categories first have to be identified, and the access controls will change dynamically depending upon a user's previous actions. The Brewer and Nash model is used in contexts where it's important to prevent conflicts of interest, such as a financial or legal environment. And it's a very practical approach to controlling information flow and access based on the principles of maintaining separation between conflicting interests within an organization. So for example, a law firm might use this. They might say, if you are representing client A, then you can't get to these other client files because there may be a conflict of interest. All right, so we have lots of good models to know. Make sure that you're really familiar with all of them. These are generally comes up as a test question. Let's do our 3-second challenge. Conceptual model that ensures a system is always trustworthy. 1, 2, 3. That's our state machine model. Number 2, the star and simple meaning. What do those mean? 1, 2, 3. Star means write, simple means read. Confidentiality model that states no read up, no write down. What's that going to be? 1, 2, 3, and that's Bell LaPadula. The model designed to dynamically protect against conflicts of interest. 1, 2, 3, that's going to be Brewer and Nash. And lastly, number 5, the integrity model that states no simple down, no star up. How else to interpret that? How about no read down, no write up? And it's the integrity model. What's it going to be? 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be BIBA. Good work. All right, let's do a security in action about applying those star and simple properties. Acme Industry has 2 systems that they need to secure. System A stores multiple levels of confidential information that must only be accessed on a need-to-know basis. System B stores multiple levels of information that must be accurate. So I want to know which relationship model you would apply to each system and why. So System A, all about confidentiality, and System B is all about accuracy, or another way to interpret accuracy is what? Integrity. All right, so which relationship model are you going to apply to each system and why? Go ahead and put me on pause if you want to jot down some notes about relationship models. Come on back when you're ready. Well, the relationship objective of System A is confidentiality. And the applicable model is going to be Bell LaPadula. Right? Simple, no read up, star, no write down. I can't read above my level, well, because I shouldn't have access to it. And I can't write down below my level because I might inadvertently expose something I know and disrupt the confidentiality of the information. The relationship objective of System B is integrity. And the applicable model is going to be BIBA, right? Simple is no read down. I can't read below my level. Why? Because that information might not be correct and it would contaminate what I know. And star, right, is right, no write up. Can't write above because what I know may not be complete or accurate, and I would contaminate the information above me. So Bell LaPadula, being confidentiality, BIBA, integrity. Make sure you know simple and star, and make sure that you can explain both of these relationship models. And being able to do that, well, for sure, that's security in action. That brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 21.1. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about security evaluation criteria. Let's begin with talking about the security evaluation process. Now, the objective of a standardized security evaluation process is to assess product functionality and assurance in a consistent and repeatable manner. So what do we mean by functionality and assurance? Well, functionality is verification that a security control exists and that it works correctly, well, at least once. Assurance is a degree of confidence that the system will act in a correct and predictable manner in every computing situation, meaning all those functions will work consistently. And we refer to that as trustworthy computing. Now, a standardized approach to security evaluation makes it easier for organizations, for you and I, to assess and compare security attributes of different products. Now, there are a number of evaluation frameworks. Legacy evaluation frameworks include TCSEC and ITSEC, and the current evaluation framework that's really used globally is the Common Criteria. So TCSEC, ITSEC, both legacy, but you still want to know about them because they still come up in conversation sometimes. TCSEC was developed back in 1983. It stands for the Trusted Computing System Evaluation Criteria, and it was used to evaluate, to classify, and to select systems for the DoD, the Department of Defense in the U.S., based on confidentiality requirements. Now, the original publication was known as the Orange Book. Why? Well, because its cover was orange. And over time, the series grew to more than 20-plus books, and the covers were different colors. So there was the blue book and the green book and the fuchsia book. And altogether, they are known as the Rainbow Series. So sometimes you'll still hear someone refer to the Rainbow Series, or they might say the Orange Book or the Blue Book, and now you'll know that you're talking about TCSEC. Now, ITSEC was developed in 1991 by a consortium of European nations. It stands for IT Security Evaluation Criteria, and it's used to evaluate functionality and assurance of a computer system based on a vendor-defined set of requirements. And it was really the precursor to the common criteria that we use now. Then the key thing here was functionality and assurance were evaluated independently and separately. So the current evaluation framework, again, that's used globally, is the Common Criteria. Now, the Common Criteria is a component of the ISO. Now, the primary objective of the Common Criteria is to establish criteria for evaluating and certifying the security properties of hardware, software, and firmware. Now, the Common Criteria is an international standard, and it has been recognized and adopted by multiple countries. And you can go out to the Common Criteria, you can follow the link there, or you can just Google it. Now, it does incorporate components of TCSEC, ITSEC, CTCPEC, which is a Canadian Trusted Computer Product Evaluation Criteria, as well as U.S. federal agency criteria. Now, independent labs use the Common Criteria to evaluate products against a protection profile. So what's a protection profile? Well, a protection profile defines sets of security requirements for specific types of products or systems. Now, a protection profile can be written by several different groups. It can be written by a vendor. It can be written by customers. It can be written by accreditation agencies. And vendors can claim compliance with a protection profile when their vendors meets the specified security requirements. Now, vendors themselves create what's known as a security target, or an ST, that describes the security features and the functionality of their specific products. And then the ST, the security target, is evaluated against the relevant protection profile. This is all done by these independent labs. So the independent labs evaluate security targets against the protection profile, and then they publish a certified products list. And that certified products list is public. It's available to you and I. You can see the link there for going out to that list. Now, the cool thing is that you can go out there and you can look up a product that you're currently using or a product that you're interested in and see how they've been evaluated against these relevant protection profiles. What does that look like? Well, if you go out to the certified products list, you'll see a list of different categories and different products, and you can look them up and knowing that these independent labs have evaluated the products and that they have achieved a level of certification. Now, the common criteria uses evaluation assurance levels, or EALs, to indicate the depth and the rigor of the evaluation process. EAL levels range from EAL 1, which is the lowest, to EAL 7, which is the highest, with higher levels indicating more extensive testing and analysis. So you want to keep an eye on that so you get a sense of how rigorous the testing was. EAL 1, just the functionality is tested. 2, it's structurally tested. In 3, it's methodically tested and checked. In 4, it's methodically tested, checked, and reviewed. In 5, it's semi-formally designated and tested. In 6, semi-formally verified, designed, and tested. And then EAL 7, which is the top of the mountain here, it's formally verified, designed, and tested. So go out to the common criteria, learn more about what they do, and definitely check out that products list. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do this. Validation that a security control exists. 1, 2, 3. And that's functionality. Number 2, degree of confidence that a product will act in a correct and predictable manner. Sometimes we refer to that as trustworthy computing. 1, 2, 3. And that's assurance. Number 3, internationally recognized product security evaluation framework. I should definitely get this one right away. 1, 2, 3. And that's the common criteria. Number 4, common criteria security requirements for specific types of products or systems. 1, 2, 3. And that's a protection profile. You'll see that abbreviated as a PP. Number 5, common criteria vendor description of the security features and functionalities of their specific products. 1, 2, 3. And that's a security target, and you'll see that abbreviated as an ST. And that brings us to a security in action about a standardized security evaluation. Your organization has put out an RFP, that's a request for proposals, for a new email solution. One of the respondents highlights their inclusion on the common criteria certified products list. So my question for you is, how much do you weigh this factor, and how do you explain it to your colleagues? So again, you put out an RFP for a new email solution. So you're trying to learn about different email solutions, what would be appropriate for your organization. And one of the respondents really highlights the fact that their product is included on the common criteria certified products list. Does that matter to you? And if it does, how are you going to explain that to your colleagues? So go ahead and put me on pause for a moment if you'd like. Jot some notes down for your explanation. Come on back when you're ready. Well, here might be your explanation. The common criteria evaluation is conducted by an independent third-party lab following a structured process that was developed by the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization. Now, inclusion on that certified product list means that the vendor has met the functionality and assurance requirements of a specific protection profile. Now, the organization should see if the protection profile aligns with its requirements. Now, not being on the list doesn't necessarily mean that the product is insufficient, as it may not have been submitted for voluntary evaluation. But if it is on the list, you know that it has been independently tested, verified, and certified. So should it have some weight? I would think so. But you want to make sure that whatever the profile is really matches what you're looking for in your organization. So being able to do that, for sure, security in action. That wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 22.1. In this lesson, we're going to be exploring what do we mean by the trusted computing base and what are the various components. Now, the trusted computing base, which you'll see abbreviated as TCB, are the components of a computer system that must be trusted in order to enforce the security policy. Now, the TCB includes hardware, firmware, software, and processes. And the principle of a minimal TCB emphasizes the importance of keeping the TCB as small and simple as possible. Now, a smaller TCB reduces the potential attack surface and makes it easier to verify and validate the security properties of the components within the TCB. So small and simple. So let's do a survey of various TCB components. BIOS, UEFI, Secure Boot, TPM, FDE and SED, sandboxing, memory protection, and CPU rings. The BIOS is just a basic input-output system. The UEFI is a unified extensible firmware interface. We're going to be talking about all of these in more depth in just a moment. Secure Boot is firmware and driver attestation process. TPM stands for Trusted Platform Module. FDE stands for Full Disk Encryption, and SED is self-encrypting drives. A sandbox is an isolated container. Memory protection is when we have memory segregation controls, and CPU rings are these conceptual boundaries between the user and kernel mode. So let's talk about these in a little bit more depth. BIOS, a basic input-output system, is non-volatile firmware, which means that when you turn off the system, it loses power, it still retains all of its information. Now, it is responsible for initializing hardware before booting an operating system, and it manages the data flow between the computer's operating system and attached devices. Now, the BIOS has been around as long as we've had our personal computers, but one of the problems with BIOS is that it can be exploited. So there is sort of a second-generation BIOS that has been introduced, and it's called UEFI. UEFI has been introduced as a more modern and feature-rich replacement for the traditional BIOS. But despite this shift, that we're really all moved to UEFI, the term BIOS is still commonly used to refer to firmware in a broader sense. So UEFI, Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, is an industry-wide open standard, so open standard means it can be modified, replacement for traditional PC BIOS. Now, the UEFI provides a more advanced and versatile interface between the operating system and the system firmware, and it offers us a number of advantages over legacy BIOS. Functionality includes a GUI interface, support for Secure Boot, we'll talk about that in just a moment, a faster boot time, support for network protocols, universal graphics drivers, and support for larger storage devices. UEFI operates in both a 32-bit and a 64-bit mode, allowing it to take full advantage of modern 64-bit processors. So what is Secure Boot? This is a great feature. Secure Boot is a UEFI feature that enables only digitally signed and authenticated bootloaders and operating system kernels are allowed to run during the system startup. Why is this important? Because traditional BIOS can be exploited with malware. Now, Secure Boot helps protect against the execution of unauthorized or malicious code at the firmware level. Now, the way it works is a list of keys that identify trusted firmware, device drivers, and the operating system is embedded in the UEFI. And by allowing only digitally signed and authorized code to execute, Secure Boot prevents the loading of unauthorized or malicious components at an early stage in the system startup. Now, if you don't want Secure Boot to operate, a number of operating systems will allow you to disable Secure Boot. I don't know exactly why you would, but you could. You can also manually update Secure Boot if you want to add a list of other drivers. Now, a TPM, a Trusted Platform Module, is a dedicated hardware component, often implemented as a chip on a computer motherboard, designed to provide a secure environment for cryptographic operations. Now, the primary purpose of a TPM, that's a Trusted Platform Module, is to carry out cryptographic operations. And we'll be talking a lot about cryptographic operations in lessons coming up soon. Now, these operations include key generation, key storage, encryption, decryption, hashing, and other functions that are crucial for implementing security features in a computing system. The TPM supports a variety of security applications, including Secure Boot, we just talked about that, disk encryption, secure key storage, and attestation. Now, you may not be familiar yet with encryption and decryption and hashing, so we will be talking about that in a later lesson, and then at some point you may want to come back and once again read a little bit more about a trusted platform module. Now, full disk encryption and self-encrypting drives are technologies that are used to encrypt disk drives. FDE is a software-based encryption technique that encrypts the entire contents of the drive, including operating systems, application, and the user data. Now, the FDE is tied to a specific operating system and is implemented through encryption software. SEDs, or self-encrypting drives, are hardware-based encryption solutions built directly into the storage drive. Now, the encryption is performed by the drive itself, absolutely independent of the host computing's operating system. So make sure you know the difference between the two, that FDE is software-based encryption and SED is hardware-based encryption. The sandboxing is when we have a controlled and isolated environment where programs or applications or even individual processes can run without impacting the rest of the system. So what are some of our use cases for sandboxing? Well, we can have URL sandboxes that are allowed to inspect a URL connection before allowing user access to make sure that that URL isn't a malicious site. Email sandboxing can be used to inspect attachments before allowing user access. So if you're opening up a Word doc or Excel doc, inspect that document before that spreadsheet, right, to make sure that there's nothing malicious embedded in it. Sandboxes are also used by developers to examine and test code, so to isolate it from the rest of the environment. And security researchers and analysts use sandboxes for dynamic analysis of malware or suspicious files. Now, memory protection allows programs with different levels of access to run at the same time. The memory protection enables the operating system to load multiple programs into its main memory at the same time, and then prevent those memories from referencing memory not explicitly assigned to it. And a little bit later on, we'll talk about some memory threats. Protection rings are used in the operating system to divide system processes into different levels, each with a specific set of permissions. So what is a process? A process is a set of instructions and assigned resources. And each process has what's known as a PID, a process ID, and a level of trust, or a ring number that's assigned to it. The level of trust determines the level of access to system resources, drivers, and data. And we have two primary modes. We have kernel mode and user mode. Kernel mode provides unrestricted access to all resources in the machine, where user mode provides application access to a restricted subset of the machine. Now, you can look at the process IDs right on your system, right? Because each running process in a system is dynamically assigned a unique PID as processes are created. The PIDs are used for monitoring and controlling the processes. The system administrators and users can use PIDs to identify, track, and manage running processes through various commands and utilities. You can see here I'm just at a command prompt. I type task list, and I can get a list of all the tasks or all the processes that are running, as well as their PID. And just to give you an illustration of how these protection rings work, right, we have ring 0. That's the highest level. That's for the operating system, kernel, and device drivers. Then ring 1, the operating system. Ring 2 were operating system utilities. And then ring 3 were applications were. And in fact, these lines here really are protection boundaries between them. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. Number 1, the replacement for the traditional BIOS. 1, 2, 3. And that's UEFI. Now, don't get confused. A lot of people still use the term BIOS when they really are referring to a UEFI. Number 2, isolated memory and processor environment used to separate running processes. 1, 2, 3. And that's a sandbox. Number 3, UEFI feature that ensures that only digitally signed and authenticated bootloaders and operating system kernels are allowed to run during the system startup. 1, 2, 3, and that's Secure Boot. Number 4, hardware-based encryption solutions built directly into the storage drive. 1, 2, 3, and that's self-encrypting drives, or SEDs. And lastly, number 5, dedicated hardware component designed to provide a secure environment for cryptographic operations. 1, 2, 3. And that's a TPM, or a Trusted Platform Module. Right? That brings us to a security in action about Secure Boot. Your organization recently purchased several laptops that came pre-installed with Windows 11 and Secure Boot enabled by default. Now, your IT manager, who often boasts that he's old school, doesn't like the idea of Secure Boot, claiming that he doesn't want a manufacturer telling him what he can and can't install. And he has instructed the IT deployment team to disable Secure Boot. Now, from a security perspective, you disagree. And your job is to persuade him otherwise. So, got those new laptops, they've got Windows 11 and Secure Boot enabled by default. We got our old school IT manager, been around a while, and he doesn't want a manufacturer telling him what he can and can't install. And he told the IT deployment team to disable Secure Boot. And you're thinking, man, that is not a good idea. Secure Boot's a very good thing to have, but you have to persuade him. That's your job. So go ahead and put me on pause. Write down your reasoning. How are you going to persuade him? And then come on back. Well, here might be your reasoning and explanation. While Secure Boot can be disabled, it should be strongly discouraged. Secure Boot is designed to strengthen a system's ability to resist attacks and infection from malware, particularly rootkits that load before antivirus and generally escape detection. Additionally, Secure Boot can prevent malicious device drivers from loading. If necessary, Secure Boot can be manually updated. Now, that means adding a signature to the UEFI database to create trust with a non-certified driver. Now, this could be done on a case-by-case basis, and it would then say to the IT manager, listen, you can control what's getting loaded. Just let Secure Boot do its thing, and you can add to the database. So hopefully, you're able to convince him that Secure Boot really is an awesome security tool and should not be disabled. Having that conversation? Wow, that's security in action. So that, my friends, takes us to the end of this lesson. And next up, we have a deep dive quiz for lessons 19 to 22. I'll see you there. So welcome to lesson 23.1, client-based, server-based, and distributed systems. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get going. The server-based and client-based systems represent two different approaches to computing architectures with very distinct characteristics and functionalities. In server-based systems, most of the data storage and application execution occurs on a central server. In client-based systems, processing and application execution primarily takes place at the client device. So let's start with server-based systems. In server-based systems, also known as server-centric computing, most of the processing, data storage, and application functionality are centralized on a server. The clients are limited to simple interactions and emulations, really very similar to the mainframe environment. Centralized processing and data management on the server provides control over applications, updates, and security policies. Now, server-based networks rely very heavily on network connectivity and server performance capability. So let's talk about some security considerations in a server-based environment. We have some advantages and disadvantages. An advantage is that the configuration settings and the controls are all centrally implemented and centrally managed. The disadvantage, however, is that configuration errors and unaddressed vulnerabilities can impact all client systems. So kind of a good news, bad news kind of thing. Let's talk next about client-based systems. In client-based systems, also known as client-server computing, the client devices interact with servers to request services, data, and resources. The clients are generally end-user devices, such as a computer, a smartphone, or a tablet, and they can be a thick device or a thin device. The clients are responsible for presenting the interface to the end user, processing user inputs, and sending requests to the server. Servers provide the necessary services, process requests, and manage resources. Now, in a client-server model, there is inherent trust between the clients and the servers. But here's the concern. Every endpoint is a potential target, and every connection a potential conduit. So we need to be thinking about client and server-side operating system and application vulnerabilities, the potential for malware distribution, and the potential for communication channel exploitation. So let's compare a server-based and client-based architectures. Server-based, which is sometimes referred to as server-centric, and client-based, client-server. For processing locations on a server-centric or server-based, the processing location is the server, the data storage is the server, the user interface rendering happens at the client. It does depend on network connectivity, and it is designed for scalability. When we talk about client-based or client-server, the processing location is at the client, the data storage can be either local or remote, the user interface rendering does happen at the client. It doesn't require network connectivity, so it can operate independently, but it has limited scalability based on the power of the device. Next, let's talk about a distributed systems environment. In a distributed systems environment, multiple interconnected computers work together to achieve a common goal. So processing tasks, data storage, and computation are distributed across multiple nodes. Our benefits? Well, we have scalability, we have fault tolerance, and we have resource efficiency. But of course, there are some security concerns. And our security concerns include communication channel exploitation, weak or insecure authentication, DDoS attacks, data leakage, malware distribution, and potentially regulatory compliance issues. So let me give you some examples of distributed systems, because you might be wondering, whoa, what are distributed systems? Well, the internet, cloud computing platforms, grid computing, peer-to-peer networks, and the Internet of Things. When we talk about the internet, we're talking about internet-based distributed system components, which include web servers, web clients, and content delivery networks. Cloud computing platforms such as Amazon Web Services, AWS, provide distributed computing resources. Grid computing involves the coordination of resources from multiple computers to solve complex problems or to perform large-scale computations. P2P networks enable distributed sharing of resources without a central server. And of course, the Internet of Things ecosystem of devices can communicate and share data. Now there's one more, and I want you to kind of focus in on this a little bit. This is high-performance computing. High-performance computing is the ability to process data and to perform complex calculations at high speeds. And one of the best-known types of high-performance computing is the supercomputer. A supercomputer is one large computer made up of many smaller computers and processors, referred to as a cluster. Now, each different computer is called a node. Each node has processors and cores. Software programs and algorithms are run simultaneously on the servers in the cluster. Now, the cluster is networked to the data storage to capture the output. And together, these components operate seamlessly to complete a diverse set of tasks. That brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. In this design, most of the processing, data storage, and application functionality are centralized. 1, 2, 3, and that's server-based or server-centric. Number 2, on-path and packet sniffing exploits attack this channel. 1, 2, 3, and that would be the communication channel. Number 3, these type of clients have minimal processing capabilities. Didn't really spend any time on this. Let's see how you do. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be our definition of a thin client. Number 4, P2P networks are an example of this type of system. 1, 2, 3, and that's a distributed system. And lastly, number 5, the ability to add resources. 1, 2, 3, and that's scalability. All right, let's do a security in action about a distributed grid computing. Folding at Home is a distributed grid computing project that brings together citizen scientists to run simulations of protein dynamics on their personal computers. The goal is to find cures for diseases like cancer, ALS, Parkinson's, Huntington's, influenza, and many others. Now, some of the users at your organization would like to participate. Is there a downside to participating in a joint project like this? Now, you can learn more about this project at foldingathome.org. But for our purposes, we've got thinking about Folding at Home as a distributed grid computing project. Does some very cool things. You've got some of the users at your organization say that they'd like to participate using their work system. Obviously, right, there's a lot of good happening here, but my question to you isn't about the good, it's about the downside. And I want to know if you think there's a downside to participating in a joint project like this. Go ahead and put me on pause, maybe jot down some notes about a potential downside. Well, as tempting as it sounds, use of corporate assets introduce some security and some resource concerns. It's a conduit that could potentially be exploited. For example, maybe a DDoS attack, a distributed denial of service attack, with the introduction of some potential software vulnerabilities. And we have a resource utilization issue, both processing locally and the utilization of bandwidth. Power consumption. These devices usually stay on all the time, so maybe you shut your devices down at the end of the day. Now we're keeping devices up all the time. So deciding if users can participate in a project is really a risk management decision. The determination or the criteria for participating in projects like this really should be documented and should be included in your acceptable use policy. Right? You've got to weigh, the good and the bad, right? What is the social benefit versus what could be some of the problems introduced into your organization? Being able to identify all of those and have this conversation, that is security in action. Okay, my friends, that's the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 23.2. In this lesson, we're going to be focusing on databases and database management systems. Now, a database is an organized collection of structured information, and the data within a database is organized to support efficient querying and retrieval. A database management system, known as a DBMS, is a collection of tools and configuration settings that are used to administer databases. Now, the security function of a database is to enforce data integrity, availability, confidentiality, and privacy. Takes us right back to our CIA fundamentals, right? Integrity, availability, confidentiality, and that extra little triangle I added on there of privacy. So let's explore those database management system security functions of integrity, availability, confidentiality, and privacy. So in regard to integrity, the state of the database is the same after a transaction has occurred as it was prior to the transaction. For availability, in the event of failure, the data should be available in its original state. For confidentiality, we're ensuring that data is available only to authorized users and objects. And in regard to privacy, we want to constrain data disclosure. Now, database management system integrity has a number of inherent actions: a commit operation, a rollback, and an online transaction processing, known as OLTP. Commit operations protect the integrity of the data by ensuring consistency. Now, a commit operation completes a transaction, executes changes, and makes available the changed environment. Rollbacks are used to ensure that if a transaction glitch happens, the database remains intact. Now, a rollback can end a corrupt or an invalid transaction, cancels the change to the database, and logs the error. Online transaction processing, or OLTP systems, are designed to optimize concurrency, so multiple users doing multiple transactions in real time. Now, OLTP should be designed in accordance with the ACID model. So you might be wondering, what's the ACID model? Well, let's take a look. The ACID model stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Now, in atomicity, transactions must be implemented in their entirety, or they must be completely rolled back. Consistency is that transactions must be correct across all instances. Isolation is that transactions must not interact with other transactions until completed. And durability is that transactions cannot be rolled back once committed, that the errors have to be corrected by subsequent transactions. Now, in regard to availability, we use checkpoints and save points. Checkpoints and save points ensure that if a processing error or a system failure or a crash occurs, the database can recover and resume. So what's the difference between a checkpoint and a save point? A database checkpoint is a snapshot of the database used to restore the database to its state at the time the checkpoint was created. A database save point is an intermediate marker within a transaction. The database can roll back to a save point without affecting the entire transaction. So make sure you know the difference between a checkpoint and a save point. Now we have a number of confidentiality access controls: need to know, least privilege, content, context, cell suppression, and database views. With need to know, the subject has a demonstrated and an approved reason for being granted access. Least privilege, which we've discussed before, is assigning subjects only the rights and permissions needed to complete their assigned tasks. Content is access is based on the sensitivity or type of data. Context is access is based on what the subject is doing. Cell suppression is a technique that's used to hide specific cells, so they're not viewable. And database views is a technique to control viewing of specific fields or records. So let's talk about two important privacy concerns: aggregation and inference. But before we address aggregation and inference, I want to describe what a data warehouse is and what do we mean by data mining. A data warehouse is when we combine data from multiple sources into a large database with the purpose of extensive retrieval and trend analysis. So no longer do we have these smaller discrete databases, right, that are separate from each other. We combine all of this data from multiple sources into this massive database, and we refer to it as data warehousing. Data mining is the process of analyzing data with tools that look for trends, correlations, or anomalies that result in metadata. Now, generally, we're doing our data mining on a data warehouse. Now, what's metadata? Metadata is data about data and can be more valuable and revealing than the original components. And that leads to the issues of aggregation and inference. Aggregation is when individual pieces of data are combined to create a bigger picture that may have greater sensitivity than their individual parts. So if I have these discrete databases, one has financial information, one might have insurance information, one might have demographic information, one might have healthcare information. Individually, they only have that information. But what happens when I put them all together in a warehouse and I mine that data? Now I can build composite profiles, which has much greater sensitivity, right, than those individual discrete parts. The other issue is inference. Inference is the ability to derive information that's not explicitly available. So maybe a person's name was never attached to all of those pieces of information: healthcare, demographic, financial, educational, whatever it is. But when you put that together, there's enough information that perhaps we can infer who the individual is. So again, inference is the ability to derive information that's not explicitly available. And this has become increasingly dangerous with the use of AI. That, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge about databases and database management systems. 5 challenges, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. This process completes a transaction, executes changes, and makes available the changed environment. 1, 2, 3. And that's a commit operation. Number 2, this process ends a corrupt or an invalid transaction, cancels the changes to the database, and logs the error. 1, 2, 3. And that's a rollback. Number 3, an intermediate marker within a transaction. 1, 2, 3. And that's a save point. Number 4, the process of analyzing data with tools that look for trends, correlations, or anomalies resulting in metadata. 1, 2, 3. And that's data mining. Lastly, number 5, the derivation of information that is not explicitly available. 1, 2, 3, and that's inference. All right, let's go on to a security in action, and this one's about database inference. Your organization, a large financial institution, stores a vast amount of customer information in its encrypted database. Now, with the goal of providing excellent customer service, a significant number of personnel have been granted access to the customer databases. Now, in the past, you weren't particularly concerned about database inference, but with the availability of AI tools, you're increasingly becoming concerned. What can you do to mitigate this privacy risk? Interesting question, isn't it? So your organization, you're a large financial institution, you've got a vast amount of customer data in its encrypted database. With the goal of excellent customer service, we've got a significant number of personnel have been granted access to those customer databases. Before, we really weren't concerned about inference because they were somewhat separate, but now with the availability of AI tools, be able to look through multiple databases, right, at the same time without even having to warehouse them together, right, you're becoming a little bit concerned about privacy. So my question to you is, what can you do to mitigate this privacy risk? Go ahead and put me on pause, jot down some notes about your risk response to this privacy issue. Come on back and we'll talk about it. Well, here might be your response. The starting point is to bring this issue to the attention of management. In addition to privacy, there's also, maybe at a minimum really, compliance and reputational risk that there's so much access. So, potential mitigation. One is, let's determine if broad database access is necessary. If not, let's start implementing some restrictions. We want to create and publish a policy related to the use of AI tools in your organization, and you want to make sure that you include that policy in the AUP, the Acceptable Use Policy. We want to restrict the use of AI tools in the organization, again, in accordance with your policy, and we should educate our workforce on the consequence of using AI tools. And lastly, because we want to make sure everybody's doing it right, we should be monitoring the databases for queries and set alerts if it looks like there's abnormal queries or a high volume of queries. So being able to take concerns like inference and the application of newer technologies like AI, think about what the consequences are to your organization, and then put the proper controls in place. That for sure is security in action. All right, my friends, that's the end of this lesson. Head on over to the next. I'll be waiting for you right there. So welcome to lesson 23.3, Operational Technology, also known as OT. Now in this lesson, we're going to be exploring sort of the hows and whys of operational technology. Now operational technology, which is a term you might not be that familiar with, is a broad term that refers to the use of technology in the operation and monitoring of physical processes. Embedded systems, industrial control systems, known as ICS, and supervisor control and data acquisition systems, certainly better known as SCADA systems, along with other technologies, are used to manage and optimize operational processes in industrial settings. So let me share with you some examples of OT implementation. In manufacturing automation, OT is used to control machinery, robots, and assembly lines. For energy management, OT is used for power generation, distribution, and consumption. In transportation, OT is used to manage and control traffic signals, railway operations, and air traffic. In medical devices, OT is used for robotic surgical systems and diagnostic machines. In mining operations, OT is used for mining equipment and extraction processes. In agriculture, OT is used for automated irrigation and crop monitoring. In chemical processing, OT is used to control chemical manufacturing, precise measurements, and safety standards. And in smart buildings, OT is used for HVAC, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, lighting, elevators, and security systems. Now, embedded systems are specialized computing devices that are integrated into larger systems or products to perform a specific function. Now, embedded systems play a crucial role in OT as they're often used in the implementation of the control systems for machinery, equipment, and devices involved in industrial processes. Now, an embedded system is often referred to as a closed-loop system. And an embedded system generally has three components. Again, this closed-loop system, though. The three components are an SoC, that stands for System on a Chip, which is an integrated circuit that incorporates most or all of the components and functionalities of a computer system onto a single chip. The second is an RTOS, that stands for Real-Time Operating System. The Real-Time Operating System defines the way a system works. And third is application software that is specific to the device. Why is it closed loop? Because often there's no way to integrate into that system. Now, industrial control systems, or ICSs, are used in industrial settings to manage and control different processes and machinery. Now, ICS components will include embedded systems, sensors, actuators, controllers, and what's known as an HMI, a human-machine interface. So what do all these components do? Well, sensors collect data from the physical environment. Controllers process data from the sensors and determine the appropriate action for actuators. Actuators will execute action based on the input from the controllers. And then the human-machine interface, or HMI, will provide a graphical representation, real-time data, and monitoring capabilities. Now, our SCADA systems, or Supervisor Control and Data Acquisition Systems, are an industrial control system, or ICS subset, designed for the monitoring and control of industrial processes, infrastructure, and facilities in real time. Now, you'll find SCADA systems used in power generation, water and waste management systems, oil and gas pipeline operations, and any other large-scale critical infrastructure process. The key here is large-scale and often geographically dispersed. Now, there's a lot of security concerns about SCADA systems, and our top threats include a cyber attack by geopolitical adversaries and cyber terrorists, as well as plain old human error. Because think about what these systems are: power generation, water and waste management system, oil and gas pipeline operations, and a variety of other large-scale systems. And we have some inherent vulnerabilities in our SCADA systems, including potentially outdated operating systems. Why? Because SCADA systems are designed for a long life, like 20 plus years. And think how many times in a 20-year span, right? Operating systems are updated, applications are updated, hardware is updated. We may have a lack of or weak authentication mechanisms. We have minimal visibility sometimes for monitoring. And very critically, we have limited maintenance windows, limited amount of time where those systems can be taken offline for updating. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. Are you ready? 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Term that describes the use of technology in the operation and monitoring of physical processes. This is that broad term. 1, 2, 3, and that's operational technology, or OT. Number 2, an embedded system closed-loop components. So I want you to tell me, what are the components of an embedded system? And there's going to be 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. They're going to be System on a Chip, SoC, Real-Time Operating System, RTOS, and the application software. Number 3, the components include embedded system, sensors, actuators, controllers, and a human-machine interface. What's that system? 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be an ICS, an industrial control system. Number 4, an ICS subset designed for monitoring and control of industrial processes, infrastructure, and facilities in real time. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be our SCADA systems. And lastly, number 5, these devices collect data from the physical environment. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a sensor. So let's do a security in action. This one's about the SCADA system. You work for a small oil and drilling extraction company. Now, the current SCADA system is 20 plus years old and has never been upgraded. Yikes. Now, you've been asked to brief the board of directors on potential vulnerabilities and why an investment in upgrading the system is absolutely critical. So what are you going to tell them? Just to recap, it's a small oil drilling and extraction company. You've got a SCADA system. It's 20 plus years old and has never been upgraded. And now you've been tasked with going to the board of directors and telling them what are the potential vulnerabilities or weaknesses and why an investment, which will probably be a fairly significant one, in upgrading the system is critical. So my question is, what are you going to tell them? So put me on pause if you want, jot down some notes on your briefing topics, come on back when you're ready. Well, you may start with explaining that a 20-year-old plus system is way past end of life and end of support. So the issues are going to include no new functionality, including what might be some pretty cool automated monitoring and reporting, scarcity of parts, right, which could result in downtime and lost revenue. Again, the system hasn't been upgraded, either the hardware or the software, right, for 20 years. You've got few controls to counteract unauthorized access. Think how much has changed in the past 20 years. And you have no protection against vulnerabilities or weaknesses that were identified post-end of support. Remember that once we reach that end of support date, right, there are no new patches, no new security updates. But that doesn't stop our adversaries from continuing, right, to identify vulnerabilities and happily exploit those vulnerabilities. And then really focus on reputational, compliance, and the financial impact of a cyber attack by geopolitical adversaries and cyber terrorists. You know, thinking back to what we talked about with opportunistic attacks, right? Opportunistic attacks are going to look for targets that appear weak. And certainly when they looked at this target, it's going to appear weak and vulnerable. And that's going to present that opportunity that those geopolitical adversaries or cyber terrorists may be looking for. So being able to have this conversation with the board of directors, absolutely, that's security in action. Well, that, my friends, brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 23.4. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at cloud-based systems from the perspective of a user. Now, cloud computing is defined as the delivery of computing services, including servers, storage, database, networking, software, analytics, and intelligence over the internet, aka the cloud, that scale to business needs. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at 5 defining cloud characteristics, 4 cloud deployment models, 3 cloud service models, 2 cloud security options, and 1 cloud shared responsibility model. Got a lot to do here. Let's get going. So starting with our 5 defining cloud characteristics: on-demand self-service, broad network access, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and measured service. On-demand self-service means a customer can unilaterally provision computing capabilities as needed, so automatically. Broad network access means support for heterogeneous thin or thick client platforms. In resource pooling, the provider's computing resources are pooled to serve multiple consumers using a multi-tenant model with different physical and virtual resources. And we have both location independence and location abstraction. And in a later lesson, we're going to dive a little bit more into what the cloud looks like from the provider's perspective. Then we have rapid elasticity, and that's the ability to adapt to changing workload demand by auto-provisioning and auto-deprovisioning pooled resources to match the current demand. And lastly, measured service, which is a metering capability. So on-demand self-service, broad network access, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and measured service. Now we have 4 cloud deployment models: public cloud, community cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. The public cloud is provisioned for public use. So considerations, in addition to all of our other security considerations, would be, where is that cloud located? Right? That's important to us, particularly, right, if we're subject to any localization rules, meaning we have to store data in the same place we collected it, or if we have any restrictions about where our data can be stored, transmitted, or processed. And then we have multi-tenancy. Multi-tenancy means that there will be other tenants, and we want to make sure that there's no crossing of boundaries between one tenant and another. A community cloud is provisioned for the exclusive use of a well-defined group. So considerations, well, we're going to know where it's located generally, so we still have multi-tenancy though, because it is being used by a group, and we want to make sure that we have security between the groups. In a private cloud, it's provisioned for the exclusive use of a single organization. So we know where it is, and we don't have other tenants, so multi-tenancy isn't an issue, but scalability is, meaning does it have the ability to grow with our needs? And lastly, a hybrid cloud. Now, hybrid cloud is a mixed use of on-premise infrastructure, the private cloud and public cloud platforms with orchestration among the providers. So in addition to what we would be concerned about at each of these different types of cloud deployment models, we're also concerned with the security of the connection between them. Now, cloud bursting refers to the on-demand and temporary use of the public cloud when demand exceeds the resources available in the public cloud or on our on-prem infrastructure. And there are three categories of cloud bursting: distributed load balancing, automated bursting, and manual bursting. Distributed load balancing focuses on the workload balancing and monitoring between the data center and the public cloud. Automated bursting is based on on-demand policies, and manual bursting is the manual provisioning of cloud resources on a temporary basis for specific workloads. Now, there are three cloud service models: software as a service, SaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, and infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Now, there are certainly more cloud service models out there than these three, but these are three you want to focus in on for the exam. In a software as a service model, the provider provides the computing resources, an operating system, and an application, and the customer uses the provider's applications running on the provider's infrastructure. In platform as a service, the provider provides computing resources and an operating system, and optionally a database, and the customer deploys onto the provider infrastructure any applications that they have created or acquired. And in infrastructure as a service, the provider provides computing resources, and sometimes that's referred to as bare metal. So the customer provisions whatever they need in terms of computing resources. Now, that could be storage, that could be networking, that could be any other fundamental computing resource. Again, they're going to request that resource from the provider. Now, we also have anything as a service, known as XaaS, which is kind of this catch-all. It represents the growing type of services available over the internet via cloud computing, opposed to being provided locally or on-prem. Now, some examples include desktop as a service, disaster recovery as a service, network as a service, communications as a service, and database as a service. But again, the three you're going to focus in on for the exam are going to be software as a service, platform as a service, and infrastructure as a service. Now, we have two cloud security options: a CISSP, which is a cloud access security broker, and security as a service. Now, cloud access security brokers or CISSPs are security policy points. They could be software or they could be an appliance that are placed between the cloud and the enterprise user. Now, CISSPs proxy traffic, and they use auto-discovery to identify access to a cloud application. And at that point, security policies can be interjected as those cloud-based resources are accessed. For example, authentication requirements, encryption requirements, visibility requirements, or data loss prevention. Now, one of the important things that a CISSP does is it provides control over shadow IT applications. Remember, shadow IT is the use of technology without involving the IT team or the OT team even, right? And so they don't have the opportunity to interject the appropriate controls. CISSP takes care of that problem. Second, we have security as a service. Security as a service is the delivery of managed security services for public, private, and hybrid cloud environments. Now, we've had managed services forever now, right? So this is really just another type of managed services with a focus on security services in the cloud. So that relieves the burden of relying on the vendor, the software as a service vendor, the platform as a service vendor, or the infrastructure as a service vendor for security protection and enforcement. So let's look at a shared responsibility matrix, right? Who's responsible for what in the cloud? in terms of infrastructure security, platform security, application security, including APIs, application programming interfaces, data security, and user security. So in our matrix, CSP refers to the cloud service provider, and user refers to the provisioner of the service. So in a software as a service model, right, the CSP is responsible for infrastructure security, platform security, and application security, where the user is responsible for data security and user security. In platform as a service, right, the CSP is responsible for infrastructure and platform security. The user is going to be responsible for application, data, and user security. And in infrastructure as a service, the CSP is responsible for infrastructure security, and everything else falls to the user or the provisioner of the service. So it's really important to know, right, what's the responsibility of the cloud service provider, known as the CSP, and what is the responsibility of the user or the provisioner of the service. So, there's a big discussion all the time. What's more secure, right? On-prem versus cloud. And how do you decide if you're going to be using on-prem or the cloud environment? And so here are some of the components or considerations. Legal, regulatory, and contractual obligations, the infrastructure, availability, disaster recovery and business continuity, and security. So we need to evaluate legal, regulatory, and contractual restrictions or obligations. We need to evaluate the required investment to build and maintain and support the infrastructure. What would we need to do if we were on-prem versus the cost, right, or the use of the infrastructure in the cloud? Availability, we need to evaluate the capabilities of resources and the ability to provision additional resources, both on-prem and in the cloud. We need to evaluate synergy with disaster recovery and business continuity strategies and requirements. What could we do on-prem or locally? How could we use the cloud? And lastly, we need to evaluate security. We need to evaluate the security and privacy requirements. What can we do on-prem? What can we do on the cloud? And, often people say, oh, I'm sure that on-prem is more secure, but not necessarily, right? It depends upon the resources you have. It depends upon the talent pool that you're working with. Sometimes the cloud might be more secure. Other times, depending on what you need, right, on-prem may be more secure. Other times it may be equal, and you've got these other considerations. So we don't want to default to one to the other. There's a lot to think about whether we're going to be on-prem or use the cloud or have a hybrid of the two. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Ready? Let's do it. This cloud deployment model is provisioned for the exclusive use of a well-defined group. 1, 2, 3. And that's a community cloud. Number 2, in this cloud service model, the computing resource, operating system, and application are all managed by the provider. 1, 2, 3. And that's software as a service, or SaaS. Number 3, this term represents a growing type of services available in the cloud. 1, 2, 3. And that's anything as a service, or XaaS. Number 4, this security and compliance framework describes the duties of the CSP and the provisioner. 1, 2, 3. And that's the shared responsibility matrix, or the shared responsibility model. And lastly, number 5, the on-demand and temporary use of the public cloud when demand exceeds resources available in the private cloud or on-premise infrastructure. 1, 2, 3, and that's cloud bursting. All right, let's do a security in action about cloud computing and shared responsibility. A metropolitan school district has decided to transition their entire IT infrastructure to the public cloud. Software as a service will be used for email, payroll, and facilities management, and platform as a service for the student database. The cloud providers have promised great service and great security at a great price. However, they've refused to provide any audit or testing documentation. Now, the district superintendent is very excited about the potential cost savings, which will be realized by eliminating the district IT and audit personnel. What's your first reaction to this plan? All right, well, let's think about this. Right, we've got a school district. We've decided to transition, or they've decided to transition their entire IT infrastructure to the public cloud. They're using SaaS for email, payroll, and facilities management, and PaaS, or platform as a service, for the student database. And they've said, oh, we're going to give you great service, security, at a great price. But they refused to provide any audit or testing documentation. Your district superintendent is like, oh, this is really cool, right? We're going to have all kinds of potential cost savings because once we go to the cloud, well, we can eliminate our district IT and our audit personnel. What do you think? Ooh, there's a lot here. Go ahead and put me on pause. Think about, is this going to work or not? Come on back and we'll talk about it. Well, this approach does not acknowledge the inherent shared responsibility in cloud computing. Outsourcing doesn't relieve the district of their governance, their risk management, and their compliance requirements. Now, due diligence does demand visibility. Due diligence is the investigation of a business partner or service provider before we sign that contract, before we agree to do business with them. And due diligence says we will continue to investigate and know what's going on, right? So we have to have visibility. And the very fact that the cloud providers have refused to provide any audit or testing documentation, well, that should be a giant red flag. Now, technical and audit expertise is still going to be required to manage the relationship. Even though those things are happening in the cloud, we still need technical and audit expertise. We still need those boots on the ground at the school district. And data protection, right, of the student data is still the school district's responsibility. But it's not just the student data, right? It's that payroll data that may include things like Social Security numbers, things that we're legally obligated to protect. And that it's important to remember that strategic alignment should be the significant driver. Is this the right thing to do for the school district in this case? The driver should not be cost alone. There may be some cost savings, but we should always evaluate, is this the right thing to do? Meaning, does this decision strategically align with the needs of the organization? So having that conversation with the district superintendent about shared responsibility and the fact that we cannot outsource our compliance requirements, well, that's a really important conversation to have. And being able to do so, well, you know what it is. It's security in action. All right, my friends, that wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 23.5. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about the Internet of Things, IoT, and the Industrial Internet of Things, IIoT. So let's get going. Now, the Internet of Things, or IoT, refers to an interconnected network of physical objects or things embedded with sensors, software, and connectivity that enables them to exchange data with other connected devices or other IoT devices and interact with users over the Internet. Now, the Industrial Internet of Things, or IIoT, refers to the application of IoT technology and principles in industrial settings to improve efficiency, productivity, and safety. And it refers to the use of connected sensors, devices, and machines in manufacturing, logistics, and other industrial settings to collect, analyze, and share data in real time. So let's look at some common components to both IoT and IIoT devices: an embedded system, sensors and actuators, connectivity, and data processing and analytics. Now, an embedded system, which we talked about in an earlier lesson, includes a microprocessor. We discussed that as a SoC, a system on a chip, RTOS, that's a real-time operating system, and software designed to perform a specific task. A sensor is a component that detects and responds to changes in the environment. An actuator is a component that takes that electrical input and turns it into physical action. Now, IoT and IoT devices are characterized by their ability to connect to the Internet or other devices. And this connectivity, which is generally, or really almost always wireless, allows them to communicate, share data, and often be remotely monitored or controlled. And the data collected by IoT and IIoT devices is often sent to a centralized system for processing and analysis. Now, analytics is used to detect patterns and derive meaningful insights. So let's take a look at some IoT and IIoT examples. Wearables, smart homes, smart agriculture, industrial. Right, IoT-enabled fitness trackers and smart watches monitor various health metrics such as a heart rate and provide insights to help people make informed decisions about their health and wellness. IoT devices such as our smart thermostats, smart lighting, smart security systems allow homeowners to control and automate their home systems remotely. IIoT sensors are used in agriculture to do things like monitor soil moisture, temperature, and other environmental factors to optimize crop yields, reduce water usage, and increase efficiency. And in industrial settings, IIoT sensors are used in applications such as manufacturing to monitor and optimize processes, improve efficiency, and reduce downtime. Now, many IoT and IIoT devices and supporting infrastructure components have the capability to collect, process, and analyze data. And the types of data that may be collected include personal data from or about people, data that might be classified as restricted or confidential, and data about the physical environment. Now, the architecture that supports IoT and IIoT devices is really increasingly global. So organizations do need to determine what data is being collected and where it's transmitted, processed, stored, and with whom it's shared. Now, an IoT or IIoT device may connect and transmit data to systems in many diverse areas, including other cities, states, and countries. So if you have any restrictions on where data can be, you need to know this, as well as if you have a localization requirement where data has to be stored in the same place where it's collected. Now, many manufacturers use cloud storage and services from other providers to support their IoT and IIoT device backend infrastructure, which makes it particularly challenging then to find out what all of these locations are. Now, IoT devices tend to be vulnerable, largely because IoT devices may lack built-in security controls and configurations to counter threats. The common vulnerabilities include hardware and software vulnerabilities, the fact that they are connected directly to the internet, they may be using insecure protocols, meaning protocols that transmit data in clear text or have very minimal authentication, lack of security updates. Again, they're using a system on a chip. It may be a closed-loop system. Updates may be very, very difficult, if not impossible. Often they have minimal, if any, logging and alerting capabilities. And of course, we could also have supply chain attacks, including introducing malicious code into the IoT devices. Now, very often IoT devices have more security components than IoT devices do. IoT devices are often designed to get them out quickly to market, have cool features and functionalities, look awesome, and have the consumer say, yes, I want that device, without thinking about security. Now, the objective of edge computing is to reduce latency by processing data closer to the source, really on the device or at the edge of the network, rather than relying solely on centralized servers. Now, depending on the device or the equipment being considered, the network edge can refer to the area where the device communicates with the internet. Well, what's that have to do with IoT and IIoT? Well, because they're often edge devices. For IoT and IoT devices, such as a smart camera, right, the network edge will be the processor within the camera. Now, smart edge devices are devices that are equipped with features for capturing data and processing. So Industry 4.0, which is also known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution, represents the ongoing automation of traditional manufacturing and industrial processes. Now, the Industrial Internet of Things, IIoT, is a fundamental aspect of Industry 4.0. Now, Industry 4.0 is based on the integration of smart devices and advanced technologies, including cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And our security concerns mirror the IoT and the IIoT concerns, plus, we're going to add some more, issues related to intellectual property theft, system manipulation, disruption, sabotage, and regulatory compliance. So that's not to say that we shouldn't be using IoT and IIoT devices. We just have to be cognizant of the security considerations. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Component that detects and responds to changes in the environment. 1, 2, 3, and that's sensors. Number 2, commercial application of IoT technology. 1, 2, 3, and that's IIoT, or the Industrial Internet of Things. Number 3, processing data close to the source. 1, 2, 3, that's edge computing. Number 4, components of an embedded system. 1, 2, 3, system on a chip, SoC, real-time operating system, RTOS, and the application software. And lastly, number 5, the integration of smart devices and advanced technologies. 1, 2, 3, and that's known as Industry 4.0. So that brings us to a security in action case study about smart building IIoT. Now, your organization is building a new data center, and it's exploring IIoT smart building options, including smart lighting, smart doors, and smart elevators. Now, you've been asked to be on an exploratory task force and have volunteered to create a checklist for evaluating products and vendors. So my question to you is, what are you going to include on that checklist? So you've got this new data center, how cool, that's being built. We're looking to make it a smart building, including smart lighting, doors, and elevators. We've got this exploratory task force that you're now on, and you raised your hand and volunteered and said, yeah, I'll create a checklist for evaluating products and vendors. So now you have to do it. So what are you going to include on that checklist? Go ahead, put me on pause, write down some notes for your checklist, and come on back when you're ready. Our first question is really about the supply chain. What's the source of embedded chips and software? Second is the available security controls, including authentication, encryption, visibility, and patch management and firmware updates. The third are the privacy controls, what data is shared and with whom. Then we have security testing, both what the vendor does and what your organization can do. And then we want to have a review of any available vulnerability intelligence and compromise history. Now, these are not in a priority order necessarily, but these are all things that we should be evaluating during that exploratory period. So creating this checklist, executing this checklist, that for sure is security in action. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 23.6. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about all different types of virtualization. Now, virtualization is a technology that creates multiple environments from a single physical hardware system. Now, the type of virtualization that most people are really familiar with is having a virtual machine, creating multiple machines from a single host hardware. But there are lots of different types of virtualization. And the benefits of virtualization, well, there's quite a few. Resource utilization. Virtualization enables the efficient use of hardware resources by allowing multiple virtual systems to run on a single physical system, which can improve resource utilization and reduce cost. We've got cost savings, right? Virtualization consolidates multiple workloads, which allows organizations to achieve cost savings in terms of hardware, energy, and maintenance. Now, virtualization provides flexibility and scalability by allowing virtual systems to be easily created, deployed, and managed without needing to invest in additional physical hardware. And virtualization allows for the isolation of different types of workloads, enhancing security by preventing interference between applications or virtual environments. So resource utilization, cost savings, flexibility and scalability, and isolation are all benefits of virtualization. Now, there are different types of virtualization. We have server, desktop, storage, and network. In server virtualization, we have multiple virtual servers, or VMs, virtual machines, on a single physical host. Desktop is where we have virtual desktops that can be accessed remotely by users. Storage is the pooling of multiple storage devices into a single virtual storage system. And network is creating virtual networks on top of a physical network infrastructure. So let's talk about each one of these. Server virtualization allocates the resources of the host to guest servers. Those guest servers are referred to as virtual machines, each running its own operating system. Now, the physical host computer, the big massive hardware, right, has processor, memory, storage, and networking components. And then specialized software is used to dynamically allocate resources. Now, virtual machines, or VMs, act exactly as though they are physical machines, each with independent operating systems, applications, and network connections, which means you always have to think about these virtual machines as individual devices when it comes to things like vulnerability and patch management, assessment, and audit. Now, hypervisors are a software firmware layer that manages and controls the virtual machines on a physical host. And there are two types of hypervisors, Type 1 and Type 2. Type 1, sometimes referred to as a bare metal or native hypervisors, run directly on the system hardware. They have direct access to the hardware. We don't have an operating system load, as the hypervisor itself is the operating system. Now, Type 1 is fast and it's efficient, but there's a greater hardware requirement and expense. Now, a Type 2, sometimes referred to as hosted hypervisor, runs on top of an operating system that provides the virtualization services. So we depend on the OS itself to provide the virtualization components. Now, another option is containers. Containers are the products of operating system virtualization. No hypervisor needed. They provide a lightweight virtual environment, and we refer to those in virtual environments as instances. Now, we have two types of containers, operating system containers and application containers. An OS container are virtual environments that share the kernel of the host operating system but provide user space isolation. An application container are virtual environments that share the kernel of the host operating system designed to package and run a single service. Again, we have a container, we're not using a hypervisor. Containers are products of an operating system. Now, desktop virtualization, often referred to as VDI or virtual desktop infrastructure, is virtualization technology that hosts a desktop operating system on a centralized server in a data center, and then users access it remotely. And there are two types of VDIs. There are persistent VDIs and non-persistent VDIs. A persistent VDI provides each user with his or her or their own desktop image, which can be customized and saved for future use, just like a traditional physical desktop. Non-persistent VDI provides a pool of very uniform desktops that users can access when needed. The non-persistent desktops revert back to their original state each time the user logs out. Network virtualization, which you'll see abbreviated as NSX, allocates the resources of a shared physical network infrastructure to create multiple virtualized network instances. Now, each virtual network operates as if it were a dedicated, isolated network, even though it shares the same underlying physical infrastructure with other virtual networks. Virtual networks offer the same features and guarantees of a physical network with the operational benefits and hardware independence of virtualization. So what's the intersection of cloud computing and virtualization? Well, the cloud infrastructure really is a virtualized infrastructure because the cloud infrastructure is comprised of two layers, a physical layer and a virtual layer. Now, all cloud environments utilize some form of virtualized networking to abstract the physical network and create the network resource pool. Now, typically, the cloud user provisions their desired networking resource from that pool, which then can be configured within the limits of the virtualization technique that's being used. Now, virtualization ensures isolation, which in turn supports cloud multi-tenancy. And we do have a couple of virtualization security concerns, specifically virtual machine escape and virtualization sprawl. Now, virtual machine escape occurs when a virtual machine and the host operating system interact. And this should never, ever happen. We're not talking about the operating system of the virtual machine. We're talking about the operating system of the host itself. And again, that should never, ever happen. And over time, multiple exploitable vulnerabilities have been identified. So it's essential that the virtual machine hosts themselves, right, not just the virtual machines, but the host device, is included in organizational vulnerability and patch management programs. Now, virtualization sprawl is a big concern, and it happens in a lot of organizations. That occurs when the number of virtual systems is just like out of control. And what happens is that they become potentially unmanaged, they may be absolutely unnecessary, and we could run afoul of our compliance with licensing agreements. Why does this happen? Because it's just so easy, right, to stand up a virtual machine or another virtual desktop or virtual network. But in essence, we always have to remember, right, that we have to treat those devices the same as we would a physical system, right? So virtual devices should be treated the same as physical systems, and they should be subject to the same asset management, capacity, and configuration management as I mentioned before, vulnerability, patch management, and assessment. So if we have too many, right, it becomes really difficult to manage. So virtualization has lots of benefits, but let's make sure that virtualization is being used judiciously. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. Software or firmware components that can virtualize system resources. 1, 2, 3. That's a hypervisor. Number 2, term applied to an environment when the number of virtual machines is out of control. 1, 2, 3. And that's virtualization sprawl. This type of VDI reverts back to its original state each time the user logs out. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a non-persistent VDI. Number 4, term applied to a situation where a virtual machine and the host systems interact. We said this should never, ever happen. 1, 2, 3, that's a virtual machine escape. Lastly, number 5, lightweight virtual environments, also called instances. 1, 2, 3, and those are containers. All right, that brings us to a security in action about VM sprawl. Your organization has enthusiastically adopted virtualization. Servers, networks, even desktops. Your CIO has instructed the IT team to spin up a server for every application and almost every service. Performance is great, users are happy, expenses are within budget. But you express your concerns about the impact of VM sprawl to your manager. She asks you to document your concerns. What might you include in your list? Everybody's happy, right? Users are happy, expenses are within budget, performance seems to be great, but you've just got so many virtual systems and you're worried about it. So how are you going to document your concerns? What might you include on your list? Go ahead and put me on pause, jot those down, and then come on back when you're ready. Well, there are many benefits to virtualization. However, it is possible to have too much of a good thing. VM sprawl concerns include vulnerability, patch management, audit and assessment overhead, licensing compliance, and resource exhaustion. So having this conversation, being able to document these things, recognizing that virtualization is a good thing, but there are some caveats. Doing all that, well, you know what it is. It's security in action. All right, that, my friends, brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll be waiting for you at the next. See you there. Welcome to lesson 23.7. In this lesson, we're going to explore automation and solution elements, many of which may be new to you. Now, automation is the application of technology, programs, robotics, or processes to achieve outcome with minimal human input. Now, the goal of automation is to improve QoS, or quality of service, increase agility, and reduce or eliminate manual dependencies and human error. Now, orchestration, which is another term you're going to hear a couple more times in this course, is the integration of disparate tools and platforms for an automated response. And demand-generated resource allocation is the automatic provisioning and deprovisioning of resources. And when we talk about demand-generated resource allocation, we're generally either talking about scalability or elasticity. Scalability is the ability of a system to automatically accommodate larger loads by adding resources. So larger loads by adding resources that either make hardware stronger, and you'll hear the term scale up, or by adding additional nodes, and you'll hear the term scale out. In contrast, elasticity is the ability to fit the resources needed to cope with loads dynamically. So when the load increases, more resources are added. When demand decreases, resources are removed. And the way I always remember that is I think about an elastic band, like a rubber band that you'd put between your thumb and your first finger. And when you stretch it out, and then you can bring your fingers back together and it will snap back to its original shape. That's elasticity, right? Get larger, get smaller, get larger, get smaller. So let's talk about some solution elements that support demand-generated resource allocation as well as other functions in our environment. Infrastructure as code, serverless computing, microservices, and containerization. I'm just going to introduce them to you now, and then we'll talk about each one of them individually. Infrastructure as code is using code to manage configurations and automate provisioning. Serverless computing is the dynamic allocation of resources to execute a specific piece of code. Microservices is breaking down a large application into smaller, independently deployable components that perform a specific business function or task. And containerization is technology that allows applications to be packaged and run in isolated environments called containers. And we talked about containers when we talked about virtualization. So let's start with infrastructure as code. Infrastructure as code is used to define and provision our networking components, such as servers, networks, and storage, that can be version controlled, tested, and automated through machine-readable files rather than physical hardware configuration. So what are some of our security considerations? Well, unauthorized access. If an attacker gains access to infrastructure as code files or configuration, they could modify the infrastructure, leading to unauthorized access or data exfiltration. We could have insecure code, so flaws in the infrastructure as code could create vulnerabilities in the infrastructure, such as open ports or weak authentication. And then misconfigurations, right? Misconfigurations in the code could lead to unintended consequences, such as exposing sensitive data or resources. So to mitigate this risk, it's really important that we follow best practices for secure coding and configuration management, right? Including access controls, monitoring the files for changes, performing regular code reviews, and implementing automated testing and deployment, all of which topics we're going to talk about a little bit later on. Next is serverless computing. Now, serverless computing is an execution model in which the cloud provider dynamically allocates only the compute resources and storage that are needed to execute a particular piece of code. Serverless functions are event-driven, meaning that the code is invoked only when it's triggered by a request. So what are some of our security configurations? Well, we're concerned about injection attacks. Serverless functions can be vulnerable to injection attacks where an attacker injects malicious code into the function's input or output data. We're concerned about malware, right? Serverless functions can be used to distribute malware, such as disguising malicious code as a legitimate function. And lastly, data privacy, where sensitive data can be exposed if it's not properly secured or if access controls are not properly implemented. We have microservices. Microservices are a software development approach where a large application is going to be broken down into smaller independent services. Each microservice is a self-contained component that can be deployed, updated, and scaled independently without affecting the rest of the application. Again, some security considerations. Well, we have an increased attack surface, right? Because microservice architectures can have a large number of interconnected components, which could increase the overall attack surface and making it harder to identify and mitigate vulnerabilities. And then service-to-service authentication and authorization. Right? In a microservices environment, services need to authenticate and authorize each other, which can be challenging to manage and secure. And lastly, we have containerization. Containerization being a technology that allows applications to be packaged and run in an isolated environment. Now, containers do provide a way to isolate applications and their dependencies from the underlying infrastructure, which makes it easy to deploy, manage, and scale those applications across different environments. But do we have some security considerations? Well, of course we do. Right. One is container breakouts. Now, containers share the host operating system's kernel, and if a container is compromised, an attacker could potentially break out of the container and access the host system. Now, why would this happen? Well, this can happen if the container is not properly configured or if the attacker finds a vulnerability in the container runtime. And then we have container orchestration vulnerabilities. Container orchestration tools are used to manage and to scale our containers. And these tools themselves can also be vulnerable to exploits, especially if they're not properly configured. So does that mean that we shouldn't use these automation tools? Absolutely not, right? These are great tools. But as we're adopting new tools in our environment, we always have to stop and say, what are our security considerations? We have to research those, we have to determine what controls we need, and we need to make sure that we put the appropriate controls in place and then ensure that we are managing and monitoring those controls. All right, well, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Using code to manage configurations and automate provisioning. 1, 2, 3. That's known as infrastructure as code, or IAC. Number 2, the integration of disparate tools and platforms for an automated response. 1, 2, 3. And that's referred to as orchestration. Number 3, dynamic allocation of resources to execute a specific piece of code. 1, 2, 3. That's serverless computing. Number 4, breaking down a large application into smaller, independently deployable components. 1, 2, 3. And that's microservices. And lastly, number 5, a technology that allows applications to be packaged and run in isolated environments. 1, 2, 3. And that's containerization. All right, that brings us to a security in action. This one's about on-demand resource generation. Your organization is evaluating cloud computing service providers. The proposals seem to use the term elasticity and scalability interchangeably. And you want to make sure that the business unit decision makers understand the difference. So my question for you is, how would you compare elasticity and scalability? So put me on pause, right? You want to think about what's the difference between elasticity and scalability, right? So you're going to write those down, and when you're ready, come on back. Well, let's compare the two. Both solutions are designed to meet changing business needs. Scalability is the ability of a system to automatically accommodate larger loads by adding resources, either making hardware stronger, and that's referred to scaling up, or adding additional nodes, and that's referred to as scale out. Elasticity, remember that elastic band or that rubber band, adapts to workload increase as well as workload decrease by provisioning and deprovisioning resources in an autonomic manner. Very often you'll see elasticity being used in a pay-as-you-go model. Right? You're only going to pay for what you need. So understand the difference in scalability and elasticity and being able to explain it, well, that's security in action. And that takes us to the end of this lesson. And that takes us to our next deep dive quiz. So make sure to get a pencil or a pen and a piece of paper ready so that you can be writing down your answers. I'll see you there. So welcome to lesson 24.1, a cryptography primer. And this is first of many lessons on cryptography. So let's get going. Now, traditional cryptography is a conversion of communication into a form that can only be read by the intended recipient. And cryptography is, well, as old as ancient times. If you can imagine that there was a battle going on and the emperors, wanted to get messages to their general on the field, and they worried what happened if the messenger got captured? Would their information be exposed? And so they used cryptography, right? They took the message, right, and transformed it into a form that could only be read by the intended recipient. Modern cryptography has widened the historical definition to include the assurance of integrity, meaning knowing the message wasn't changed, and sender identity, meaning we know who the message came from. Now, the public key infrastructure, we refer to as PKI, consists of programs, data formats, procedures, communication protocols, security policies, and public key cryptographic mechanisms working together in a comprehensive manner to enable secure communication. So let's talk through some cryptographic solutions and their use cases. So our solutions are encryption, hashing, digital signatures, and digital certificates. Encryption is the process of encoding information. And the use case of encryption is confidentiality. Hashing is a one-way function that turns a file or a string of text into a unique digest of that message. And the use case for hashing is integrity. A digital signature is a hashed value encrypted using the sender's private key. Now, the use case is sender authenticity and non-repudiation. And digital certificates is a digital object that is tied to a cryptographic key pair, and the use case for a digital certificate is authentication. So if you're like, what is she talking about? What are all these things? Don't fear. We're going to be doing individual lessons on encryption and hashing, digital signatures, and digital certificates. But let's start with a cipher primer. A cipher is a technique that transforms plain text into ciphertext and back into plain text. Plain text is just human-readable text. It's what you see on your screen right now. You read it, you can understand it. Ciphertext is text that's either been encrypted or in some form not readable. So as a human, if you read it, you're like, what is that? That means nothing. An algorithm is a mathematically complex modern cipher. Let me say that one again for you. An algorithm is just a mathematically complex modern cipher. The cipher of ancient times were fairly simple. The ones we use today, very complex, right, and require a computer to solve. Now, algorithms are generally well known. They're generally published. So in order to get the secrecy out of an algorithm, we have to add something to it. And what we add is known as a key or a crypto variable. A key is a secret value that we use with an algorithm. There are two types of ciphers. There are stream ciphers and block ciphers. A stream cipher is going to be an algorithm that works on one bit of data at a time using XOR functions. I always envision it like a faucet, and we get a drip, a drip, a drip, right? And each of those drips are worked on. A block cipher is an algorithm that works on blocks of data, 56K blocks, 64K blocks, 128K blocks, but it works on the entire block simultaneously. Two results of this are going to be confusion and diffusion. Confusion is the process of changing the values, and complex substitution functions are used to create confusion. Diffusion is a process of changing the order, so sending bits through multiple rounds of transposition is used to create diffusion. So let's focus in on the key or the crypto variable. A key is going to be a secret value that's used with an algorithm. And the key does lots of things. It dictates what part of the algorithm be used, in what order, and with what values. Remember that the algorithm is generally published, so we need something secretive to make that algorithm, well, secret. So a couple of terms associated with keys: key space, key stretching, symmetric key, and asymmetric key. Key space is just the number of possible key combinations. Now, a key isn't a physical key. A key is just a value. So when we say we have a 256-bit key, that's 2 to the 256-bit power. A 64-bit key would be significantly smaller. It would be 2 to the 64-bit power. Key stretching is a technique to strengthen a weak key to protect against brute force attacks. So if a key is relatively small and it's weak, well, a brute force attack would be trying every combination. So we can stretch that key to make it more resistant to brute force attacks. Now, when you hear the term symmetric key, it means that we're only using one key. So a symmetric key is a single key. Sometimes it's referred to as a shared key, and it's used for both encryption and decryption. So symmetric, single, shared, sometimes even secret key are terms you'll hear. But it's very much like the key you have to your house or to your apartment. You probably have the same key to lock your door as you do to unlock your door. Start your car, stop your car. You're using the same key. So that's a symmetric key. Asymmetric key means that we're using two keys. They are mathematically related keys, and they're used for encryption and decryption. Now, either key can do either function, but we need to use them in tandem. So instead of using the same key to encrypt and decrypt, we're using two mathematically related keys. Now, taking care of that key is really, really important. So key management describes the activities involving the handling of cryptographic keys during their entire lifetime. Now, a key should only be used for one purpose. The use of the same key for different cryptographic purposes may weaken the security provided by one or by both of them. Now, the strength of the key should be commensurate with the data or the process protection requirements. Now, symmetric keys and private keys, now private keys are one half of the mathematically related keys, must be securely stored. And I'll demonstrate that to you, more than once in the next couple of lessons. The measures taken to protect that private key must be at least equal to the required security of the use of that key. So symmetric keys always have to be kept secret. And in our mathematically related keys, which we're going to be referring to as a public key and a private key, that private key always needs to remain secret. Now, a KMPS is a key management practices statement, and it is a document that many organizations have that document in detail the organizational structure, responsible roles, and rules for key management. The strength of a crypto system is a combination of the algorithm we're going to use, the algorithmic process, the length of the key, and the secrecy of the key. And if one element is weak, the entire crypto system can be potentially compromised. Now, two terms you're going to hear in relation to cryptographic strength are deprecated and broken. Deprecated just means there's a weakness. There is some inherent vulnerability. You can continue to use it, the algorithmic process or the key, whatever the part it is, but it means that it's weak. So you have to assume some risk. Broken just means exploitable. You can't use it anymore. It's been broken. It no longer provides any secrecy or any security. All right, that's the end of our primer, and that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. A mathematically complex modern cipher. 1, 2, 3. That's an algorithm. Secret value used with the algorithm. 1, 2, 3. And that's a key, also called a crypto variable. Number 3, term used to describe a weak cryptographic element. 1, 2, 3. And that's deprecated. All right, number 4, a document that describes in detail the organizational structure, responsible roles, and rules for key management. 1, 2, 3. And that's a key management practices statement known as a KMPS. And lastly, number 5, the number of possible key combinations. 1, 2, 3. And that's key space. Okay, that brings us to a security in action about key security. Your municipal employer, Anytown Revenue Service, plans to symmetrically encrypt taxpayer data at rest. They want to make sure that the internal employees have easy access to the data, so they plan to publish the key on their intranet. Do you have any concerns about this approach? So our employer, Anytown Revenue Services, right, they're going to symmetrically encrypt taxpayer data at rest. Remember, symmetric means to use just one key. And they want to make sure that internal employees have easy access to the key, so they're going to publish the key on the intranet. Just one key. And what do we know about if you only have one key? You're supposed to do what with it? Just think about that for a sec. So do you have any concerns about this approach? I bet you do. Put me on pause, jot down your concerns. Come on back. Well, the strength of a crypto system is a combination of the algorithm, the algorithmic process, the length of the key, and the secrecy of the key. Now, the security of symmetric encryption depends upon the secrecy of the single shared crypto variable, or key. So the key should definitely not be published on the intranet, right? We want to keep that key a secret. We don't want it on the intranet where anybody would be able to get to it, which means anybody would be able to decrypt that symmetrically encrypt taxpayer data at rest. So understand the difference between symmetric and asymmetric and being able to advise those in power in your organization, that's security in action. All right, that's the end of this lesson. Got a lot more to talk about cryptography, so I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 24.2. In this lesson, we're going to explore encryption. Now, encryption is commonly used to protect the confidentiality of data in transit and data at rest. So I want to go through sort of the general process of encryption, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper into the different types of encryption. So with encryption, we start with clear text. We're going to use an algorithm and a key, and that will allow us to transform our clear text into ciphertext. To go back the other way, we'll take that ciphertext. We'll be sure to use the same algorithm and the same key, or the corresponding key, depending on whether we're doing symmetric or asymmetric, and we'll transform that ciphertext back to plain text. So clear text, algorithm and key, ciphertext. Ciphertext, algorithm and key, plain text. Now there are two types of encryption we're going to look at, symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric encryption uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt, and that key may be referred to as a single key, a shared key, a secret key, or a session key. A session key is a symmetric key that we're only using one time for that particular session. And as I mentioned in the last lesson, it's a lot like the key that you have to open the door to your house or your apartment, right? You use the same key to lock the door as you do to unlock it. So in the symmetric environment, right, we use the same key to lock and unlock. Remember, a key is not a physical thing. It's just a value. So in this case, we have a value, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're going to use that same key to encrypt and decrypt. So we're going to take our clear text. We're going to take a symmetric algorithm because algorithms are specific to being symmetric or asymmetric, and our key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we're going to get our ciphertext. Then to decrypt, we're going to take that ciphertext. We're going to use the same symmetric algorithm and the same key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, to get to our plain text. So what are the symmetric algorithms? Well, we have DES, triple DES, AES, also known as Regindel, and RC4. DES, triple DES, and AES are all block ciphers, and RC4 is a stream cipher. DES uses a 64-bit key size, has 16 rounds of substitution and transposition. In 1977, it was established as a U.S. government standard, and in 1998, it was demonstrated that it could be broken in less than 56 hours. So you're not going to use DES. Now, triple DES is a 64-bit key, 48 rounds of substitution and transposition using either 2 or 3 keys. And in 1999, it replaced DES as a U.S. government standard for symmetric encryption. But it is now considered to be deprecated. I mean, deprecated means weak. So what do you want to be using? Well, AES, also known as Regindel, is 128 or 192 or a 256-bit key. It goes to either 10 or 12 or 14 rounds of substitution and transposition. Now, in 2002, AES replaced triple DES as the U.S. government standard for symmetric encryption. Now, RC4 is a stream cipher, and it has key sizes of 40 to 2048 bits, and there are 4 varieties out there: Spritz, RC4A, VMPC, and RC4A+. So some characteristics of symmetric encryption, remembering that symmetric only uses one key, the same key to encrypt as it does to decrypt. It is very computationally efficient. And our key sizes are generally 128, 192, or 256. So computationally efficient, works really well on large blocks of data. Okay, so what's the problem? One of the problems is not scalable. So if I wanted to send a secure message using symmetric to 100 of my friends, I would have to have a different key for each one of them. 1,000 friends, I'd have to have a different key. And if I had 10,000 friends, well, I'd have to have a different key for all 10,000. And then the issue is, how do I get them the key? The key exchange is inherently insecure. I'd have to find a way to get that key to each one of them. Now, asymmetric encryption uses 2 mathematically related keys to encrypt and decrypt. Either key can do either thing. Now, those keys are going to be referred to as a public key and a private key. The public key is freely distributed. The private key must be secured. Let me say that one more time. The public key can be freely distributed. The private key must be secured. So we're going to have 2 keys, mathematically related, M1 and M2. Big picture, how does this work? We'll have clear text. We'll use an asymmetric algorithm and a key, in this case M1, and we'll get our ciphertext. To come back the other way, to decrypt, we'll have our ciphertext. We'll use the same asymmetric algorithm and the corresponding or mathematically related key, M2, and we'll end up with our plain text. Now, what are the asymmetric algorithms you need to know? Well, RSA, elliptic curve crypto system, often called ECC, Diffie-Hellman, and Al-Gamal. Now, RSA is probably the most widely implemented asymmetric algorithm, kind of the de facto commercial standard, and it works with both encryption and, as you'll see, it also works with digital signatures. ECC is a similar function to RSA, but it has smaller key sizes. It requires less computing power, so it's suitable for mobile devices. Diffie-Hellman is primarily used for key agreement or key exchange. It allows two parties in the same Diffie-Hellman group who have no prior knowledge of each other to jointly establish a shared secret key. And Al-Gamal is primarily used for transmitting digital signatures and key exchange. So let's look at some asymmetric characteristics. It is computationally intensive, right, because it has two keys. Now, those key sizes are generally fairly large, 2048 or greater. That's the bad news. The good news, however, as I'm going to demonstrate to you, it is very scalable, and it's inherently designed for key exchange. So let's look at an asymmetric message flow. I've got Alice, who wants to send Bob a message. So she takes plain text, she takes an asymmetric algorithm, and a copy of Bob's public key. Remember, Bob's public key was freely distributed. And what's the corresponding key to Bob's public key? Well, Bob's private key. And who should have Bob's private key? Hopefully you said only Bob. So she'll take an asymmetric algorithm like RSA and a copy of Bob's public key, and she'll end up with an encrypted message. She's going to send that message over to Bob. She's going to send that message over to Bob, the encrypted message. Bob will use the same asymmetric algorithm, and the corresponding key, right, to Bob's public key was Bob's private key, which only Bob should have. So he'll be able to decrypt the message and now has plain text. Sounds great, right? But the problem is that asymmetric is computationally intensive, so it doesn't work well on large blocks of data, but it works really nicely on small blocks of data. So really what happens is that for most message flows, we're going to use a hybrid. We're going to use the best of symmetric and the best of asymmetric. And let me demonstrate that for you. So again, we have Alice sending Bob a message, but this will be a hybrid message flow. Alice is going to take the plain text message. She's going to encrypt it symmetrically. Why? Because symmetrically works well on large blocks of data. So she's going to take a symmetric algorithm. Let's say she's going to take, she'll use Regindle or AES and a session key. A session key is a symmetric key that's only used one time. And she'll have an encrypted message. Then she's going to take that session key and she's going to use an asymmetric algorithm to encrypt the session key, again, because that's just a small bit of data, and she's going to encrypt it with Bob's public key. Why? Because the corresponding key of Bob's public key is Bob's private key, and only Bob should have a copy of it. And now she'll end up with an encrypted message and an encrypted session key. So she's going to send to Bob both that encrypted message and that encrypted session key. Bob is going to receive the encrypted session key and the encrypted message, but the first thing he's going to do, he's going to take that encrypted session key, he's going to use that same asymmetric algorithm, maybe RSA, and his private key, because his private key was the corresponding key to his public key, and he's going to be able to decrypt the session key. So now he has a copy of the session key. What's he going to do with that? He's going to take the encrypted message. He'll use the symmetric algorithm, like AES, and that session key that he just decrypted, and now he'll have the plain text message. So what we're doing here is we're using the best of all worlds, right? We're using a symmetric algorithm and a session key to encrypt the message, the large block of data. We're using an asymmetric algorithm and one of the corresponding keys to encrypt the session key, because remember that was really small, sending them both to Bob. Bob will first decrypt the session key, then he'll be able to decrypt the message. So we have the best of both worlds here. We're using the strength of both symmetric and asymmetric. So just a reminder, comparing the two, symmetric, we use a single shared key. It works really well on large blocks of data because it is computationally efficient. Bad side, right? The downside, not scalable, and key exchange is inherently insecure. Asymmetric, we have a key pair, right? M1 and M2, generally referred to them as public and private, works well on small blocks of data because it is computationally intensive. But as you saw, it's incredibly scalable, and it has inherently built right in a key exchange distribution system. So what do we generally do? Well, we use a hybrid approach where we use the best of symmetric, works well on large blocks of data and computationally efficient, and the best of asymmetric, its scalability and key exchange distribution system. All right, well, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Number of keys in symmetric encryption. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I hope you said 1. All right, number 2. Key mathematically related to a public key. So what's the corresponding key to the public key? 1, 2, 3. I'm hoping you said private key. Number 3, U.S. government symmetric algorithm standard. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be AES, also known as Regindel. Number 4, the key that Mary should use to send an asymmetrically encrypted packet to Bob. So Mary wants to send something to Bob asymmetrically, so using 2 keys, wants to make sure that only Bob can open it. So what key is Mary going to use to send that asymmetrically encrypted packet to Bob? Think about that. 1, 2, 3. She's going to use Bob's public key. Why Bob's public key? Because that was freely distributed. What's the corresponding key to Bob's public key? Bob's private key. Who should have Bob's private key? Only Bob. So when that message gets asymmetrically encrypted with Bob's public key, we have the assurance that only Bob should be able to decrypt it. Number 5, the key that Mary should use to decrypt an asymmetrically encrypted packet sent by Bob. Okay, this is a little different. So now Bob, right, is sending Mary a packet. So she's gotten this asymmetrically encrypted packet sent by Bob. So what did Bob use? Well, think about what Bob would have used and tell me what Mary's going to use now to decrypt that asymmetrically encrypted packet. What's the key that only Mary should have? 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be her or Mary's private key. Hoping you got that right. All right, let's do a security in action about encrypting messages. Jim, the procurement officer at your organization, Anytime Medical Supply Company, plans to send messages to his counterpart, Tom, at Anytown Hospital. Here are the 2 questions for you. Should symmetric or asymmetric encryption be used to encrypt the message? And what keys should be used for this process? So Jim is going to send messages to Tom, right? This is from these hospitals, this medical supply company and the hospital. So should symmetric or asymmetric encryption be used to encrypt the message? And what keys should be used for this process? Go ahead and put me on pause and come up with the instructions for Jim and Tom. All right, well, large blocks of data, such as messages, should be symmetrically encrypted. That means a single key, which is often going to be a single-use session key. A session key is just a symmetric key only used one time. Now, the challenge is how to securely provide the symmetric key to the recipient. So asymmetric encryption can be used to secure the key. In this case, the session key will be encrypted using Tom's public key and then transmitted to Tom. And what's Tom going to do? Well, Tom will be able to decrypt the session key using his private key. Now, once Tom has decrypted the session key, he can then decrypt the original message. So if you find this at all confusing, just draw it out, right? Think about what the keys can do and make a couple of drawings for yourself of transmitting, the messages, transmitting the keys. And once you've committed that to paper, I guarantee you it will clear up any questions you have. All right, that's the end of this lesson. Let's go on to the next. Welcome to lesson 24.3. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about hashing and digital signatures. Now, the objective of hashing is to prove integrity. Hashing itself produces a visual representation of a data set that can be used for comparative purposes. Now, the output has lots of different names. Sometimes it's referred to as a message digest, sometimes as a fingerprint, and sometimes as a hash value. Now, hashing can be used to validate that a message has not been changed during transmission. It can be used to verify that a file has not been altered. It can also be used to verify that a forensic clone is the exact same as the original media. So let's walk through the hashing process. The first thing that happens is we have some input. Now, that input could be of any length. That's why we refer to it as variable length input. Then we're going to use a hash function such as message digest or the secure hashing algorithm. And then the output is going to be a unique one-way fixed length output. That's a mouthful. So what does it mean? That means that the output will always be unique to the input. We can put that same input in 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times, and the output would always be the same. And it's one way, meaning that we put the input in and we get the hash function. But it's not like encryption and decryption where you would transform it back to the original. You don't ever need to do that. Matter of fact, someone once described it to me as you can make chicken nuggets from a chicken, but you can't make a chicken from chicken nuggets. And then it's going to be fixed length. The various hash functions will have a specific length that the output will be. So the output is a unique, one-way, fixed length output that is a representation of the input. Now, in order to be considered secure, a cryptographic hash function has to meet 3 criteria. 1, the output must not be reversible. Again, that's that one-way representation. The variable length input must produce a fixed length output. And third, the output must be unique to the input. If a hash function produces the same value for 2 different inputs, well, it's no longer useful to us, and the result is known as a collision. Now, there are 3 hash functions that you want to be familiar with. Message digest, you'll see that abbreviated as MD. Secure hash algorithm, you'll see that abbreviated as SHA, S-H-A, and RIPE MD. Now, MD4 was developed by Ron Rivest back in 1990 and has been broken. Now, MD5 is subject to collision attacks and is also considered broken. However, it can be used for non-cryptographic purposes, for when you just need to do a comparison, but you don't need to have the strength of cryptography. Secure hash algorithm, or SHA, was developed by the NSA, the National Security Agency here in the United States. Now, SHA-1 is subject to collision attack, so we don't want to use SHA-1 anymore. Secure versions include the SHA-2 and the SHA-3 families. And then RIPE MD 160 is a cryptographic hash function that's based on the Merkle-Damgard construction, and it's actually what's used in the Bitcoin standard. So how do we generate this message digest or this fingerprint? Well, we use a hash generator. Now, a hash generator is one that we can use online or one that we could have locally installed. We're going to put our input in. We'll determine what type of output we want by saying what type of algorithm we're going to use, and then we'll have the output. So in this case, I have my string input, which you may recognize as the beginning of the Gettysburg Address. I said I want SHA-256 to be the hash function I'm using, and then what you see here as the string hash is the representation of the input, sometimes called a hash, sometimes called a fingerprint. Right? We've got lots of different names. But if I make any change whatsoever in that input, which includes spacing and case, then the output is going to be different because the input is different. And all I've done, the only change I've made is I took the first word, F-O-U-R, and in my first example, it was uppercase F, lowercase O-U-R, and I changed it to all uppercase F-O-U-R in the second example, that bottom example. I haven't changed the content. All I changed was the case. But if I make any change, I can't stress it enough, any change, a space, the casing, or obviously something in the content, I'm going to have a different output. I still chose that I wanted SHA-256, as my hash function, but you'll notice that my string hash is different. Right? So if I make any change whatsoever, right, the output is going to be different. So let's look at message digest in action. Alice wants to send Bob a message. Doesn't care about confidentiality right now. She cares about the integrity of the message. She wants Bob to be assured that the message was not changed in transmission. So what she's going to do is she's going to take the message, her plain text message, and she's going to put it through a hash function like SHA-2 family, right? Or maybe SHA-256 or SHA-512, and she's going to generate a message digest or a hash value. Then she's going to send the message, that plain text message, and the message digest to Bob. Again, remember, in hashing, we don't care about confidentiality. What we care about is integrity. Bob is going to receive that plain text message and the message digest. And he's going to put the message he received through the same hash function, and he'll generate a message digest. So if Alice used SHA-256, Bob will use SHA-256. So he will generate a message digest as well. Then what he's going to do is he's going to compare the message digest. He is going to compare the one that Alice created, and he's going to compare the one he created. And what's going to happen next? Well, if the message digests are the same, then he is assured that the message was not modified in transmission. But if the message digests are different, what's he going to learn? He's going to learn that, in fact, the message was changed. Now, there are some hash extensions to make hashing a little bit stronger. We have what's known as a hash MAC or an HMAC, and then we have salting. A hash MAC, a hash message authentication code, is a hash value that also includes a symmetric key. So not only do we include whatever the input is, but we also include a key in that input. Now, the important thing about a hash MAC is an HMAC cannot be reproduced without knowing the key. So HMAC provides integrity and data origin authentication. Now, where is HMAC used? Well, it's used in cryptographic protocols such as TLS and IPsec to verify the integrity of the transmitted data during secure communication. Another option we have is salting. Salts are just random values that are appended to the input to negate the value of a rainbow table. What's a rainbow table? Rainbow tables are just publicly available tables of pre-computed hashes. So if you get a hash, right, you can then say, oh, I can see what it is, right? You can tag it back to the original. But if we add a salt, which is a random value, to whatever the input is, well, then those rainbow tables are no longer useful. A digital signature is going to be a message digest that's been encrypted using the sender's private key. Oh, this is interesting, right? We're going to encrypt that message digest, right, with the sender's private key. Why? Because who should have a copy of the sender's private key? Hopefully you said, only the sender. So the objective of a digital signature, right, is to prove integrity. That's what the message digest does, and non-repudiation. Non-repudiation means that the signer can't deny sending the message, and conversely, that the receiver can trust that the message came from the named signer. Why? Because if they signed it with their private key, it must have come from them. So digital signatures require two algorithms, a hashing function and a digital signature algorithm. And the two that we use are RSA and digital signature algorithm, or DSA. So widely implemented, the de facto commercial standard RSA, it works actually with both encryption and digital signatures. Or we can use DSA, which was published by NIST in cooperation with the NSA, and it is the U.S. government standard for digital signatures. So let's do a digital signature in action here. Okay, so let's take a look at digital signatures in action. Alice wants to send Bob a message, and she wants to make sure that Bob can trust that the message wasn't changed in transmission and that she can trust that the message came from her. So Alice is going to put the message through a hash function, and she's going to generate a message digest. Then she's going to encrypt the message digest with her private key. Who should have a copy of Alice's private key? Only Alice. And what's the corresponding key to Alice's private key? Well, hopefully you said Alice's public key. So she's going to encrypt the message digest with her private key. And she's going to send the message and the encrypted message digest to Bob. Bob is going to put the plain text message through the same hash function, and he'll generate a message digest. Then Bob is going to decrypt the message digest using Alice's public key, proving authenticity. Because if she encrypted the message digest with her private key, well, the corresponding key to her private key is her public key. And remember that the public key is freely distributed. So if he can decrypt that message digest with Alice's public key, well, that's the corresponding key to her private key that proves it came from Alice. So it proves authenticity. Then Bob is going to compare both message digests, the ones he created and the one Alice sent. If the message digests are the same, he knows the message was not modified, proving integrity. And if the message digests are different, well, he knows that the message was modified in transmission. So we use hashing for integrity, we use digital signatures for non-repudiation and authenticity, as well as integrity. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Unique fixed-length representation of data. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be either a hash or a fingerprint, message digest, all those terms work. Number 2, the term used to describe when a hash function produces the same output for 2 different inputs. 1, 2, 3. And that's a collision. Number 3, a hash value that includes a symmetric key. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a hash message authentication code that everybody's going to call an HMAC. Number 4, random values that are appended to the input to negate the value of a rainbow table. 1, 2, 3. That's salts. And lastly, number 5, the key used to decrypt an encrypted message digest. So think about what key encrypts it. What key are we going to use to decrypt it? 1, 2, 3. We're going to use the sender's public key. Remember, the sender will encrypt the message digest with their private key, which proves it comes from them, and then the receiver will decrypt that encrypted message digest using the sender's public key, because that's the corresponding key to her private key or his private key. So let's do a security in action about secure communication. The local police department needs to communicate regularly with the Department of Homeland Security about national security issues. Confidentiality, integrity, and sender authenticity are equally important to both parties. So here's my question to you. What cryptographic processes and associated algorithms would you recommend, bearing in mind that confidentiality, integrity, and sender authenticity are all equally important to both parties? Now, really what I'm asking you to do is think about what we talked about in this lesson and in previous lessons. So put me on pause, come up with what cryptographic processes and associated algorithms you're going to recommend. Come on back when you're ready. So here might be your recommendations. The recommended processes would be encryption, both symmetric and asymmetric, hashing, and digital signatures. Encryption using AES for confidentiality. So remember, AES is symmetric encryption, and we would use that on the message itself because it's a large block. And perhaps RSA for asymmetric encryption, which we would use for key distribution. Hashing, using either the SHA-2 or the SHA-3 families for message integrity. And digital signatures using DSA for non-repudiation. So we can put this all together, right? We can use encryption for confidentiality, hashing for integrity, and digital signatures for non-repudiation. Putting them all together, well, we'd end up with some great security, right? Moving those messages between the local police department and the Department of Homeland Security. Being able to do all that, that's security in action. That's the end of this lesson. Let's keep going to the next. Welcome to Lesson 24.4. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about PKI, the public key infrastructure, and digital certificates. Now, PKI, or the public key infrastructure, is the underlying framework for the management of digital keys, public and private keys, as well as certificates. So in case you've been wondering, where do those keys come from? Well, they come from our digital certificates. Now, the primary purpose of PKI is to facilitate secure communication and enable the verification of the identities of parties involved in digital transactions. Now, a digital certificate is really a digital form of identification. It'll consist of a cryptographic key pair, that would be a public key and a private key, and information about the entity that's associated with those keys. Now, the X.509 standard defines the certificate format and the fields for public keys. It also defines the distribution procedures. Now, the current version of X.509 for certificates is version 3. And there are lots of different types of digital certificates, all based on use. Client, server, domain validated, organizationally validated, extended validated, code and object signing, and trusted and intermediate. A client digital certificate verifies a user identity that's most often used for email. A server digital certificate verifies a host identity. A domain validated digital certificate verifies the owner of a domain. An organizationally validated certificate verifies the organization, the physical location address, and domain ownership. An extended validation certificate verifies the domain and an organization subject to a standardized global verification process, including corporate documents. We used to refer to that as the green bar because you'd see a green bar up in the URL. You don't see the green bar anymore, but we still use extended validation certificates. Then we have code and object signing digital certificates, which verifies origination and ownership as well as object integrity. And then trusted and intermediate certificates, which verify root and intermediate certificate authorities. We'll be talking about certificate authorities a little bit later in this lesson. Now, all commercial digital certificates have a finite lifespan from enrollment to expiration. SSL, or preferably TLS certificates, are valid for up to 2 years, generally 13 months, and code certificates are valid for up to 3 years. Now, certificates do need to be renewed at the end of life, or before their end of life, actually, to avoid service disruption and decrease security. Now, there are some scenarios where a certificate will need to be replaced or retired early. There might be a compromise of a private key, there might be organizational changes, or maybe it's just no longer needed. So you can view certificates right in your browser, right? You can go into your browser. We happen to be viewing a certificate from my domain here. So you can say that you want to go see the certificate, make the choices about what you want to look at, and then see the actual certificate itself. So we're viewing a certificate for my domain, Sari Greene Group. You can get information about when it was issued, who it was issued by, the validity. You can see that you can see my public key right there. And if you go into the details tab, you would get even more. So right from your browser, right, if you just click on that little lock, you can view the certificate of any site that you go to that is an HTTPS protected site. The most common way to get a certificate is to purchase it from a commercial entity. But you don't have to. You can create a self-signed certificate. A self-signed digital certificate is one that is generated and signed by the same entity, the individual, the organization, or the system that it identifies. So why not do that all the time? Well, there's some real problems with a self-signed certificate. One, it can easily be impersonated. 2, it's going to present a big warning message when used. And 3, you don't have any way to pull it back. It can't be revoked. So why would we ever do a self-signed certificate? Well, internal development, right? So we're developing some software or we're setting up a new system that has a digital certificate. We might create our own just to see how it works. But we don't want to use a digital certificate that's been self-signed sort of out in the public. Now, I want to admit that self-generated certificates can be signed and validated by other users, and that's referred to as a web of trust, but that's really fallen out of favor. And most organizations are going to use a commercially generated certificate. So a commercial certificate authority, known as a CA, is going to be a trusted third-party organization that issues digital certificates, like GoDaddy or Thwa or Network Solutions. Now, browsers and devices are going to trust that certificate authority by accepting the root certificate into its root store. Now, that's a database of approved CAs that are going to come pre-installed with the browser or with the device. Now, the certificate authority is going to receive certificate requests. It will validate the application. It will issue the certificate, and it will publish ongoing validity status of the certificates it's issued. Now, sometimes a CA will offload some of its work to an RA, or a registration authority. The RA can accept and process registration requests and distribute the certificates on behalf of the CA, but the CA, the certificate authority, is the one that creates the certificates. So let's look at the commercial certificate request process. Using a key generation program that will be provided by the certificate authority, the applicant is going to generate a public-private key pair. Remember, because digital certificates is how we get our keys. Then the applicant is going to submit a certificate signing request, which will include identifying information and their public key. Now, the CA or the RA will validate the application, and then the CA is going to generate the certificate, and they're going to sign the certificate with their private key. And the CA will send the certificate to the applicant. The applicant will then install the certificate, and then the applicant will either at some point renew the certificate if they want to continue using it and it gets to the end of its expiration period, or if they no longer need it or there's been a problem, they will destroy the certificate. How do we know that a certificate is still valid? Well, there are two ways to do a certificate validity check: using a certificate revocation list, known as a CRL, or using the online certificate status protocol, which is known as OCSP. Now, certificate authorities maintain lists of certificates that have been revoked or have any issues. And there are two ways to get that list. There's a pull model and a push model. In the pull model, the certificate revocation list, or the CRL, is downloaded by the user or the organization. In a push model, the CRL is automatically sent out by the certificate authority at regular intervals. But if we want more real time, that's where we would use OCSP. OCSP is a process designed to query the status of a certificate in real time. And OCSP stapling is just a time-stamped or cached OCSP response. So answering the age-old question of where do our public and private keys come from? They come from our digital certificate. And how do we verify who we are? Well, that's through the digital certificate. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. A digital form of identification. 1, 2, 3. That's a digital certificate. Digital certificate standard. 1, 2, 3. That's X.509. Number 3, the commercial entity that issues trusted certificates. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a certificate authority, also known as a CA. Number 4, the type of certificate that subjects an organization and the associated domain to standardized global verification process. It used to be called the green bar. 1, 2, 3. And that's known as extended validation. Number 4, protocol used to query the status of a certificate in real time. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be Online Certificate Status Protocol, also known as OCSP. That brings us to a security in action, about a certificate security alert. Your organization recently established a relationship with a new vendor. And when you connect to the site, the following security alert is presented. What does this mean? Right, you can see that we're getting a little note there that the security of the certificate, right, that was issued by a company you have not chosen to trust. So look at that security alert. What do you think it means? Go ahead and put me on pause. Take a moment. All right, think through the meaning. Come on back when you're ready. Well, the message is warning you that the certificate has not been issued by a trusted authority. Ooh, that's a big red flag, right? And your organization should proceed with caution. Because if it hasn't been issued by a certificate authority, what does that mean? It means it's a self-signed certificate. So what should you do? You should pick up the phone and you should call the vendor before connecting to the site. Now, most likely, right, the certificate is self-signed by the issuing party. But a self-signed certificate can easily be impersonated. Now, self-signed certificates are not validated for authenticity. No one's validating it and can't be revoked if there's an issue. Now, if self-signed, there's probably one or two things happening. Either the vendor doesn't understand the security implications of a self-signed certificate, which in itself would be really worrisome, or perhaps they published the dev or the development site in error, or perhaps the link they sent you was to their dev site and not to the production site. In any of these cases, right, you want to call the vendor and say, what's going on? And you definitely don't want to be connecting to a site that has an untrusted certificate. Doing that, having that call, or even just recognizing the problem, for sure, that's security in action. That wraps up this lesson. Let's move on to the next. Welcome to Lesson 24.5, Emerging Cryptography. You know, everything we've talked about so far in cryptography are really tried and true methods. In this lesson, we're going to focus on what's coming next. Now, modern cryptography, aided by advanced technology, continues to mature and strengthen. And emerging cryptographic applications and trends include homomorphic encryption, quantum key distribution, quantum encryption, and post-quantum cryptography. Homomorphic encryption allows for encrypted data to be processed. Now, right now when we think about encryption, we tend to think about encryption for data at rest, right, and data in transit. Homomorphic encryption, right, is all about encrypting data in use. Now, homomorphic encryption uses very complex mathematical operations to allow a variety of operations on the encrypted data. And there are three versions of homomorphic encryption in development. Partially homomorphic encryption, known as PHE, somewhat homomorphic encryption, known as SHE or SHE, and fully homomorphic encryption, or FHE. Now, partially homomorphic encryption is when one operation can be performed an unlimited number of times on the ciphertext. That's actually available now, although it's continuing to be matured. Somewhat homomorphic encryption supports limited operations up to a certain complexity, but these operations can only be performed a set number of times. Again, available now in limited form, but continuing to mature. And then we have fully homomorphic encryption, which is definitely in the development phase. Let's talk about quantum computers. Quantum computers are machines that exploit quantum mechanical phenomena to solve mathematical problems that are difficult or intractable for conventional computers. In a quantum computer, the basic unit of memory is called a quantum bit, or a qubit. Now, 8 bits is enough for a classical computer to represent any number between 0 and 255. 8 qubits is enough for a quantum computer to represent every number between 0 and 255 at the same time. Now, the power of quantum computers lies in their ability to consider a phenomenally large number of possible combinations simultaneously. Now, what we know, right, is that quantum computers will render all current encryption standards moot. They won't work anymore. They'll all be broken by quantum computers. So quantum cryptography, also called quantum encryption, applies the principles of quantum mechanics to encrypt messages. I feel like I'm getting way above my pay grade here. Now, theoretically, quantum encryption is immune to attack by quantum computers. Quantum key distribution, known as QKD, uses the principles of quantum mechanics to enable the sharing of cryptographic keys between two parties in a way that theoretically secure against any computational attack, including those using quantum computers. The quantum key distribution, or KQD, is an optical technology that uses the quantum states of photons of light to securely transmit a secret key. A fundamental law of quantum physics is that observation itself disturbs the quantum state of particles. If an adversary tries to intercept the QKD signal, well, it'll change the signal state, making the interception detectable. But this is in the really early commercialization phase. Now, the goal of post-quantum cryptography is to develop cryptographic systems that secure against both quantum and classical computers and can interoperate with existing communication protocols and networks. Now, when large-scale quantum computers are built, they'll be able to break many, if not all, of the public key crypto systems currently in use. And this would seriously compromise the confidentiality and the integrity of digital communications on the internet and elsewhere. So in 2023, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, selected 4 algorithms designed to withstand attack by quantum computers. And the current plan is to standardize the new algorithms in 2024. But as of the date we're doing this lesson, that hasn't happened yet. Now, the post-quantum algorithms that were chosen by NIST include Crystal's Kyber, designed for general encryption purposes, Crystal's dilithium, designed to protect the digital signatures, SPH-INCS+, designed for digital signatures, and Falcon, designed for digital signatures. Those were the 4 algorithms that were selected that are designed to withstand attack by quantum computers, and eventually there'll be standardization on one or more of those. This is really interesting stuff, and I would suggest that you go watch a great video that's on the NIST site. It's about post-quantum encryption. You can go out to nist.gov/cryptography, and you can view this really informative video. Right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Optical technology that uses photons of light to securely transmit a secret key. 1, 2, 3. That's quantum key distribution, or QKD. Number 2, method of encryption that allows data to remain encrypted while it's being processed. 1, 2, 3. And that's homomorphic. Number 3, basic unit of quantum computing memory. 1, 2, 3, and that's a quantum bit or qubit. Number 4, the goal is to develop cryptographic systems that secure against both quantum and classical computers. 1, 2, 3, and that's post-quantum cryptography. And lastly, number 5, United States agency that's working on post-quantum algorithms. 1, 2, 3, and that's the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. All right, that brings us to a security in action about emerging technology. As a data owner, you want to send data up to the cloud for processing, but you don't trust the service provider with your data. You're exploring an emerging technology that would allow you to send encrypted data to the service provider, and the service provider would perform the relevant computations on the data without ever decrypting it, and then would send the encrypted results back to you. Now, you could be the only one that would be able to decrypt the results, since you alone, meaning your company, has the secret key. So what cryptographic processes are necessary to meet these objectives? Whoa, this is a big one. So you want to send data up to the cloud for processing, but you don't trust the service provider. So you're exploring an emerging technology that would allow you to send the encrypted data to the service provider. The service provider would perform the relevant computations on the data without ever decrypting it, and then send the encrypted results back to you. And you or your organization would be the only one who could decrypt it because you alone have the secret key. So what cryptographic processes are ultimately necessary to meet these objectives? Go ahead and put me on pause, jot down some notes about the process that you would be thinking about. Well, homomorphic encryption is what would ultimately be able to do this. Now, in its simplest terms, homomorphic encryption allows computation to be performed on encrypted data, including in the cloud environment, and then produce an encrypted result, which can then be decrypted, with the end result being the same as if you did the math on the unencrypted data. So what's the current state of homomorphic encryption? Well, we've got standards in development, we've got interoperable APIs in development, and there's currently limited use. So for example, Microsoft's election guard system, which enables mathematical procedures like counting to be done with encrypted data. So it's coming, limited use right now, but we should eventually see this ability to process data that remains encrypted through the whole process. Understanding that, being able to look ahead out into the future at what's coming and think about how you're going to use it, that for sure is security in action. All right, my friends, that's the end of this lesson. Let's head on over to the next. See you there. Welcome to lesson 25.1. In this lesson, we're focusing on cryptographic attacks. Now, a cryptographic attack is a circumvention of a cryptographic system by exploiting a weakness in the code, or a cipher, or a cryptographic protocol, or a key management scheme, or the implementation itself. Now, the process of finding a cryptographic weakness or a vulnerability is known as cryptanalysis. To break codes, cryptanalysts analyze and study data and programming code to uncover the cipher keys. Now, we think of cryptanalysts as always being the good guy, but our adversaries also employ cryptanalysts. Now, there's a code-breaking classification that's employed based on what the cryptanalyst has in their possession. Cipher-only, known plaintext, chosen plaintext, or chosen ciphertext. Now, the foundation of code breaking is to find the key. So in cipher-only, a sample of the ciphertext is available without the plaintext associated with it. So all they have is a copy of the ciphertext or the encrypted text. In a known plaintext, a sample of the ciphertext and the corresponding plaintext is known, and that corresponding plaintext is referred to as a crib. So they've got a sample of the ciphertext and the corresponding known plaintext, again, trying to find the key so that they can decrypt perhaps the rest of the message or future messages. In chosen plaintext, the cryptanalyst can choose the plaintext to be encrypted and obtain the corresponding ciphertext, again, looking for the key. And in chosen ciphertext, the cryptanalyst can select the ciphertext and obtain the corresponding plaintext, again, because they're looking for the key. Now, there's other ways to try to identify a key: brute force attacks, dictionary attacks, and frequency analysis. In a brute force attack, every possible key is tested. Remember, a key is just a value. So it's tested either in online mode or offline mode until a key is discovered that successfully decrypts the ciphertext. But remember that the longer the key, right, the more numbers of keys there's going to be, right? The larger the key space, the harder it's going to be to do a brute force attack. Now, brute force attacks are going to be limited by work factor, meaning time and resources, and by discovery. Do it enough, good chance you're going to get discovered. Now, a dictionary attack uses just a list of known keys, right? Common word list or common keys. That's what's being used to test or to try to identify a key. And a frequency analysis analyzes patterns of frequency in the output. For example, specific letters, right, in the encrypted message to deduce information about the underlying plaintext or the key used to encrypt the message. Two other types of attacks that could be used to try to break the code, if you will, are side channel and timing attacks. A side channel attack is any attack based on information gained from the implementation of the computer system rather than a weakness in the implemented algorithm itself. In a side channel attack, attackers are going to use physical data such as monitoring the CPU cycles, power consumption, radiation emissions, and timing to break the crypto system. A side channel attack was actually used in 1995 to successfully identify RSA keys. Now, a timing attack exploits the fact that different computations take different amounts of time to compute on the processor. So, for example, if the encryption takes a longer time, it indicates that the secret key is long. Now, a type of attack that you really want to be aware of and think about how it impacts the security of your environment is a downgrade attack. A downgrade is a type of attack on a system that forces degradation to a lower crypto mode. The attacker then can exploit the lesser security control. So, for example, SSL has known vulnerabilities and has been replaced with TLS in most implementations. We're going to be talking about that in a lesson coming right up. However, many servers still have SSL installed for backward compatibility, and an attacker could exploit that configuration and force a downgrade to SSL. And ultimately, they could redirect a visitor from an HTTPS site to an HTTP copy. So we're going to talk about why you never want to have, those lesser modes enabled. We always want to disable them. Now, attackers also take advantage of misconfigurations, weak keys, and broken or deprecated versions. Just as a reminder, deprecated means that the use of the algorithm and the key length is allowed, but there's some weakness, so the user has to accept some risk. Broken means that the algorithm or the key length is exploitable. So, for example, 802.11 WEP and DES have both been broken. They're not going to provide you any security. Now, what about hashing? Are there any attacks against hashes? Well, absolutely. There are collision attacks, birthday attacks, pass-the-hash attacks, and the use of a rainbow table. A collision attack uses a mathematical technique to force two inputs into producing the same hash value. Now, if that happens, subsequently the hash method no longer can be relied upon to identify different data. It can't be relied upon to verify the integrity of the message. A birthday attack just exploits the mathematics behind the birthday problem in probability theory to cause a collision. In a pass-the-hash attack, attackers use captured hash credentials from one machine to successfully gain control of another machine. We'll talk more about that later on. And rainbow tables are publicly available tables of pre-computed hashes that can be used to quickly crack a password hash. Again, we'll talk more about that, in the next slide. Rainbow tables are publicly available tables of pre-computed hashes. You can download those from lots of different sites in the web. So, for example, the string password 99, you can see this is a SHA-256 hash, and this is a SHA-512 hash, right? That's a representation of password 99 if you're using SHA-256 or SHA-512. No matter how many times you put password 99 into a hash generator and choose either 256 or 512, that's going to be the output. Well, so if you capture that hash, right, particularly if it's being used for passwords, you'll be able to look at the rainbow table and say, aha, I know what the original string was. But remember we talked about salts earlier on. Salts are values appended to the input to negate the value of a rainbow table. So let's say both Mary and Tom had the same password, password 99. But if we add a salt, which is just a random value, so we added those salts, remember, and those salts are different, what's going to happen? Well, the output is going to be unique to that input because the input would have been password 99 plus the salt. And you can see that those are both different, and there's nothing to compare them to, right? We're going to negate the value of rainbow tables. So in systems that are still hashing a password or hashing any kind of sensitive data, more often than not now, we're also appending a salt to that input in order to get an output that just will negate the value of a rainbow table. All right, that takes us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. When two different hash inputs produce the same hash output, what's that called? 1, 2, 3? That's a collision. Number 2, an attack that forces a system into using a lesser crypto mode. 1, 2, 3. That's a downgrade attack, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that later on. Number 3, term used to describe an algorithm or key length that's exploitable and should not be used. 1, 2, 3. That's broken. Number 4, attack that uses physical data inputs. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a side channel attack. And lastly, number 5, an attack which captured hash credentials from one machine are used to gain control of another machine. 1, 2, 3, and that's a pass the hash. All right, let's do a security in action about a downgrade attack. In one of the most infamous crypto downgrade attacks is Freak. That stands for Factoring RSA Export Keys. This is a vulnerability in SSL and TLS that allows an attacker to force a target system to use weaker encryption ciphers, which can be easily cracked using brute force methods. The attack works by exploiting a flaw in the way SSL and TLS handle export-grade encryption keys. So you've been asked to recommend a preventative control against a downgrade attack. So, think about this for a moment. Go ahead and put me on pause if you need to, and tell me what a preventative control would be. We'll talk about it here. We're going to talk about it in a later lesson again, because this is so important. I really want you to get this concept down. But what would be a preventative control? Well, downgrade attacks are particularly dangerous because they exploit vulnerabilities in older, widely used software protocols and communication channels, which can be difficult to update and replace. Now, to protect against downgrade attack, you want to make sure that you're keeping your software and your systems up to date with the latest security patches. You want to use the most secure version of protocols and communication channels, and really importantly, you want to disable older insecure versions. If those older insecure versions are disabled, well, then the downgrade attack can't work. You also should enable firewall filtering. We'll be talking about that one later on as well. Being able to put in place these appropriate preventative controls, well, that is security in action. All right, that's a wrap on this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 25.2. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about post-exploitation attacks. Now, a post-exploitation attack infers that an adversary has already compromised a target system or infrastructure. And the post-implementation attack is, what are they going to do next? Now, examples of the initial system compromise may involve the use of a social engineering campaign, exploitation of a vulnerable or misconfigured system, or a malware infection. Post-exploitation attacks, and the ones we're going to talk about, include pass the hash, a Kerberos silver ticket, and a Kerberos golden ticket attack. Now, pass the hash, we mentioned this in the last lesson, is a credential theft and a lateral movement technique in which the attacker can authenticate as a user using only the NTLM hash of a user's password. Now, the attacker has to first obtain local administrative access on at least one computer. Then the attacker increases access by obtaining password hashes belonging to other accounts on the compromised computer. And then they get to reuse those stolen credentials to access other computer systems and services. Now, password hashes normally only change when the password itself is changed. So that grants an adversary significant time to impersonate the compromised users. There's been a lot written about pass the hash. And the biggest thing you can do in a system that might use NTLM, well, like a Microsoft Windows network, is disable the use of NTLM hashes and just be using Kerberos. But if you go ahead and Google pass the hash, you're going to find so much that has been written about this. So what is Kerberos? Kerberos is a cryptographic solution for secure mutual authentication. Now, mutual authentication is when both the subject and the object or the resource identify themselves to each other. Now, Kerberos is embedded in operating systems and in directory services, including Microsoft Active Directory and some of the Linux distros, including Linux MIT. So what are the components in Kerberos? Well, we're going to have the user. We're going to have a Kerberos server, and those of you in the Windows environment, that's your Active Directory domain controller. And on the Kerberos server, we have 3 components: a key distribution center, or KDC, an authentication server, the AS, and a ticket granting service known as the TGS. And then we're going to have the resource itself, what it is that we want to use, whatever resource we're looking to use their services. And that's referred to as the trust principle. So the user, the Kerberos server, and the resource, or the trust principle. So let's talk about a Kerberos silver ticket attack, and then we'll talk about a gold ticket attack. A Kerberos silver ticket exploit occurs when the attacker gains unauthorized access to the Kerberos ticket granting ticket and uses it to request service tickets without knowing the user's password. What's the impact? This attack, if successful, allows the attacker to impersonate the legitimate user and gain access to protected services, but it's going to be limited to a single resource. A Kerberos golden ticket exploit occurs when the adversary gains control over the Active Directory key distribution service account, or the KRBT-GT, and uses that account to forge valid Kerberos ticket granting tickets, or TGT. So what's the impact there? Well, that gives the attacker access to any resource on the Active Directory domain, thus a golden ticket. Now, a golden ticket attacks give attackers unfettered access to network resources and the ability to forge new tickets, allowing them to reside on a network really indefinitely by being disguised as a credentialed administrative-level user. So those are both pretty scary. So where do you want to go to learn more about these? Well, I think one of the best places to go is to the MITRE ATT&CK knowledge base, and you can get to that by going to attack.mitre.org. This is a phenomenal knowledge base that's available to everyone to use that talks about various techniques and tactics that our attackers will use. And one of them, or 2 of them, that they're going to talk about in this knowledge base would be the silver ticket and the golden ticket attack. So you can get more information on both right from this knowledge base. But if you're not familiar with the MITRE ATT&CK knowledge base, absolutely get yourself out there. Wealth of information. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. We're going to have 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do it. Type of attack that requires a system to be already compromised. Now make sure you're shouting these out too. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a post-exploitation attack. Number 2, pass the hash is considered this type of exploit. 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be a credential theft, because that's really what's happening. Credentials are being stolen. Number 3, a cryptographic mutual authentication system. 1, 2, 3. And that's Kerberos. Number 4, this exploit results in access to any Active Directory domain resource. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a golden ticket. And lastly, number 5, this exploit occurs when an attacker gains unauthorized access to a Kerberos ticket granting ticket. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a silver ticket attack. All right, that brings us to a security in action about post-exploitation. At a team meeting, you bring up the subject of post-exploitation attacks. By the time you're done, the team is really unnerved. So your boss poses what appears to be a pretty simple question. What are the 2 most important steps that can be taken to mitigate the risk of post-exploitation attacks? Seems like a simple question, but really is it? Well, what's your response? So we've talked about a number of post-exploitation attacks. I want to know what you would do to mitigate the risk of post-exploitation attacks. So put me on pause and think about your response. What are you going to do to mitigate the risk of post-exploitation attacks? This is definitely not a simple question. In best case is that the initial exploitation fails. But if we're really concerned about how we're going to handle post-exploitation, well, let's begin to minimize the risk by not allowing privileged access, or at least making it really difficult to get privileged access. So, enforce least privilege for all accounts, or better yet, enforce zero trust. That's going to minimize the risk of the attacker being able to get privileged access. And then patch, right? Patch every potential vulnerability. So once the intruder's on your network, right, they'll have little or less and less and less to exploit. Now, these two actions taken together have the effect of minimizing privileged unauthorized access. So hope we don't ever have to do this, right? Hope that there's no initial exploitation. But if there is, let's make it that much more difficult, right, to exploit privileged access. Doing that, putting all these pieces together, that's security in action. So that's the end of this lesson. Let's continue on. I'll see you at the next lesson. Welcome to lesson 25.3. In this lesson, we're going to explore the cryptographic components of ransomware. Now, ransomware, as I know everybody knows, is a form of malware designed to encrypt files on a device, rendering them unusable. Now, the attacker demands ransom in exchange for the decryption key. This act is a form of extortion. It's a crime involving coercion to obtain money. Now, if the attacker's ransom demands are not met, then the decryption key is not provided to the victim. So whether you pay the ransom or not is really a business decision. And this is the decision that should be made at the highest level of your organization. This isn't about technology. This is about extortion. And there are some businesses that by law are not going to be allowed to actually even pay the ransom. So again, this is a really high-level decision whether to pay the ransom or not. The common ransomware malware delivery channels include phishing emails, malicious email attachments, drive-by downloads, and even malvertising. Now, phishing emails use social engineering, impersonation, and pretexting to entice that user to click on that malicious link or open that malicious attachment. A drive-by download is a program that's just automatically downloaded from the internet without the user's consent, and almost always without their knowledge. Malvertising, which is a portmanteau of malicious advertisements, are advertisements that are on legitimate websites that can redirect users to websites that host ransomware or initiate automatic downloads when clicked. Now, the ransomware, once it comes down to your system, identifies the drives on the system and encrypts the files. Now, increasingly, we're seeing a lateral movement to target critical data and propagate ransomware across an entire network, and this can happen incredibly fast. The ransomware generally adds an extension to the encrypted files, and there's a number of different extensions to show that the file has been encrypted. Now, the file extension is unique to the type of ransomware. Now, once the ransomware has completed file encryption, it will create and display a file or files that contain instructions on how the victim can pay the ransom. Now, this is interesting because most malware is stealthy, right? It's behind the scenes. You never know what's happening. But with ransomware, you're going to get a big notification, right, that says your files have been encrypted. If you want the decryption key, you're going to need to pay the ransom. So I want to go through ransomware illustration from a cryptographic perspective. Now, if public keys and private keys and symmetric and asymmetric make a lot of sense to you already, well, then you're going to love this illustration. And if you're still a little, I don't quite get it, don't worry about it as we're going through this illustration. Once you feel really confident about symmetric and asymmetric encryption, come on back and look at this illustration because it really is interesting. So the attacker is going to generate a key pair, a public key and a private key. The public key is going to be embedded in the malware. The malware is going to generate a symmetric key. Remember, symmetric keys work well on large blocks of data. That symmetric key is used to encrypt the victim's files, those large blocks of data. The malware public key is used to encrypt the symmetric key. Now, the payment response is going to include the encrypted symmetric key. The attacker is going to use the malware's private key to decrypt the symmetric key. The symmetric key will then be sent to the victim to decrypt the files. Whew, there's a lot going on there. But all that same thing about symmetric and asymmetric that we just talked about in a legitimate message transfer is exactly the same thing that happens with ransomware. And ultimately, how you would end up getting that symmetric key that you can use to decrypt the files. So if you understand this already, you're going to love this illustration. If not, again, don't worry about it. Come back once you feel more confident in symmetric and asymmetric encryption. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Form of malware used to encrypt files on a device. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be ransomware. Number 2, a theft crime involving coercion to obtain money. 1, 2, 3, and that's extortion. Number 3, a program that's automatically downloaded without the user's knowledge or consent. 1, 2, 3, that's going to be a drive-by download. Number 4, an encryption method that uses only one key. 1, 2, 3, that's going to be, oh, I hope you get this one, that's symmetric. And number 5, the key that is mathematically related to a public key. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be a private key. All right, let's do a security in action about an extortion payment. In October of 2020, the U.S. Treasury Department warned organizations that by making ransomware payments, they risk violating economic sanctions imposed by the government against cybercriminal groups or state-sponsored hackers. Now, the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has warned that paying ransom emboldens criminals to target other organizations and provides an alluring and lucrative enterprise to other criminals. So, if victimized, what would you advise an organization to do? And so we've got the U.S. Treasury Department says you shouldn't do it, right? You risk violating the economic sanctions that have been imposed against cybercriminal groups and state-sponsored hackers. And the FBI says, boy, when you do that, you embolden, right, others, and you really make them money, right? This is a really lucrative enterprise. But if your organization was victimized, if you had multiple computers that became encrypted because of ransomware, what would you advise your organization to do? Think about that for a moment. Put me on pause. Come back with your response. Well, ransomware attacks are escalating. Matter of fact, they're escalating at an alarming rate. So it's incumbent on every organization to implement appropriate preventative, detective, instant response, and recovery controls. Every organization of all sizes should be prepared to respond to a ransomware attack. And that response includes decisions made at the highest level of your organizations about what you might do. As part of attack preparation, the potential of extortion and the subsequent ramification should be an executive-level discussion. I can't emphasize that enough. A determination should be made about under what circumstances, if any, the organization would consider an extortion demand. Now, for sure, legal counsel should be included in the discussion. Now, it's easy to say, oh, we would never pay the ransom. But, there may be situations where your organization decides that it's better to pay the ransom than be down for a really long time. There might be some legitimate reasons for doing that. So we don't want to discount never paying. But it's a really big decision to make, and one that involves all aspects of your organization. Now, you also want to review your insurance coverage to see if ransomware is covered, and you really want to look at ransomware coverage protocols. Protocols meaning what are the set of rules or what do you have to do, right, in order to be able to claim that insurance coverage. There may be very specific things that you need to do in terms of notifying them, do you pay it or not pay it, in what time frame, how do you pay it, do you bring in a forensic firm, and what you can say to the public. So make sure that if you do have ransomware insurance, that you clearly understand the protocols. This is a big thing, a big decision, and it's one that every organization should really be prepared to respond to. That preparation? For sure, that's security in action. All right, that's the end of this lesson. You know what's next? We have a deep dive quiz coming up. Make sure you get pen or pencil and a piece of paper, and I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 26.1. In this lesson, we're going to be discussing a variety of physical security principles. Now, physical security measures aim to protect people, information, and assets from compromise or harm, be it intentional, accidental, or natural. Now, generally, the physical security officer is the one who's charged with managing, implementing, and directing physical security programs. This person may also be responsible for the development and maintenance of physical security plans, instructions, complying with regulations, and standard policies and procedures. But a lot of cyber professionals kind of poo-poo physical security, and I'm here to tell you that physical security is really, really critical, and that there is a significant overlap and convergence of physical security and cybersecurity. So in a best-case scenario, physical security and cybersecurity personnel should collaborate on control implementation, management, and monitoring. Now, an important component of physical security design planning is an assessment of adversarial and non-adversarial threats, tactics, and capabilities. Sounds a lot like cybersecurity, doesn't it? Now, based upon the threat assessment, the physical security design incorporates a layered defense model. Now, the premise of a layered defense model, as we've already talked about 3, 4, or 5 times, is that if an intruder can bypass one layer of controls, the next layer of controls should provide additional deterrence or detection capabilities. But we don't have the same controls everywhere. Controls should be designed on a per-zone basis. So let's first look at this layered defense model, and then we'll look at zones. We have deterrent controls, detective controls, delay controls, and respond and recover controls. Deterrent controls are designed to deter or discourage unauthorized people from attempting to gain unauthorized access. Now, we implement measures that unauthorized people perceive as being too difficult or needing special tools and training to defeat. In other words, we're going to enhance the work factor. Detective controls are designed to detect unauthorized access as early as possible. So we implement measures to work out whether an unauthorized action is occurring or has occurred. Delay controls are designed to delay an unauthorized access attempt for as long as possible to allow for an effective security response to be activated. So we're implementing measures to slow the progress of a harmful event. And lastly, our respond and recover controls. Respond controls are designed to respond to an unauthorized activity within a time appropriate to the incident, take steps to contain and mitigate, and then take steps required to recover from the security incident. Let's take a look at physical security zones. It's really important to focus in on the zone to determine what type of controls need to be put in place. We have public access. Public's allowed, right? So it's going to be the least secure of our areas. We have our work area, we have our restricted work area, and then we have our secure area. So let's dive a little deeper into these. In a public access, these are unsecured areas, which also include out-of-office working arrangements. The work area, well, that's a low security area with some controls. Public or visitor access is allowed but restricted. In a restricted work area, these are security areas with high security controls and may include things like a wiring closet or media storage. And then secure areas, these are security areas with a higher or the highest level of security, including things like our data center or perhaps evidence storage. Now, there are two modes for physical security controls: fail-safe and fail-secure. Fail-safe implies that in an emergency or a fault situation, controls will default to open or unlocked. So let's say there was a fire. In fail-safe, all doors would be open. Fail-secure implies that in an emergency, controls will default to closed or locked. Perhaps there's an intruder in the building, all doors lock. We go into lockdown. So fail-safe, fail-secure. Know the difference between the two. Now, there's a really interesting philosophy about physical security and physical design called CISSP, or Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. Now, the basic premise of CISSP is that the proper design and effective use of the physical environment can lead to a reduction in the incidence and fear of crime and an increase in safety. CISSP relies on psychological and sociological responses. First, that people protect territory that they feel is their own, and that people have a certain respect for the territory of others. Second is that intruders do not want to be seen. And third, limiting access discourages intruders and/or marks them as intruders. Really interesting philosophy worth reading more about. And you can learn more about the philosophy and the organization behind this philosophy at CPTED, that's cpted.net. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. This type of control is used to discourage an adversary. 1, 2, 3. And that's a deterrent control. Number 2, this type of control is focused on making sure attacks are noticed. 1, 2, 3. Well, a detective control. Number 3, this principle implies that in an emergency, controls will default to locked. 1, 2, 3. And that's fail-secure. Remember, we have fail-secure and fail-safe. Number 4, the design philosophy that proper design and effective use of the physical environment can lead to a reduction in crime and an increase in safety. 1, 2, 3. And that's crime prevention through environmental design, known as CPTED. And lastly, number 5, the role generally responsible for physical security design and operation. 1, 2, 3. That's a physical security officer. But remember, as cybersecurity professionals, we always want to be collaborating with the physical security officer. All right, let's do a security in action. This is about a physical security policy. Your organization is revising its policy structure, and there's an ongoing debate about the most appropriate place for the physical security policy. Now, some argue that physical security is primarily about access control and belongs in the information security realm. Others make the case that physical security is its own domain. And you've been asked to provide an example of access control overlap. Interesting. So we're revising our policy structure, right? And we've got this debate happening, right? Where should we put the physical security policy? And some folks say, well, since physical security is about access control, it belongs in the information security or cybersecurity realm. But others say, absolutely not. Physical security is its own domain. So they turn to you and say, well, can you give us an example of access control overlap between physical security and information or cybersecurity? So go ahead and put me on pause. I want you to jot down some notes, come up with a couple of examples. Well, there is quite a bit of overlap and convergence in physical security and cybersecurity objectives, design, and control implementation. So let me give you an access control example that maybe you have already jotted down in your notes. Using a picture ID badge to identify yourself to the security guard, then using that card to swipe into the building, then using the same card to log into your computer with proximity technology that automatically locks down the computer when you walk away from your desk, and subsequently provides a digital audit trail of your whereabouts and activities. Great example, right, of the convergence of physical controls and cybersecurity or information controls using effectively the same card to do all of these things. So be sure that you understand the physical security policy in your organization, you get to know your physical security officer, and whenever possible, you collaborate. And doing so, well, that's security in action. That brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 27.1, Site and Building Controls. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about a variety of controls that you might have on your campus, on your site, in your building. So let's start with perimeter access controls. We may have fences and walls, pedestrian barriers, vehicle barriers, or security guards. Fences and walls are used to define and secure the perimeter of a facility. Now, the level of protection depends upon the height, the construction, the materials, and the access control method. Pedestrian barriers are used to restrict access through fences or walls by controlling exit and entry points. Now, examples include locked gates, guard stations, and turnstiles. Vehicle barriers are used to prevent hostile vehicle attacks. Now, vehicle-related threats range from vandalism to really aggressive attacks by a determined adversary. Access include bollards and access gates. And then security guards. Security guards are so important. Now, they may be stationed at checkpoints, they patrol the area, they manage physical surveillance, and they respond to breaches and/or suspicious activity. Very often, they are the first responder. Now, inside our facility, we may have some secure rooms and secure storage. So let's talk about the server room and data center and secure storage areas. Your server room or your data center, depending on the size of your organization, should be located in the center of a facility with no external windows or doors. Why? Because we want to limit access. It should be located on floors other than the basement. The basement might be damp. It may have other utilities down there, and there may be access. The first floor, again, because of access, and the top floor because of access, but also because of things like leakage from, a rainstorm. It should have full walls that extend from the floor all the way up to the ceiling. It should have a non-partition ceiling, and it should have slab-to-slab construction. For secure storage, our safes and our vaults should be fire-resistant, burglary-resistant, or a combination of both. Now, commercial-grade security safes and vaults provide varying degrees of protection, so you really want to investigate what it is you're purchasing. Now, in general, we're going to have some building security controls: lighting, signs, barriers, and guards. Lighting for personnel safety and intruder deterrence, and intruders are less likely to enter a well-lit area. Signs indicate restricted areas, emergency exits, and security procedures. Now, warning signs indicate surveillance, that someone is paying attention, and an intruder doesn't want anybody paying attention to them. Barriers such as walls, fences, gates, bollards, and access control vestibules define the perimeter and can be used to control and divert the flow of traffic in and out of a building. And then, again, our guards. Our guards may be stationed at checkpoints. They may be patrolling the area, managing surveillance, responding to breaches and/or suspicious activity. So we want our guards on the perimeter. We want our guards at our buildings as well. Now, to get into our building, you're probably going to have to get through a lock at some point, or we're going to lock up our buildings, right, so they're nice and secure. Or we're going to lock up our doors, right, to our office or to a data center. Now, there are different types of locks and key systems: pick-resistant, electronic, smart, and biometric. Pick-resistant locks have an extra set of tumblers, so it's really hard to pick them. Now, these locks are resistant to lock bumping. If you don't know what bumping is, definitely go out and Google it. There's a lot of good YouTube videos about how easy it is to use lock bumping to get into a door. Now, in addition to being resistant to bumping, pick-resistant locks also have very complex and difficult to reproduce keys. Electronic locks either use a keypad or a card system. Now, most of the time, electronic locks will automatically lock the door when it closes, for example, a hotel room door. Smart locks connect via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi or Z-Wave to a smartphone for access control. Now, smart locks can be part of a full system of video and audio monitor and have other Internet of Things or IoT features. And biometric. Biometric locks are designed to grant access based on a physiological trait. Might be a finger scan or retinal or iris or facial recognition. And then we can have surveillance sensors throughout our campuses. There are lots of different types of physical surveillance sensors. So, for example, We can have passive infrared sensors that sense change in heat. We can have motion that sense change in movement. We can have photometric that senses change in light. We can have acoustical that senses change in noise. We can have contact that senses penetration or break in an electrical circuit. We can have pressure that senses change in surface weight. We can have microwave that senses movement within an invisible field of energy between the transmitter and the receiver. We can have ultrasonic sensors, which are a proximity sensor that measures the distance of a target by emitting ultrasonic sound waves and converting the reflected sound into an electrical signal. Now, we definitely want to be paying attention to ingress and egress controls. Ingress is incoming, egress is outgoing. So what are some common controls? Badges, smart cards, biometric, access logs, and access control vestibules. A badge, that's an identification card, with or without a picture. Generally, a badge would just be non-electronic. We can have a smart card, which is a badge or a card with integrated circuitry used in conjunction with a card reader. Biometrics is the use of biometric technology to identify and authenticate a person. We have access logs required to document access. It could either be manual or it could be captured to restricted work areas. And an evidentiary control log must be maintained in evidence storage locations. And lastly, we can have access control vestibules. An access control vestibule we used to refer to as a man trap. It's a two-tier barrier with an entry door on one side and an exit door on the opposite side. And only one door can be opened at a time. So if you go in the entry door, right, then you will be evaluated at that point, do whatever other authentication you need to do, and only after you have been accepted, right, will the second door, the second entry door, open. That's now called an access control vestibule. All right, that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. You know how to do this. A card with integrated circuitry used in conjunction with a card reader. 1, 2, 3. That's a smart card. Number 2, sensor that measures change in surface weight. 1, 2, 3. That's a pressure sensor. Number 3, optimal location within a building for a data center. 1, 2, 3. That's centered in the building, not in the basement, not on the top floor, right in the middle. Number 4, locks that are designed to grant access based upon a physiological trait. 1, 2, 3. And that's a biometric lock. And lastly, number 5, a 2-tiered barrier with an entry door on one side and an exit door on the opposite side. 1, 2, 3. And that's an access control vestibule. So that brings us to a security in action about a workplace intrusion. An intruder was able to enter corporate headquarters through a locked loading dock door right past a security officer. Now, the intruder was wearing a delivery uniform, she unsuccessfully attempted to disable the CCTV camera. None of the IDS motion sensors indicated anything amiss, but a suspicious employee notified security, who initiated a fail-safe order. A lot going on here. I want to know what's your analysis of this situation. So, able to enter corporate headquarters right through a locked door, right past a security officer, wearing a delivery uniform, attempted to disable the CCTV camera. None of the IDS motion sensors indicated anything amiss, but we had a suspicious employee who did notify security, that's cool, who then initiated a fail-safe order. What do you think? Right things, wrong things? What's your analysis? Go ahead, put me on pause, jot down some notes, come on back when you're ready. Well, there are several control failures here. The intruder successfully used a social engineering technique to enter the building, right? Wearing the collateral, right? So wearing a uniform, making them look like they're a delivery, probably carrying something heavy. Somebody opened the door for them, right? And that locked loading dock door, got right in, didn't have to authenticate, right past a security officer. The CCTV system apparently wasn't being monitored, right, nor configured to send a tampering alert, because nobody noticed that. Now, IDS motion sensors in public spaces are generally not used during business hours and shouldn't be relied upon in this situation. And the failsafe, well, that's a little problematic. The failsafe would have unlocked all exit doors, making it easy for the intruder to escape. But we do have good news, right? The good news was that an employee reported the suspicious activity. So good on that employee. Other than that, we've got quite a few failures here. And the good thing about doing an analysis like this, if it happened in your organization, is then you would learn from it, right? We'd have some great lessons learned, and we'd be able to enhance our controls. Being able to do that, that's security in action. All right, that wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 27.2. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about environmental impacts. Now, environmental imbalance and vulnerabilities can impact stability, availability, and integrity. Computers, electronic and digital equipment, and transmission media are sensitive to environmental factors such as heat, humidity, airflow, and power quality. Now, environmental control systems, such as an HVAC system, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, is used to provide an optimal environment. But here's one of the challenges with our environmental systems, is very often the environmental systems are either provided by and or managed by contractors or third parties. So we want to make sure that our environmental system providers are subject to due diligence, that's investigation, before signing a contract and during the lifetime of the relationship, and included in our vendor management program. We might not be thinking that they're touching, maybe confidential or sensitive information, but in fact, if they have access to our network, we need to make sure we're including them in our vendor management program. Environmental systems should be segregated from the production environment, and internal and external access restricted. And environmental controls and products should absolutely be included in our vulnerability management, our patch management, our disaster recovery, our business continuity, and our assessment and audit programs. So let's start with talking about some environmental baselines: temperature, humidity, power, and fire. Now, the acceptable temperature for an area containing computing devices is between 18 to 27 degrees Celsius or 64 to 80 Fahrenheit. Really not in that 70s Fahrenheit. That's what I like. That's what devices like too. Now, circulation must take into account temperature. Relative humidity should be between 50% and 70% because high humidity can cause corrosion and low humidity can cause excess static electricity. Now, you may read in some books, it should be between 45 and 55 or 55 and 80. Don't worry about the precise numbers much. Really what we're looking for is that sweet spot between high humidity and low humidity. Power, we want continuous, clean, filtered power with consistent voltage. And fire, we want to make sure that we have fire detection and suppression capabilities. And in our data center, we want to make sure that we have a good flow. What we don't want to see is all of our racks facing the same way. Why? Because devices take in air in the front and then exhaust warmer air out the back. So if you can imagine having rows and rows and rows in your data center all facing the same way, well, that first row takes in some nice cool air and it's warmer in their exhaust. And by the time you get all the way down 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows, those devices are taking in extraordinarily hot air, and that's really harmful. So the recommended data center circulation is a hot aisle, cold aisle design, where we have rows facing each other, we have a cold air supply coming in from the bottom, and a hot air return up in our ceiling. Now, we also want to be cognizant of discharge and interference. Electronic components and cables can be impacted by ESD, electrostatic discharge, EMI, electromagnetic interference, EMI, electromagnetic interference, and RFI, radio frequency interference. Now, electrostatic discharge, or ESD, is the release of static energy when two objects touch. It's like when you get a shock. ESD can damage or destroy our electronic components. Now, ESD can be minimized by using anti-static grounding workbenches, mats, bags, and wristbands. and electrical storms can increase the ESD risk. Equipment and copper cable are sensitive to EMI and RFI, so equipment should have limited exposure to magnets, fluorescent lights, electric motors, space heaters, even wireless access points, and our copper cable should be shielded. Fiber optic doesn't need to be shielded because it's not impacted by EMI or RFI, but often if it's in the ground, it's going to be in a conduit because the lights will attract animals. The critters like to chew on those wires. We also want to be cognizant of the potential for emanation and tapping. The data emanation is the electromagnetic field generated by coax or copper cable or network devices, which can be manipulated to eavesdrop on conversations or to steal data. A Faraday cage or Faraday shield is an enclosure used to block electromagnetic or EM fields, both incoming and outgoing. Now, tapping into a transmission infrastructure can be accomplished by connecting to a punch-down block or plugging into an open port or splitting the wires of a twisted pair connection or using a spectral analyzer to access data emanation. A PDS, a protected distribution system, is a combination of controls designed to deter and detect access to communication lines. Now, all of our devices require good power. What are we protecting our devices from? Well, brownout, sag, surge, spikes, and blackouts. A brownout is a prolonged period of low voltage. A sag is just a moment of low voltage. A surge is a prolonged period of high voltage. A spike is a moment of high voltage. And a blackout is a prolonged period of without power. So the good news is we can use the same controls for all of these. Our power protection controls, including voltage regulators, surge protectors, power line conditioners, battery backups, and uninterruptible power supplies. Our power resiliency controls include battery backups and uninterruptible power supplies, having a generator, and supplier diversity. Now, for fire protection, we think about preventing fires and then suppressing those fires if they do happen. Fire prevention focuses on design and conditions. We want to make sure we're handling flammable materials really carefully, that we're maintaining a climate-controlled environment, and that we create a fire safety plan with the local fire department. Fire suppression focuses on detecting and then quickly extinguishing fire. We want to make sure that we've installed fire detection equipment. We install fire alarms that also have strobe lights. We want to have an emergency power-off electrical switch. This is particularly true in our data center, our wiring closets, our server rooms. We want to be able to quickly shut the power off to everything there. We want to locate portable fire extinguishers in very accessible places, and we want to train people how to use fire extinguishers. A lot of people have never used one, and when they're panicking in a fire, that's not the time to try to figure out how to use a fire extinguisher. We want to be using clean fire suppression agent such as FM200 or Novec 1230 that won't damage electronic or digital equipment, and we want to make sure that we maintain that fire suppression equipment. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Circulation pattern where rows of server racks are oriented so that the front of the servers face each other. That's the one you saw the picture of. 1, 2, 3, and that's called hot aisle, cold aisle. Number 2, this environmental hazard can be minimized by using anti-static grounding workbenches, mats, bags, and wristbands. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be electrostatic discharge, or ESD. Prolonged period of low voltage. 1, 2, 3. That's a brownout. A clean fire suppression agent. 1, 2, 3. You could have said FM200, Novec 1230, or inert gases. And lastly, number 5, the act of researching and investigating a vendor before entering or renewing a business relationship or contract. 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be due diligence. Okay, we have a security in action about an environmental evaluation. Your organization has decided to move the in-house data center to a co-location facility, and you've been tasked with evaluating the site's environmental controls. So what would you include on your evaluation checklist? So you've been asked to go to this new co-lo facility, check out their environmental conditions. You're going to build an evaluation checklist. You can go and look for things and check it off. So go ahead and put me on pause for a few moments, create your evaluation checklist, and then come on back. So what are we going to put on this evaluation checklist? We might start with our HVAC controls, including temperature and humidity settings and monitoring. Airflow, including placement of racks and servers. For example, do we have hot and cold aisles? Do we have cold air coming up from the floor and hot air returns up in the ceiling? Power conditioning. Power consistency. Do we have uninterruptible power supplies? Do they have generators? If they have generators, do they have a good fuel source? Remember, generators are going to either need gasoline or diesel. Or do they have supplier diversity for their power? What do they have for ESD, EMI, and RFI protection? What do they have for fire prevention, detection, and suppression? How strong is their infrastructure management, monitoring, and response capabilities? And are they using any third-party suppliers or providers, and do they do due diligence on those third-party suppliers or providers? Creating this evaluation checklist to know how to create a good, healthy environment for your devices, that is definitely security in action. All right, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to Lesson 28.1. In this lesson, we're going to explore the various stages of an information system lifecycle. Now, an information system lifecycle represents stages, processes, and decision points from initiation to disposal. And the lifecycle provides a structured approach to managing and evolving our information systems within an organization. So big picture look at the life cycle stages, and then we'll dive deep into each one. We've got initiation and planning, analysis and design, development and testing, and then production, meaning in use, and ultimately end of life. Under initiation and planning, we're going to be talking about feasibility studies, business case, and stakeholder needs and requirements. In analysis and design, we'll discuss requirements analysis, architectural design, and development specification. In development and testing, we'll talk about development itself, a little bit about the development process. We do a lot more of that in Module 8. We'll talk about system integration and verification and validation. And then in production and EOL stage, we'll talk about deployment into production, operations and maintenance, and retirement and disposal. And before we do that, I just want to define what a stop gate is or a kill point is. Stop gates or kill points are decision points at which a project is formally reviewed to ensure that it's still valid. Just because we start a project doesn't mean we need to complete the project. So if at any stage the business case is no longer valid due to operational or environmental change, increased cost, reduction in benefit, or just something unforeseen, the project sponsor or steering committee should reconsider the initiative. So let's start with Phase 1, initiation and planning, feasibility study, business case, and stakeholder needs requirement. A feasibility study is an analysis into the viability of an idea or proposal. In other words, does this make sense to do? A business case is the argument or justification for a proposed project or undertaking based on its expected benefit. In other words, what's the value proposition? And then needs and requirements include looking at what are the features, what is the functionality, what is the timing, what is the budget, what talent do we have for this, as well as, of course, taking into consideration things like privacy and security requirements. In analysis and design stage, we're looking at a requirements analysis, architectural design, and development specifications. The requirement analysis ensures that the requirements accurately represent the stakeholders' needs and expectations, not just their needs, but also their expectations. And architectural design models the requirements and defines the overall system architecture, including hardware, software, interfaces, and the infrastructure. And the development specification documents the functionality, the constraints, and the expectations of the system. Stage 3, that's development and testing. Development, system integration, and verification and validation. Development is inclusive of writing code, designing hardware components, customization, experimentation. All of that is based on the design specifications. System integration is the process of combining different subsystems or components into one larger system that functions as a unified whole. And lastly, we have verification and validation in this stage. Verification is the process of ensuring that a system meets specified requirements. Validation is a process of evaluating a system during or at the end of the development process to determine whether it satisfies the specified requirements. Now, I know they sound very much the same, but they really are different. Right? Verification, the process of ensuring the system meets specified requirements. Validation being the whole process of evaluating the system to make sure that it satisfies those requirements. Our last stage is production, actually when we're using the system, and then end of life. We have deployment, operations and maintenance, and retirement and disposal. Deployment is a transition from development to the live or production environment. Operations is the day-to-day activities required to keep a system running smoothly. Maintenance encompasses preventative measures, repairs, updates, and improvements to address issues and avoid potential problems. And then we get to the retirement phase. Retirement is a process of formally removing an asset from active use or service. And disposal is the proper and secure destruction or recycling of the asset. In an earlier lesson, we talked about secure data deletion and media destruction. So 4 stages, and you want to understand what happens at each stage in this life cycle. And that brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Decision points at which a project is formally reviewed to ensure it's still valid. 1, 2, 3. And that's a stop gate or a kill point. Number 2, analysis into the viability of an idea or proposal. 1, 2, 3. That's a feasibility study. Number 3, documents the functionality, constraints, and expectations of a system. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be a development specification. Number 4, the process of combining different subsystems or components into one larger system that functions as a unified whole. 1, 2, 3. And that's system integration. And lastly, number 5, the process of formally removing an asset from active use or service. 1, 2, 3, and that's retirement. Okay, that brings us to a security in action about system lifecycle planning. Your organization would like to implement an employee performance evaluation system. They haven't found a commercial one that meets their needs, and they're considering developing one in-house. Management has tasked you with kicking off the project. So what activities should you engage in during the initiation and planning stage? What questions need to be answered? So your organization's been looking for this performance evaluation system. They haven't found a commercial off-the-shelf one they like, so they're considering developing one in-house. And you've been tasked with kicking off the project. So what activities are you going to engage in during that initiation and planning stage? And what questions do you need to ask that need answers? Go ahead and put me on pause. Jot down some initiation and planning notes. Come on back when you're ready. Well, initiation and planning activities include conducting a feasibility study to determine the viability of developing an employee performance evaluation. In other words, asking the question, can we do this? Developing a business case for the proposed project highlighting the expected benefit. What is the value proposition? Working with stakeholders to document needs and requirements, including timing and budget. What are the specifics? And then determining stop gates. What would keep us from moving forward or cause us to reevaluate? So can we do this? What's the value proposition? What are the specifics? And when might we stop? Being able to kick off a project like this and understand how to move it forward, that is definitely security in action. All right, my friends, that brings us to the end of this lesson. And coming up next, we've got another deep dive quiz for lessons 26, 27, and 28. I'll see you there. Welcome to lesson 29.1. In this lesson, we're going to be exploring network models, specifically the OSI model and the TCP/IP model. But we're going to start by just defining what we mean by networking. Networking is the physical transfer of data over a communication channel from point A to point B. The network data transmission components include communication protocols, connectivity devices, and transmission media. And we use network models to describe and to understand layers of communication. And there are two models that you need to know. The Open Systems Interconnection Reference Model, known as the OSI model, which is structured into 7 layers, and the TCP/IP model, also known as the Department of Defense or DoD reference model, which is structured into 4 layers. Now, from a security perspective, it really is important to understand conceptually what happens at each layers, how those layers communicate with each other, the dependencies, and the weaknesses. So let's start with the OSI model. The OSI model has 7 layers, starting down at the bottom with the physical layer, which we'll refer to as layer 1, all the way up to the application layer up on top, which we'll refer to as layer 7. So we have the physical layer, the data link layer, the network layer, the transport layer, the session layer, the presentation layer, and the application layer. So structured into 7 layers, and you definitely want to memorize this model. And there are different mnemonics people use to memorize. Some people start at the bottom with, please do not throw sausage pizza away. That's a really common one. Other people maybe start at the top. All people seem to need data processing. You can use those. You can use others. Just have some way that you remember what those layers are. So let's talk about each of those layers. Starting down at the bottom, layer 1. Layer 1 is the physical layer. It's the hardware layer, and that's the one that's responsible for electrical and light and radio signals. Layer 2 is our data link layer, and that's the layer that's responsible for encoding and decoding those electrical signals into bits. And there are 2 sublayers, the logical link layer and the MAC layer, or media access control. Every network device has a unique MAC address. That's what identifies the device. And so the data link layer is responsible for being able to communicate that MAC address. Now we get up to layer 3, that's the network layer, and that's the layer that's responsible for switching and routing. Layer 4 at the transport layer, that's the layer that's responsible for transparent transfer of data between end systems, also end-to-end recovery and flow control. Layer 5 is the session layer, and that's responsible for establishing, managing, and then terminating connections between applications. Layer 6, the presentation layer, that's the layer that's responsible for what you see on your screen, so the on-screen data representation, as well as encryption and decryption. And layer 7, the application layer, is the layer that supports applications and end-user processes, as well as QoS, quality of service, and network services. Now, there are networking devices that work at these lower levels, layer 1, the physical layer, layer 2, the data, and layer 3, the network. Layer 1, the physical layer, remember that was the first or the lowest label, that's where hubs and repeaters operate. Repeaters amplify signals, hubs retransmit a signal received on one connection point to all ports. Layer 2, that data layer, is where bridges, wireless access points, which are effectively a bridge, and switches operate. The bridges filter traffic based on the MAC address, amplify signals, and can also be used to connect dissimilar media, a la a wireless access point, right, that connects wired and wireless. Now, switches are multi-port forwarding devices that enable high-speed passing of data by MAC address and error checking. When we get to layer 3, this is where we have multi-layer switches as well as routers. Now, multi-layer switches can filter traffic by IP address, where layer 2 switches were by MAC address. So our layer 3 filters by IP address and supports static and dynamic routing as well as inter-VLAN routing. This is also where our routers operate. Routers route data packets from source to destination network using routing protocols. Next, let's take a look at the traditional TCP/IP model. The traditional TCP/IP model is 4 layers, starting at the bottom, the link layer, the internet layer, the transport layer, and the application layer. So down at the link layer, it's really very much like layers 1 and 2 of our OSI model. Then we get up to the internet layer. We'll be talking about IP, ICMP, IGMP, and ARP. The transport layer, and then the application layer. And one of the reasons that we refer to it as sort of the traditional TCP/IP model is that this is how TCP was originally designed, and the protocol suite has a whole host of insecure protocols: HTTP, FTP, SMTP, DNS, RIP, SNMP. In its original form, these were designed for features and functionalities and not for security. So they might be clear text protocols, so everything is passed in clear text, or have very limited or none at all authentication options. So we'll be talking about these protocols, and a little bit later on we'll be talking about, well, what should we be using instead of these protocols? So how can we substitute secure protocols for insecure protocols? So let's talk about what happens at the Internet and Transport layer. The Internet Protocol, or IP, is a set of addressing and routing rules. Now, there are two current versions of IP, version 4 and version 6. The Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP, is responsible for IP addressing to MAC addressing. MAC address is what uniquely identifies every device connected to a network, but we don't use MAC addresses when we're talking to each other. We use IP, so we have to have some way to translate IP to MAC. Now, IP version 4 doesn't use ARP. It uses what's known as Neighbor Discovery Protocol. Then we have ICMP, and you've used ICMP, but maybe not even realizing it. ICMP is used for error control and troubleshooting, and it's really the protocol that's invoked whenever you use the ping command or the tracer command. Then we have IGMP, which is the Internet Group Management Protocol, and it's used for multicasting. And IP version 6 uses multicast listener discovery instead of plain old multicasting. That's at the Internet layer. Now let's go up to the transport layer. At the transport layer, we have TCP and UDP, Transmission Control Protocol and User Datagram Protocol. Transmission Control Protocol, or TCP, is a connection-oriented delivery protocol, and it does what's known as a three-way handshake. So let me give you a really non-technical description of that. The source wants to talk to a destination. So the source says, "Hey, destination, I want to talk to you." The destination says, "Cool, I want to talk to you." The source says, "Confirmed, I'm about to start my message." That's their three-way handshake, right? They've set up that connection, so they're connection-oriented. Where UDP is connectionless delivery. There is no setup. There is no three-way handshake. UDP is very often used for sort of short bursts where we may not even know what the destination is. So, for example, if your PC gets a dynamic address, it uses DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. May not know, what device is a DHCP server. So it just comes up and using UDP yells out, "Hey, I need a DHCP server." Doesn't get an answer, it yells it again. "Hey, I need a DHCP server." So it's connectionless delivery. It doesn't make that connection before sending its payload or making the request. Then we get up to the application layer. Now, the path of communication from a transport layer to the application layer is through what's known as a port. A port is just an identifier within a computer. Now, applications listen for connections on a port dedicated to that service. So if communication came in on port 443, well, 443 is HTTPS, and the application that uses HTTPS is listening for something to come in on 443. So think of a port as just an identifier for an application within a computer. Now, a port is associated with either UDP or TCP, and there are 65,535 available ports that are broken into three ranges. The first range, 1 to 1023, are assigned by the IANA, and they're often referred to as the well-known ports. The second range, port 1024 to 49151, can be registered with the IANA, and then the highest level ports, 49,151 through the last one, 65,535, are dynamic or private ports, so they can be used by an application. Now, you should recognize some of the more common ports. And I just put up a list of ones I think you should recognize. There may be more that you think you should. 21 for FTP, 22 for SSH, 23 for Telnet, 53 for DNS, 123 for NTP. Why should you recognize common ports? Well, one, it may come up on the exam. But two, there's a number of things that you do that you reference port numbers. So if you're doing any network sniffing, or you're analyzing network traffic, or you're looking at a firewall rule, all of those are going to be done by port. So the more you can recognize common ports, the easier your job's going to be. So if you're wondering kind of what the relationship is between the OSI and TCP model, well, it's not a direct relationship, but when you put them side by side, you can kind of see the sections that they do break into. This is just for your own interest. You're never going to be asked a question on the OSI TCP/IP model relationship. And that, my friends, brings us to a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Let's do it. Number of layers in the OSI model: 1, 2, 3. And that's 7. Be sure to know that. Number 2, encryption occurs at this layer in the OSI model: 1, 2, 3. And that's going to be layer 6, the presentation layer. Number 3, bridges and switches operate at this OSI layer: 1, 2, 3. That's going to be layer 2, the data link layer. Number 4, the range of well-known ports: 1, 2, 3. That's 1,000 to 1,023. And number 5, the protocol used by the ping command: 1, 2, 3. And that's ICMP. All right, let's apply your OSI knowledge. Your organization needs to replace end-of-life networking equipment. The IT department is recommending layer 3 switches, but layer 2 switches are much less expensive. Now you're asked to weigh in whether it's worth spending the extra money. What's your reasoning? Okay, so we've got the IT department saying we're recommending layer 3 switches, but when you look at the cost, it turns out that layer 2 switches are much less expensive. So really the question to you is, what's the difference? And is it worth spending the extra money? So go ahead and put me on pause if you want. Come on back and share your reasoning. Well, it really depends upon the functional requirements. A layer 2 switch works at the data link layer and uses the MAC address to forward packets on the same network. It's generally pretty fast and generally inexpensive. Now, a layer 3 switch works at the network layer and has intelligent packet forwarding or routing capabilities, and it can support inter-VLAN routing. Now, layer 3 switches require extra processing and memory, but they're more expensive. So it really comes down to, what do you need? Do you need that intelligent packet forwarding, and do you need to support inter-VLAN routing? If you don't, a layer 2 switch might be perfectly appropriate. If you do, a layer 3 switch is going to be your option. So again, it really depends on the needs of the organization. Having this conversation with IT, that's security in action. All right, that brings us to the end of this lesson. I'll see you at the next. Welcome to lesson 29.2. In this lesson, we're going to focus in on the Internet Protocol, or IP, looking at IP version 4 and IP version 6. So let's start with talking about IP. The Internet Protocol, or IP, is a set of rules for routing and addressing packets. And it was designed for very basic data connectivity. It was not designed with security in mind. It was designed to move packets from point A to point B. Now, IP is the language of the Internet. It's also the language of almost all of our networks now. But that wasn't always the case. When we first had local area networks, or LAN, the language that you used to communicate between devices really depended on the type of network you had. If you had Apple or Macintosh devices, well, you were using AppleTalk. If you had PCs, you might have been using Novell, and you were using IPX, SPX as your protocol. If you were running a Microsoft Windows network, well, you were using NetBIOS and NetBEUI. And that worked fine until we started connecting networks to each other and then to the Internet. And we needed to be using the language of the Internet, which was IP. So effectively, all of our data communications transitioned from AppleTalk and IPX and SPX and NetBEUI to the Internet Protocol. Then it turns out that if we're going to be using IP for data, why shouldn't we use it for all of our other types of communication? And that's what IP convergence is all about. IP convergence is the use of the Internet Protocol as a standard transport for transmitting all information: voice, data, music, video, TV, teleconferencing, and so on. Now, there needed to be a little bit of modification to make that all happen. So two terms I want you to understand related to modifications is extensibility and open standard. Extensibility is additional functionality or the modification of existing functionality without significantly altering the original structure or data flow. In contrast, open standard is a standard that's publicly available and can be freely adopted and extended. There are two versions of IP currently, IP version 4 and IP version 6. IP version 4 was deployed back in 1981, and it was the first publicly used version. 1, 2, and 3 were experimental. I know you're all familiar with IP version 4. It's a 32-bit address expressed in a dotted decimal format, like 192.168.3.10. What are the issues with IP version 4? Well, one is there's IP address scarcity. There's a limited number of IP addresses, and that's becoming more and more of an issue as we have more devices that need to connect to the internet. It was also not designed with security in mind, so it has very limited security options. Now, IP version 6 was deployed in 1999, but oddly, here we are almost 25 years later, right? And we are still in the adoption phase. What do you need to know about IP version 6? Well, it's a 120-bit address, and it's expressed in a hexadecimal format. There's 2 to 128 power of addresses. Effectively, that's somewhere around 340 trillion addresses. Now, I don't ever like to say we're not going to run out of something, but I'm pretty convinced in my lifetime we won't run out of addresses. It does have integrated IPsec. We'll be talking more about IPsec a little later on. It does have stateful and stateless auto-configuration capabilities. Scans of an IP version 6 network are less effective because of this larger address space, and sniffing is more difficult because of mandated IPsec. So I want us to explore the differences between IP4 addressing and IP version 6 addressing. So let's start with IP version 4. An IP version 4 address is made up of 32 bits divided into 4 8-bit blocks. So you can see the 4 blocks there, right, in the binary, 1s and 0. And each block is converted into a dotted decimal format, for example, 10.5.6.205. And the way we do that is we convert that binary into a value, and then we end up with our dotted decimal format. Again, I know you guys are familiar with that, so I'm not going to spend time on it with you. An IP version 6 address is made of 128 bits divided into 8 16-bit blocks converted into a 4-digit hexadecimal number separated by colons. So you can see in the chart we've got decimal, binary, and hex. Now, hexadecimal is a positional number system that uses base 16. To represent the values in readable form, the system uses 0 to 9 to represent values from 0 to 9, and then A to F to represent the values from 10 to 15. So how do we do the conversion? Well, binary 128 bits are divided into 8 16-bit blocks. And let's take a look just at that very last block, right? The very last block right here, which is 0101, and then 1110, and then 1111, and then 1001. We want to convert that from binary to decimal to hex, right? And we can use that binary chart. Now, we can go directly from binary to hex. We don't have to stop in decimal. But you can see if we use the chart on the left-hand side, we can do that conversion. So that 0101, 1110, 1111, 1001 actually will convert into hexadecimal 5EF9, and then we get our hexadecimal conversion, right? That very last grouping is 5EF9. Now, that's a really long addresses that we have in IP version 6. So there are 3 rules that you should become familiar with for IP version 6 addressing. Rule 1 is that we can discard leading zeros. So you can see here we've got 0063. We can just make it 63. Rule 2 is if 2 or more blocks contain consecutive zeros, then you can omit them all and you can replace them with a double colon. The caveat is you can only do that once. So we have two groups of zeros there, and you can see that we've just substituted a double colon. And rule 3 is that blocks of zeros can be replaced only once with that double colon, so if there are still blocks of zeros, they can be shrunk down to a single zero. So we've got that shrinking down to a single zero. So we can make these addresses much more manageable, much easier to use by following these 3 rules. I do want you to understand, so you're going to need to take some time of how to convert from binary to hex and know these 3 rules of how we can keep shrinking the address to make it easier to work with. Let's talk a little bit about IP version 6 communications: unicast, multicast, anycast, and broadcast. Unicast is one-to-one communication where a message is sent from one sender to one receiver. Now, unicast addresses are represented by a single IP version 6 address assigned to an individual interface. Multicast involves one-to-many communications, where a message is sent from one sender to multiple receivers. Now, multicast listener discovery, or MLD, is the protocol used in IP version 6 to manage membership in multicast groups. Then we have anycast. Anycast is one-to-nearest communication model, where a message is sent from one sender to the nearest, or best, of multiple receivers. Now, anycast in IP version 6 is used for various purposes, such as load balancing, fault tolerance, and optimization of content delivery. Again, commonly used for applications like video streaming, online gaming, software updates, and other scenarios where data needs to be delivered to multiple sources simultaneously. Now, the way this works is the same IP address is assigned to multiple nodes, typically servers, in different locations. The broadcast, which historically would send messages to all devices on the network, has been replaced by multicast in version IP6. Now, quality of service is a set of technologies and policies used to manage and prioritize network traffic. Now, QoS controls and manages network resources by setting priorities for specific types of data on the network. Measurements of concern to QoS are bandwidth, or throughput, latency, delay, jitter, which is variance in latency, and our error rate. IP version 6 networks can implement various QoS, or quality of service mechanisms, such as traffic shaping, policing, queuing, and prioritization to ensure that critical traffic gets the required resources. I really want you to get to know IP version 6, both for your test, right, it's important there, and for your professional life. Right? If your organization hasn't yet transitioned to IP version 6, it's a very good chance that in the next year or 2 or 3, they will. So you want to be ahead of the game there. All right, let's do a 3-second challenge. 5 challenge questions, 3 seconds each. Term used to describe the use of the Internet protocol as a standard transport for all types of communication. 1, 2, 3, and that's IP convergence. Format of an IP version 6 address. 1, 2, 3, that's 8 4-digit hexadecimal numbers separated by colons. Number 3, an IP version 6 rule about leading zeros. 1, 2, 3. Leading zeros can be discarded. Number 4, one to nearest IPv6 communication model. 1, 2, 3, and that's anycast. And lastly, number 5, a set of technologies and policies used to manage and prioritize network traffic. 1, 2, 3, and that's QoS, or quality of service. All right, let's do a security in action about transitioning to IP version 6. You've been asked to investigate and report back on how to start the transition from IP version 4 to IP version 6. What steps are you going to recommend? Definitely put me on pause, jot down some steps, come on back. Well, first you want to verify that the organization's ISPs, your Internet Service Providers, fully support IP version 6. Second, you want to invest in IP version 6 training for network and security engineers. Make sure they understand IP version 6. Then you want to determine if current equipment and infrastructure is IP version 6 ready. will your equipment and your infrastructure, right, can they handle IP version 6? Then you want to determine if there are any services or applications that are still IP4 dependent. You want to secure appropriate funding, right? This is going to be somewhat costly, perhaps. You may need to replace equipment. You're obviously going to have to do some training as well. And then you want to develop a deployment project plan. And as much as possible, you want this transition to be transparent to your user community. But you definitely want to think about this as a project, and if at all possible, assign a PM, a project manager. Being able to help with the transition, right, from IP version 4 to IP version 6, definitely security in action. All right, that wraps up this lesson. I'll see you at the next.